The tranquility in confronting the world. The mind as calm as a lake, the rage confronting great waves exuding the emotions of life. Li Gaha walked alone, step by step. It was truly boring. Li Gaha sighed and said, "My life is truly pitiful." Li Gaha reminisced, "In the past I went to Iwa Inn to return the Iron Shield to the Iron Shield Dragon Lord. I was very curious if it could be reforged into a sword or if it would fail. I sent the black and white twin beauties to Murong Sensei to learn medical arts. If they could learn medical arts, young Master Murong would keep them. Otherwise they would return to the Black Cat Society to work. And I watched Sa Seong Tae grow. Before meeting me he was a wanderer, but now he was practicing swordsmanship with his master, Ho Yin Chung. Moreover, the previously useless and foolish subordinates were now diligently training day and night." Li Gaha closed his eyes. "A pitiful wretch like me, surrounded by equally pitiful subordinates." The branches rustled, and Li Gaha still sat quietly in meditation under the green trees. Suddenly, a voice was heard. "Pavilion Master, your subordinate has something to report." Li Gaha slowly opened his eyes. General Manager Byuk stood respectfully before him. Li Gaha thought inwardly, General Manager Byuk, he was a cunning fellow who survived in the underworld for over 50 years. Li Gaha opened his mouth and asked, "My grand strategist, what do you have to say?" General Manager Byuk was moved to tears upon hearing those words. "Yes, sir, you called your subordinate a grand strategist?" Li Gaha sighed helplessly and thought inwardly, "Damn it, how frustrating. I intended to call him my pitiful General Manager Byuk, but I accidentally called him a strategist." General Manager Byuk wiped his tears and reported, "Pavilion Master, your subordinate has found the person you described." Li Gaha asked in surprise, "Where is he?" General Manager Byuk replied, "Yes, that place is a bit dangerous. Do you know about Baekung-ji? It's a place where descendants of prestigious White Path families often gather to socialize." Li Gaha asked again, "Baekung-ji?" General Manager Byuk replied, "Yes, your subordinate saw that person in the middle of Baekung-ji's bustling street." Li Gaha rested his chin on his hand, his eyes distant and thoughtful. "Interesting to find that person in such a place." General Manager Byuk's eyes gleamed and he began to tell his story. "Yes, according to the Pavilion Master's description, your subordinate went around the White Path inns, brothels, luxurious entertainment venues, and other most famous entertainment districts, listening to rumors and observing. Finally, I found the person the Pavilion Master described." Li Gaha nodded slightly. "Good indeed, this pavilion's General Manager Byuk." Upon hearing those words, he immediately bowed respectfully. "Yes," General Manager Byuk raised his head and continued, "but even if that person resembles the Pavilion Master's description, it needs to be confirmed again. So your subordinate sent someone there, but that person was severely injured and his face was swollen. His arms and legs are also bandaged, a truly pitiful sight." Li Gaha's expression darkened. Li Gaha asked in a cold voice, "Who dared to lay a hand on my subordinate?" Li Gaha asked for the subordinate's name. General Manager Byuk replied, "Yes, his name is Gong Chul." Li Gaha immediately made a decision. "Good, I will personally go and avenge him." Li Gaha thought inwardly, the bright left envoy was originally from the White Path and his martial arts and strategies are outstanding. The fact that he could rise to the position of left envoy in the demonic cult means no one can deny his skill and wisdom. He could be said to be one of the geniuses I encountered in my past life. He instructed calmly, "General Manager Byuk, send a subordinate to Murong Bai and ask what happened with the antidote and poison I mentioned to him before." General Manager Byuk asked again, worried. "Yes, the poison," Li Gaha explained. "Just tell him diarrhea medicine and Murong Bai will understand." General Manager Byuk replied, "Yes, I will send someone immediately." General Manager Byuk turned and left. Li Gaha also stood up thinking to himself, "I must either subdue that fellow or make him my subordinate. It's one or the other." Li Gaha's eyes held strong determination. "I cannot let him become the demonic cult's left emissary." Li Gaha coldly clenched his fists. "If all methods fail, I'll have no choice but to cut off his 2 testicles and make him a eunuch. Only then will the women of the Jianghu be safe. My action for the women of the Jianghu will save so much, more than you could ever know." His eyes burned with determination and anger. "You shall be a eunuch." Sa Seong Tae, who heard his words clearly from afar, involuntarily flinched. Sa Seong Tae was gripped by fear. "What did you say?" Li Gaha was gracefully practicing fist techniques under a tree. He clenched his fists and roared with vigor. "I'll punch you." He turned and powerfully attacked with one foot. "I'll kick you." Sa Seong Tae was momentarily flustered and asked Nam Yin Peng, "Pavilion Master, why is he like that?" Nam Yin Peng also didn't understand. "Who knows over here?" Li Gaha began to circulate his internal energy, and an aura spread outwards. He executed the successive techniques of the Heavenly Demon Divine Arts, a beautiful yet murderous set of fist techniques. Soon he punched the tree before him and the ground shook. Sa Seong Tae and Nam Yin Peng stood dumbfounded, their faces turning pale with awe at his power, unable to say a word. When the offensive stopped, he retracted his internal energy. his chest heaving as he slowly exhaled. Who? He raised his face towards the sky. Li Gaha said, "Bright left emissary, I will come for you now." Scene change. Baekung-ji. This was a bustling place where young masters and descendants of prestigious White Path families gathered to socialize and converse, sometimes even competing, and it was the face of the White Path martial world. Both the Black and White Paths have many heroes and grand figures, but many also fail miserably. As individuals with ambition for great deeds dedicate themselves to reading books and cultivating martial arts, while the miserable ones, like extravagant young masters, indulge in wine and entertainment, surrounding themselves with women. But there are exceptions. Even if they are utterly dissolute, if they are geniuses, they excel in any field. Such individuals are born superior to others. Li Gaha sat quietly by the window, gazing into the distance, deep in thought, and sighed. The world truly isn't fair. Tea was poured into his cup. Li Gaha thought to himself, the illegitimate son of the Meng family, how strong are you now? He quietly took a sip and his thoughts gradually became clear. Thanks to the Heavenly Pearl, I gained such power after reincarnation. No matter how much of a genius a White Path young master like you is, you'd have to cultivate slowly. How could you possess power like mine now? The teacup emptied. He slowly set it down. Li Gaha immediately left the inn and walked down the street, looking around. Li Gaha stood still amidst the crowd on the street. Beautifully adorned women were dancing and humming songs. Li Gaha thought to himself, are they singing and performing? Li Gaha felt no interest and turned to leave. As he turned to leave, he suddenly stopped and gazed ahead. In the middle of the bustling street, a man and woman were holding hands, talking affectionately, with bright smiles on their faces. They were talking intimately. Li Gaha recognized him as the bright left emissary. The man and woman stood smiling happily. Li Gaha smiled and thought, I knew he was a philanderer, but seeing him act like this in his youth is truly unbearable. Temporarily, starting today, I shall be a righteous hero and save women from his evil clutches. For a peaceful Jianghu, for innocent commoners, for children, for the elderly, for pitiful men and women. Li Gaha pointed his finger. Li Gaha thought to himself, I will make you a eunuch. Today, for the sake of Jianghu morality, I, Li Gaha, shall make the bright left emissary a eunuch. He stood leisurely against the wind and a voice was heard. Young master, a servant smiled and said, that gentleman over there wishes to offer you a drink. He looked over curiously and saw a man smiling meaningfully. The servant approached him and whispered, Sir, you won't regret going over there for a drink. The man said mysteriously, There are two beautiful young ladies over there too. What could be more enjoyable than a man and woman drinking together? He glanced at him and asked, What do you mean? Why are you inviting me? The man merely smiled meaningfully, and the woman next to him said shyly, Yes, because you are the most handsome and dashing young master at this table. Hearing this, he smiled and said, Ah, in that case, fine. But he thought to himself, How dare he offer me a drink? This young fellow has quite a way with words. He seems intelligent and knows how to flatter others. He slowly walked towards that spot. There a man had his arms around two women and said, Brother, won't you join us for a few drinks? An intelligent woman said, Young master, please come and drink with us. Sola, quickly go and invite the young master over. The woman named Sola looked him up and down, then blushed and said, This maiden invites the young master. Seeing this, he thought to himself, These madmen are interesting too. All right, I'll play along with you. He approached the group of three and said, All right, let's go, as the people left. His gaze sharply fixed forward, thinking, I'll see how that left emissary fellow plays his game. Inside the inn, a lavish spread of food was laid out. A woman said shyly, This maiden offers you a drink. The left emissary also smiled and said, Is this your first time here? He immediately replied, So what? The man smiled and said, Not all men who come here are like you. Here it's all women, so feel free to act like friends your age. The woman next to him said, This is senior brother Mongrang and this maiden is Sowal. The person sitting next to the young master is Sol. Ah, she smiled happily and said, What is the young master's name? He thought to himself, He's using an alias. He looked into his teacup and calmly replied, I am Guang Chul, senior brother of Gong Chul. The woman next to him asked curiously, Who is Gong Chul? He replied again, My junior brother. Everyone was greatly surprised by his words. The left emissary said, Drink up. What's in a name? Only when you're drunk do a man and woman's true natures emerge. The four of them raised their wine cups together. He thought to himself, not only the left emissary but also the two women have cultivated martial arts. Mongrang sharply raised his eyes and said, What's wrong? Does Sola like Guang Chul? The woman said shyly. Yes, the man said. Then where should we go today? The woman named Sola said, Senior brother, why are you in such a hurry? Suddenly, the man burst into loud laughter. He worriedly thought, What did they just say to each other? The left emissary stood up and said, I'll just go to the restroom for a moment. I should drink to my heart's content today. The woman next to him said happily, Brother, you must come back. Then she gazed meaningfully at his departing figure. After a moment she turned and said, We'll go too. Sola obediently said yes. The clever Miss Sola also stood up. As she was about to leave, he took her hand. Caught by surprise, she was very flustered and shocked. His eyes suddenly deepened as he said, My Sola, let's have one more drink. Miss Sola, slightly afraid and sweating cold, said yes, and could not say anything more. He looked back toward the door and said, Sola, you go first. Hearing his resolute voice, she was startled and said, Ah yes. Sola could not leave. She sat with a gloomy face. She said, trembling with fear, Why do I suddenly feel so chilling? The atmosphere is truly terrifying. He swiftly reached out and struck Sola's vital point. Then he calmly pulled out a medicine bottle from his clothes and poured the strange liquid into the tea. He thought to himself, "This is the colorless and odorless diarrhea medicine prepared by Murong Bai." He looked into the teacup, hesitating slightly, and thought, "Although I've wandered the Jianghu for many years, this is the first time I'm using colorless and odorless diarrhea medicine like this. I'm nervous about using this dreadful medicine too." He immediately supported Sola's nape and poured the teacup into her mouth. His face changed, and he said seriously, "If you want to drink the antidote, you must answer me, and then I will give you the antidote. Understood?" Miss Sola looked at him with great fear but made no movement. He remained silent and continued to pour the medicine into the remaining teacups. After a moment, the left emissary and Sowal entered together. The man said slightly suspiciously, "What's wrong? Why is the atmosphere so strange?" He looked at him and said, "Hey, a so-called senior brother who lives off his junior brother." Hearing this, the man was greatly shocked and angered. "Ha," he continued, "did you think a bumpkin like me would run off without paying for drinks? Did you think I was a greenhorn? You go pay for the drinks." The left emissary suddenly said, displeased, "Why are you suddenly spouting nonsense? I never expected to hear such unpleasant words from a bumpkin like you." He raised his wine cup mid-conversation and drank it all in one go. The two men, seeing him stop, said nothing more and raised their teacups to drink. The man held his teacup, looking at him with wary eyes. He set down the teacup and said, "By the way, what's wrong with Sola?" He calmly said, "I just suspected she was trying to escape, so I struck her vital point." The man said, somewhat displeased, "You suspected her unnecessarily." "Release her vital point." He scoffed at him, displeased. "I'm just a bumpkin, how would I know how to release a vital point?" "You release it." He provoked him. The man immediately flew to his junior sister's side and released her vital point with immense force. The young lady whose vital point was released screamed, shivering with pain. As his junior sister collapsed onto the table, he finally lost his composure and said, "Do you really want to die?" He turned and said, "Sowal, you take care of Sola and yourself." The woman immediately replied obediently, "Yes, senior brother." He turned and was about to settle the score with him. "Follow me, don't try to escape unnecessarily." As the two men left the inn, the man said, "Hey, you came here to monitor me, didn't you? I'm sick of guys like you. Who sent you?" He looked at him for a moment and said, "Gong sent me." The man was slightly surprised and asked again, "Your junior brother? Who on earth is this Gong Chul?" He immediately replied, "The one with the broken arm." The man asked again, "The one with the broken arm?" He seemed to recall something and said, "Ah." He sighed and said, "So it's him." Suddenly, the man felt something wrong with his body and his face became like a chewed piece of dung. The man groaned painfully, "HMPH?" and a loud noise echoed from above. Gurgle, gurgle. Sweat poured from his body like rain and his eyes glared at him as if to kill, and he immediately said, "Did you dare to poison me?" He saw his reaction and smiled brightly. As evening fell, his face grew cold, and after a moment he delivered a powerful palm strike to the man's chest. The man, having lost his composure, had blue veins popping out on his face and asked with fierce eyes, "What do you want?" He looked at him and said, "I cannot tell you." The man rushed forward again, attempting to attack him. As the man extended his hand forward to use a powerful technique, he also immediately raised his hand and unleashed the power of fire. The two men plunged into battle, creating a huge explosion. The man was pushed back a few steps and he also retreated, maintaining a safe distance. The two men looked at each other meaningfully. Then suddenly the man said, sweating profusely and in pain, "What on earth are you?" he asked him, having lost his composure. "What on earth do you want? Speak quickly." The man was in so much pain that only the whites of his eyes were visible, and he gritted his teeth, groaning. Suddenly, the man turned and fled very quickly. He did not let him go and rushed at him, saying, "Do you think you can buy time from me?" The man truly couldn't endure it any longer. He turned and tried to shake him off with a technique. A hazy smoke appeared on the screen. He immediately retreated and dodged the technique. The man still said in pain, "Quickly give it to me. If you give me the antidote, I'll spare your life." The man said very absurdly, "Damn it, you're running away to defecate and you dare to threaten me?" Hearing this, the man shouted loudly in shame and anger. "Do you want to die?" He sighed as he looked at him and said, "Snap out of it, you bastard. Do you think if you beg me I'll give you the antidote?" The man's face seemed even more menacing than a bandit's. "I'll say it again. If you give me the antidote, I'll spare your life." He looked at him coldly and said, "Just go defecate." The man, having lost his composure, grabbed his cloak and tightly tied it around his abdomen. The man said, "This day next year will be your death anniversary." He still seemed completely fearless and said, "What nonsense are you spouting?" The left emissary's face was very displeased and said, "Although I am here, today you are a dead man. Antidote?" His eyes suddenly changed and he said very fiercely, "I don't need it anymore." He still stood calmly and said, "What?" The man suddenly exerted strength. The protagonist was greatly surprised to see this. The man said to him, "Bumpkin, it's useless even if you beg now." Seeing his buttocks, he was greatly surprised. Now his face changed and he said, trembling with fear, "Go away, don't come near me." The man calmly said, "A man need not fear momentary shame." The man said like a madman, "Come, I'll beat you so much you won't be able to distinguish my shit from yours." He looked at him, sweating slightly, and said, "You crazy bastard." He continued with the next word, "Madman." Suddenly he smelled something from his nose. Immediately his body stiffened and his face turned pale. The man, like a madman, rushed at him and shouted, "Yeah!" He raised his hand to block this attack. Their hands met, and once again a huge smoke billowed, and then both men were slightly pushed back by the shock. After a moment, the two men rushed at each other again. As their eyes met, suddenly there was some external movement in the space. An explosion echoed, and he thought in fear, was that an explosion just now or did he defecate? He continued to exert strength, turned around and went behind him. As he was about to attack, the man fled very quickly. The two fought very boisterously. He praised his opponent inwardly. Indeed a tenacious fellow, to calmly defend and attack despite the pungent smell of feces. Fighting, he thought. My judgment was correct. He's exactly the kind of person Hao's sect needs, a martial arts genius and a foolish fellow. And he had perfectly blocked the ancient child divine art. He narrowed his eyes and thought, oh no, I couldn't use the ancient child divine art in the first place. He looked at the yellow stain on his opponent's buttocks and thought, damn, I can't step on those shit-stained shoes. He retreated into a defensive stance, observing his opponent's filthy appearance. Covered in shit, he's even more disgusting. Was this situation more terrifying than being poisoned with extreme toxins? The smell of feces once again spread thickly in the air. He thought angrily, ah damn it, this shit smell. He began to gather his palm energy, and it seemed as if his opponent's buttocks contained even more feces than before, but the opponent didn't flinch at all and prepared to attack him. The two clashed once again and white smoke erupted everywhere, obscuring everything. In the smoke his body retreated a few steps. Feces also splattered from his opponent's body. Two stood and he said, this foolish fellow is quite capable, isn't he? His opponent said angrily, shut up, he said. Your skill is higher than I expected. It's been a long time since I met such a good fighter. You're not an ordinary fool, are you? Suddenly he pulled out a cloth pouch from his pocket and said, here's the antidote. His opponent's eyes widened and he said, I don't need it. It's all out. It's fine. Hearing that, he looked at his opponent worriedly. Feces dripped from his opponent's feet like a broken faucet. Seeing that sight, he felt as if he had entered another world. He couldn't say anything. He and his opponent stared at each other. His opponent laughed and said, are you scared? He asked back in surprise. What did you say? His opponent said. You're probably very scared, aren't you? He replied. I am scared, but only of the filth. He thought to himself, I can't believe something like this would prevent me from unleashing my full power. Because of that filth, he couldn't kick his opponent's lower vital points. Suddenly he was startled and looked back. There was clearly no one behind him. Suddenly he quickly ran away. His opponent, covered in feces, chased after him and said, where are you trying to escape to? He thought to himself, is this guy still trying to fight me to the death? Suddenly he smiled very strangely and thought, no matter how much you hate me in your current state, you won't be able to enter Baekungji, where many men and women gather. He quickly ran to the most crowded place and stopped. Behind him many men and women came and went, and his opponent, who was running, also stopped and seemed to disappear into the veil of night. He held out his hand and said, good, come on. His opponent laughed, but very angrily, and said, do you dare come here? He held out his hand and said, perhaps you're afraid of me, that foolish fellow. As soon as his opponent heard that, he felt as if his deepest core had been provoked and thought, this damned bastard. Suddenly he spoke as if changed, calm down. This is a duel between two men to determine victory and defeat. He sighed and said, is there really a need to harm someone's reputation like this? He looked at his opponent and said, all right, shut up. There's an old saying, he who angers defiles himself. That saying is for you in this current situation. His opponent trembled with anger upon hearing that. He thought to himself, as expected, that guy won't be able to return to Baekungji in that state. This was the pride or perhaps the honor and etiquette of self-proclaimed righteous path members. Suddenly a voice was heard nearby. Isn't that young Master Mongrang? What are you doing there? The woman seemed shocked once again by the sight before her. In front of her, two men stood. The protagonist said, you know young Master Mongrang? The woman approached and said, yes, what's wrong? You don't seem well, young master. He replied, can't you see? She asked again as if she didn't understand. Yes, what do you mean by see? He calmly exposed him. He shit his pants, the woman said in surprise. What? No way. He put a hand to his nose and said, isn't his white clothes turned yellow and dirty? And that's from a distance. If you get closer, you'll even smell the feces. The young lady cried out in anger. Don't lie, young Master Mongrang is a refined person. How could such a thing happen? She left in anger and tears. He thought to himself, I was just stating the facts, but that foolish young lady blindly adores him so much that she won't admit anything. From somewhere a voice echoed as if from the underworld, you damn bastard, come here while I'm still sane. He looked back at the darkness. He said, you foolish fellow, this is your punishment. This is too light compared to breaking my junior brother's arm. Now why aren't you going back to your private residence to change your clothes? The protagonist suddenly shouted loudly. Mongrang, damned Mongrang of the Wind Cloud Mong family. Ugly young Master Mongrang shit his pants. He couldn't hold it in and shat all over his clothes. Hearing his fabricated words, his opponent shouted in anger. Shut up, but he still said, now you get lost quickly. Looking at you makes me want to vomit, so go back to your private residence, change your clothes and come back here to talk to me. No sound was heard in the veil of night, and suddenly his figure quickly flew backward. He quickly leaped onto the roof and headed towards his private residence. Seeing his opponent leave, he instructed, wash up thoroughly. Now come back. Be careful, if anyone sees you, you'll lose all face. He thought to himself, I'll have to wait until he's wearing new clothes and no longer covered in feces before I can kick his vital points. He would become a eunuch. Walking, he thought, as of now that guy and I seem to be equally skilled. Suddenly he heard two passers-by talking. Did you hear? Some pretty young lady couldn't hold in her diarrhea in there, the man next to him said with a disgusted expression. How embarrassing. How much did she drink to lose control of herself? The man next to him said. Truly shameful. As he passed a small pavilion, people gathered and said, my God, that young lady couldn't control herself like that. He thought, that young lady also couldn't control her body, just like that damned Mongrang. Brongbai's diarrhea medicine is truly effective. Indeed, he has the medical skills to save people, but also to harm them easily. The antidote also had a truly remarkable effect. Walking through the splendid capital, he went to an inn and said, "Young waiter, a bowl of noodles, please." A beautiful bowl of noodles was placed before him. He picked up his chopsticks and skillfully slurped it up. While eating, he looked out and saw everyone was happy. He paid and said, "Young waiter, is there a stream nearby?" The young waiter said, "Yes, sir, if you go to the end of the street there's a stream called Dragon Wave Spring." He thought, that damned mongrel won't be able to go back to his private residence to change, so he's probably washing and cleaning his clothes in that stream. After I finish this bowl of noodles, one should go there and meet him for a bit. The young waiter asked in surprise, "Sir, what are you going to do by the stream so late at night?" He smiled and said, "I'm a chivalrous warrior. I'm chasing a flower thief," he thought to himself. "Actually, I need to make that damned guy a eunuch," the young waiter said with a very serious face. "Chivalrous warrior, this humble one will help you chase the flower thief." He nodded and left amidst the crowd's praise. He thought, "Everything I've done since my reincarnation has been to eliminate evil, eradicate wickedness, protect the innocent and help those in need. All these actions come from my sincere heart. Even if everyone in this martial world doesn't know about my good deeds, I can proudly say that I am acting like a true hero right now, walking," he thought. "If no one thinks so, then so be it." Night deepened and he reached a bridge. He looked down and saw movement below the river. Mongrang was hiding in the water. A thought echoed in his mind. "Found that damned Mongrang. Are you going to defile this stream with your feces?" Mongrang, bathing, turned and saw him. He stared fixedly, and the other also stared back without hesitation. Neither said a word. After a long time he no longer appeared in the water. He stood up and walked away. He asked, "Not bathing anymore? Are you scared because I caught you? I was just passing by, so wash up thoroughly and let's talk." His opponent picked up his clothes and put them on, saying, "You damned bumpkin, come down here, I'm all washed up." He sighed and said, "It truly can't be helped." He thought to himself, "This is no ordinary pervert. With that outfit, if he kicks high, everything I don't want to see will be exposed before my eyes." Below was water, and he already stood in a fighting stance. He thought to himself, "What kind of tattoo does he have on his body?" His opponent still stood, and he thought angrily, "Is this damned shit-stained guy trying to fight again?" Finally he couldn't hold back and said, "Go home, you perverted damned guy. Today it seems I've lost." His opponent laughed loudly and said, "Bumpkin, I won't forget your face. Whether you run to the Woolen Alliance or the demonic cult, I will catch you." He called out to his opponent in a very murderous voice, "Mongrang, I thought I wasn't hitting you because of the shit on your body. Did I perhaps implant an illusion in you?" His opponent, angered but with a smiling face, said, "I'll specially ask Master Feng to take you as my junior brother. But if that happens, you'd rather die, wouldn't you?" he asked again in surprise. "Master," he thought to himself, "why don't I remember?" If his martial arts were related to tattoos, he had no time to think, and leapt out of the water, saying, "We'll meet again soon." As his opponent left, he was silent for a moment. Then suddenly his eyes widened and he thought, "Solitary demonic sword." He was the one who tried to kill the cult leader. He was a figure of the demonic path, but the Woolen Alliance leader had newly recruited him into the Woolen Alliance. Though from the demonic path and wealthy, he had never killed anyone or committed evil deeds. He had no power in the demonic path, yet he was called the demonic path supreme. Despite having such strong martial arts, he was scorned for not belonging to any faction. When asked why he opposed the cult leader, he proudly replied that he sought to duel the cult leader to find out who was the true demonic path supreme. He watched his opponent leave and thought to himself, "I can't believe the sword demon was this guy's master. Whether he's a left emissary or a demonic emissary, if I can't recruit him into the Hao sect, I'll have to kill him." He had already found his own answer and made that decision. Night was deepening, but in one house lights were still on. Inside, someone was carving his wooden sword. The man in black looked very mysterious. A voice was heard, "Master, I'm back." The master turned and looked at the left emissary, saying, "What happened?" he said. "I can't go home in this state. Give me a set of clothes." The master turned and said, "Take it." As he continued to carve his wooden sword, many thoughts were clearly stirring in his mind. Tonight the moon was very round and had a purple demonic aura. The left emissary changed his clothes and sat beside his master, asking, "Master, didn't you say that no one my age could be my opponent?" He said, "When did I say that? You just thought so yourself." He said, "But," the master interrupted him and said, "It seems your opponent has appeared. It's not surprising. The Jianghu is vast. Who is he?" The left emissary thought for a moment and said, "He's just a bumpkin." The master remained calm with no expression on his face. The left emissary frowned and said, "I haven't fully grasped his abilities, but I will duel him again soon, but this time I'll go all out." Hearing that, the master said that using ice arts in Bekung-ji would cause problems. He said, "That's what worries me. If I don't use ice arts, I can't duel him." The master sighed and said, "Just a bumpkin, but so strong. Perhaps he's a disciple of the three talents. I understand, just choose a quiet place to fight. Don't use ice arts where there are many people. If not, lure him here, I'll take a look myself." The left emissary trusted his master very much and said, "Yes." The master asked silently, "Is that fellow worth killing or worth using?" The left emissary said, "I don't know." The master narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully, "I see, but why has there been such an unpleasant smell since earlier?" The left emissary said with a cold face, "I had diarrhea. That fellow gave me diarrhea medicine. The master looked at him, frowned, and said nothing more, and the master turned and left, his gaze slightly averted, which made him very perplexed. The master said, "You go first," he said with a sad expression. Yes, the master sat on the eaves of the house looking up at the sky, thinking, so it wasn't poison that took someone's life, but diarrhea medicine? He's quite an interesting fellow. The long night passed, and finally the next morning arrived. The protagonist was happily having breakfast. Suddenly a person in white sat before him. It was the left emissary. But today he looked very elegant. He looked at his opponent and said, as if recalling something, "My appetite is gone, you damned shit-stained fellow." His opponent looked at him and laughed loudly, saying, "Eat a lot. This might be your last meal." Although his opponent said that, he continued to eat as if nothing had happened. His opponent said, "But there's still one thing I'm curious about." He asked, chewing. "What is it?" The left emissary said. "If that had been poison instead of diarrhea medicine, I probably would have died. What was your purpose?" He calmly replied, "I cannot tell you." The left emissary laughed and said, "Is it because I took your woman? If so, I can understand your actions." His words were so childish that he criticized his opponent. "Shut up." His opponent laughed again and said, "Did that sting? If not, what grudge do you have against me?" He sighed and said, "Let's assume your foolishness is correct." Finally he put down his chopsticks and said, "Take me to a secluded place." His opponent asked in surprise. "Ha," he said, "you cultivate ice arts, but it doesn't seem to be the proper method. Go to a secluded place and cultivate again." His opponent was speechless upon hearing that. After that he stood up and said, "Let's go quickly." The two went to a secluded courtyard. He said, "This is my master's residence. Believe it or not, my master will not interfere in the fights of juniors. If you are afraid, I will guide you to another place." He thought inwardly, "Is the sword demon there?" He was not afraid and stepped forward, saying, "No, just lead the way." Mongrang looked at his expression, slightly puzzled. The master, sitting there, was touching his sword. The left emissary approached and said, "Master, can we practice martial arts here?" He didn't mind and said, "Do as you please." The protagonist thought, "Indeed, it's the sword demon." The master said, "Even if you kill him, I will not blame you, so fight with all your might." The protagonist said, "This wimp is no match for me. That's why I've come here to challenge you, senior." The sword demon, who was carving his sword, suddenly stopped his hand. "Are you speaking to me?" The left emissary was very angry and shouted, "Are you crazy?" The two stared at each other in silence. The sword demon asked, "Where is your sect?" "There are only a few sects in this world that I don't know." He replied, "I cannot say." He asked again, "If I recover, I can fight you, but not now. I am recovering from an injury, so I will not recklessly fight you. If you don't want to fight Mongrang, then sit here." Hearing that, the left emissary was greatly surprised and shouted, "Master, what's wrong?" The master said, "Looking at this fellow's face, he seems fearless. We will meet often in the future, so there's no need to rush. Bring me a cup of tea," he continued. "While waiting, I will judge this uninvited guest." Mongrang, hearing that, was about to say something, then quietly said, "Yes, understood." The two sat facing each other. He touched his chin and said, "Truly surprising. Naturally, it is surprising," he thought inwardly. "Could there be any master in this world who could guess my sect? I don't know about the past, but currently I don't have a specific sect." The master said, "My disciple might have put diarrhea medicine or something similar to poison in your teacup." The protagonist asked in surprise, "Why would you say that, senior?" He said, "Test it." He didn't think further and said, "Perhaps so, but there will be nothing in the cup when it's brought." He asked again, "Why?" He continued, "Because that fellow must have eavesdropped on our conversation and secretly swapped it." The master said, "That's also true." After Mongrang brought the tea, he told his master that there was no diarrhea medicine, so he could drink comfortably. After that, he pointed to Gaha and said, "You drink comfortably too." But his face was very fierce. He looked at Mongrang and laughed. "Oh, you must have suffered quite a bit yesterday." As his master picked up the teacup, they all drank tea together. The three slowly enjoyed their tea, no longer speaking, and there was no need to force talk about issues they didn't want to reveal. He said, "But we must ask and answer each other's curiosities. So if there's anything you truly want to know, feel free to ask," he said. "All right," the master said. "You ask first." Immediately he got to the point and asked, "Why did you take this foolish fellow as your disciple?" He said, "I want to make him the next heavenly demon." "Does that answer your question?" He opened his eyes wide in surprise and thought, "Make him the next heavenly demon?" He opened his eyes wide and thought, "Make him the next heavenly demon?" The master said, "Since you've come to me, you are neither from the orthodox path nor the demonic path. If you were from the demonic path, there's no way I wouldn't recognize you, so your sect must be from Tibet, or perhaps the three masters known as the three talents. You might have also cultivated martial arts on your own. It's a bit hard to believe, but it seems you cultivated on your own." The protagonist thought inwardly, to narrow down the possibilities without even directly seeing my martial arts. His face was very calm as he said, "I guessed correctly, didn't I?" He replied. "You did. Then what exactly did you teach? This diarrhea-shitting fellow skillfully uses the ice palm, but aren't you a master of the sword?" The master said. He had already cultivated the ice palm before meeting me. "I am skilled with the sword, but I can't guarantee this kid will be as skilled with the sword as I am. Anyway, this kid still has a lot to learn. Since he drank diarrhea medicine before the duel, how much more do I have to teach?" Mongrang secretly overheard everything from behind. The master continued, "Since he is proficient in ice arts, I think it's best to let him continue learning and develop his strengths." The protagonist also nodded silently at that. The master continued, "Then what martial art are you most confident in? You have few calluses on your hands like a scholar," he said. I have learned many kinds of martial arts, so when I duel I don't focus on just one particular type. I am confident in all types, and I use the most appropriate one depending on the situation. Hearing that, the master said, "So you know everything, but you're not particularly good at any one thing?" The protagonist heard his words and thought inwardly, "Somehow it feels bitter." The master said, "You ask the next question." His face suddenly turned cold and he said nothing. Suddenly he asked, "You are a lethal demonic figure, what are you doing here?" There seemed to be something he wanted to say in his eyes, but he remained silent, his face cold. He began to speak. "I am waiting to duel the Woolen Alliance leader. That day he is not someone I can duel at any time, so I need to wait a bit longer and also recover." The master continued, "You are meeting me for the first time, but my disciple seems to have known you for a long time. What do you want from him?" he continued. "The fact that you didn't poison him means he has value to you." The protagonist said nothing more. As he used his perception, he saw countless hidden weapons waiting to be launched. He thought inwardly, perhaps it's best not to lie. Just then he glanced at Mongrang and there was also something ambiguous about him. The protagonist said, "What I want is ice arts." The master was surprised to hear that, and the three looked at each other. The protagonist sighed and said, "Why did you take him as your disciple, master? Isn't he a lustful person?" The master said, "His lust for women is his nature, which I cannot control, but his natural talent is especially rare." The protagonist glanced at Mongrang thinking, "Yes, the surprising thing about the left emissary is no different from what I thought. Even the sword demon admits that this fellow has been lustful since birth." Mongrang had no idea what the two were talking about. The master said, "Then I will ask you now, why do you want these ice arts?" The protagonist replied without hesitation, "To defeat the cult leader." The master heard that and asked again in surprise. "Ha." He continued, "Then master, you want to duel the Woolen Alliance leader. What do you want to achieve?" He crossed his arms and said, "A martial arts master always wants to display their skills. I've fought over 10 times but never lost, so now I want to find true martial arts masters." The protagonist heard that and pondered for a moment. The master continued, "Those who have lost to me were by no means weak, but now among the masters I know with skill, only the cult leader and the Woolen Alliance leader remain. Only they are worthy to duel me." The master looked at Gaha and said, "It's simply what I desire." The protagonist said nothing, but thought inwardly, how arrogant indeed. This meant that a swordsmanship master strives to prove his skill, always seeking to become stronger, never retreating or stopping. The master continued to question, "I don't think you're trying to obtain ice arts merely to kill the cult leader. Do you have other intentions?" The protagonist replied, "Is that important? The important thing is that I want to duel and defeat the cult leader. This is something I have long desired." The master heard that, lifted his chin and pondered for a long time. He said, "Is that your reason then? Ask the next question." The protagonist looked at the wooden sword and thought inwardly, "That reminds me of the user's realm. He must have reached the martial zenith realm." The protagonist asked, "Does using this wooden sword indicate that one has already reached the highest realm?" The master replied, "You are quite astute. My skill has not yet reached the realm where heart and mind are one, where all things become a sword, but this wooden sword is a weapon I am very satisfied with for current use." He said, "You asked about my realm, but in truth this wooden sword is merely a weapon I chose for current use, and I haven't fully unleashed its essence yet. Are you satisfied now?" The master asked a question. "It's a bit difficult for someone like you to want to learn ice arts. Mongrang has no reason to teach you ice arts, does he? So are you planning to give up on ice arts?" The protagonist said, "Of course, I have my own method, so senior, you don't need to worry about that." The master chuckled inwardly at this answer. He said to the protagonist, "Good, and our questions end here. I have guessed your sect." The protagonist smiled at him and said, "Then can you guess where I am from?" The master replied, "Your martial arts are somewhat mixed. You may have been influenced by several people, but it seems you have no master." The protagonist was greatly surprised to hear that. The master continued, "You seem to be walking the path of grand masters who found and established sects. In my opinion, whether you obtain ice arts or not is not important. It's merely a martial art that helps you somewhat. Even without ice arts you can find other extreme yin martial arts. Those extreme yin martial arts will help you advance to the next stage of martial learning." The protagonist listened to his words and said nothing. He continued, "That is the path walked by martial arts prodigies or grand masters of an era. They will create new martial arts or accomplish great things. Since you have no sect, I can conclude that you learned martial arts on your own." The master continued, "I presume you are trying to learn and master as many kinds of martial arts as possible. Once you have some understanding, you will be able to create a new kind of martial art, one that has never existed before." Outwardly he was very calm, but inwardly he thought, indeed, a true master. After reincarnating, I met many masters, but this time was different. I don't know how to refute his logic. Indeed, this is the first time I've been in such a strange situation. The master squinted and asked, "I'm not wrong, am I?" The protagonist replied, "You are not wrong." He nodded and said, "Since you have such essence and determination, I respect you greatly." The master said, "On this occasion I hope you will forgive Mongrang for any wrongs he may have committed. After all, he is still young and cannot think as carefully as you and I," he said. "That is also a part one failed to manage properly. If you forgive him, if there's anything you don't understand in the process of martial arts research, you can always come to me. I will do my best to help you." After that he said, "But it's strange that both Mongrang and you are after the life of the demonic cult leader. Is it a coincidence? And today, let's test each other's skills." Hearing that, the protagonist was surprised. Was that fellow also planning to confront the cult leader? He scrutinized him with his eyes. He thought, this fellow didn't try to steal the heavenly jewel to offer it to the cult leader in his previous life, but it was so that he could claim the heavenly jewel and enhance his own power. Mongrang suddenly didn't understand what was happening with the intense gaze fixed on him. The protagonist thought, indeed the lustful demon is still a demon. His intentions are never ordinary. Perhaps he had misjudged his purpose. He wanted the heavenly jewel for himself, not to offer it to the cult leader. Thinking back when he defeated thousands of demonic cult members, Mongrang merely watched, acting as if nothing was happening. The master continued, and you just forget about the humiliation of drinking diarrhea medicine. Thankful it was just diarrhea medicine and not poison. He said, if the two of you had fought a life or death battle yesterday, you might have been the one to die. Take this opportunity to reflect on yourself. You must now abandon your lustful habits. Hearing that, Mongrang bowed his head and said, yes, master, thank you for your guidance. The master continued, then what about women? Mongrang hesitated for a moment, then painfully said, I will try. Immediately, the master drew his sword and lunged at his disciple. He immediately rolled a few times and fell to the ground. The protagonist saw that and thought, his movement technique is quite excellent, indeed a martial arts genius. The protagonist thought inwardly. But even the sword demon seems quite helpless in teaching this lustful demon. Looking at his face, there's no emotion left. Perhaps such things happened often. The protagonist turned and said, thank you for your guidance. After that, he looked at Mongrang and thinking again he was walking the path of the solitary sword demon, always wanting to achieve what no one else could. But the lustful demon was still just a lustful demon, unable to change his nature. He thought inwardly, I am also the same, just a mad devil. All three of us must be true to our natures to create something different. The protagonist said, Senior, you said I could ask you anything about martial arts, so I will ask. I know a martial arts realm called Thunder Sword Style. What are your insights on that martial art? I ask for your guidance, Senior. The master asked, what does that book say about Thunder Sword Style? Can you elaborate? The protagonist said, basically it can transform the Thunder Sword wind into a sharp sword aura. The master heard that and said, is that so? The protagonist replied, yes. He thought inwardly, indeed that's the question I also found strange. The master said, Thunder Sword Style is a realm of swordsmanship. Then what are the realms before and after Thunder Sword Style? The protagonist said. The realms recorded in that book are as follows: Calm Sword Style, Severing Sword Style, 10,000 Swords, Emotion Sword, and Thunder Sword Style. The master said, is that all? The protagonist said, there's more. Wooden Sword Style, Sword Aura, and Infinite Sword Art. The master pondered for a long time and said, in that order those sword styles seem somewhat related to each other. The techniques you mentioned are specialized swordsmanship, but they feel quite complex. He said that the Infinite Sword Art must be the most powerful swordsmanship a human could achieve, but he had never seen anyone reach that level in the martial world. The master continued, the fact that you wrote that book and categorized that knowledge means you are probably a swordsmanship master from a previous generation. The protagonist replied, you are correct, the master said. Then I will tell you what I know. It's just my opinion, so just refer to it and don't expect too much. After that, the master sat there and explained everything he knew to the protagonist. Several hours passed and people listened very attentively. Finally he said, that is all I know and there's no need to question Thunder Sword Style further. The senior who wrote this book not only mastered swordsmanship to its peak but also reached the highest realm of internal energy. The two talked until dusk and finally the master said, Junior, my name now holds no meaning so I stopped using it long ago. The protagonist said, I am Li Jaha, the leader of the Haro Sect. The master asked in surprise, Haro Sect, did you found it yourself? Yes. He looked at his disciple and said, from now on do not bother the people of the Haro Sect nor speak disrespectfully of them. Otherwise you will have to face their leader. Especially be careful with those women. Only then did the left emissary obediently reply, understood. Suddenly the master slapped his thigh and said, the words the sect leader spoke today will keep me awake all night. I will have to think about them joyfully. So may my disciple and the Haro sect leader grant me some personal time. The protagonist looked at him silently for a moment, then prepared to stand up and leave. The master said, sect leader. He hesitated and continued, will we meet again? The protagonist turned around, smiled and said to him, there will be more to talk about with you, senior, in the future. Hearing this, the master also smiled back with apparent joy. He stood up, turned to his disciple and said, you must have learned a lot today, haven't you? So stay quietly at home. Drunkards like you need to sober up. Otherwise you'll have to flee back here again. The left emissary replied submissively, yes. As the protagonist left the door, the left emissary still gazed at him with a resentful look. He said, that bumpkin was lucky enough to receive guidance from my master. The protagonist said, no, you're the lucky one. Hearing that, he could no longer maintain his composure. A voice came from the backyard. I have more to say, you shit-stained fellow, come in here. At that, he darted inside and said, Master, did you call? The protagonist looked at this scene with a hint of disdain, then turned and left. Leaving the small courtyard, he walked along the dim night streets. He thought to himself, I can't learn ice arts right now, but I seem to have gained a pretty good sword. But in my previous life, I didn't use a sword much. By the sword demon's standards, I seem to have no special martial art. If I had to pick the most confident technique, it would only be the nameless staff and unwavering faith given to me by Guangsung. All of this is merely an advantage gained from a sturdy staff. In that case, is the sword demon's realm a little higher than mine? How unpleasant, he thought to himself. But it hasn't been long since I reincarnated, and the pace of my martial arts progress is truly abnormal, so there's no need to hastily compare myself to others. Because the sword demon and I are not walking the same path, the image of the full moon continued to appear. The protagonist went to a wine house to drink. Suddenly, Mongrang appeared from somewhere, snatched the protagonist's wine cup and poured it directly into his mouth. The protagonist said, "You shit-stained fellow, are you crazy? What if there was diarrhea medicine in the cup? How can you drink it without any fear?" Hearing this, he seemed to recall a bitter memory, and vomited in fear. The protagonist thought to himself, "I look like a cunning person, anyway he is still young." Protagonist continued to pour wine, and he asked, "Brother, how did you know I use ice arts?" The protagonist said, "I was just looking for ice arts techniques," he said in surprise. "Is that all? I have many subordinates, and my subordinates who are masters of trade tell me about the legends of the Jade Flower Palace, especially in the Baekungji area where prestigious families gather. I am looking for a successor to continue the prosperity of the Jade Flower Palace." Mongrang said, "Ah, so that's why the guy with the broken arm followed me, but I wasn't using ice arts then. I'm not the one you're looking for." The protagonist scoffed. "Ridiculous," he asked again as if not understanding. "What?" he said. "You broke my subordinate's arm and you happened to be in Baekungji. Afterward, I investigated and found that you were a playboy, but also highly skilled in martial arts. My subordinate was beaten, so I had to step in. I only discovered your ice arts when I was fighting you." Hearing this, he said, "Why did your subordinate follow me?" He explained. "He thought you were an illegitimate son of a prestigious family who had learned ice arts." Hearing this, Mongrang said angrily, "What if I'm an illegitimate son? Do you know that everyone in Baekungji was defeated by an illegitimate son like me?" The protagonist raised his wine cup and said, "That's none of my business. An illegitimate son is an illegitimate son. Why are you angry at that guy?" He gritted his teeth and said, "How dare you insult me?" The protagonist asked, "How is it an insult? It was simply something you couldn't choose." Hearing Mongrang's words, his eyes widened in surprise. He said, "You foolish fellow." A slightly angry look crossed his face. How could he not understand even after being told so much? He called the young waiter to bring another glass of wine. Mongrang said angrily, "You bumpkin, how can the cult leader be your match? How can a rookie like you be involved with the cult leader?" He said, "I cannot tell you." Still, because of this he couldn't get any more information. Suddenly, a woman passed by the table where the two were drinking, and he, as before, stared at her with lecherous eyes. The protagonist said with a tired expression, "Why have you become like a dog in heat? Is there a story behind it?" Mongrang laughed and said, "Ah, there is, brother. Would you like to ask what it is?" Afterwards he retorted, "I can't tell a bumpkin like you." As soon as he heard this, he burst into loud laughter, and he also laughed along, and the two were very merry. However, after a moment he suddenly raised his hand and unleashed a martial art. He raised his palm to deliver a powerful blow to him, and he immediately raised his hand to block the attack. The two looked each other in the eye, and he was still calm, but he seemed a little afraid. The two plunged into battle, creating a very mysterious scene. Their eyes gazed at each other very coldly. The protagonist said, "Although Sword Demon Senior doesn't want us to fight, shouldn't we still decide the victor? You shit-stained fellow." The left emissary laughed and said, "That's right, I must decide the victor with you. You bumpkin." The two sat directly and fought without caring about the surrounding space, and everyone watched them. Several women approached and said admiringly, "Oh, brother Mongrang," the protagonist sneered. "You shit-stained fellow, you are quite famous," he said. "You will soon be famous for your shame." As the protagonist unleashed a technique like a pot lid, his hand transferred immense power into the shit-stained fellow's body. He was greatly shocked and his eyes narrowed. He said, "Let's call it a draw," but cold sweat poured down his body and it was very forced. The protagonist said, "I cannot accept that demand." He continued to press his power forward. Finally, he writhed in pain and fell to the ground. As he fell to the ground, everyone witnessed the scene. After hitting him, he withdrew his hand and sneered coldly. He was flustered and quickly jumped up. Afterwards, he looked around and saw all those beautiful women looking at him with avoidance. The women also seemed a little sad. The protagonist continued to pour wine and thought, "This guy is truly something. Even in this situation, many women are still watching." Suddenly, he burst into boisterous laughter, then dusted himself off, got up and sat back at his wine table. He changed his expression and, with a very arrogant voice, said, "I lost today. Shall we have another life and death battle?" The protagonist looked at him with a tired expression and said, "A life and death battle, you shit-stained fellow." The left emissary poured wine and said, "It will be a life and death battle, but we will have to keep fighting later, so don't be too harsh." He picked up the wine cup in his hand and said, "Let's say I lost to you in internal energy." Afterwards he looked back at everyone and thought to himself, "Good, those women's expressions have softened." He continued to speak hypocritically. "There was a male servant named Pyongji once. He was my servant." The protagonist listened quietly. He said, "He was 5 years older than me, called me young master, prepared my food and even changed my shoes. He was a very loyal person. Every time I bathed, he brought clothes and towels. When I was young, Pyongji was the only one who played with me. But one day that loyal Pyongji hanged himself in a small room," he suddenly said sadly. "When I found out why my only servant died, I learned that this foolish fellow secretly loved a woman named Dal Ryong," he said. "I went to find the woman named Dal Ryong and asked her, but do you know what she told me? She rejected Pyonggu's confession, saying, "What right does he have to confess when he's not mongering?" he said, acting out his pain. "Oh my, such a foolish fellow was my servant. He committed suicide just by hearing that?" the protagonist asked again. "So?" he laughed and said, "So I wondered what women think that made my Pyongji take his own life, but surprisingly, most women thought the same as Dal Ryong. They said he had to be more handsome, wealthier, and from a better family." He frowned and looked displeased. "They didn't even consider Pyongji human from the start. No, to be more precise, they didn't consider Pyongji a man." Hearing this, the protagonist remained very calm and said nothing. He continued, "I grew increasingly horrified, and sometimes there were even women with higher standards than mine. They disliked me just because I was an illegitimate son." He frowned, looking annoyed. "In their eyes, I was no different from Pyongji." At this, the protagonist asked, "So that's why you keep changing women?" He said, "No," he said angrily. "I just wanted to avenge Pyongji." The protagonist said without a change in expression, "You're not just an ordinary shit-stained fellow, you're a pathological shit-stained fellow. You are no different from your father," he shouted angrily. "What did you say?" he continued. "Your father only met your mother to obtain ice arts, and he didn't even love her. Ice arts is the soul of the family and was carefully protected, so your mother only passed it on to you. That's why you were treated as an illegitimate child in the Mong family, wasn't it?" he continued. "But you do such things just for one poor servant. You are no different from your father, you damned bastard." Every time this story came up, he lost his composure. He tried to punch him, but he immediately slapped his cheek with his hand. Following that, he grabbed his neck and said, "Oh, perhaps Sword Demon Senior only took a guy like you as a disciple out of pity." He immediately pushed him away and said, "Get lost. If you dare to resist, I will make you a eunuch. I haven't married anyone yet, so you'd better not say such useless things to me." Hearing this, he was greatly surprised and asked again, "Huh?" Afterwards, he looked at him with pity and said, "Really?" He thought to himself, "This guy is truly pitiful too. But brother, what I mean is I'm talking about your other lifestyle, you rascal." After that, he burst into loud laughter again. He silently picked up the wine cup and drank. Immediately he said, "Where is true love?" He laughed even louder, and seeing that, he also chuckled. He thought to himself, "I am also a bit pathetic, but this time it will be different." He was truly determined. He still couldn't stop laughing like a madman. He suddenly changed his expression and said angrily, "Don't laugh." The two continued to chat, and after a while the protagonist thought for a long time. He stood up and said, "Check, please." Mongring asked, "Where are you going? Are you going to look for true love?" He remained silent, thinking, "This damned fellow." He continued, "Stay in, Baekangji. There are more beauties here than anywhere else," he said. "There are also many beautiful women here, more than in places where famous men hang out." Suddenly, the young waiter looked at him with shining eyes and said, "I hope you find true love." Mongring burst into loud laughter once more. He stood up in displeasure and said, "I will come to find you, senior, if I have any questions during my cultivation." He asked, "If master looks for you, where should I tell him to go?" He said, "Come to the Black Cat Society." He asked in surprise, "Wait, I thought you were the leader of the Haro sect." He said, "I have beaten and taken over all the evil people who blocked my path, so I am also the Black Cat Society master," he said with slight surprise. "Ah, is that so?" he said. "You bumpkin, goodbye. Go find true love and come back." As he left, he thought to himself, "How could that pervert understand the path of a solitary man?" Suddenly, he recalled the most beautiful woman in the Central Plains, the most beautiful woman of the White Path. People called those beauties by the names of the regions they lived in. Thinking about it, he too once yearned for half of them, but now he no longer had such desires. As he left, he thought to himself, "He just hasn't said it yet." Early next morning, a man sat in front of a large courtyard, and flower petals already covered his entire body. A servant approached and said, "Sect leader, a man claiming to be the Southern Ming Society master has arrived." The protagonist slowly opened his eyes. The servant continued, "I asked him to wait in the outer courtyard. There were quite a few subordinates outside, but I only let him in." The protagonist began to stand up, and falling flower petals scattered in the wind. He turned and left. As he entered the room, a voice was heard, "Sect leader, greetings." As he sat down, he said, "Your subordinates are diligently cultivating," he said. "They are all ordinary fellows, so they have to cultivate to survive." He said, "What brings you here?" He replied, "It seems there was a fight between the Nanchian Ryan and the Jiam Ho recently." His face grew serious again. The Nanchian Ryan leader and the Jiam Ho leader both appeared, and a great battle ensued. Both sides suffered heavy casualties, but there is still no clear victor, he said with a hint of surprise. "Oh, is that so?" he continued. "The Nanchian Ryan leader is almost in a frenzy. He has contacted all the Black Path leaders under his influence, and demanded that they come to the Nanchian Ryan." The Southern Ming Society master slightly frowned and said he threatened to annihilate them unconditionally if they refused. When the war with the sword-wielding society ended, the protagonist narrowed his eyes and said, "So they finally came looking for me?" The young man said, "Yes, and the next day the society master contacted us with the same message. In other words, all nearby Black Path organizations like ours must choose one or the other." The protagonist asked Nam's society master, "What do you think?" He immediately replied, "Of course I will refuse both." Hearing this answer, the protagonist knew that since both were from the Black Path, which one was more despicable? Nam's society master replied, "The sword-wielding society is a massive Black Path organization that earns huge amounts of money by forcibly merging merchant groups. Because of this, merchants are compelled to join them. The Nanqian Ryan, as its name suggests, is a Black Path faction, and all the local leaders were forcibly merged into the southern region by Sadu Hang, the Nanqian Ryan's leader, through force. Sadu Hang entered the martial world at a young age and founded the Nanqian Ryan. He is the most famous figure in the southern region, and also the one who blocked the sword-wielding society's path to making money. The protagonist thought for a long time and said, "Overall, the Nanqian Ryan seems better," Nam Society Master said. "That's correct, but Sadu Hang is the king of the southern region. If you were to introduce yourself as the Hao Sect Master, he would make you kneel before him. That's why I don't follow either side," the protagonist scoffed. "Where I am the king. There cannot be two kings in one land." Nam Society Master nodded and said, "You are no different from Sadu Hang." However, Nam Society Master thought to himself, "But not everyone needs to kneel." Suddenly, the door opened and a man entered. The servant said, "Society Master, someone from the sword-wielding society is here." The protagonist was surprised. "The sword-wielding society?" Nam Society Master replied. "The sword-wielding society has come all this way." Protagonist, without a change in expression, said, "Let him in." Nam Society Master laughed and said, "How amusing to come all this way." The door opened and a man entered. This man swept his gaze around the room. He looked down and saw Nam Society Master there. He said, "Who is the Black Cat Society Master?" The protagonist said, "That would be me." He said, "Subordinate, leave." Then glanced at Nam Society Master. Nam Society Master was slightly annoyed, but the protagonist said, "No, he's not my subordinate. Speak quickly if you have something to say." The orange-haired man said, "Is that so? First I'll introduce myself. I am from the sword-wielding society." The protagonist said, "Enough, I don't need to know who you are. What is it? Speak quickly." He seemed slightly annoyed and said, "The Black Cat Society Master doesn't seem to pay attention to anyone, does he?" "I am from the sword-wielding society." The protagonist laughed and said, "All right, I forgot." Then he said, "All right, sword-wielding society, speak quickly." Hearing that, he became even more annoyed and said, "For all the martial artists of the Black Cat Society, it's 3 niang of silver, a day's wage. If the society master comes personally, you will receive 10 niang of silver per day. Even if you do nothing, you will be considered to have participated and all rewards will be paid. Especially if the great Rakshasa comes personally, he will immediately receive 50 niang of gold per day. If you refuse, you will have to bear the wrath of the sword-wielding society instead of money." Nam Society Master scoffed. "He offered my subordinates 5 niang of silver." The protagonist laughed and said, "So you're saying my subordinates are worth more than the Black Cat Societies?" The protagonist sighed. "Ha, to be so ignored," he said with a sad expression. "Truly embarrassing. So embarrassing I don't know what to do." He sighed. Slightly displeased, he said, "You haven't heard the news that the great Rakshasa is dead, have you?" The sword-wielding society man was surprised. "The great Rakshasa is dead?" Nam Society Master loudly said, "Such a huge event happened and you don't know." The protagonist said, "What do you think about this matter, Nam Society Master?" He replied, "To be honest, since both are equally despicable, I will not follow either side. A sword-wielding society leader and the Nanqian Ryan leader should resolve this issue through a direct duel. That way the disciples on both sides won't lose their lives. I don't understand why this war has to drag in so many factions." The protagonist praised him with a laugh. Nam Society Master said, "Those are wise words. A man should indeed be like that." The man from the sword-wielding society said, "Is that your answer? I've heard it well." He turned and said, "We'll meet again after the war." The protagonist shouted, "Young Pavilion Master," to prevent him from leaving easily. The man opened the door and asked, "Did you call, Master?" The protagonist said, "He is an envoy from the sword-wielding society. He will soon duel with us. We will duel in our inner courtyard. So gather all the subordinates to watch. I want to see the capabilities of the sword-wielding society members myself," the man said fearfully. "Are you out of your mind?" the protagonist said. "Tell Nam Society Master to come inside too. I need to test Nam Society Master as well. I dislike both the Nanqian Ryan and the sword-wielding society right now. Both are despicable scoundrels. I will see the enemy's capabilities with my own eyes." Nam Society Master looked at the protagonist and laughed. "Very well." He stood up and said, "You arrogant envoy, hurry and prepare for the martial arts contest." The man from the sword-wielding society angrily said, "Can you bear the consequences, Master?" The protagonist said nothing, walked over to him, and slapped him hard across the face. He fell to the ground. The protagonist, slightly displeased, said, "Are you deaf? I'm not in a good mood today, so be careful. How dare these peripheral Black Path scoundrels come here and ruin my mood?" He turned and said, "If you don't hurry and prepare for the duel, you might get another slap and die." The young Pavilion Master looked at the envoy with an expressionless face, then turned and said, "Society Master, he is no match for me." The protagonist said, "Is that so? Is he too weak?" The Pavilion Master is right. The protagonist said, "All right, call Sa Seong Tae." Everyone stood in the vast inner courtyard. Seeing the white-haired Sa Seong Tae warming up, the envoy was slightly afraid and said, "Does Master treat envoys like this?" The protagonist said, "Was I rude?" He was sweating profusely and stammered, "I merely conveyed their message." The protagonist nodded and said, "Understood. In that case, wouldn't it be proper for me to contend with the sword-wielding society?" Hearing that, the envoy stepped back a considerable distance behind Seong Tae and said, "You step forward." Sa Seong Tae grabbed his sword and took a stance, and the envoy said, "Don't get hurt." He angrily said, "Shut up, you madman, how can you not get hurt in a fight?" The protagonist said, Those are wise words, Nam's society master asked. What level has that fellow reached? The protagonist said, the bottom. Hearing that, he said, ah, I see. Saseong Tae, upon hearing his society master say that, was very annoyed and thought, damn it. He rushed forward, and as he got close to the envoy he strongly slashed with his sword. Saseong Tae attacked incessantly, and the situation before their eyes completely overwhelmed the opponent. Nam's society master watched the battle and said, he fights well. Saseong Tae again rushed forward in an attacking stance. He swung his sword at the envoy multiple times. The envoy was very scared and constantly sweating profusely. After using a big technique, Saseong Tae struck the envoy hard. He retreated slightly, and the envoy suddenly opened his eyes wide. Blood spurted from his ears. Saseong Tae approached the envoy and held his sword to his throat. He looked at his society master and said, shall I kill him? The protagonist said, stop, that's enough. He sheathed his sword and laughed. The sword-wielding society is nothing special, the protagonist said. No, that fellow is nothing, don't misunderstand. Don't think I prepared this duel for you. This Saseong Tae was a deluded narcissist who thought he was very cool and everyone else was bored. The protagonist said, everyone saw it, didn't you? The envoy's abilities are only this much. The sword-wielding society merely looked down on the Black Cat Society like the shooting star old man. So now we will refuse their offer. Now let him go first. If he dares to be so arrogant again next time, it won't end with just 2 slaps. The envoy hurriedly ran over and knelt, saying, thank you for sparing my life. Immediately he covered both ears and quickly fled. Saseong Tae said, he's bleeding. Was my strike that strong? Everyone in the courtyard had a disgusted look on their faces at Saseong Tae's delusion. Saseong Tae, sitting in the lower courtyard, said, he's bleeding from his ears, right? My strike, right? The protagonist still looked at him bored and said nothing. Nam's society master vaguely said, he was already slapped twice by the society master before the duel, so his eardrums are probably ruptured. Saseong Tae looked at his hands at this moment and sadly said, ah, I see. The protagonist said, when the sword-wielding society and the Nanqian Ryan fight, if we participate, we will receive 3 niang of silver per person. Everyone heard that and was surprised. 3 niang of silver, the protagonist said. That is the value the sword-wielding society places on your lives. Everyone heard that and showed expressions of extreme contempt. The young pavilion master said, are they extorting money by threatening merchant groups to do this? What despicable scoundrels, the protagonist said. We are also just scoundrels, so retract your words quickly. Hearing that, the pavilion master said, understood, the protagonist added, but we are not scoundrels like them. We are just scoundrels like falling flower petals. On the other hand, they are scoundrels like feces from eating a laxative. The servants heard that and thought to themselves, society master, can't you use a different analogy? While sweating profusely, the protagonist said, I might have used too strong an analogy. Saseong Tae said, indeed a truly impactful analogy. The protagonist said, shut up, it was too much. Saseong Tae again sadly said, yes, the protagonist continued. This person is Nam Garrick, the society master of the Southern Ming Society. He also received similar offers from the sword-wielding society and the Nanqian Ryan, but he refused. Regardless of one's abilities, a man should have convictions like this society master. The protagonist looked at the young pavilion master and said, this time, if we have to fight the sword-wielding society or the Nanqian Ryan, the Southern Ming Society and the Black Cat Society will join forces. Keep that in mind. Everyone heard that and unanimously replied, yes. Nam Garrick said, even if we join forces, it will be difficult to defeat the sword-wielding society or the Nanqian Ryan. However, the Southern Ming Society vows never to back down from a fight. The Black Cat Society side also said, everyone, we ask for your cooperation. The protagonist said, we have more subordinates than them. If we join forces and I lead the charge, both the sword-wielding society and the Nanqian Ryan will turn to ashes. Nam Garrick was startled. The protagonist continued, even if this war is futile and leads to the sacrifice of my subordinates. A man stood up and said, society master, I can also mobilize some troops. The protagonist laughed and said, teacher Ho Yin, you have worked hard teaching General Manager Saw. Thanks to you, I was able to save face just now. Ho Yin was startled at this moment and thought, the society master changed the way he addresses me. The protagonist continued, so there's no need to mobilize more troops. Teacher Ho Yin, you have a talent for teaching disciples, so please come to the Black Cat Society at your convenience from now on and train my subordinates. At this moment he clasped his hands and said, thank you, Sect Master. The protagonist looked at him and laughed with joy. Saseong Tae, sitting there, said like a weak robot seeking approval, I also studied hard. The protagonist, sitting there, said, currently the enemy is the sword-wielding society. For now you don't need to worry about the Nanqian Ryan. The young pavilion master asked, why is that? The protagonist said, I hear that the Nanqian Ryan is originally a pure Black Path faction, so if their leader makes a decision, they are likely to accept it. On the other hand, wealthy factions like the sword-wielding society will not hesitate to hire assassins. He thought to himself, the great Rakshasa was also assassinated in my previous life. According to the envoy, it was the sword-wielding society who hired the assassins in my previous life. The protagonist said, first, ignore the Nanqian Ryan and immediately send a letter to the sword-wielding society. A man stepped forward and said, subordinate, understood. Please tell me the important contents you wish to send to the other party, master, the protagonist said. The Black Cat Society, the remnants of Teacher Su, the Ipcci Xinjiang, the Jiamzhen Merchant Group, Ilyong County and Huxun Fortress all belong to the Hao Sect, and all merchants, warriors, small merchants and farmers also belong to the Hao Sect. If the sword-wielding society threatens, kidnaps, assaults or kills any of them, that is a declaration of war against the Hao Sect. Refine the wording and send it. At this moment, Nam Society Master said, Sect Master, you left out the Southern Ming Society. The protagonist said, at the Southern Ming Society too. At this moment the old man said, yes, subordinate will refine the wording and send it immediately. The protagonist continued, not only to the sword-wielding society but to all Black Path, White Path, martial arts halls, mountain strongholds, merchant groups, battlefields, gangs, assassins, brothels and all nearby inns. Write hundreds of letters and post them on the gates of sects, on every house, at widows' homes and at every intersection. From now on, if anyone dares to touch my workers, I will personally go there, slap them, kick them, or kill them immediately. Everyone heard that and said, yes, Society Master. The protagonist laughed and said, for those who harbor resentment or wish to oppose me, tell the enemies to come find Li Jaha of the Hao Sect, the old man said. Society Master, you will be too busy doing that. Subordinate will send it first, the protagonist continued. I forgot. Add that I killed the great Rakshasa. It seems the people around here don't know that I killed the great Rakshasa yet. And add that I killed Teacher Su and Old Dragon Li. Also that I disliked the Black Heavens Fortress Master so much that I trampled his head. Furthermore, add that I killed the fraudulent gamblers, especially Dongbangen. At this moment the old man nodded and said, subordinate understood. The protagonist continued, sa seong tae. He joyfully stood up and said, yes, Sect Master, I'm here. It's finally my turn. The protagonist looked at him and said, you return to Ilyong County and use a carriage to bring Elder Gaxio here. On your way back, buy ingredients like pork bones, various meats, food and alcohol with Elder Gaxio. Hearing that, his mouth twisted and he said, what? The protagonist said, choose 10 brothers from the Black Cat Society and go with them. I, the Hao Sect Master, will treat the Southern Ming Society brothers generously. The protagonist continued, General Manager Byuk gives Sa Seong Tae plenty of money. He said, yes. The protagonist said, you must be busy, but since you've come all this way, let's have a meal together before you leave. Nam Garrick heard that and said, very well. The protagonist continued, did I miss anything? Are there any names missing among those I killed? Isn't that right? The subordinate said it didn't seem so. Suddenly a voice shouted loudly, move quickly. Everyone looked in surprise towards the door. The door swung open and a fierce group of people entered deep inside. A rough-looking man shouted, the Nanqian Ryan has arrived. Who is the Black Cat Society Master? Everyone in the courtyard looked at him with worried eyes. They all fell silent, inwardly sweating cold. The master looked directly at the noisy group before him without a change in expression, and a chilling atmosphere permeated the courtyard. Sa Seong Tae angrily slapped his cheek and yelled, you damn bastard, get on your knees. All the subordinates rushed forward at once, trampling him and saying, where do you think you are, daring to act so arrogantly? Crush him quickly. Everyone rushed to attack, continuously shouting, these foolish bastards. Nam Garrick watched the scene, feeling a slight worry inwardly. Inside the Black Cat Society's courtyard, a lavish banquet table was set. Everyone happily ate together. The food was delicious and the wine flowed freely. On the other side, 3 men from the Nanqian Ryan sat with swollen faces. The master approached him and asked, who are you and who hit you? The 3 men replied, Society Master, we are from the Nanqian Ryan. The master said, is that so? He turned and called Pavilion Master Yin, saying, Pavilion Master Yin, let's have a drink. The man immediately poured him some wine. He laughed very joyfully. As he went to his subordinate's side, they conversed happily. The letter stated that the Jiam Ho came first and the Nanqian Ryan came later. Our grand strategist's words are truly wise. A voice reached him. Senior brother, I think I've had a bit too much to drink today. The master laughed and said, I need to drink more. He said, yes. The two happily poured wine together. He said, Junior brother, lend me your sword. And then he received the sword. He went before a beautiful plum tree in full bloom. He stood and said, Hao Sect brothers, I am Li Jaha. I was born in Ilyong County. I was someone who wiped tables at an inn, but my inn burned down and disappeared, and that burned inn is the beginning of the Hao Sect. Those flames were conveyed to my heart and they still burn within me to this day. I was originally an ordinary man, a despicable and cowardly man. I was useless, but because I was once weak, from now on the Hao Sect will stand on the side of the weak. He held his sword forward and said, no reason is needed. If you are weak, you are my brother. It doesn't matter if you're from the White Path, Black Path, Demonic Path, a prestigious family, a monastery, a lady, a Taoist, a beggar, a merchant, a woodcutter. You are all my brothers. Whether you are an ordinary person, someone without martial arts, a weak person, a fragile woman, a beauty, an orphan, a Taoist, a fortune teller, a young waiter or a courtesan. It doesn't matter who it is. If they are working for a living and anyone dares to harass them, I will deal with them regardless of their background. All the subordinates listened to his words and looked at him. He smiled and continued, although my skill is still far inferior to the powerful masters of the world, I trained yesterday, and I trained the day before yesterday. A few days ago I did physical training with the Black Cat Society brothers. Not long ago, I even coincidentally received advice on swordsmanship from a senior in the Jianghu. He held up the sword before him and said, I am a man who grows stronger every day. Li Jaha, the Hao Sect master. I will show the brothers here the way I've been training lately. He stamped his foot hard on the ground. From above the tree, red rose petals fell to the ground. He used his sword to forcefully slash at the space before him. The petals split into two and he created a scene. All the falling petals split into two after that. A large flame suddenly appeared around his sword, which was the thunder sword style plum blossom scent. All the petals were completely burned by the fire. He created this scene very beautifully. All the subordinates below were greatly astonished and continuously clapped and praised him. He raised his hand, bowing his head slightly, and said, All sect members, please take care of me. I am the Hao Sect Master. All the subordinates below knelt in unison and said, Greeting, Sect Master. After that, the master threw his sword towards his junior brother. The junior brother received the sword and smiled very joyfully at him. Saseong Tae suddenly approached and said, That was a good dance, Sect Master. He happily put his arm around Saseong Tae's shoulder and said, Saseong Tae, the Hao Sect's general manager, you must not die, you must survive and train hard. Saseong Tae listened to his words and said, Yes. Another person approached and said, Society Master, are you all right? You seem to have had too much to drink. He waved his hand and said, I'm fine, I'm fine. After finishing his drink, he sat down in a meditative posture. As he delved deep into meditation, a red aura appeared around his body. A drop of blood suddenly fell, and his eyes opened. He looked at all his subordinates who were drunk and full and said, I'm sober now, so you all drink your fill. Tonight I will stand guard. The people happily said, Yes, senior brother. He stepped into the courtyard and said, Why are you here? Speak quickly. The three intruders said, Society Master, we are here to request the Black Cat Society to join the war. It was the order of the Nanchian Ryan Master. He said, Why should I join the war? Under what pretense? Representing whom? Is there no reason? The men, their faces swollen, said, That is something we dare not ask our master. The master looked at them displeased and said, I see. Then you all convey my message to Sa Duhang. If he dares to continue such rude behavior, I will go to him personally. The subordinates heard his words and said, Yes, he said, Get up. The three men stumbled and barely managed to stand. He approached and said, Come, let's leave here. I will take you outside. They said, No, it's all right. He said coldly, Shut up, and they could no longer say anything after that. He led the three men out the door and watched them for a while from outside the Haro Sect gate. Saseong Tae approached and said, Where are you going? He said, I'm going for a walk. Saseong Tae said, Let's go together. He turned and said, No. Saseong Tae shouted angrily, Do you think I want to go? As he trembled with anger. A shadow behind him was watching everything. The man secretly recorded everything he saw and then smiled cunningly. His notebook contained descriptions. Good at refusing, carries a sword at his waist, red face from lack of sleep, seems to have a bad temper. And finally, what he described was ugly. At that moment, deep in the forest, two masked men were talking. A masked man said, Ilmidogong is a truly magnificent name for an assassin organization. The man who was just recording listened silently. Suddenly, a golden arrow flew. The masked man said, Bringing Li Jia's head would be even better, otherwise just confirmation that he's dead is enough. The mysterious man continued, Is this the one who dared to anger the society master? He seems arrogant at first glance. The masked man said, My subordinate will endure more. Please give me the facial sketch. As he handed it over, he said, Be careful. Li Jia killed both the great Rakshasa and teacher Su. Hearing that, his face became much more serious. The masked man continued, Although I haven't met him in person, looking at this sketch. This guy also seems quite insane, the masked man said angrily. Look closely at this damn facial sketch. These are the eyes of a madman. Didn't the person who drew the sketch focus too much on his eyes? The assassin on the mission recorded his pursuit log. The master was happily eating dumplings, completely unconcerned. He praised the tea as being too delicious. A woman approached and said, Society master, shall I bring you more? He said, Why, am I the only one eating? The woman, frightened, said, Yes. He said, I'm leaving. The grandmother bowed her head and said, Travel safely. As he walked, he said, I eat alone, drink alone, and sing alone. The assassin was still tracking him in the darkness. The assassin thought inwardly, What is this madman? Arriving at an inn, the young waiter said, Welcome, customer. The assassin sat at a table and the young waiter asked, Customer, what would you like? He said, A bottle of Marunja wine and some dried beef. The young waiter said, Yes, customer, please wait a moment. This assassin still thought happily to himself. Old assassins had to dig deep latrine pits and hide there to track their targets. But Ilmidogang is not like that. The most important thing is that they live naturally. When the target lets down their guard, like when eating, drinking, or going to the restroom, that's the best time to assassinate. The young waiter brought a tray of food and said, Your food is ready. Suddenly, the young waiter happily shouted, Society master, you're here. Society master, where have you been? The master said, I was out for a walk. The young waiter was surprised by his leisurely attitude. He said, I was inspecting, reconnoitering, loitering, peering around, sightseeing, and generally finding out everything. The young waiter said, Oh, only the society master can do so many things at once. He said, That's right, it's me. The assassin poured wine as if nothing was happening. The young waiter said, Society master, haven't you had any wine in days? Shall I pour you a glass of Marunja wine? The master said, I've quit drinking. The young waiter said, Don't lie. The assassin thought inwardly, Is the young waiter crazy? How can he talk to the society master like that? The master said, Hey, a few days ago, when my subordinates and I had a drinking party, I almost died. Everyone drank too much and caused a huge commotion. Some even vomited, the young waiter said. Then what about the society master, he said. Except for me, I stood guard all night. The assassin thought inwardly. What nonsense is he spouting? The subordinates drink and the society master stands guard? The young waiter sighed and said, oh, is there such a strange custom in this Jianghu that the society master has to stand guard while the subordinates drink? He said, that's my thought. You've worked hard too. If you see anyone suspicious, let me know. The young waiter said, yes. The assassin was still drinking, but he overheard all the conversation. He watched him leave, thinking inwardly, this madman. Suddenly, a voice next to him said, is this your first time seeing the society master? He turned and saw the young waiter approaching him, and striking up a conversation, he smiled and said, ah, was that the Black Cat society master just now? I heard the society master wears a mask. The young waiter said, ha, that was the old society master and he's dead. He poured wine and said, ah, I see. The young waiter added, what do you think, customer? The assassin said, what am I thinking? He said, who do you think will win between the Jiam Ho and the Nanqian Ryan? The assassin said, everyone seems very interested in this war. The young waiter added, isn't this the time for us to drink and talk together? I'll pour you a drink. He said, After that, he poured the wine without much enjoyment, and the drunken young waiter smiled and said, thank you, customer. The assassin added, what do you think? Who do you think will win? The young waiter drank his wine and very happily said, first, no matter who wins or loses, the Jiam Ho will be destroyed. The assassin asked, why? The young waiter said, rumor has it that the society master just said he won't let those Jiam Ho bastards off easily. The assassin asked again, why is that? The young waiter said, it's because the Jiam Ho is too evil. All they know is to hire assassins to make money. Tisk tisk, truly despicable bastards. They commit assassinations everywhere. On the other hand, Sa Du Hong, the Nanqian Ryan master, actively fights with the mindset of fighting one-on-one like the masters of the Jianghu in the past. That's why our society master will destroy the Jiam Ho first. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Give me a chunja dumpling. The master choked on his dumpling. He approached and said, I truly underestimated dumplings. One should never underestimate dumplings. The young waiter said, your subordinate understands. After that, he happily left. The master suddenly sat at the unfamiliar customer's table, smiling briefly. The assassin said, ah, your subordinate is from Sokpyong. I'm looking for someone I know. He immediately replied, no. He picked up his sword and forcefully plunged it into the table, saying, who sent you? The assassin suddenly broke out in a cold sweat inwardly, was slightly afraid of the dagger before him, and thought, how did he know? The master said, it's natural for a young man to turn around if someone speaks rudely to a dumpling shop owner. It's natural for an adult to turn around if they choke on a dumpling while eating, he continued. When someone sings a strange song, ordinary people usually turn around, but those who don't react to these three things are abnormal, he said. That's proof that you've been trained. He heard these words and could no longer say anything, he continued. Killing people is not difficult, but troublesome things happen afterward. Even if I keep killing, your boss won't appear. He looked at him displeased and said, but I will endure and your boss will have to pay the price for my patience. He still listened quietly. He continued, what if I kill the boss of Ilmidogang? He heard that and suddenly reacted. What? He continued, it seems like a good way to prevent pitiful bastards like you from appearing again. What do you think? He said nothing and slowly picked up his wine cup. He continued, most assassins are orphans like you. If not orphans, they will kill everyone around them to make themselves orphans. Because if they have family, their emotions will become very chaotic. So those without emotions like you will not understand what I am saying. I also feel a little sorry about this. He pointed at him and said, it truly seems I have to finish you. But your death is not because of me but because of the boss of Ilmidogang. Remember this and die. That is the fate of an assassin, he said. An assassin must always obey orders, must he not? But no one needs to live like that at this moment. The assassin sighed and said, I have already shed too much blood, so I will not resent my fate. The protagonist said, what a pitiful life. What I want to know is the base of Ilmidogang. If you can't tell me, I'll have no choice but to draw my knife. I've been wandering around for too long because of you. Upon hearing that, a slight fear flashed in his heart. He stared at the knife before him, and as soon as he raised his head, the protagonist suddenly stood up and drew his knife. He was surprised that he had been seen through by the protagonist just as he was about to act. As the blade descended, blood splattered, and he died instantly. The protagonist sheathed his knife. The young waiter came over and asked, Sect Master, was he an assassin? The protagonist said yes. He added, don't touch him. There might be poison on his mouth or clothes. It's best not to touch such a corpse. The young waiter said yes. The protagonist said, I'll have my subordinates take care of it soon. Leave him as he is for a moment, and take this. The young waiter was surprised. The sect master suddenly giving him money. The protagonist said, it's for the wine and food. The young waiter asked, ah yes, but why are you giving so much? The protagonist said, I'm just giving it in advance. The young waiter continued to ask, why is that? The protagonist said, because this kind of thing will happen again. I'll be going out frequently for a while. The protagonist thought inwardly, it would be easier to deal with them if I'm walking around without defenses than if I'm attacked while sleeping. The young waiter said, ah yes, thank you sir, but how did you know he was an assassin? I just thought his face was unfamiliar and strange. The protagonist saw the two words, assassin, clearly written on his face as soon as he looked at him. The young waiter said in surprise, where? There's nothing there, I just see an empty space. Chuckled at the young waiter. I'm leaving, the young waiter said. Sect master, you forgot this dagger. The young waiter admired him. HMPH, he plunged the dagger into the table, and then he ended his life with the dagger. Since when did plunging a dagger into a table become such a high-level psychological tactic, right? He took the dagger and said, No, it's just a habit, he said. I'm really leaving, the young waiter cheerfully said. Yes, Sect master, goodbye. After a moment, the Black Cat Society subordinates came to the inn and collected the corpse. The young waiter asked, General Manager Saseontae, what's wrong? The young waiter said, This person, doesn't he look like an assassin? He seems ordinary. Saseontae sighed and said, Can't you tell just by looking? The young waiter asked in confusion. Why, he added, can't you tell even after seeing it, this pitiful fellow? The young waiter embarrassedly said, Everyone can tell. I guess only I am a bit pitiful. Saseontae added, Aren't you from Haro's sect? The young waiter said, Haro's sect? Me? Saseontae said, Yes, haven't you not accepted bribes before? The young waiter said, Yes, he said, Then you are Haro's sect. The young waiter was surprised. Ah, I see. So I was originally part of Haro's sect. Saseontae gave a thumbs up and said, I am the general manager of Haro's sect. You are the second in command of Haro's sect. You are Saseontae, the swordsman of Ilyong County who laid the foundation of Haro's sect with the sect leader. The young waiter was surprised to hear that and thought inwardly, What, this crazy bastard? Then outwardly he nodded and said, Nice to meet you, General Manager. You can tell if someone is an assassin just by looking at their face. Saseontae confidently said, Yes, that's me. The young waiter thought inwardly, This fraud dares to imitate the sect master. He's no different from the thugs in the next town. How can he be the second in command? Saseontae said, You're looking at me like that again. What an impertinent young waiter. The young waiter, disappointed, said, Ah no, it's just that your way of speaking is a bit similar to the sect master's, so it's a bit grating to hear. Saseontae said angrily, You damned bastard. Then sighed and said, All right, you're still young and don't know anything, so I won't hit you. Saseontae walked towards the corpse and said, Brothers, there might be poison on this corpse. Take it to a remote place and burn it. Everyone said, Yes, General Manager. Saseontae added, What's your name? The young waiter said. Jang Sam. He said, It's likely that this assassin's companions will come here to investigate how he died. Keep an eye on them then. Jang Sam asked, Should I identify them and report? He added, No, just identify them. Don't do anything dangerous. You'll recognize them. Their aura will be similar to this guy's. The young waiter asked in surprise, How can I tell if someone is an assassin? Saseontae said, Assassins usually have no emotions, so if someone has cold eyes, Jang Sam said in surprise. Oh, I see. Saseontae added, That's the assassin. Jang Sam was slightly impressed upon hearing that. Saseontae said, I'm leaving, then casually turned and left. At this moment the young waiter Jang Sam sat blankly in the inn gazing at the people passing by. Jang Sam thought inwardly, That one over there isn't an assassin, there's no ripple in his eyes. This one I can tell right away that he's not, that one. Jang Sam suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. Jang Sam's eyebrows furrowed as if kissing each other. The young waiter hastily ran into the inn. He thought anxiously, It's an assassin. As he was wiping the table, footsteps entered the inn. An unfamiliar man said, I have something to ask. Jang Sam said, Ah yes, please tell me. The man said, I heard someone died here yesterday and it was just because of a dagger? Jang Sam said uneasily. Yes, that's right. The customer added, Where did he sit? Jang Sam said, Over there. Oh no, over here, and pointed it out. The customer sat in that spot and said, Young waiter. Jang Sam was surprised and asked why. His face was very cold. If you don't want to die, sit down quickly. The young waiter obediently followed, but his body trembled violently. A man approached and whispered in the customer's ear, Boss, don't do that. The man before him said, Get lost. He hastily said, Yes, and then left. Jang Sam thought inwardly, There are so many people around here I've never seen before. Again a voice was heard. Hey young waiter, Jang Sam said terrified. Yes, the customer said. Young waiter, just do your job as a young waiter. Don't wander around like that. You could easily lose your life. Jang Sam, sweating cold, said, Yes sir. The young waiter sat very quietly in a corner of the inn. Suddenly a voice was heard. Greetings, sect leader. Jang Sam looked up and saw the protagonist slowly walking in. The protagonist said, Did you wait long? The customer before him frowned and said, I just arrived. The protagonist told Jang Sam, Bring me Chunju wine. Jang Sam hastily said, Yes. The protagonist said that a group of people had come here today. The man before him said, They must have been very rude. But I haven't obtained any information about you, sir. It was supposed to be like this from the start. Even if I die, you would only be slightly annoyed. The young waiter, eavesdropping, trembled inwardly. The protagonist said, Jang Sam, go inside. At this, Jang Sam said, Yes, and immediately went inside obediently. As the man saw Jang Sam leave, he suddenly picked up his chopsticks and threw them very quickly at the boy. The young waiter was startled and turned around, and the protagonist reached out and wrapped his power around the chopsticks. Immediately, the chopsticks changed direction and fell next to the young waiter. The two sat at the table and suddenly started fighting. The man who had just arrived was sent flying backward in one blow and blood flew from his mouth and nose. He picked up his knife and rushed at the protagonist. The protagonist was still slowly pouring wine, and Jang Sam thought inwardly, So this is what the Zhonghu is like. He rushed at the protagonist with his knife. When he was a few centimeters away from the protagonist, he quickly grabbed the knife with his hand. Jang Sam watched that scene and felt very uneasy. The attacking man was surprised that the protagonist blocked his move as lightly as a feather. The protagonist was still slowly drinking wine, seemingly unconcerned, and suddenly he groaned. Smoke and the smell of burning flesh emanated from around him. The protagonist thought inwardly, if their internal energy is similar, he could retreat from an internal energy clash at any time. But if there's a big difference in internal energy like now, he'll have no way to retreat. His hand seemed to have been burned by the protagonist's internal energy. He groaned in pain, and suddenly another person rushed over. The man held a dagger and threw it forward very quickly. Hidden weapons flew rapidly towards the protagonist. The protagonist turned his body and, using his internal energy, redirected the hidden weapons. The man who threw the daggers shouted no. Immediately all the daggers embedded themselves in the leader's body. He coughed up a handful of blood and groaned in pain. After a moment he collapsed, and another corpse lay in the inn. The protagonist pressed, "Why are you killing your comrades?" The bearded assassin was terrified and threatened by the sight before him. As if he couldn't believe his own hands, the bearded assassin stared ahead, his face filled with fear and uneasiness. Suddenly there was a big movement next to him, and a man's head was severed from his neck. Nam Garrick had cut down the disguised assassin with his knife. Another head fell off. It was Pavilion Master Yin who had taken care of it with his weapon. One by one the assassins who had infiltrated the city were all completely eliminated. The Hao Sect people all attacked. Before their eyes, where everyone stood behind the bearded man, lay the corpses of his comrades. He was extremely afraid, sweating profusely. The protagonist said, "The assassins must have been happy to see me walking around. I clearly told them I have many subordinates." The bearded man turned and looked at the protagonist, his eyes narrowed pitifully. The protagonist said, "Kill that one too." A woman rushed over and threw her hidden weapon forward. The assassin saw that and hastily fled. The woman's hidden weapon flew quickly and embedded itself firmly in his back, and the assassin coughed up a mouthful of blood. It was a Hao Sect member who had eliminated the last assassin. The protagonist said, "Jang Sam, well done." The young waiter cheerfully said, "Ah yes, thank you, sir." A voice was heard from afar. "It wasn't me, sir." Pavilion Master Yin was dragging a man who was continuously shouting, "I don't know martial arts." Pavilion Master Yin said, "This fellow has no internal energy, so there might have been a slight error." Nam Garrick said, "Is that so?" The protagonist took his hand and felt his pulse, and Nam Garrick said, "Sect leader, this fellow really has no internal energy." The protagonist approached him and stared at him. He shouted, "I told you no." The protagonist said, "Everyone is dead. There are only a few left now." The protagonist said, "If you don't confess anything, prepare to die." He shouted, "Ah, I don't even know martial arts. Would I recklessly kill people again in the future?" The protagonist said, "Why are you angry? It's natural to die if you're involved with Ilmido gang. Did you think you would survive?" At this he trembled all over, and in his mind he recalled his image standing with the Ilmido gang people. A voice was heard. "Jang Sam," the young waiter asked. "Why?" The protagonist said, "Turn your face." Jang Sam obeyed and turned his body. After a moment the protagonist slapped the man before him hard with his hand, and he was thrown to the ground by the force. Jang Sam didn't see it, but he felt a slight chill inwardly. The protagonist said, "If I stay here I'll cause trouble for everyone. From yesterday until today their target was only me," he said. "Brother Bekin," Bekin said. "Yes, Grand Senior Brother." The protagonist said, "Isn't the sword-wielding society connected with merchant groups?" Bekin said, "It's connected with a great many merchant groups." The protagonist said, "Then call Brother Kim Hai. Have him thoroughly investigate the connection between the sword-wielding society and the merchant groups. Once we understand that side, we can easily learn about Ilmido gang. Merchants fear death more than assassins. Even if not, if the sword-wielding society is dissolved, they will do everything possible to arrange for those involved with the merchant groups. We can't kill them all, so send word to Kim Hai to join the Jiamzin merchant group and seize power there," the protagonist added. At that time Brother Bekin think of an appropriate method. Perhaps a wealthy person like Brother Kim Hai would gain the most profit this time. We will also compensate those who suffered losses appropriately. So tell Kim Hai to calculate well. Bekin said. "Understood," the protagonist said. "The task of finding Ilmido gang rests entirely with you, brother." Everyone unanimously said, "Yes." Then he said, "Nam Society Master, let's go attack the sword-wielding society." Nam Garrick asked, "What about Nan Qian Ryan? Have you thought of another method?" The protagonist said, "Launch a surprise attack. Send only a few elites, don't kill anyone, just burn down the Nan Qian Ryan's headquarters and retreat." Nam Garrick asked in slight surprise. "That's all," the protagonist said. "Isn't that just provoking the Nan Qian Ryan?" The protagonist thought, "Just make them fight until they collapse from exhaustion." Nam Garrick was surprised by the protagonist's wisdom and said, "Ah, I see." The protagonist ordered a few elites to set fire and flee, or kill a few people and flee. The sword-wielding society would think it was the Nan Qian Ryan's doing, and the Nan Qian Ryan would consider it a provocation from the sword-wielding society. Nam Garrick was continuously surprised. What a brilliant scheme. "Then none of my subordinates will be sacrificed," the protagonist laughed and said. "Nam Society Master, you'll have happy days ahead. You won't have to worry too much about those bastards." Nam Garrick still seemed not to understand well and asked again. Then he suddenly seemed to realize something and burst into loud laughter. "Ha, just annoying the enemies is enough. making them suffer and lose control, making them go crazy and collapse. The protagonist thought, I haven't even done anything yet, and the enemies are already divided, which makes me happy. I understand that feeling better than anyone. Since some unknown time, the organization called Sword-Wielding Society no longer existed deep in his heart. His mind was now filled with the sight of his enemies dividing, and his heart was at ease. He said, alright, then when this is over, you'll know who the more pathetic one is. The black-clad master is me. The protagonist stood wearing black clothes. In this Jianghu, the concept of a black-clad person was somewhat ambiguous. Not only was he a madman, but his martial arts were also very strong. In my experience when fighting top masters, most true heroes are madmen. Truly strong masters reveal their true selves. A person in black, no matter how highly regarded, is merely in the position of a master. However, the reason I am about to commit even more evil deeds than usual is because my eyes, Li Jiahe's eyes, which care for and pay attention to subordinates, have turned red. As soon as I received the black clothes prepared by the Black Cat Society subordinates, the chivalrous spirit in my heart also burned hot. And as I looked at the black clothes, I felt confident that I could do more evil than I usually did. He sat down again in a meditative posture and let out a deep sigh. His mind was filled with unknown thoughts. He quietly meditated, researching difficult doctrines like what life is and why women dislike him. His mind was filled with pork bones, Chunju wine, and the most evil individuals of Ilmido gang. Everything was chaotically mixed. Confusion, so much confusion. For a person meditating, having so many thoughts was a bit difficult. Finally he sat calmly and meditated. Suddenly, Pavilion Master Yin entered and carefully examined his face. To be precise, he was drooling in his sleep. Nam Garrick approached and said, "Are you sleeping?" He made a ridiculous excuse, saying, "What are you talking about?" As a sect leader he adjusted his clothes. As he composed himself, his face turned cold again, and he said, "Quite capable. The preparations of the Southern Ming Society were truly impeccable." Nam Garrick chuckled awkwardly. "The Black Cat Society is also quite capable." Suddenly he put on a mask completely covering his face and looked at Nam Garrick. Nam Garrick was also clad in black from head to toe. The two looked at each other for a while. The protagonist noted that among all the assassins only Nam Garrick had completely covered his entire body. As soon as Nam Garrick heard that, he was greatly surprised, as if his intentions had been seen through. The protagonist scoffed at him. "How utterly unfashionable," Nam Garrick grumbled angrily. "Don't you have anything else? Lend me something." He picked up a piece of black cloth and examined it meticulously like General Manager Byuk. He handed it to Nam Garrick. The two, with their faces covered, said, "Let's go." Nam Garrick said, "Why are we going that way? Shouldn't we go through the window?" The protagonist ignored his words and said, "Let's go down by ladder." Nam Garrick, flustered, said, "By ladder? What if people see us?" The protagonist glared and said, "To enjoy, to endure, to tolerate, that is the life of subordinates." He heard those words and doubted inwardly, but outwardly he said, "Hum hum hum." Inside the inn, everyone's gaze suddenly turned forward and they were all extremely flustered and confused. Two men in black approached and said, "Please discard the clothes in the room." The old woman accepted them and with a trembling voice said, "Yes." The protagonist said, "Good, now there will be no trace of us." As the two left by ladder, the old woman and the young waiter still watched them, trembling with fear, and the guests were even more surprised, saying they had never seen such arrogant men in black before them. Passers-by continued to whisper. On both sides of the street where the two walked, everyone looked at them and whispered. The protagonist said, "Did you see? That is the power and advantage of men in black." As soon as everyone saw the men in black, they all began to tremble. "That is the way of the Jianghu." Nam Garrick broke out in a cold sweat and frowned. "Don't joke around with such a serious tone, it's confusing my head," the protagonist said. "Hey Nam Garrick, it doesn't matter if you set fire or not," he continued. "Whatever the cost, just make them angry." Nam Garrick heard that and said, "Understood." Two immediately walked to the front of the Nanqian Ryan leader's residence. The two stood with their arms crossed, glaring at the guards before them. The two guards looked ahead and thought suspiciously, "What is that madman going to do now?" "Another madman has appeared," the protagonist said. "Act naturally." Nam Garrick clenched his fists and said, "It's been a long time since my blood has boiled like this." The protagonist rushed forward, saying, "I'll go first." He strongly struck the gate of the Nanqian Ryan leader's residence with his hand. Seeing him do that, Nam Garrick's face turned ashen, and he cried out, "No!" The protagonist continued to strike the gate with his fists repeatedly. The guards watched in wide-eyed astonishment, mouths agape. Nam Garrick then shouted angrily, "If you're going to barge in like this, why did you even wear black clothes?" The protagonist continued to strike the gate with his strength one more time. All three looked at the scene before them with their mouths open. The massive gate of the Nanqian Ryan was instantly shattered. The protagonist turned his body and said leisurely, "Clothes only add to the madness. I am originally this kind of person." The three looked at him with great bewilderment. The protagonist calmly walked inside and said, "A man should always enter through the main gate." The guards' voices rang out loudly. "Intruder!" They were immediately subdued in less than a second. Nam Garrick soared up and said, "I'll go first." The protagonist watched him do that and smiled inwardly with delight. Before them was a dog barking. The protagonist frowned in anger. He shouted loudly, "Don't let the dog bark at night, this disorderly damned fellow." He sighed and quickly flew onto the tiled roof. At this moment he truly looked like a man in black. He leaped very nimbly between the tiles. As he leaped down into the highest inner courtyard, he landed very lightly. Under the moonlight he smiled madly. "Ha ha ha!" All the servants in the inner courtyard quickly rushed towards him. Everyone from the sword-wielding society rushed at him like a swarm of flies, seemingly over 100 people. He watched them and sighed slightly. He thought to himself, "This must be where the sword-wielding society leader eats and sleeps well. Just thinking about it makes me furious." From afar, countless blades and swords whizzed past him. He easily dodged them. Behind him, the blades and swords caused a huge explosion. He entered the inner courtyard. Inside, countless people with swords already approached him. At the front was a man in red clothes. He thought to himself, "Is this the guard captain?" In front of that man, a very handsome man glared at him and said, "Who are you and who sent you?" He thought to himself, "This is a meaningless question, and I, a man in black, have no reason to answer it." Suddenly a scream was heard. Fire! Below the inner courtyard, the entire sword-wielding society was engulfed in flames. He thought, Nam Garrick must have already started. The man raised his blade and sword before him and said, "Capture him alive, and then torture him to find out who sent him." All the servants said yes, and then approached. He still stood there motionless. A moment later he brandished his sword and easily cut down those who rushed at him. All who rushed forward died under his merciless blade. He said, "Capture me alive with this skill. If you lose this time, maybe you'll win next time." Hidden weapons flew like daggers from behind him. He easily dodged them, but the hidden weapons did not stop and flew at him again. He easily dodged them again. As he dodged to the left, a servant suddenly rushed at him and tried to slash him with a knife. He grabbed his neck with his hand, then forcefully stabbed his chest. He immediately collapsed, but he did not let go and threw him with his sword at another wooden door, shattering the door. He quickly left. As he left, he used his sword to cut down the wooden doors around the inner courtyard of the sword-wielding society. His sword turned red and large flames erupted around the sword. He leaped down from a high place and the sword-wielding society immediately collapsed in layers. He walked out from amidst the chaotic smoke. Two men in red robes stood with their servants looking at him. The man in red asked, "Were you sent by Sadhu Hang?" The protagonist said nothing. He thought to himself, "Even if I admit that Sadhu Hang sent me, they won't believe it. It's better not to answer." A voice rang out, "Quickly move." A man approached and said, "Pavilion Master, should I kill him?" The young man said, "Capture him alive, or you can cut off his limbs." He immediately received the order and began to perform a sword dance. Suddenly he raised his hand and said, "I surrender. I cannot defeat that pure scholar." He scoffed. "Quickly put down your weapons." He looked at his sword and said, "Ah." He then put down his sword and with his hand infused internal energy into the sword, causing it to fly forward. The blade quickly pierced his heart. He coughed painfully, and looked at the sword with surprised eyes. Everyone looked at him in shock. Even Pavilion Master Qian was surprised. The protagonist looked that way and laughed loudly. "Ah, it's like I made a mistake." The protagonist stood before all the sword-wielding society servants. He quickly rushed forward and grabbed his sword embedded in his body. He pulled out the sword and swung it, cutting down everyone around him. Everyone near his blade was shattered. The servants behind him broke out in a cold sweat. He held the bloodied sword and pointed it at Pavilion Master Qian. He felt a slight fear in his heart at his power. Suddenly a person approached and said, "Pavilion Master Qian, has Sadhu Hang arrived?" Pavilion Master Qian said, "No, just a mouse has intruded." The protagonist heard that and quickly threw his sword at the person who flew at him. He easily caught the sword with his hand. The protagonist thought quite capable to catch a spear thrown with burning flame arts with bare hands. Seeing that, the protagonist hastily turned and quickly fled. Even conjuring smoke, he shouted, "Damn it, I failed." People looked at that and shouted loudly, "He's escaping, catch him." He used his body to quickly fly towards the gate next to him. Nam Garrick was also retreating. The two exchanged glances, confirming each other's intentions, and immediately leapt out of the sword-wielding society. As the two left far away to shake off their pursuers, the protagonist asked, "Did you burn a lot?" Nam Garrick replied, "More than 20 houses were burned." "They will suffer tonight," he said. "You go back to Nanqian Ryan first." Nam Garrick, still not understanding, asked again, "Why?" The protagonist put a hand to his mouth, signaling him to be quiet. Nam Garrick immediately said, "Understood." As Nam Garrick left, he turned and looked at the trees before him, and a voice rang out, "Do you think you can escape?" A man quickly flew down to where he stood. He thought to himself, "Did my acting work, or did the sword-wielding society leader catch up because he's a master?" The servants couldn't follow. He thought to himself, "What should I do? Unwillingly, a big fish is before me." He said, "Come forward." The bald man looked quite strong. The sword-wielding society leader looked at him and said nothing. He continued, "Why were you betrayed alone, or is it a coincidence?" The sword-wielding society leader said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" He said, "Baldy, when you're overwhelming, you should always be careful of people like me." The sword-wielding society leader thought to himself, "This guy only knows how to talk nonsense." He approached and said, "Betrayal means nothing in the Jianghu. After all, the strong always take everything." The protagonist nodded and said, "Indeed, thank you for your valuable words." The sword-wielding society leader approached and asked, "How much did you receive from the client?" He asked in surprise, "What did you say?" He approached and said, "Hey, tell me quickly, are you the damn guy who demanded 39.8 Niang?" The sword-wielding society leader heard that and felt slightly displeased inwardly, and he continued to tease him. "Why, what happened?" he said. "You're just working for money anyway, so I'll give you double the fee." "Kill the one who ordered me assassinated." The protagonist thought, the reason this guy is talking at length is, he thought he was waiting for his subordinates to arrive. He wanted to say a lot, but like a silent man in black, he had no choice but to brandish his sword. Immediately, the protagonist drew his sword and flew at the sword-wielding society leader, who used his internal energy to push him back. As he made contact with this internal energy, his eyes wavered for a moment. An explosion occurred, and the sword-wielding society leader was immediately sent flying far away. The protagonist stood with his arms crossed and calmly said, "Surprise, Baldi?" Suddenly his eyes widened and he was startled, thinking inwardly, "Damn it, he scared me. This guy looks like a red squid standing on 2 feet at night." He thought with slight worry, "Why is he looking at me like that? Villains truly are villains." The bald man glared at the protagonist, so angry that veins bulged on his forehead. Then his gaze immediately shifted elsewhere. The protagonist leapt up and said, "Don't even think about escaping." The sword-wielding society leader heard that and was startled, retreating backward. Thanks to his quick reaction, he barely escaped the jaws of death. The protagonist said, "Red squid, red octopus, octopus head, red egg, red brat, red-cheeked Baldi." He rushed at the old man and continuously brandished his sword. He thought to himself, I'm getting dizzy from my own nonsense." The sword-wielding society leader continued to evade, and his eyes once again turned red like a madman's. He said, "This squid, I can easily defeat him, right?" He was enraged by this insulting remark, but being at a disadvantage, he could do nothing more. The sword-wielding society's assets would be scattered everywhere. He continuously brandished his sword and he continuously defended. He said, "Your subordinates will become corpses," he continued, "and the Nanqian Ryan will also be exhausted from fighting you." He held his sword and his eyes turned red. He said, "And I will reap the benefits." He struck hard at the sword-wielding society leader's right arm and blood gushed from it. He did not let down his guard. Suddenly his eyes widened and he extended his hand. His hand, like a demon, absorbed all the sword-wielding society leader's blood. He used the blood tea technique. The sword-wielding society leader finally seemed unable to endure any longer, and his hand desperately absorbed all the blood. The sword-wielding society leader fell to the ground, gasping for breath. He grabbed his hand and slammed him hard to the ground. The sword-wielding society leader coughed up blood and he picked him up again and slammed him down hard one more time. He was like a madman. Finally he touched his forehead and felt the vital energy. His eyes deepened even further. He looked at him and laughed. "Ah, Baldi." He grabbed his neck and he was still gasping and choking. He looked at him and thought inwardly, "Fall into an eternal sleep," he said to him. "You damn bastard, how dare you send an assassin to assassinate me? You made me so tired. So sleep peacefully." Before dying, the sword-wielding society leader said, "Ah, you sent an assassin to assassinate me. Who are you?" He looked at him and said, "I am the sect leader of the Hao sect." At these words, his eyes widened and he stared at him. He used his internal energy to kill him. He screamed. All the blood vessels around his brain popped out. His eyes bulged and he just screamed in pain. After that he put down his head, and before his eyes lay a corpse that was merely an incomplete husk. He stared at him for a moment, then looked up at the sky and said, "Let me see. No matter how fast the sword-wielding society's light steps are, why haven't the subordinates arrived yet? Are they waiting for their leader to die?" He grabbed the sword-wielding society leader's sword and hurriedly put it into its scabbard, saying, "Hey, do you know that you were killed by the second in command?" The corpse could not answer him, and he continued, "You don't know. The Nanqian Ryan leader, far away, arrived a long time ago, but he saw him and the sword-wielding society leader and quickly moved away. At the Byakugan escort agency, the man placed a sword down and said, 'I've come to entrust this.' Everyone inside the Byakugan escort agency was extremely frightened by the object before their eyes. The Byakugan escort agency's leader hesitated and said, 'Where would you like this sent?' He said, 'This is a gift I urgently want to send to the Nanqian Ryan. Send it as quickly as possible,' he said cunningly. 'Charge the fee to me.' The Byakugan escort agency said, 'Ah, excuse me. May I ask who the owner of this sword is?' The man did not hide it at all and immediately replied, 'It belongs to that bald fellow.' The old man, sweating profusely, continued to ask, 'Then could you tell me whose item this is?' At this the man yawned slightly, looking tired, and everyone inside, fearing him, dared not even try and could only listen to his words. The man said in an annoyed tone, 'I told you this sword was used by that bald fellow.' The escort agency asked once more, 'We need to confirm if it was stolen.' 'Looks like an ordinary longsword.' The man said, 'No, I didn't steal it. It's the sword-wielding society leader's sword.' Everyone in the room felt a thin layer of ice form in their hearts upon hearing those words. He secretly watched and thought, 'Ah, I see these escort agency fellows are connected to the sword-wielding society.' After that he sneered and said, 'Why are your expressions so heavy? Is this escort agency doing strange things again?' He hesitated and asked him, 'Society master, is the sword-wielding society leader dead?' He said, 'Yes.' He again broke out in a cold sweat, took a cold breath and looked at him saying, 'It seems you know that our escort agency is connected to the sword-wielding society. What do you want?' He said, 'I told you, move the sword-wielding society leader's sword to the Nanqian Ryan. It looked too difficult for me to take it to the Nanqian Ryan myself, so I brought it to the nearest escort agency. Did I perhaps come to the wrong place?' He continued to press. 'The escort agency should just do its escort agency work. Don't interfere. And give me a study. I need to sleep for a while,' he said. 'Hey, do you know how many nights I've lost sleep because of the assassins sent by the sword-wielding society?' He continued. 'If the sword-wielding society's Heaven Hall master comes looking for me, tell them you haven't seen me. He will betray the society leader and try to shift all the blame onto me, so he will definitely be chasing me.' At these words, everyone in the escort agency dared not say anything and remained silent. What did he say? 'Don't ambush me while I'm asleep.' His face turned cold and he said, 'I am the one who killed the sword-wielding society leader. Because he disturbed my sleep, understand. Everyone shivered despite the lack of cold, still daring not to say anything. Dawn broke and Li Jiahe was still fast asleep in bed, covered up to his waist with a blanket. Somewhere a fragrant smell wafted into Li Jiahe's nose, and he, deep in sleep, suddenly opened his eyes wide and shot up. It turned out to be the smell of food from downstairs. The entire Pyeonggook escort agency was enjoying breakfast. As Li Jiahe threw open the door, everyone stopped their chopsticks and stared in astonishment at the young man in black. Li Jiahe walked in calmly, sat at an empty table and said, "Give me a bowl of noodles, quickly." The old man's face turned pale and he broke out in a cold sweat. The young man next to him, trembling with fear, handed Li Jiahe new chopsticks. The old man sitting opposite Li Jiahe announced in a trembling voice, "The sword you entrusted, sir, was sent to the Nanqian Ryan last night." Li Jiahe calmly picked up his food. "Since you sent that sword to the Nanqian Ryan, sir, does that mean the sword-wielding society and the Nanqian Ryan will soon confront each other?" Li Jiahe said, chewing. "Well said." The old man, fearful, bowed his head. "Although we are connected to the sword-wielding society, if the Nanqian Ryan wins, it will be difficult for us to survive. Now that the society leader has passed away," Li Jiahe didn't pay much attention to his meal. "Is that so?" There was not a drop of blood on his face. "Perhaps you don't know Sa Duhang, sir. Although he is one who controls merchants, he is very bloodthirsty. If anyone defies his will, it will be difficult to save their life. We already have many difficulties in our escort business, and if they raise protection fees as usual, we will not survive." Li Jiahe sneered and slowly said, "Then you just stood there blankly opposite me." "Yes." Li Jiahe's eyes were cold. "Do you think the sword-wielding society winning would be better than the Nanqian Ryan? You know they're just the same kind of rascals." The old man was surprised for a moment but did not reply. Li Jiahe calmly picked up his food and continued, "I don't want to talk about money and disputes with you while I'm eating. You live much more abundantly than many people here, yet you are ungrateful. Escort business aside, you have been directly and indirectly involved with the sword-wielding society from before, and you had a hand in their wicked deeds. Now that the situation has changed, you are wailing. Are you too comfortable to endure hardship?" Every word he spoke sent chills down people's spines. The calm atmosphere from before was completely shattered. Li Jiahe stared at him coldly. "Hypocrites like you are never noble. To be honest, you're no different from the Black Path." He pointed his chopsticks at his face and spoke directly, without hesitation. "Wait until the Nanqian Ryan and the sword-wielding society weaken. Then I will be the master, so you should be careful. All your businesses will then be under my control. If you still commit evil deeds and exploit your employees, you will not be able to eat comfortably like this then." Li Jiahe's eyes were filled with killing intent. "Are you afraid that the Nanqian Ryan and Sa Duhang will win? Don't think so simply. It would be better to fear me. Just wait and see." The old man swallowed and trembled. Li Jiahe still spoke calmly. "The sword-wielding society has lost its leader, so it will not win. But if they do win, it will be simpler for me to deal with them. The Nanqian Ryan has a higher chance of winning. But if Sa Duhang wins, he will also die by my hand. When I become the master of this region, you will be able to conduct your business peacefully, and you won't have to pay protection fees," he said, chewing. "Although I am neither a good person nor an evil person, I am different from them. Not only do I not need your money, but I will help you prosper. However, if you conduct illegal businesses or exploit others, then you will have to pay money. But that money will be used to continue business in the underworld with the sword-wielding society and the Nanqian Ryan." Li Jiahe swallowed his food and let out a satisfied sigh. "Today's breakfast was delicious. I commend you." The old man opposite him still maintained his posture of holding his rice bowl, his face pale from his threatening words. Another young man hastily asked Li Jiahe, "I see you appear here every time, sir. Are you from the orthodox martial arts path? Is that why you are acting to eliminate these two factions?" Li Jiahe frowned. "What is this talk of orthodox path or demonic path? Do I look like one of those fools from the orthodox path?" he asked again in surprise. "Then, sir, are you from the 9 great factions and 1 alliance, or the Woolen alliance?" Li Jiahe picked up his spoon, ready to continue eating. "No, I am not from such a place. What is so good about such places that you worship them so much?" This young man could no longer ask anything and just stared at Li Jiahe with furrowed brows. Li Jiahe clicked his tongue. "I am from this vicinity. Do you know about Manhwa?" The old man next to him nodded. "Yes, I know. There is a leader called Great Rakshasa there, and I heard his martial arts are quite strong," Li Jiahe said, eating his porridge. "Is he that famous? Then you must also know his 12 zodiac disciples?" A young man carefully nodded. "Yes, I know." "Then, sir, are you from there?" Li Jiahe turned his head and replied. "That's somewhat correct. I am from there, but I did not grow up there. I eliminated that fellow called Great Rakshasa. More than half of the 12 zodiacs were also killed by me. Now do you understand what my skill is like?" People's faces turned pale. "What do you think? Are you interested in talking about this topic? Aren't you curious how I subdued the Great Rakshasa?" The young man replied fearfully. "No, it's all right." Li Jiahe seemed slightly disappointed. "It's all right?" Li Jiahe finished his porridge. He put down his chopsticks on the table and said, "Good, then how much is the delivery fee for that sword?" The old man immediately folded his arms and replied, "What are you saying, sir? How dare we charge you a delivery fee? We only hope that you, sir, will open a path for us to live when you unify these 2 Black Path factions in the future." Li Jiahe added, "The future is the future, but now you have delivered for me, so you should accept payment. Speak." The old man, hearing these words, no longer hesitated and said, Then I will only accept 3 niang of silver from you, sir. But Li Jia's face darkened and his eyes turned menacing. What are you talking about? Did you think I wouldn't know how much the delivery fee is? Are you trying to trick me? The old man immediately corrected himself. Yes, then it's 1 niang. Li Jia took out his money pouch and placed 2 silver coins on the table. This includes the meal and lodging. The calculation is now complete. The old man, seeing this, said nothing more and simply folded his arms, bowed his head and said, "Thank you, sir." Li Jia slowly stood up. "You must know many other merchants here. Tell them that the sword-wielding society will soon be annihilated, so be careful and conduct your business properly. In the future, when I unify this place, you will not have to pay any tribute. Just conduct honest business and no one will touch you." The old man hastily replied, "Yes," Li Jia added with a cold face. "Of course, if you conduct illegal business, I will not forgive you." The old man nodded and replied, "Yes." Li Jia's eyes seemed to threaten him. "I've said it, so don't forget it. I remember you very well. If I come looking for you, you will not survive." The old man broke out in a cold sweat and said, "I will convey your message, but I need to know your identity to tell them." Li Jia replied coldly, "I am the one who defeated the sword-wielding society leader and the one who will unify the sword-wielding society and the Nanqian Ryan in the future. I am the one who ate, slept, and rested here." Li Jia grandly uttered 3 words and everyone's faces turned pale as if they had encountered a wild beast, black-clad man. "Those damn bastards, should I tell them again? They probably don't know. If they plan to hire the assassin organization Ilmido Gang, they'd better prepare to die. I've been harassed too much by those damned assassins, but if anyone knows information about Ilmido Gang, I will reward them, understand?" The old man, trembling with fear at Li Jia's words, said, "Yes, sir, I will convey your message to them as you instructed." Li Jia looked down at him from above. "Good, that's for later. First, tell me everything you know about those assassins. Do you have any contact with them or know anything about them?" At these words, the old man's heart sank. "Yes, why do you ask that, sir?" Li Jia did not mince words. "Do as I say. Where are they? As I said before, if you contact them, you will not escape death. Confess and I will reward you." "Speak quickly." The old man closed his mouth and dared not say anything. Li Jia asked softly, "Won't you speak?" Li Jia's 3 words were like a warning bell and the old man hastily spilled all the information. "Yes, we only know rumors that they are connected to the One Will Ho. All transactions seem to be conducted through the One Will Ho. If anyone has a request, they will go to meet them there. That is the place you are looking for, sir." Li Jia asked again, "Then where is that place?" The old man replied, "Yes, it is the Zhangpiang Ho, a branch of the Merchant Association." Li Jia nodded and said, "Good," he ordered. "Prepare an escort agency uniform for me. These clothes are too dirty." People could no longer offer any opinions. "Yes." A moment later, Li Jia appeared on the bustling street wearing an escort agency uniform. From a man in black, he had transformed into a dashing escort with Black Cat, his sword hanging on his shoulder. "I'm quite a dashing escort, aren't I?" Last night he was a man in black, and this morning he became a dashing escort. Li Jia slowly hummed to himself, becoming a dashing escort traveling to Jianghu alone, venturing out into the world. Hao Sect of the Pyoan Guk escort agency delivering goods follows Li Jia, carrying Black Cat on his shoulder on the way to Zhangpiang of Lake Wunwul. Li Jia calmly walked through the crowd, disregarding their fear. He continued to walk the street without a thought. Suddenly, a scarred hand tapped Li Jia on the shoulder. Li Jia immediately pulled him in, slapped him across the face, and with a single blow he fell to the ground. He stared at Li Jia with eyes full of surprise and fear. Li Jia's face darkened. "Do your dog-like eyes dare to look down on an escort like me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Li Jia slapped his other cheek again. Having taken 2 blows from Li Jia, both his cheeks were swollen, and he glared at Li Jia with hateful eyes. Before he could do anything, Li Jia slapped his face once more. He staggered from Li Jia's continuous attacks. He swayed back and forth like a young tree branch. His face was already swollen like a pig's head, and it was unclear if he was conscious, but Li Jia still didn't let go of him. A voice echoed, "Brother, stop hitting him." Li Jia immediately turned his head and swept his cold gaze behind him. A group of sword-wielders surrounded Li Jia. The man, still held by Li Jia by the collar, seemed to be conscious, glaring at Li Jia with angry eyes and saying, "You will not go unharmed." Hearing these words, Li Jia calmly slapped him again. Having dealt with one person, Li Jia turned his body and calmly looked at the group. "Are you from the One Will Brotherhood? If so, take me to your leader." The leader sneered and said, "Interesting, to cause trouble here, you must have a death wish." No sooner had he finished speaking than the group drew their swords and rushed at Li Jia. But Li Jia didn't need to move. He easily blocked one person's sword with his hand. He broke the opponent's sword blade like dry kindling. At this action, the rest of the people immediately fell silent with fear. Li Jia, as fast as lightning, pierced the enemy's neck with the broken sword blade. After killing him, Li Jia moved with composure. The remaining people shivered at the murderous aura emanating from Li Jia's back and cried out loudly, "We are not from the One Will Brotherhood, please spare us." Hearing that, Li Jia stopped. "Really?" the group hastily explained. "Yes, we are just a small gang under the One Will Brotherhood. We have lived here and always paid tribute to them." Li Jia concluded. "What? So you're all the same kind of bastards?" The group immediately turned pale. They gulped and stared at Li Jia with horrified eyes. Li Jia's calm voice resonated. "How about it? You were so boastful earlier, but now why are you so afraid? Don't think I will spare you." Some couldn't say a word. Dongryung thought, this fellow is just a common escort, how dare he cause a commotion here, Li Jiahe said indifferently. The first to run will die first, and whoever guides me to the One Brotherhood will have their life spared. The group saw Li Jiahe's expressionless face and had no other choice. Understood, please follow us. They respectfully guided Li Jiahe. This way. Li Jiahe's expression was cold. He thought to himself, these damn bastards truly only know how to exploit the common people. The One Brotherhood bastards exploit everyone's strength and rely on others' labor to live. Such bastards can never be forgiven. He recalled the past. Perhaps the reason I hate them is because I was once an errand boy in a tavern. I had to do all sorts of tasks in the tavern. I had to clean the floors, wash dishes, do all kinds of chores to earn money, and even pay tribute to them. No matter how much I worked, it was hard to make a living, and I was hungry even working day and night. Moreover, if I accepted that painful life, I could at least find some comfort. If I resisted, I would only be beaten. The tribute kept increasing, and of course back then I had to work 5 or 10 times harder. That painful life taught me many lessons and shaped my mindset. Now, seeing those who exploit others' labor again, I feel even angrier. The group guided Li Jiahe to a house near the river. They pointed to the magnificent mansion and said, this is the One Brotherhood's headquarters. The society master is inside. Li Jiahe nodded. Understood. The guard standing outside the gate pondered upon seeing Li Jiahe's attire. An escort. Li Jiahe walked in with his arms crossed and said, all those who understand, get out. If you keep insisting, you will only die. The group who guided Li Jiahe hastily left. Li Jiahe walked in alone and said to a few guards who were sitting, take me to your society master. Unless you want to die. The group burst into loud laughter as if they had heard a comedy. Ha 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 ha, how funny, what an arrogant fellow. Li Jiahe squinted and asked, who called me arrogant? One of them, who was eating skewered meat, spat and glared at Li Jiahe with wide eyes. You seem to want to die, get lost, don't anger me. Li Jiahe's steps were still steady, and he walked in composedly. The group drew their swords. Li Jiahe stood before the one who was eating skewered meat and looked down at him. Li Jiahe asked in a low voice, you're eating deliciously, aren't you? The fellow didn't answer, frowned and said threateningly, but your clothes look like those of the Byakugan escort agency. Why are you acting so strangely? Don't you want to live long? Li Jiahe suddenly grabbed his neck and lifted him, and the fellow screamed in terror. Ah! The wooden door at the back swung open and a thin man came out at the noisy sound. What's going on? The fat man reported with a calm face. An escort has arrived and wishes to meet the society master. The manager frowned. An escort, just an ordinary escort, not even an escort leader, dares to meet the society master? Over there. Li Jiahe was hitting the fellow who was arrogantly eating skewered meat alone. He simply hit his face with his hand, and the fellow couldn't resist. He knocked him unconscious with his hand. Li Jiahe threw the fellow's body to the ground like a rag. He looked around with a calm face. I am from the Byakugan escort agency. I came to meet the society master. Guide me. The manager squinted and looked at Li Jiahe. You're quite brave, but fine, you seem to have some skill. Li Jiahe spoke without mincing words in a cold voice. Enough, just guide me. But the manager said again, I will go in first and ask for the society master's will. Li Jiahe glanced to his right. Some of them immediately turned their heads to avoid Li Jiahe's gaze. The door closed and then opened again, and the manager invited Li Jiahe inside, saying, this way please. The two entered together. Li Jiahe followed the manager through a luxurious and long corridor. The place he arrived at was a vast pier, where magnificent mountains and rivers harmonized like a painting. The people there secretly glanced at Li Jiahe, who was passing by in his escort uniform. When Li Jiahe arrived, a fat man sitting in a chair said, I am Byakugan, the society master. Sit down. Li Jiahe's eyes darkened as he watched the man leisurely fishing, and he said, am I supposed to sit just because you tell me to? The fat man turned to Li Jiahe. As Li Jiahe showed no movement, Li Jiahe asked, are you the society master of the One Brotherhood? I swear you look like a foolish fish. Byakugan did not expect Li Jiahe's first words to be like this. He froze for a moment, frowned, but did not get angry, instead assessing Li Jiahe quite carefully. You damn bastard, who are you? It seems you are not an assassin. The sword at your waist tells me that. You are not an escort either, even if you call yourself one. Where are you from? Instead of answering, Li Jiahe asked again, have you ever heard of a gang called Sect? Byakugan frowned. Sect? Never heard of it. Li Jiahe crossed his arms and said, I came through you to find those damn bastards of Ilmido gang. They have bothered me too much. Byakugan laughed. Why are you looking for those assassins? Li Jiahe asked. Do you have a way to meet them? Byakugan stroked his beard. Are you going to meet them to give them a mission or what? It's not difficult to meet them, but you'll only be able to meet low-level assassins. Even if you ask them, you wouldn't have gotten any information, would you? They are trained that way from the moment they join. No amount of beating or torture will work. Low-level assassins don't know much, they only know their superiors. He waved his hand and said, Ilmido gang operates by rank. Each rank only speaks to its superiors and subordinates and no one else. Therefore, to find the leader, you must eliminate them from the lowest rank upwards. Can you do that? Li Jiahe remained silent and did not answer, merely glancing at this fat fellow. This foolish fish seems to know a lot. He's telling me a lot. Perhaps he thinks I'm from the Black Path and have reason to seek out assassins, so he's not being particularly wary. He slowly said, understood. Your business seems to be doing quite well. You probably collect tribute from nearby merchants too. Byakugan frowned. Tribute, it sounds like the government. We collect protection fees, Li Jiahe muttered, not noticing the cooling atmosphere. Protection fees? Byakugan laughed proudly. That's right, Li Jiahe was lost in thought. He continued, aren't we also a Black Path organization? It's natural to do such things, isn't it? If we don't do it, another gang will appear and do it. I have lived here since I was young and know everything well. So isn't it better for us to do it than other Black Path organizations, whatever the case? If we collect protection fees, we have to work. We don't just come and collect money. We have to resolve many conflicts in society. We have to work to make a living. Although we don't do much, we contribute to maintaining order here. Therefore, isn't it a small matter for us to collect some money to sustain our members' livelihoods? Don't you think I'm right? Byuk-san smiled and turned to Li Jiahe. Li Jiahe clapped his hands in praise. Amazing, it's been a long time since I've heard a gang leader present such a convincing argument for the wicked deeds they commit. Li Jiahe's eyes lowered. He thought to himself, this fellow is talking too much nonsense, I'm getting tired. It would be faster to just punch him in the mouth and make him spill everything, he continued. Your merchant protection business sounds like a righteous cause maintaining order and stability, but in the end it's just your excuse, isn't it? I've killed many talkative and deceitful bastards like you. Just recently, as soon as I arrived in this area, I was pickpocketed by your subordinate. Fortunately, I noticed that damned fellow. Although your subordinates later came to rescue that pickpocketing fellow, I taught them a lesson they'll never forget. Byuk-san was not at all flustered and replied calmly, really, the fishing rod remained quiet. Besides protection fees, you also commit all sorts of damned acts like pickpocketing, extortion, and kidnapping. Hard-working merchants have to pay their hard-earned money to you. You forcibly extort their hard-earned money under the guise of protection fees. Have you ever thought of those poor people while spending that money, you damned bastard? Li Jiahe's expression was still cold. Now those dog-like deeds sound natural from your mouth, as if they should pay you tribute. I hate most those damned bastards who feed on the blood and flesh of others. My coming here was primarily to find Il-Mido gang, but now that I've met you, I have one more thing to do. Byuk-san twisted his lips and said provocatively, are you coming here to say such things? Perhaps you don't know how many meddlesome fellows I've killed as the society master here. You are trying to go down a path you shouldn't. Why do you seek your own death like this? Behind him, Byuk-san's bodyguards approached Li Jiahe with drawn swords. Li Jiahe simply glanced behind him and turned back, saying in a cold voice, you damn bastards, if you understand, disband this damn gang, and I will spare your lives today. Hearing that, Byuk-san suddenly sprang to his feet. Finally, he was enraged by Li Jiahe's arrogant words, and Byuk-san's face turned red like a gaping fish. You damn bastard. Li Jiahe just stared blankly at this fish-like fellow suddenly having a fit. Byuk-san glared at Li Jiahe in a rage. You want to die. After saying that, he pulled out a dagger from his sleeve. His fat body rushed at Li Jiahe and attacked. Li Jiahe lightly tilted his body to dodge. Li Jiahe tightly gripped Byuk-san's hand with one hand. He was momentarily surprised. Is the leader of such a massive gang so weak in skill? Li Jiahe twisted Byuk-san's wrist, making him drop the dagger. He twisted his hand, causing him pain, and he couldn't say anything. Li Jiahe raised his foot and sent this fat fish flying far away. He drew his sword, and his eyes gleamed with a flash of death. Li Jiahe swung his sword, and the sword energy split this fish-like body in two after finishing. Li Jiahe calmly sheathed his sword and turned his head. Byuk-san's corpse fell into the water, creating a large ripple and splashing water everywhere. In that situation, Li Jiahe lightly turned his head and looked behind him. Byuk-san's bodyguards froze, unable to do anything, and just watched Li Jiahe approach. Li Jiahe twisted his lips and his face darkened with murderous intent. How about it, you little brats? Come out, everyone. I want to finish quickly. The group did not move or dare to budge. Li Jiahe turned his body in boredom and sat down in the chair. He calmly showed his back to the group, not caring about them at all. If you're not coming out, then stand there and wait for me for a bit. I have something to do. Although the group had drawn their swords, they couldn't move due to fear, and they had no idea what Li Jiahe was doing. Li Jiahe sat in Byuk-san's seat in the darkness. That damned fellow truly deserves to be cut up and fed to the fish. That's the just price he should pay. I still have something to do. You damn bastards, if you don't want to die, find the assassin Il-Mido gang and bring them here. Do it quickly, or you will all die. The group still stood stiffly, glancing at each other in bewilderment. Li Jiahe clicked his tongue and frowned. No one is moving, can't you hear what I'm saying? Then I'll have to unleash my murderous aura. He stood up, turned around, and glared at some of them. You seem to have mediocre skills. You're probably afraid of death, aren't you? After seeing that gang leader die just now, can't you even react? If you don't want to bring about your own death like him, then do these two things. Then I will spare your lives. First, as I said before, contact Il-Mido gang and call them here. Second, if you hear any news of the Nanqian Ryan people gathering for a large-scale action, report it to me immediately. Understood. But may I ask your identity, sir? Li Jiahe frowned. You damn bastard, so many questions. I am the one who killed your gang leader. Do you have any other questions? Some of them immediately fell silent. Yes, Li Jiahe slightly lowered his eyes. Don't look at me like that. I also cut off the sword-wielding society leader's head recently. He looked at some of them. If you think you are stronger than the two gang leaders, then come here and fight me. Otherwise, do as I say, understood? The group remained silent. Li Jiahe said impatiently, how about it? If you have anything to say it quickly because I need to know. One of the four stammered, yes, we understand. We will do as you instructed, sir. Li Jiahe suddenly turned around and asked, "By the way, that horse-faced fellow from earlier, what's your name?" The fellow, startled by suddenly being called, looked around and pointed to himself. "Me?" He hastily said his name. "Yes, Wuxin," Li Jiahe asked. "Are you the second in command?" Wuxin nodded. "Yes," Li Jiahe commanded. "Then after I leave here, you will take over these ragtag troops in place of that foolish fish-like leader who died. I have appointed you as the leader, so remember my words, otherwise you will become fish food, understood?" Wuxin broke out in a cold sweat and replied in fear, "Yes." Li Jiahe looked behind him. The moonlight reflected on the calm water, shimmering beautifully. Li Jiahe looked at the moonlight on the surface of the water and thought to himself, "It's been a long time since I've seen such a peaceful and leisurely scene." The fishing rod suddenly shook violently. Li Jiahe swiftly lifted the fishing rod and a plump catfish was hooked. Seeing the familiar-looking fish, Li Jiahe immediately slapped it with his hand. The fish, after a few seconds of contact with the air, fell back into the water. Li Jiahe muttered, "This damned foolish fish, but consider yourself lucky. I just dealt with one boss fish, so I'll spare you." Li Jiahe silently watched the water dancing in the air, his eyes sunken. A blood-stained staff came to Li Jiahe's mind, followed by the image of the person holding that staff. A monk in Kasaya stood upon countless corpses, blood flowing and staining the ground crimson. He closed his eyes and extended his bloody hands forward. "Namo Amitabha." Returning to the present, Li Jiahe also brought his hands together before his chest and recited a Buddhist chant. "Your disciple has not seen Master for a long time but always remembers to do good deeds and accumulate virtue in his heart." He suddenly smiled, a smile completely different from his usual calm demeanor, and his eyes were blood red. "But these damned bastards cannot be forgiven." Li Jiahe held his hands before his chest and gazed at the moon, which silently observed everything. However, the people behind Li Jiahe who had just been threatened by him were merely terrified. Thinking Li Jiahe was truly insane, Li Jiahe fished until morning. He looked at the calm ripples and thought to himself, "Fishing like this reminds me of Zhang Zia from Investiture of the Gods. I heard he fished every year but never caught a single fish. Perhaps he was fishing for fun like me? Thinking of that damned thick-lipped fellow makes fish meat almost nauseating." He no longer felt like eating fish. At this moment, Zhang Zia came to mind because of something he had said. "Fu shui bu fan pen shui, fu shui bu fan pen shui," meaning spilled water cannot be retrieved, just as his wife left him when he was still an old man without office, only to return when he became a powerful chancellor. That was the wisdom he gained in this world. I too have gone through such things, so I too will be able to become a person of honor and power like him in the future. The brilliant sunlight pierced through the clouds and reflected, sparkling on the flowing river. The people Li Jiahe had ordered had now returned. He reported, "Sir, most of the Nanqian Ryan disciples are gathered in Bokyang. They have been there for a while but have not yet made any moves. It seems they are waiting for some smaller sects to gather forces. Those sects have responded to the Nanqian Ryan summons." Li Jiahe remained silent. He thought deeply about Bokyang. "If I use my fastest light body technique, I can get there before they act." After thinking, Li Jiahe suddenly stood up. "Now that you are the society master here, I ask you," the society master hastily replied. "Yes." Li Jiahe stared directly into the other's eyes and asked, "If I leave now, how will you control the situation of this society? Will you again be afraid and be trampled by your subordinates?" The society master stammered, "Yes, that matter." Li Jiahe instructed, "Listen carefully. Before I leave this place I will tell you a few things. From now on, do not collect tribute or protection fees. Let your brothers conduct honest business. Do you understand my intentions? If you demand tribute again, I will not stand by. Don't think I won't know the situation just because I've left this place." The society master nodded and said, "Yes, I understand." The air around Li Jiahe suddenly grew heavy. "If there are brothers who cannot live honestly, send them to the Black Cat Society to meet me. I will arrange jobs for them. There they won't have to worry much about their livelihood. However, the work of the Black Cat Society is by no means simple. There they must cultivate strictly, or they might lose their lives during sect wars. We live such lives there. Do you understand my intentions?" The society master, sweating cold, was startled and asked again, "Then, sir, does your intention mean that we should live honestly? I thought you were the leader of some Black Path sect." Li Jiahe replied nonchalantly, "I am neither Black Path nor White Path. The Black Cat Society is a position I took after killing its leader. His subordinates surrendered to me, just like you. Do you understand? If you had defied me yesterday because of that damned fish's grudge, you would now be playing in the lake like that fish. Do you understand my intentions?" The society master hastily nodded. "Yes, I understand," he cautiously asked. "It seems you intend to confront the Nanqian Ryan, sir?" Li Jiahe's eyes sharpened. "That's right, they are damned bastards who feed on the blood and bones of merchants so they can never be forgiven." Seeing Li Jiahe's murderous face, the society master felt a chill down his spine. "Yes," Li Jiahe asked, "of course I will observe first. In your opinion, if the Jiam Ho and the Nanqian Ryan fight, which side will lose?" The society master thought deeply and said, "In my opinion, it will be the Nanqian Ryan." Li Jiahe praised him. "You guessed well. The Jiam Ho's leader is dead, so it's no different from a headless snake." The society master nodded. "Yes." Li Jiahe instructed, "How can you deal with the Nanqian Ryan? You manage this sect well here. Later I will send someone to check how you are living." Hearing that, the society master nodded cautiously. "Yes," Li Jiahe continued, "if by then you are living well and not committing evil deeds, I will leave you be. Otherwise you will surely die with me. Didn't you see your leader become fish food yesterday with your own eyes? Having finished speaking, he turned and left. Li Jiahe looked down at the water. The water seemed to be telling him, using him as a mirror, to live an upright life. Do you understand? A person's life is very short, so do not do things against the will of heaven. People have eaten too many fish, so shouldn't there come a time when fish eat human flesh? That is karma. If you commit evil deeds, you must pay the price for the consequences of your actions. The society master was speechless at Li Jiahe's words. After a moment he replied, yes, I understand. He suddenly asked out of curiosity, Sir, you keep mentioning the Hao sect. Are you its leader? Li Jiahe affirmed, that's right. I came here to find the assassin organization Ilmidogang. Those bastards have bothered me too much, so I haven't been able to sleep or eat properly. A man in this world must take revenge if there is revenge to be taken. I am the leader of the Hao sect. Hearing Li Jiahe's words, the society master nodded. Yes, I will do as you instructed, sir. Li Jiahe again looked indifferently at the flowing river. Although I only stayed here for a day looking at this clear lake, I feel that this place is truly peaceful. The scenery is truly beautiful, he exclaimed. Thanks to this place, my heart was able to live peacefully, not engulfed in madness like before. The society master also agreed. Yes, it is indeed a clear lake. Li Jiahe smiled contentedly, thinking to himself, good, this fellow's heart doesn't seem entirely turbid. I hope he lives righteously. He pointed to the river and said, look, isn't the scenery here truly beautiful? Be careful not to let your dirty deeds affect this place, do you understand? During the day, the sunlight illuminates the lake, and at night the moonlight reflects on the water. It's truly a magnificent sight. Look at all the farmers living around this lake. How hard they work. Their fate is truly pitiful. If there weren't black-path rascals always oppressing them and demanding protection fees, they could have lived a much easier life. So leave them alone to live in peace, do you understand? That is the proper way for a human being. The society master, no longer as cautious as before, smiled. Since you spared us, sir, we have also realized many things. We will try to become good people as you instructed. Seeing the society master's calm demeanor, Li Jiahe was silent for a moment. He smiled faintly, turned and left. Good, if you can do that, my mind will be at ease. The two enjoyed the scenery before them, savoring the cool breeze that brushed their hearts. The water in any case always flowed leisurely. Li Jiahe turned and left. I'm going. I hope to see your benevolent face again when I return next time. Goodbye. The society master bowed respectfully. Li Jiahe thought deeply to himself, I have to plunge into the scene of fighting and killing again. Indeed, life in this Jianghu is not easy even to breathe. It's either kill or be killed. There's no time to live peacefully. I will miss the tranquil lake here very much. Seeing Li Jiahe's retreating figure, the society master said nothing more. The scene changed to Bokyang. In front of a luxurious house, countless people with weapons lined up waiting to enter. Li Jiahe mingled among the crowd, observing, then chuckled. Good, I've changed from my escort uniform to the One World Brotherhood's uniform, so they'll never find out who I am. After a moment, it was finally Li Jiahe's turn, and he drew back the curtain and entered. The clerk who was recording looked at Li Jiahe curiously and asked, Brother, which sect are you from? He continued to ask, his hands tirelessly recording. Have you participated in any sect wars before? Li Jiahe calmly replied, I am Chul Hyol from the One World Brotherhood of Zhangpiang Lake. The clerk, without lifting his head, said dismissively, I've heard of that sect, but it seems to be just a small one. He continued to ask, which brother did you come with? How much does your sect expect to receive from this war? Li Jiahe replied nonchalantly, money is important, but I have a grudge against the Jiam Ho, so revenge is my purpose. Hearing that, the clerk looked at Li Jiahe with interest. Good, then we'll think about money later, and I'll put you on the front lines to give you a chance for revenge. I wonder how good your skills are. Li Jiahe looked down at him from above and said without any concern, don't worry. Although I'm from a small sect, I've experienced many battles there and have never been defeated. Plum blossom petals appearing from nowhere covered the space. Li Jiahe's face was as calm as a tranquil lake. He said, Zhangpiang Jiam is different from the One Will Ho. I am a hero of the Jianghu. Rest assured. The old man looked at the blooming plum blossom petals and couldn't say a word. Finally he sighed and bowed his head to record, plum blossom petals falling on his head. The clerk wrote as he spoke, People from Zhangpiang Lake, you truly talk a lot. Very promising. He placed 3 niang of silver on the table. Quickly give this young man 3 niang of silver. Li Jiahe looked down at the silver on the table and asked curiously, 3 niang of silver? How much do ordinary people get? The clerk, without lifting his head, replied, only 1 niang of silver. Didn't you say you were a swordsman who never lost? Li Jiahe crossed his arms and said, your judge truly knows how to read people. This made him laugh. He dismissed the people. I'm busy, hurry up next. Li Jiahe no longer hesitated, pulled back the curtain and left the recording area. The people outside scrutinized Li Jiahe, evaluating him from head to toe. Someone suddenly shouted loudly, this is Master Yian's instruction. Having traveled halfway, their main objective was the Jiam Ho's main camp. Master Yian will personally participate, so do not do anything strange. Do not run away, betray your comrades, or pick fights. We are very grateful for your help to the Nanqian Ryan, but if you anger Master Yian, I will not be able to save you. Do not act foolishly and keep your heads. Li Jiahe left without bothering to listen. He looked around. Where is Master Yian? Saw Du Hang? As he was looking for someone, a voice was heard. Depart slowly. Yes, Li Jiahe casually turned his head in the direction of the voice. He saw Sadu Hang with his imposing physique approaching. Li Jiahe smiled faintly and looked around. I never thought I'd see Sadu Hang in person. He passed by Li Jiahe, stopped and observed him. Sadu Hang suddenly smiled. Young man's spirit is not bad. Li Jiahe nodded. Yours isn't bad either. But at this arrogant remark, Sadu Hang's subordinates behind him grew angry and scolded. How dare you? Sadu Hang threw back his head and laughed heartily. Ha ha, he shook his head and left. It's all right, we're all allies. He doesn't know who I am. A subordinate stammered. Master Yin, but Sadu Hang interrupted. Let's go. The group brushed past Li Jiahe. One of them suddenly recognized a familiar face and broke out in a cold sweat. Li Jiahe put his index finger to his lips, signaling shish to silence him. The person's face turned ashen, and he dared not say a word. Turning back to Sadu Hang, he drew his sword, raised it high, and shouted loudly, Brothers, this is the sword of the Jiam Ho's leader. I don't know if this is someone's trick, but I cannot stand by and watch someone dare to use his sword as bait to deceive an opponent. Sadu Hang's face hardened, filled with murderous intent. Fighting with such an insignificant fellow is a waste of time, whether this was a trick or not. Today was the day the Jiam Ho would meet its end. He asserted that after this war, when the Jiam Ho submitted to the Nanqian Ryan, even those who participated from outside like them would become his brothers. Ah, Li Jiahe, standing behind with his arms crossed, thought to himself, Brothers, my foot, indeed it's just as I expected. My plan was inspired by Zhang Zia fishing by the lake. First, I will annihilate the Jiam Ho with Sadu Hang. After annihilating the Jiam Ho, I will annihilate Sadu Hang. Li Jiahe smiled at his plan. Perfect, too perfect. If Sadu Hang surrenders, I will absorb the Nanqian Ryan into the Hao Sect. But if he dares to resist, I will make the Nanqian Ryan disappear too. The group began to set off on a desolate mountain path. Li Jiahe observed his surroundings from behind. He lost his patience and thought to himself, these guys are moving too slowly. Moreover, if they reorganize their forces once in Bukong, the Jiam Ho will fully understand their intentions. He found it unsatisfactory. The group's pace was leisurely, as if they were enjoying a stroll. Li Jiahe clicked his tongue in displeasure. Were they so confident of victory? Li Jiahe walked nonchalantly, then suddenly looked up. Ahead were tall, narrow cliffs. Li Jiahe stood with his arms crossed. This was the treacherous valley of the Misty Mountains. Are these guys fools? The treacherous valley of the Misty Mountains is always covered in thick fog day and night. Fortunately, there was no fog at the moment, but with high and rugged mountains on both sides, it was a very suitable place for an ambush. Li Jiahe finally couldn't hold back and interjected. He reminded the people next to him, Hey, if you keep going, this path will lead to the treacherous valley of the Misty Mountains. If you get ambushed, half of you will die, and fools like you will lose your lives. The bright-haired man's eyes widened upon hearing that. Is that so? Then I'll go report and come back. With those words, he used his light body technique and flew forward. Li Jiahe, having said all he needed to, continued walking calmly as if his job was done, but he did not follow the group, straying from his path and walking at a much faster pace than the leisurely group. The man who had left returned. Li Jiahe asked, What did they say? The bright-haired man replied in a fluster, They told me to shut up and move quickly to leave this place. Li Jiahe was speechless at the unexpected foolish answer. He asked again, Didn't they send out scouts? That fellow must have just realized it. Ah, scouts? He again used his light body technique and went to ask. Li Jiahe remained silent, observing this foolish behavior. They probably didn't. What is this foolish fellow doing? Li Jiahe looked back at the murmuring group. They seemed not to understand what he was saying. Treacherous valley? He sighed and decided to act himself. Li Jiahe flew like lightning towards where Sa Doong was leading. At first he maintained a considerable distance to avoid being noticed, so Li Jiahe was currently passing countless people as he moved forward. At the front, Sa Doong and the person Li Jiahe had just spoken to were conversing. Sa Doong frowned and shouted, Are you crazy? Scouts? Is there some strange report? You damn bastard, get a grip. At this moment Li Jiahe was almost upon Sa Doong. Seeing the bright-haired man bowing his head in apology, Li Jiahe frowned. Lunatics. He tried to maintain his composure and approached Sa Doong asking, Master Yin, are there any defenses for the treacherous valley? Sa Doong asked again, Are you talking about an ambush? He scoffed. What ambush? When the leader of the Jiam Ho is dead, they'll be busy finding a successor. Li Jiahe reminded him to go back quickly. But Sa Doong grew angry. He snarled, Shut up, what do you know, young man? Li Jiahe remained silent and the atmosphere instantly froze. He suddenly smiled. Li Jiahe's face was gloomy. If an ambush occurs and about 100 people die, Master Yin will have to take responsibility. Sa Doong would never listen to the words of a minor figure in the Jianghu. HMPH lunatic. He suddenly turned to face Li Jiahe and his subordinates were terrified. Sa Doong's eyes bulged and veins throbbed on his forehead. Who is this young man? Sa Doong said menacingly. Brother, I'm truly grateful for your help, but you don't know your place and want to die before even meeting me. Li Jiahe replied coldly. I merely spoke my mind. As the leader here, you should know that. Right now it's an urgent situation and fighting won't solve anything. Look at this terrain. The path is narrow. If we get ambushed, we're bound to die. Are you going to let your brothers die like this, or will you take a detour around this narrow valley? Sa Doong turned his head to examine the terrain, seemingly pondering something. Suddenly a rock bowled down from above, hit the cliff and fell to the ground. An unfamiliar voice was heard. You damn bastard, you've come all this way and you still dare not show yourself? A man in red clothes appeared with that unexpected rock. He stood alone, confronting Sa Doong's group. Li Jiahe glanced at him. The figure gradually became a familiar shadow in his mind. The unfamiliar man standing in front shouted, "You damned bastard, you stand before me and still dare not show respect? You seem to have quite a bit of power now, don't you? Are you afraid of me? Like your leader, you're not fit to lead subordinates. What kind of scheme do you think you're pulling, attacking the sword-wielding society? Then why don't you just go and die, you cowardly rat? It seems you don't even have the courage to fight me." These words successfully enraged Sa Doong, but Li Jia's attention was elsewhere. His insulting Sa Doong was no different from saying that I had orchestrated this scheme. Li Jia's face also darkened. "You're too arrogant. I'll kill you right here." Before he could act, Sa Doong furiously drew his sword from behind his waist and shouted, "You damned bastard!" Li Jia let out a short sigh of admiration. "As a leader, this fellow is too foolish. He can't even tolerate a little provocation." Sa Doong still shouted, "You damn Chonta Ryong, today you will lose your life here." He swung his sword in the direction where Chonta Ryong stood. Chonta Ryong was no pushover. He ducked and drew his sword. The two swords clashed, creating a deafening sound, and the two fought relentlessly without a clear victor. Seeing this, Li Jia turned to the people behind him and said, "Be careful, that damn Chonta Ryong is just bait. When he retreats, his ambushed subordinates here will throw hidden weapons and rocks at us. So what will you do in that situation? Will you go to save your leader, or will you escape to save your lives?" A bearded man stepped out from among the crowd, pointing a finger at Li Jia and saying, "Nonsense, what do you know? A nobody like you. Our leader would never lose to a mere Chonta Ryong." On the other side, the two were still fighting. He was very confident. "I can tell how skilled the two are with a glance, and you think the leader would lose to that guy? Who would believe that?" Li Jia looked at them with contempt. "Truly foolish. Do you think he's here to die? He's just pretending to be weak and setting a trap." When his words ended, everyone fell silent. Li Jia thought to himself, "Anyway, even if I tell these foolish guys, they won't understand." Meanwhile, Sa Doong slashed twice with his sword, and the sword energy flew towards Chonta Ryong with an unstoppable momentum. Chonta Ryong bent to block, but unlike Sa Doong, who had lost his composure in anger, Chonta Ryong remained calm, so it was clear who was superior. Sa Doong again flew to slash Chonta Ryong's side, but he lightly twisted his body to dodge. Suddenly, Chonta Ryong turned and fled. Sa Doong snarled furiously, "Where are you running to?" Chonta Ryong also shouted, "Come and catch me where there's a conspiracy." A trap had already been set inside the valley, waiting for Sa Doong to enter before showering him with arrows. As Sa Doong entered alone, he suddenly stopped, seeing Chonta Ryong fleeing. Only then did he realize he had fallen into a trap, but it was too late. A rain of arrows poured down on Sa Doong from above. Sa Doong could no longer retreat and had no choice but to swing his sword to block the incoming arrows. Chonta Ryong leisurely watched Sa Doong swing his sword like a headless dog. Li Jia observed from afar, having already seen through Chonta Ryong's scheme. He had already ambushed people here, but when his side didn't enter the valley entrance, he came out as bait to lure Sa Doong to charge in. A fool like Sa Doong couldn't help but fall for such a scheme. But Chonta Ryong also knows how to use some schemes. Li Jia turned to the people standing still behind him. "What about you? Go save your leader." Everyone was silent and no one moved. Li Jia thought to himself, "If I lead these truly foolish people, I'll die someday for no reason. Now Sa Doong's life depended on them. Let's see if they go to save him or abandon him." Sa Doong was now in a sorry state, with several arrows embedded in his body. His eyes were wide open, his pupils constricted with rage. He gritted his teeth, and with all his might he slashed away each arrow. Li Jia opened his mouth again. "What are you doing?" Before he could finish speaking, the bearded man from earlier suddenly drew his sword. He brushed past Li Jia and swiftly ran towards Sa Doong. The remaining people also drew their swords in unison and followed him forward to rescue Sa Doong. Li Jia observed everything, muttering quietly, "So it comes to this." The group continued to charge, shouting loudly, "Charge, everyone, save the leader and kill those damned bastards." Li Jia was deep in thought. In the end, they charged to save Sa Doong. They were his loyal subordinates. He turned and glanced at the remaining people behind him. What about the mercenaries hired for money? They also fled, but in the opposite direction. Li Jia couldn't help but scoff. "Ah, they ran away," and Li Jia turned to Sa Doong's group. "At least the Nanqian Ryan people have some camaraderie, then this victory might go to you." He stood with his arms crossed, observing everything indifferently, as if watching a play. Li Jia now wore a dangerous smile. "But if you both suffer heavy losses in this treacherous valley, the victory will be mine." He casually walked slowly into the interior as if taking a stroll. The Nanqian Ryan people charged with ferocious momentum, ready to fight the Jiam Ho. But as soon as they climbed the cliff, they were all struck down by a Jiam Ho member. As they fell, a figure rose above. It was Li Jia. His cold eyes drew his sword from its sheath and swung it forward powerfully. The Jiam Ho members watched the sight with wide, startled eyes. With a single slash, Li Jia cut him down. The sword was so fast and sharp that before blood could even splatter, Li Jia had already moved on to the next enemy. In an instant, Li Jia easily dispatched them with sharp slashes. Li Jia swung his sword to shed the blood onto the ground. After finishing, he calmly returned his sword to its sheath, and behind him a column of blood rose like a waterfall, but Li Jia merely murmured indifferently, "Hum." The Nanqian Ryan people were pale with fear, rendered speechless by the horrific massacre that had just occurred. Li Jia observed everything from the top of the high cliff. Below, Sa Doong and his subordinates struggled with all their might. swinging their swords to find an exit. In contrast, Chonta Ryong stood indifferently, instructing his subordinates to continue surrounding Sa Dong. Seeing this, Li Jiahe raised an eyebrow and thought, "Good." Then he leaped down to join the battle. He flew as lightly as a swallow. Li Jiahe landed softly behind Sa Dong, and the bloody people were all startled. As soon as he landed, Li Jiahe cursed, "You truly are a dog-like fool." Sa Dong looked puzzled to hear himself cursed. Li Jiahe continued to complain, "I told you so, yet you still went in, so now if those brothers die, it's all your fault, isn't it?" Sa Dong remained silent and turned painfully. Behind him, countless corpses of his brothers formed a hellish scene. The gruesome sight froze Sa Doheng's blood. His eyes widened at the sight, and he froze. Li Jiahe continued to shower him with curses. "A foolish and brainless person being a leader. If you don't listen and are foolish, you'll be foolish forever." Sa Dong retorted in anger, "You talk too much. I was wrong. I was too rash and foolish and didn't listen to your advice." The survivors looked at their leader with worried eyes. Sa Doheng's eyes were filled with rage and veins bulged on his face as he shouted in helplessness, "Brothers, this is my fault. Even if I die here today, I will kill all those Jiamho bastards." Having spoken, Sa Dong turned and gripped the sword in his hand tightly. Sa Dong charged forward, and the remaining people did not stand idly by but rushed to fight alongside their leader. Li Jiahe watched them charge to their deaths and cursed. "Foolish," he thought to himself. "What other way is there now but to charge at the risk of death?" At least he realized his foolishness and is doing something meaningful. Sa Dong roared furiously amidst the enemy ranks. He transformed his rage into power, slashing and killing relentlessly. But the enemies were as numerous as ants, and even if he cut down one, others rushed in like moths to a flame. Sa Doheng's entire body was stained red with enemy blood, and he slashed and killed fiercely like a tireless machine. Li Jiahe, seeing Sa Doheng's desperate fighting style, assessed him. "Well, not bad. They say a foolish mind leads to a developed body, and indeed no one can match him in a fight." He suddenly raised both hands above his head. Li Jiahe clapped his hands in applause, passing through the corpses as he moved forward. Li Jiahe walked nonchalantly, as if taking a stroll. "Thanks to you, the brothers who died here can rest in peace, their grievances resolved. You've all worked hard." On the other side, Sa Dong was still fighting. He shouted, "Shut up!" He cried out like a madman, "Shut up!" As he pierced an enemy behind him with his sword, Sa Doheng's eyes widened. "You damned bastard!" Sa Dong snarled furiously at Li Jiahe. "Shut up!" The bearded man pointed at Li Jiahe. He was still clean, without a drop of blood on him. "Are you still standing there and insulting us? Are you on the Jiamho's side?" Hearing that, the man said in bewilderment, "What?" Li Jiahe suddenly leaped into the air. At the sight, Sa Dong also turned his head mid-fight, watching with wary eyes. Reaching midway up the mountain, Li Jiahe stopped. Suddenly, flames erupted in the air. Li Jiahe used his internal energy to create a fireball in his palm. At this sight, Chonta Ryong, who had the upper hand, stopped and finally paid attention to Li Jiahe. The Jiamho members turned pale with fear at the sight. Li Jiahe smiled slightly, his eyes gleaming with madness. "You're all dead." Li Jiahe used the great heaven incinerating palm, and a massive fireball surrounded the mountain and fell. At the sudden turn of events, people forgot to fight and instinctively drew their swords to block this firestorm. As the flames died down, cracked earth was revealed, as if it had suffered a drought. The sword-wielding society members were burned to death, and only Chonta Ryong and one other person survived, but they too were severely injured. At this sight, Sa Doheng and the others who had just insulted Li Jiahe all froze. Chonta Ryong moved his body painfully, his red clothes already covered in ash. Chonta Ryong ground his teeth and coldly snorted, "HMPH." At this moment, Li Jiahe descended to the ground and slowly approached Chonta Ryong, whose face instantly turned pale. Li Jiahe smiled and said, "It's me. Do you still remember me?" Chonta Ryong could only look up, unable to say anything. Chonta Ryong frowned, gritted his teeth, and asked, "You damned bastard, who are you?" "How can the Nan Qian Ryan have a master like you?" Li Jiahe explained. "You cursed the one who orchestrated this scheme and incited the Nan Qian Ryan to attack the sword-wielding society, so I am the mastermind." Chonta Ryong said, "HMPH," with an unpleasant expression, glancing at the sword Li Jiahe was holding. Chonta Ryong recalled the shadow of a man with his face covered, and Li Jiahe's lips curled slightly upon seeing Chonta Ryong's surprised expression. He slowly drew his sword, and as soon as it was unsheathed, fierce flames erupted brilliantly. Witnessing Li Jiahe's unpredictable skill, the faces of Chonta Ryong and the Nan Qian Ryan members all darkened. Li Jiahe drew his sword and drew fiery trajectories in the air, and plum blossom petals scattered everywhere. He no longer held back his words and immediately launched an attack. As Li Jiahe used the plum blossom sword style, a dreamlike shower of beautiful petals appeared with his strike. The sword-wielding society members hurriedly covered their faces against the sudden hot wind. The seemingly harmless petals contained immense power. As soon as the petals touched the sword-wielding society members, an explosion of immense destructive power occurred, scattering smoke and dust everywhere. The force of the explosion was so strong that even the Nan Qian Ryan members standing far away had to shield themselves with their hands against the shockwave. As the smoke cleared, Sa Doheng's face immediately turned pale. With just one technique, Li Jiahe annihilated all remaining enemies. Chonta Ryong was still alive but severely injured. He knelt on the ground and tried to get up, leaning on his sword. Li Jiahe silently observed Chonta Ryong from above. Despite his injuries, Chonta Ryong looked at Li Jiahe with cold eyes and asked indifferently, "HMPH, what do you say? Do you have anything to say?" Without hesitation, Chonta Ryong immediately turned and fled. After Li Jiahe quietly murmured, "Ah," He also picked up his sword and pursued Chonta Ryong. Chonta Ryong fled in terror, and Li Jiahe's voice echoed throughout the valley like a harbinger of death. "Where are you running to? Stop right there, you'll only die if you run." Chonta Ryong coughed and blood flowed from his mouth, but he dared not stop. At this moment Li Jiahe also caught up, but instead of killing him immediately, he played with him like a cat with a mouse. "Hurry up or I'll catch you." Chonta Ryong radiated killing intent, swinging his sword towards Li Jiahe's neck from behind. But this strike was easily blocked by Li Jiahe. Chonta Ryong's sword was deflected and he attacked Li Jiahe's abdomen again, but it was still blocked by Li Jiahe. The two exchanged several blows in an instant, but Chonta Ryong was quickly put on the defensive in the end. Despite attacking first, Chonta Ryong was struck. Chonta Ryong, exhausted and filled with rage and fear, stared at Li Jiahe's expressionless face. Li Jiahe gathered his internal energy again. Blue flames erupted from his palm and he unleashed a strike at Chonta Ryong. Chonta Ryong also retaliated with a desperate strike. Not to be outdone, the two techniques collided, causing a large explosion. But Chonta Ryong, who was clearly at a disadvantage, was sent flying. Chonta Ryong crashed hard into a nearby rock wall, his entire body covered in blood, looking like a mosquito splattered on a wall. Li Jiahe silently gazed at the one who showed no signs of life. With Li Jiahe's involvement, the battle ended. He alone completely wiped out the sword-wielding society's group, and the valley was covered in corpses. Sadu Hang's group sat silently, their bodies covered in wounds. Li Jiahe dealt with Chonta Ryong and slowly returned. As Li Jiahe's footsteps grew closer, Sadu Hang's group all turned their heads to look at him. Despite having dealt with the entire group, Li Jiahe was as clean and tidy as he had been at the beginning. He walked up to Sadu Hang and said, "Now, do you have anything to say?" Sadu Hang sat silently. Li Jiahe continued, "The foolish sword-wielding society was defeated, and without me you would certainly have died with no one left." Li Jiahe's eyes were as calm as an autumn lake. "The victor in this battle is me." Everyone silently looked at each other, unable to refute him. Li Jiahe suddenly turned to those among the sword-wielding society members who were playing dead and said, "What are you doing? Get up and look for any living comrades. What I killed back then was real." The group reluctantly crawled out and helped the injured. Li Jiahe suddenly sat in front of Sadu Hang, who was startled. Sadu Hang silently observed Li Jiahe, who then spoke. "Sadu Hang, do you understand everything now? I will not kill you here, but now I must speak clearly about everything." Sadu Hang calmed down and replied, "Since I am inferior to you, what more is there to say?" Li Jiahe retorted. "Inferior to me? Then you bullied those weaker than you and forcibly made them pay tribute, didn't you?" Sadu Hang immediately replied, "They simply submitted to me. I believe it's natural for the weak to submit to the strong. Don't you think so too?" The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Sadu Hang broke out in a cold sweat, unable to understand why Li Jiahe was silent. After a moment, Li Jiahe asked another question. "Then do you know who I am?" Sadu Hang bowed his head and replied, "I do not know." Li Jiahe said to Sadu Hang, "After receiving orders, your subordinates went looking for forces to help you defeat the sword-wielding society. They came to me and they seemed to look down on me quite a bit." Sadu Hang was silent, thinking, "Ah, so that's it." Li Jiahe continued, "You must have seen it here today. When you charged into that valley earlier, they all fled. How many dared to stay and fight to save you? What do you think? It's natural. Why should they die for you?" Sadu Hang remained silent with a serious expression. Li Jiahe continued in a very calm voice, "Some even told me to run, not to invite death. Because of your foolishness, the subordinates who were loyal to you died here." Hearing these words, Sadu Hang's face darkened. Li Jiahe suddenly rushed forward and slapped Sadu Hang hard on the cheek. One of Sadu Hang's cheeks swelled, but he still said nothing. Li Jiahe shouted in anger, "I told you to observe the surroundings, but you kept insisting. Because of that foolish and stubborn action, they no longer even have a chance to return." Li Jiahe continuously hit and cursed him, saying, "You foolishly acted in your own way, and now that you've led countless brothers to their deaths, you still don't apologize." Sadu Hang endured everything, bowing his head painfully and saying, "I was foolish and stubborn." Hearing the regretful words, Li Jiahe stared directly at him. Sadu Hang's followers, seeing their leader in pain, knelt and said, "Leader, it is our fault that your subordinates failed to stop you, Yanju, and let you charge into the sword-wielding society. Please punish Yanju." Sadu Hang was surprised for a moment and asked, "What do you mean by leader?" The person regretfully told him everything. One of the mercenaries told a subordinate that the person in front of you, Yanju, is the leader of the Hao sect. He knelt and said, "It is our good fortune that he is attacking the sword-wielding society with us. He has a bit of a fiery temper but is upright. Our subordinates also just realized he is the Hao sect leader, so they couldn't inform you, Sadu Hang Yanju, in time." Hearing these words, Sadu Hang could not say anything. Li Jiahe sighed. These subordinates were quite quick-witted, but they seemed quite afraid of Sadu Hang. Sadu Hang hastily clasped his hands and earnestly apologized. "Hao sect leader, please forgive my rudeness. Thanks to you today, we were spared death in this valley. I once again, on behalf of the Nan Qian Ryan, thank you," he promised. "From now on, whatever you say, Sadu Hang and the Nan Qian Ryan will do our utmost to repay this kindness. Although we are from the Black Path, we understand the ways of the Jianghu and will certainly repay this debt." The people behind him also echoed in agreement. Leader, thank you for saving us. Please command us for anything in the future. We will never refuse. Seeing their determination, Li Jia remained calm for a moment. Now these bastards are talking about righteousness. I don't know what to say. He glanced at Sa Duhang, who had clasped his hands, and said, now that the foolish one knows his mistake, I can't hit him anymore. Li Jia wondered where the person who recognized him was and if he was still alive. The person who was called immediately stood up, raised his hand, and replied, yes, subordinate. Li Jia, seeing his bruised lips, said, good, I'm glad you're alive. The person could only reply, yes. Sa Duhang asked Li Jia, leader, after the situation calms down, may we visit the Hao Sect to express our gratitude to you, leader? Li Jia said with a disgusted expression, no, it's fine. You bring misfortune wherever you go, don't you? So don't come. Now that the sword-wielding society has been utterly defeated, you manage the Nan Qian Ryan well. I will deal with the remnants of the sword-wielding society. Having finished speaking, Li Jia spoke loudly to the kneeling people. Listen, now that the sword-wielding society has been utterly defeated, you all— the group had expressions of concentration on their faces, but Li Jia suddenly frowned and turned away. Ah, it's fine, your nature is already steeped in blood, so it's impossible to change overnight, so just leave it. Now I need to talk about Sa Duhang. Li Jia called Sa Duhang, who was sitting. Come here. Sa Duhang obediently stood up and approached Li Jia, who exhorted him. Because of your foolishness, your brothers had to charge into this valley and they risked their lives to save you, so you must remember your brothers' hearts, understand? Sa Duhang bowed his head and said, I will keep that in mind. Li Jia's eyes suddenly narrowed, but sensing something, he vigilantly turned around. In the center of the valley, Li Jia's palm print was imprinted on the ground and countless corpses lay scattered like mosquitoes hit by a fly swatter. But Li Jia's gaze was fixed on two distant shadows. They were Nobin and Magunja. Li Jia squinted. Two masters of the assassin sect, Nobin and Magunja. Damn it, why is the assassin sect releasing masters like this? What is their purpose here? Li Jia immediately made a decision. He said to Sa Duhang, hey, quickly withdraw your subordinates. This place is not safe. Sa Duhang, seeing Li Jia's serious expression, hastily nodded, and he quickly led his subordinates away. Seeing the group leave, Li Jia cautiously looked back. But at this moment there was no one in the valley. Li Jia sat cross-legged in the middle of the gorge, closed his eyes and concentrated his mind in meditation. Li Jia made a plan in his mind. If I can lure the assassin sect's masters to the Hao sect, then in future battles, the situation where 100 of my subordinates lose their lives will be reduced to only a few. Li Jia was still in a meditative posture, and he heard the whispers of the two hidden figures. Has he not left yet, or should we chase him out? Wait a moment, Li Jia thought inwardly. Those two seem to have a pretty good guess about my skill. They spoke in low voices, but I could still hear them. They seemed to think I was still young and careless. He slowly opened his eyes and stood up. Li Jia suddenly performed his light body technique and soared onto the cliff. Li Jia moved lightly like a spiderweb, pushing off the protruding rock wall and leaping again. He soared high, leaping from one side to the other. At the last point, Li Jia kicked off forcefully and soared into the air like the wind. Li Jia bent his body in midair and the wind swept through the leaves, brushing against Li Jia's hair. He looked up at the blue sky as if exhausted. So tiring. I just finished a battle and now I have to do more work. Li Jia gently landed on his tiptoes onto a nearby protruding rock. A voice was heard. Are you trying to escape? Li Jia turned around, and Nobin and Magunja were already standing behind him. They stared directly at Li Jia, whose face was still cold. Scoffing, what is it, you beggar-like fellow? Hearing these words, Nobin's face hardened. He turned his head and asked Magunja, he called me a beggar. How did he know? What do you think? Magunja replied coldly, everyone knows but you. Hearing these words, Nobin twisted his lips and turned away. Magunja looked at Li Jia and analyzed, your movement technique still seems unstable, especially that posture when leaping over the cliff. You'll damage your knees doing that. Li Jia rolled his eyes. Of course I know. I did that on purpose to make you let down your guard, he mocked Magunja. Who are you? Your face looks like a turtle's shell. Unexpectedly, Magunja was enraged. He frowned, staring directly at Li Jia. You, Nobin, who was nearby, laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. He fell to the ground laughing and exclaimed, truly amazing. Li Jia crossed his arms and looked at the two, mocking them. I am betting the entire fate of the Hao sect. I am the one calculating every move within these words. Magunja touched his chin, looking at Li Jia with interest. What an interesting fellow, you don't seem to look down on anyone. Li Jia frowned and replied with displeasure, what you're saying is far more amusing. Magunja squinted, and Nobin was still sitting and laughing. Magunja smiled slightly. Ah, I see, that seems to be your nature. Since you came up here with your light body technique, your skill seems quite good. How about a match with me? Li Jia, bored, looked away. Magunja squinted. The loser must serve the winner as their master. As the conversation grew more interesting, Nobin immediately shot to his feet. Excellent, let's see who has the superior light body technique. Li Jia remained silent, thinking inwardly, these two are too cunning. The light body techniques of these two guys were truly top-notch, so he provoked me first for this match. However, Li Jia did not refuse and with his arms crossed said, alright, if you say so, then I'll take it that way. Li Jia thought, these two are older than me, so their martial arts level must be higher. Especially in light body techniques, no one in Zhonghu could compare to them. Now that these two guys have provoked me first for a light body technique match, it's highly likely that I will lose. But I always wanted to recruit masters who were pushed to the brink of death as my subordinates. So I cannot refuse this light body technique challenge outright. Seeing Li Jia's thoughtful expression, Magunja sneered. "Are you afraid of me?" Li Jia narrowed his eyes and looked up. He maintained a cold expression, completely unprovoked. Li Jia honestly spoke his thoughts. "Seeing you two, I guessed your light body techniques would be supreme, and that's why you challenged me first." Nobin frowned and looked at Li Jia. "Ah," Li Jia analyzed. "Especially this older brother who looks like a beggar seems to prefer a free life. Dislikes being bound. And I sensed powerful internal energy from you, brother. It seems you combine internal energy with your light body technique to increase your speed. Therefore there are few who can contend with you two." Nobin was startled and froze. Li Jia had not stopped yet. "Furthermore, this older brother in white clothes appears very neat and elegant. He doesn't seem to be someone who likes to rush around. From your attire and demeanor, you appear free and leisurely like a righteous scholar, but your internal energy is unfathomably deep, so there is almost no one in Jianghu who can defeat you." At the accurate analysis, the two looked at each other with surprised expressions. Li Jia, seeing their reactions, guessed inwardly, "They seem surprised by what I said. These are things I remembered from my previous life." Nobin and Magunja looked at Li Jia with wary eyes, and Nobin spoke. "Remarkable. To give such an in-depth assessment after only a brief look at us," Li Jia continued. "I know you two are quite outstanding, but I still wish to compete with you," Nobin excitedly replied. "All right, shall we start now?" But Li Jia carefully shook his head. "But not like this," Nobin hastily asked. "Why do you say that?" Li Jia, with his arms crossed, looked at the two. "I practice martial arts for practical use, that is, to contend with enemies when necessary. And I don't enjoy matches to determine victory or defeat. Especially not a light body technique match with you two. Furthermore, I am younger than you two and have only been practicing martial arts for a few years, so there is no chance of winning if I compete with you." Nobin's eyes widened. "What? You've only been practicing martial arts for a short time?" Magunja was equally surprised. "Only been practicing martial arts for a short time?" Li Jia closed his eyes. "These two guys, despite their outward appearance, are very suspicious. So it would be appropriate to say that I've only been practicing martial arts for a few years. If I were to say I just started practicing, they wouldn't believe me." Nobin asked with curiosity, "How can that be? Someone of your skill has only been practicing martial arts for a short time, then who is your master?" Li Jia calmly replied, "I have no master." Nobin was surprised to hear that. None. The two were taken aback. "You mean you practiced martial arts by yourself?" Li Jia still said calmly. "Whether I practiced alone or had a master, what does it matter to you two? As I've already said, your light body techniques are far superior to mine, so is it really necessary to compete with you?" Li Jia spoke again. "But if I were to compete," Nobin's face was covered in sweat and he urged, "if you have something to say it quickly. How are we supposed to understand if you keep hesitating? It's truly frustrating." Li Jia narrowed his eyes in confirmation. He really was an impatient fellow. All his memories of him from his previous life were accurate. He knew that this impatient personality had caused him to lose control over many things in his previous life. Li Jia clicked his tongue. I see." Nobin was very anxious. "What do you mean I see? Speak quickly." Li Jia's expression became inscrutable. "What I mean is, light body techniques are." Nobin's eyes were filled with anticipation. Li Jia said, "They are merely auxiliary martial arts, but extremely difficult to master." Nobin angrily shouted, "Is that what you needed to tell us? What I need to know is what you want to say to compete with us." Magunja, who was beside him, was calmer. "Stop talking so much, he's speaking. If you keep interrupting him like that, when will he ever finish? Is it so hard to just listen quietly?" After speaking, the two silently looked at Li Jia. Li Jia said, "While practicing martial arts I realized something." Magunja and Nobin asked with curiosity. "What?" Li Jia continued. "Because I practiced alone, I had no master's guidance, so sometimes my practice was not precise. This sometimes caused my mind and personality to change erratically. Furthermore, my blood and qi circulation was not smooth, leading to an imbalance of yin and yang in my body." Magunja was surprised. "So you mean your body contains both yin and yang qi simultaneously?" Li Jia mentioned someone he knew. "I am acquainted with a fairly famous doctor. That gentleman, young Master Mo Yang, a longtime friend of mine, told me after several treatments that my body is indeed a yin-yang constitution." Magunja couldn't help but be surprised. "A yin-yang constitution?" Nobin, who was beside him, rubbed his chin. "Oh, I see, that's one of the rare constitutions in Jianghu. Perhaps that's why you were able to achieve today's accomplishments after only a few years of martial arts training," Li Jia guessed. "This beggar-like fellow seems curious about the yin-yang constitution now that I've mentioned it, and that turtle-faced young master doesn't seem to care about such things. He just wants to have a light body technique match with me." Li Jia lowered his hand. "How do these two guys with such contrasting personalities always stick together?" He slightly turned his body. "This is enough for now. Let's meet again if there's a chance. I have many things to do, so I can't stay long." As Li Jia turned to leave, Magunja hastily stopped him. "Hey brother, wait a moment," he asked Li Jia with curiosity. "Could you tell us your identity?" Li Jia, having achieved his goal, sneered slightly. He suddenly soared high into the air. Li Jia's voice resonated throughout the entire space. "The leader of the Hao Sect, that's me." Magunja and Nobin looked confused, staring at Li Jia's determined retreating back. From Li Jiahe's perspective, he was continuously employing light body techniques moving across the ground. Li Jiehe thought inwardly, "That's enough, I need to leave this place quickly. These two guys will definitely come looking for me out of curiosity." Li Jiehe swiftly flew through the dense forest and the scene shifted to Mo Yangbek's side. He rubbed his forehead, looking at the book on the table. This black book had given Mo Yangbek much to ponder. He recalled a short while ago. Mo Yangbek said to the person opposite him, "This is the part one don't understand. I don't know why the sect leader wants to help the Hao sect leader." Magunja, sitting opposite, replied, "I'm not sure exactly how to put it. Perhaps he wanted to see what the Hao sect leader's skill would be like when he unleashed his full power." As Mo Yangbek was deep in thought, a familiar voice was heard. "Brother Mo Yang, are you inside?" "May I come in?" Li Jiehe casually pushed aside the curtain and entered the previously quiet room. Mo Yangbek smiled lightly and greeted him. "It's been a long time, sect leader. You must have been busy lately, unable to visit." Li Jiehe did not reply but sighed and calmly sat on a chair saying, "Nothing much. The sword-wielding society hired assassins to assassinate me, so I had to eliminate them. Brother Mo Yang, you came looking for me several times while I was away, didn't you?" Mo Yangbek did not hide it. "Yes," Li Jiehe asked. "You look a bit different lately, brother." Mo Yangbek smiled gently. Perhaps I've been thinking too much. It's nothing serious, I'll stabilize soon." But Li Jiehe's eyes sharpened. "Brother, you don't need to hide anything from me. Looking at your face I somewhat understand. What kind of things haven't someone like me experienced? Perhaps you are agonizing over an unsolvable matter, scholar." Mo Yangbek chuckled. "This is," Li Jiehe said honestly. "Brother, you don't need to hide it." Mo Yangbek nodded slightly. Li Jiehe's expression remained unchanged, but a hint of worry was evident. "If you have something to say, tell me." Mo Yangbek thought deeply. He nervously picked up the book on the table. This was the Ice Arts Manual. Li Jiehe said in a bewildered tone. "That? So?" Mo Yangbek asked in surprise. "Aren't you surprised that I possess this Ice Arts Manual?" Li Jiehe, with his arms crossed, said, "Ice arts are not that rare, so I'm not surprised that a scholar has it. If you have something to say about the manual, continue." Hearing that, Mo Yangbek had no choice but to speak his thoughts. Since the sect leader possesses a yin-yang constitution, this Ice Arts Manual would be suitable for the sect leader. "I have read through this entire manual. Although it is a martial art, it is very complex. Almost like a medical text on acupoints and meridians." Li Jiehe nodded. "I see." Mo Yangbek continued. "I read it to understand what this book speaks of and what harm it can bring to those who practice it." Li Jiehe nodded again. Mo Yangbek continued. "However, this is not just a simple martial arts manual, but seems to meticulously record the paths and methods for practitioners. If the sect leader were to practice this ice arts, the method of supplementing yin and yang described in this book would likely be appropriate. It focuses on increasing internal coldness, similar to the demonic cultivation of martial artists who practice demonic arts by eliminating turbidity or expelling unfavorable qi to raise one's level." Mo Yangbek's expression darkened. Collecting yin can also be interpreted as removing impurities or expelling unfavorable energy to advance one's level, aiming to maximize internal coldness and murderous intent. This method also speaks of killing people to raise one's level, which is a very cruel method. However, through this the internal yin-cold energy will greatly increase, and the ice arts will continuously develop. Li Jiehe nodded. "I roughly understand. This method is truly demonic." Mo Yangbek also agreed. "Yes, a martial artist capable of recording such experiences is undoubtedly a cruel, ruthless, and irredeemable practitioner of demonic arts. This person not only kills people but also researches various methods to bring people to death. It is truly cruel. As a doctor, reading this book truly shocked me. I couldn't imagine how such terrible methods could be conceived." Li Jiehe assessed. "This could be called demonic arts. Did that scholar bring this book to you by any chance?" Mo Yangbek looked at Li Jiehe in surprise. "How did you know?" "He asked me to keep it a secret and deliver it to you, sect leader." Li Jiehe was not surprised at all. "I was the one who trapped him, so how could I not know?" Li Jiehe's eyes were cold. "He is a demonic swordsman and an ice arts practitioner. So this is definitely his recorded experience, or perhaps he found this book somewhere." He turned to Mo Yangbek and slightly consoled him. "This is a demonic path, so scholar, you don't need to remember it. For a doctor like you who saves people, to read this is truly defiling you. But I am worried that you might fall into inner demons someday." Mo Yangbek sighed, looking at the book. "I inadvertently did so out of curiosity. For a doctor like me to read the diary of a murderer who practiced demonic arts is truly—" Li Jiehe looked at the hesitating Mo Yangbek. "So?" Mo Yangbek's expression was uncomfortable and angry, lost in thought. "I thought demonic arts could raise one's internal energy faster than orthodox paths, but I didn't realize this person delved so deeply into this martial art. So he too possesses knowledge and a spirit of inquiry. If he obtained this book somewhere, he would definitely have studied and revised it." Mo Yangbek frowned, his face filled with sadness. "But what he did was wrong. It is contrary to my actions. If I meet him again, perhaps we will have a life and death duel." Li Jiehe said nothing, seeing Mo Yangbek like that. He thought to himself, "Good, but don't fall into inner demons like in my previous life." Li Jiahe extended his hand and said, "Scholar, may I read it?" Mo Yangbek without hesitation handed the book to Li Jiahe. Li Jiahe quickly flipped through it. Many characters and even illustrations, this guy truly put effort into researching it. According to what's written here, ice arts are only a part of yin arts. Yin arts are divided into ice arts and cold arts. Li Jiahe clicked his tongue. Too many characters and a mix of ancient and new script. Mo Yangbek carefully watched Li Jiahe read the book. Li Jiahe closed the book and concluded, this book was written by a woman. Truly unexpected. Mo Yangbek couldn't help but be surprised. What, how do you know? I read it but didn't notice, Li Jiahe calmly explained. Scholar, you were probably too focused on the content of the book to pay attention. It says Mayang Wol Hyeonryang here, and that life is heartless and cold, waxing and waning. This woman must have lived a painful life. She must have practiced these yin arts to the end to express her rage against the world. He lowered his eyes. Men like us, no matter how much pain or sorrow we feel, seek out alcohol to soothe our hearts and forget the lingering grudges. Drinking under the moonlight can make us forget everything and slowly regain peace of mind. Even then we might still think about our inability to let go of attachment. The moon in the sky shines upon us. But it also shows the ruthlessness of the world. For men, such pain might not linger much, but for women it becomes a wound that follows them throughout their lives. So when I read this passage and understood her thoughts, I could conclude that she must have possessed the soul of a wounded and suffering woman. Mo Yangbek suddenly realized. I see, Li Jiahe concluded, therefore it can be presumed that this woman practiced this martial art to take revenge on those who caused her pain. Mo Yangbek nodded. Yes, Li Jiahe further asked, Scholar, I ask you, after reading this book, do you think she practiced this martial art to take revenge on those who caused her pain? Is the opponent she targeted a highly skilled martial artist or an ordinary one? Li Jiahe answered himself again. I can tell you this. Naturally, the opponent she targeted is a heartless man who deceived women, but reading the profound methods, explanations, and knowledge contained in this book, I can see that she deeply researched almost every method to enhance her yin arts. Therefore, this must be a famous and high-ranking great hero from the orthodox path. Looking down at the book, Li Jiahe added, to add more, for this woman to be loved by a famous and esteemed great hero, she must have been very beautiful. Mo Yangbek was greatly surprised by Li Jiahe's analytical ability. Yes, Li Jiahe's face grew progressively darker. Besides being beautiful, she must have possessed outstanding talent and intelligence. In fact, she must have had excellent martial arts skills to be able to research yin arts cultivation methods on her own later. Of course, beautiful women are pursued by many men, therefore I infer that the swindler was quite handsome, fond of pleasure, and eloquent. He probably promised her something and charmed her into following him. Mo Yangbek was very surprised by the unexpected turn of events. What? Li Jiahe added. Of course, once conquered, his frivolous and extravagant nature would soon become tiresome. Then he would have heartlessly abandoned her. Li Jiahe placed the book on the table and said, but she was too naive to fall into the demonic path because of this one lesson. How could she forget him? The happy times they shared must have been the happiest she had known since she first experienced love in this world. With her innate knowledge and martial arts, she resolved to take revenge in a strong and decisive hand. She must have suffered extreme pain, and every time she picked up the pen it was as if it became a knife embodying her will to kill the man who betrayed her. Hearing this, Mo Yangbek touched his chin, lost in thought. So many meanings were contained within. Li Jiahe concluded, anyway, I only read it to know, but how could I learn this cruel yin collecting method? This is not a path that honest people like us should follow. Scholar, you don't need to overthink it. Once you've read it, forget it. Li Jiahe picked up the book coldly and said, so there's no need to keep this book, just burn it. Mo Yangbek hesitated for a moment. Sir, there's no need to go that far. After all, this contains one person's heart, and I don't intend to read it again. But Li Jiahe disagreed. Even the scholar's words are not entirely correct. In this life we sometimes have no intention of doing something, but if circumstances push us, we no longer think correctly and commit many evil deeds. Therefore I utterly despise those who commit such evil. If I meet them, I will not let them live. I will kill them. As he turned, a fierce blaze erupted from Li Jiahe. Those wicked individuals who practice this yin collecting method are those who disregard the lives of others. These are truly evil people whom heaven and earth cannot forgive. If I meet them, I will send them to the 9 layers of hell. Mo Yangbek, seeing Li Jiahe's righteous appearance, bit his lip and greatly admired him. Li Jiahe consoled him. Scholar, you are a doctor and a noble person. Focus on healing the sick and saving people. Leave the task of plunging into the demonic path to punish the wicked to me. Do you understand my intention, scholar? Mo Yangbek smiled slightly and replied, this humble one understands. The day grew darker and plum blossom petals drifted gently down upon Li Jiahe. Li Jiahe sat practicing under the plum tree in the courtyard, and a reddish aura emanated from his body. This energy grew stronger and a deep red energy orb appeared in his palm after a while. The energy quickly dissipated. Li Jiahe slowly opened his eyes and looked at his hands. One of my hands is like fire, the other like ice. Since the golden turtle divine art can circulate hot energy through the meridians, it can be called the sun-moon cold art. And since it can circulate yin energy through the body, it can be called the moon. If I wield these 2 martial arts simultaneously, it can be called the sun-moon divine art. If one can cultivate this martial art to the highest realm, they will be able to circulate hot and cold energies naturally and skillfully. As the name suggests, it is the sun-moon divine art. This martial art can be wielded, but mastering it is very difficult. This martial art can be said to encompass the harmonious circulation of the sun and moon. When these two energies combine, a new power will be generated from the two types of hot and cold energies. At that time, a purple aura will spread throughout the body. Then the internal energy will continuously increase. When the golden turtle divine art and the moon cold art reach their limits, the true chi of the one who skillfully wields this divine art will become purple. Hence it is called the purple mist divine art. Li Jiahe looked at the beautiful petals scattering in the sky and wind. In his previous life he could not accomplish many things, so in this life, after his regression, he must achieve more great deeds. Besides diligently practicing martial arts, I must strive to live a long life. Thanks to this, I will be able to pass on my martial arts to many disciples of the Hao sect. All these disciples, if possible in the future, will maintain and establish new sects. Furthermore, I will never allow the wicked villains of the Jianghu to live in peace. Among my disciples, some will rise to the highest positions in the Jianghu, serving as shining examples to all and receiving endless respect. I will support my disciples from the shadows. I can be said to be the harmony of light and darkness in the Jianghu. As night deepened, Li Jiahe still sat meditating under the tree. He thought to himself, "My name is Jiahe Purple Mist, so I am an unrivaled being." Nearly 10 days later, Li Jiahe was practicing in his room. Cha Yang Tae rushed in from outside. "Sect leader, a letter has arrived." Li Jiahe slightly opened one eye. Li Jiahe asked curiously, "Who sent it to me?" Cha Yang Tae shook his head. "This subordinate does not know. The person who brought the letter only asked me to deliver it to the Hao sect leader." Li Jiahe tore open the letter and quickly read its contents. A secret martial arts competition is scheduled to be held on the first day of next month at Chiapge Mountain, which is under the jurisdiction of Suksu Villa. 2 participants from each side are expected, but 1 alternate is still needed. I was planning to go there with my foolish disciple, but then I suddenly thought of you. This is quite an interesting match, so would you like to join me? I will wait for you at Suksu Villa. Sent by your senior brother Jioma. Seeing the name at the end of the letter, Li Jiahe's interest was piqued. Senior brother Jioma? Cha Yang Tae, who was standing nearby, asked curiously. "Sect leader, what does the letter say?" Li Jiahe summarized. "Someone has invited me to Chiapge Mountain for an important matter." Cha Yang Tae then said, "This subordinate is also bored. Would you like me to accompany you?" Li Jiahe refused. "Unfortunately I cannot. Only one person can go there." Seeing Li Jiahe's retreating figure as he walked out the door, Cha Yang Tae hastily asked, "Are you going there right now?" Li Jiahe said very calmly, "What's the rush? I still need to bathe and change my clothes." Cha Yang Tae was surprised to hear this. "What?" Li Jiahe raised an eyebrow in wonder. "What's wrong with that?" Cha Yang Tae's face lit up with interest. "Seeing that you're paying attention to your appearance, sir, is there a woman you're going to meet at Chiapge Mountain?" Li Jiahe silently stared at Cha Yang Tae, who hastily bowed his head and apologized. This subordinate overstepped. Li Jiahe quickly patted his chest to calm himself. "My heart is calm." Cha Yang Tae looked up and said, "Yes." Li Jiahe continued to pat his chest like a lake. Cha Yang Tae clenched his fists and said as if realizing something, "Yes sir, you are right. If you can live like that, this subordinate will be very happy." Seeing Li Jiahe still patting his chest to calm himself, Cha Yang Tae admired him. "The sect leader has changed a lot now," he said in a happy voice. "Sir, your temperament is becoming more composed and you're not showing your emotions as much. This is the dignity needed as a sect leader. Indeed, you've changed a lot." But he couldn't stand this man's excessive talking. Li Jiahe turned and hit Cha Yang Tae on the head, saying irritably, "You talk too much." Cha Yang Tae rubbed his head sullenly and said, "Yes." The scene shifted to Chiapge Mountain. Li Jiahe darted through the forest like a squirrel. He leaped from a rock and soared high. Li Jiahe landed lightly on the ground. His coat fluttered like the wind and he landed directly in front of Suksu Villa. Seeing the emblem on people's clothes, Li Jiahe thought, "Too many guards." At the arrival of a stranger, the guards became vigilant, clutching their swords and glaring at the newcomer. One of them stepped forward and asked, "Are you here by invitation?" Li Jiahe nodded. "Of course, I am the Hao sect leader." After confirmation, they moved aside and made way for Li Jiahe. The door opened, and Li Jiahe entered calmly with his arms crossed. He thought to himself, "I've now entered Suksu Villa." A person inside bowed to Li Jiahe and said, "I will guide you." As he walked, Li Jiahe thought, "I had planned to visit Baekingji and deal with Jaewasa, but thanks to that, I'm meeting his master, senior brother Jioma. Now that I've come to Suksu Villa, I never thought I'd meet the martial alliance leader so soon." You could call it a connection with senior brother Jioma, or more accurately, a bad connection with that Jaewasa whom I drugged. It could also be called a bad connection with him. Li Jiahe entered a large lavish room where 2 people were already seated on chairs. Jioma saw Li Jiahe and greeted him. "You've arrived," Li Jiahe politely replied. "Hello, senior brother." Jioma pointed to the chair beside him and said, "Sit." The person sitting beside him upon Li Jiahe's arrival leaned forward unpleasantly and said, "You've arrived." Li Jiahe ignored the person and only spoke to Jioma. "Who is senior brother's opponent?" The person ignored by Li Jiahe gnashed his teeth in anger, and Jioma calmly replied, "The alliance leader." Li Jiahe turned and looked at the chair of honor. Is that him? Has he not arrived yet? To make us wait so long, truly, even as the martial alliance leader, he lacks courtesy. Li Jiahe's bold words caused both of them to freeze. Jioma then bowed his head and sighed, smiling faintly as if already familiar with Li Jiahe's personality, while Mangrang frowned and scolded. What are you saying? Who are you to dare to judge the alliance leader? His expression became serious. The alliance leader is the head of the martial alliance. This place is under his jurisdiction. Watch your words. Li Jiahe looked at him with slight curiosity. Why is this guy acting like this? Does he still think he's a member of the Peng'en Manga, a righteous sect? Li Jiahe unconsciously recalled the other party's previous life. You are also a person who could be called from the black path, that foolish fellow. Jioma and Li Jiahe began to converse. How have you been? Li Jiahe replied. This humble one is still doing well. Jioma asked, are you dissatisfied with being invited here this time? Li Jiahe said with a gentle expression. The opportunity to witness senior brother's duel with the alliance leader firsthand is an opportunity not to be missed. No matter how busy, this humble one immediately rushed here. Li Jiahe asked worriedly, when I met senior brother before, your injuries hadn't fully healed and you were recuperating there. Why are you fighting the alliance leader so quickly this time? Jioma calmly replied, no matter what you say, one cannot always meet the alliance leader. You may be busy with 100 things, but if he has time to meet me, a person like me cannot refuse. Of course my illness has not fully healed yet. But this is also an opportunity I have long awaited, Jioma said with a smile. Seeing you and my foolish disciple so interested in this duel satisfies me. No one wants to avoid determining victory or defeat. This time I will strive to win desperately. Li Jiahe was silent, and Mangrang also remained quiet beside him. Li Jiahe thought to himself, senior brother Jioma is suddenly talking so much it makes my heart flutter unconsciously. I even feel a little guilty for saying those things to him. At this moment many more people began to arrive. 3 people in white clothes carrying long swords entered with an aura of transcendence. Seeing the face of the person at the front, Li Jiahe immediately recognized him. He was the martial alliance leader, Sobek, truly a leader of the Jianghu. The aura emanating from him naturally inspired respect. Sobek sat in the seat of honor with 2 disciples on either side. Sobek asked in a stern voice, Jioma, did these 2 juniors follow you here to watch our duel? Jioma nodded and replied, yes, that is correct. Sobek turned to Mangrang and asked, young junior, which generation of the Mong family are you from? Upon hearing this, Mangrang slowly stood up and respectfully cupped his hands, replying, this humble one is Mongyan of the Peng'en Manga. Greetings to the alliance leader. Li Jiahe nodded. I see. So his name in the Mong family is Mongyan? Sobek nodded and said gently, I heard your name is quite well known in Baekingji and your martial arts are first-rate, is that correct? Mangrang replied with a slight hesitation. Yes, Baekingji mainly has poets and scholars, so my martial arts have gained a bit of fame. Sobek turned to Li Jiahe and said, you in white clothes, are you Li Jiahe, the Haro sect leader? This is our first meeting. Li Jiahe, with a cold voice as if speaking to a junior, slightly nodded. Yes, alliance leader. The entire room fell silent. Jioma and Mangrang glanced at Li Jiahe with uneasy and worried expressions. Martial alliance leader Sobek's 2 disciples' faces stiffened in surprise at Li Jiahe's arrogant attitude. While Sobek himself burst into laughter, he turned to his disciple and asked, what kind of sect is the Haro sect? He hastily replied, yes, it's just a small sect, alliance leader. Sobek mused, is that so? The disciple hastily added, yes, it's so small that our subordinates haven't even accurately grasped the situation there. Sobek changed the subject. Then what shall we fight with today, the 2 of us, you decide, real swords or wooden swords? I heard you were injured fighting the cult master before. Since your injuries haven't fully healed, consider this fight carefully. Jioma respectfully replied, yes, alliance leader, we can fight with wooden swords. Sobek nodded and commanded, good, bring wooden swords. Sobek suggested, no matter what you say, if you lose this fight, you must join the martial alliance and teach my disciples here. Jioma firmly said, I refuse. Sobek frowned, a hint of threat in his expression. Are you refusing? Then in this fight I will not hold back against you. Think about everything carefully. Conversely, if you defeat me, what would you ask of me? Jioma slowly opened his mouth. I need a spiritual elixir for healing. Sobek quickly agreed. Good, it is decided then. Sobek instructed the disciple standing beside him. If I am defeated, go to the apothecary and bring Jioma the finest spiritual elixir, understand? He bowed his head and replied respectfully. This subordinate understands, Sobek suggested. It's inconvenient here. Let's go outside. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone stood up preparing to leave the room. They followed Sobek outside together. Li Jiahe sighed, looking at Jioma. Senior brother Jioma's skill is beyond question, but he has not recovered from his current injuries. Previously, defeating him was no easy feat for just anyone. But above all, the alliance leader's skill has already reached the pinnacle of the orthodox martial arts world, making his martial arts unfathomable. Li Jiahe glanced at Mangrang's uneasy expression. It seems I am not the only one feeling this way. Senior brother Jioma and that disciple also seem to be in quite a heavy emotional state. It's an emotion difficult to express in words. I am Sobek suddenly turned back and asked Li Jaha with a curious expression. Youngster, why are you sighing? Li Jaha answered honestly. It's nothing serious, in my opinion. Senior brother Jioma's swordsmanship was already close to the state of unity between man and sword, but fighting the alliance leader who is at his peak in his current injured state leaves him with almost no chance. I am Sobek listened to his words, thought deeply and replied. I see, since you followed Jioma all the way here, your acquaintance with him must be deep. In such a situation it would be strange not to sigh. Everyone moved together to a very spacious training ground. A disciple approached, holding a wooden sword and respectfully handed it to I am Sobek. This is a knight sword, alliance leader. I am Sobek quickly took the sword. On this side, Jioma also slowly received the sword being brought to him. I am Sobek said leisurely. Compose yourself, I will wait. Jioma, not feeling ignored, walked to the edge of the arena. After maintaining a certain distance he turned his body and stood facing I am Sobek. Mongrang and Li Jaha focused on the match without a word. A quiet and chilling atmosphere hung over the arena. I am Sobek frowned, looking at Jioma. You seem quite tense. With such a state of mind before a match, how can one fight? If there's any unresolved issue, speak of it. Jioma listened to those words and immediately got to the point. Alliance leader, forgive my presumption, but I must ask, when using a wooden sword, what level has your swordsmanship reached? I am Sobek thought for a moment, then replied. Swordsmanship is a reflection of one's will, manifesting according to the mood of the moment. I anticipate that with luck one can reach the pinnacle of the sword within a few years. However, seeing your aura, Jioma, your swordsmanship level seems not far behind mine. So you two need not rush. By going slowly you will eventually arrive. Jioma asked, puzzled. What do you mean, alliance leader? Do you mean one should not rush to quickly improve their skill? I am Sobek said calmly. Above all, you will encounter an obstacle before reaching the final stage. That obstacle is a wall that countless swordsmen throughout history have stopped at and failed to overcome. Now that I have said this, you should understand my meaning. Jioma did not answer, merely smiled. He raised his sword. Good, I am ready. I am Sobek heard those words and swiftly swung his sword. Good, let's begin. I am Sobek smiled confidently, very satisfied with the martial arts match. Jioma still stood motionless, but suddenly moved so swiftly that his body blurred, appearing before I am Sobek in the blink of an eye. Jioma swung his sword decisively, and even as the sword was about to reach him, I am Sobek showed no panic whatsoever. I am Sobek suddenly raised his sword, accurately parried the opponent's sword, and with a single move Jioma's wooden sword shattered. Jioma, seeing that, did not panic, and gathered internal energy in his palm, preparing to unleash a palm strike. I am Sobek also reacted immediately, gathering power in his hand and sending it towards Jioma. The two powerful energies collided, causing a large explosion, and smoke and dust billowed thickly. As the smoke cleared, Jioma's body swayed slightly. He raised his head and was silent for a moment. Jioma said calmly, I have lost. I am Sobek returned the sword to his disciple and said, Well done. He turned and left, giving instructions. Since he has already admitted defeat, there is no need to contend with internal energy. Heal your wounds quickly. Otherwise, if you sustain another internal injury before your old wounds heal, it will be troublesome. Having finished speaking, I am Sobek commanded again. Everyone withdraw, the disciples replied respectfully. Yes, alliance leader. Before leaving, I am Sobek turned his head to Jioma and bid farewell. There will be another chance to meet again later. Jioma, though defeated, maintained a calm demeanor. Yes, alliance leader. After saying these words, I am Sobek left with his disciples. Li Jaha watched the battle and thought slightly. I never knew the alliance leader's skill was this strong. Jioma sat cross-legged in the middle of the arena and began to circulate his internal energy. Li Jaha looked at him indifferently, thinking inwardly. That senior brother Jioma's much-anticipated match ended so quickly. Moreover, he fully accepted it, not showing any pain or resistance. Li Jaha narrowed his eyes and thought. Did he lose because they fought with wooden swords? If it had been a life-and-death duel with real swords, could he truly have won? Li Jaha felt very regretful. To have come all this way and not witnessed any of the alliance leader's peerless martial arts. Jioma was the same. The two merely clashed once and immediately conceded defeat. Mongrang and Li Jaha approached Jioma, who was still circulating his internal energy. Perhaps those two have reached a level one cannot even imagine. If it had been a life-and-death duel it wouldn't have ended so simply, but there's nothing to be done. Jioma still had his eyes closed, concentrating and circulating his internal energy, and after a moment he opened his eyes and sighed. Mongrang suddenly knelt and said with a sad expression, I'm sorry, master. Jioma asked Mongrang very calmly, Disciple, how do you feel seeing your master defeated so quickly? Mongrang replied with a puzzled expression. Yes, Jioma encouraged him. If you have something to say, tell your master. Mongrang finally revealed his true feelings. Of course, at our level we couldn't tell that both the alliance leaders and your swordsmanship had nearly reached the state of unity between man and sword. However, what I don't understand is that you conceded defeat to the alliance leader after only that much. I thought, master, that you could have fought more, even against the alliance leader. Mongrang suddenly stopped speaking, seeing Jioma's expression. He smiled slightly, turned his head to Li Jaha and asked, Sect Master, having observed so carefully, have you gained anything? The two sat facing each other, and Li Jiahe said honestly, yes, after observing you both I have a question for senior brother. Jioma readily agreed. Good. Li Jiahe began to speak of what he was curious about. I think the Alliance leader's swordsmanship is quite simple. Of course, having observed from outside I saw it more clearly than senior brother, but I believe senior brother also saw the trajectory of that swordsmanship. It was like that at first, but later, as I carefully observed, although there was only one sword, when it was almost upon senior brother, it suddenly seemed to split into several. One turned into many. As if everything was surrounding senior brother with that swordsmanship. The afterimages of that sword truly astonished me. With layers of swordsmanship flying, how did senior brother see through it and respond? Jioma nodded and praised Li Jiahe's meticulous observation. You observed very well. Then how many afterimages of the wooden sword did you see? Li Jiahe answered honestly. I saw 6. Jioma called Mongrang again. Disciple? Mongrang frowned and replied, yes, fewer. It was only 4. Anyway, the swordsmanship came too quickly for master, so I couldn't see it accurately. Jioma closed his eyes and nodded. I see, he began to explain. That is the 6-sword shadow Lujian Fenying. It is a unique swordsmanship personally devised by the Alliance leader, Mongrang asked, as if finding it difficult to understand. 6-sword shadow? Jioma explained. Yes, as the name suggests. When the Alliance leader was the leader of the 6-sword brigade, he was part of the 6-sword brigade, which consisted of several swordsmen from the Martial Alliance. At that time, he created that swordsmanship through countless battle experiences. The name 6-sword shadow merely refers to the 6 swordsmen he led. Mongrang was very surprised. Then are you saying the Alliance leader is not from a prestigious family or sect? Jioma nodded and continued to speak. Yes, that's right, he was just a common swordsman, but later gradually rose through the ranks to become the current Alliance leader. Of course, the process was never simple. He can be described as a swordsman with an eagerness to learn and dedication to training. When he was a member of the 6-sword brigade, he sparred with all members of the team, and regardless of victory or defeat, no one held grudges. Later, when he became the leader of the brigade, he learned a great deal and no longer suffered defeat against anyone. But he didn't stop there. He not only fought new enemies but also re-engaged those who had previously defeated him. Of course, as his skill improved, no one could defeat the Alliance leader. As he said this, his eyes narrowed slightly. Before the Great War, the Alliance leader led the 6-sword brigade to confront the demonic cult, and any war is bound to be cruel and bloody. The 6-sword brigade also all fell, leaving no one behind. The Alliance leader was the sole survivor of the 6-sword brigade after that orthodox demonic war. To honor his comrades, the Alliance leader named that swordsmanship 6-sword shadow. He named it thus to remind himself not to let the demonic cult harm the martial arts world again. Jioma asked again, isn't it strange that despite me being from the demonic cult, the Alliance leader accepted to spar with me? This reveals his open-minded and unprejudiced character. Furthermore, he demonstrated his full qualification as the martial Alliance leader, a man of courtesy who knows right from wrong. That is why, even though I was defeated, I was not angry at all. Now, do both of you understand? Li Jiahe nodded, thinking inwardly. Truly, the Alliance leader is someone who cannot be judged by appearances alone. But Li Jiahe still couldn't understand. Then why did senior brother insist on sparring with the Alliance leader? Jioma smiled and explained. Sect Master, you may not know, but in the Jianghu, I, Jioma, am the only one who can spar in swordsmanship with the Alliance leader and the demonic cult master. I invited you, Sect Master, to come along so that both of you could observe and learn. Of course, I also wanted to see which was superior, my swordsmanship or the Alliance leader's. Jioma's expression became very relaxed again. Although I lost, I realized a few principles I hadn't understood before. One who wishes to reach a higher level cannot do so through arduous training alone. They must spar with equals to see their shortcomings and improve. Perhaps for that reason the Alliance leader also agreed to spar with me. Jioma's expression was serious. Since I earned the nickname Jioma Sword Demon, naturally my swordsmanship contains many powerful killing moves. However, having understood the Alliance leader's intentions, I naturally could not use killing moves to drive both of you into a death trap. The Alliance leader naturally would have understood that as well. Thus the two of us ultimately sparred with just a single sword strike, deciding the victor purely on swordsmanship skill with no intention whatsoever of endangering the opponent. Of course, the Alliance leader's swordsmanship was superior to mine, and as a result I was defeated. Now both of you should have some understanding of this match. Mongrang sadly nodded as if he understood. Jioma admonished, Disciple, you probably understand my intention in bringing you here. Do not say that your master did not warn you if you later fall into debauchery with alcohol and women. Mongrang could only bow his head before Jioma's rebuke. Jioma again raised his hand, rubbed his chin and thought. And when the sect master asked how to counter the 6-sword shadow, for now I haven't found a countermeasure either. He asked Li Jiahe. Sect master, having heard what I said, do you have any opinions? Li Jiahe did not spare his praise. You are truly a genuine swordsman. So senior brother Jioma, you only sparred with the Alliance leader for pure swordsmanship exchange and learning with no other intentions. Li Jiahe pulled out a dagger. I too saw the Alliance leader's 6-sword shadow. I will attempt to reproduce it as I understand it. Having finished speaking, Li Jiahe held the dagger forward and circulated his internal energy. Immediately, the blade instantly glowed fiery red, and then suddenly changed to blue. After that, as the internal energy dissipated, the blade returned to its original silvery white. Li Jiahe held up the dagger, observed it and said, "Fundamentally it's like this, the trajectory of the swordsmanship is clear. The Alliance leader's swordsmanship is probably faster and more complex at that moment. The illusion will appear when the swordsmanship is almost upon the opponent." Li Jiahe analyzed in great detail in a short time. Based on his exquisite understanding of his internal energy and swordsmanship, the Alliance leader can maneuver his sword to approach any of the opponent's weaknesses. Since 6 illusions are generated, no one will be able to discern where the Alliance leader intends to point the tip of his sword. If an expert quickly approaches the Alliance leader's sword with their weapon before the illusionary swords are formed, the opponent's weapon will surely shatter. Mongrang watched Li Jiahe from the side in astonishment. He only saw the Alliance leader and master's match once, yet he figured out the principle of 6 sword shadow. It's unimaginable. He truly is a monster. Unbelievable. Even Jioma himself was very surprised. Li Jiahe continued to speak. Through the Alliance leader's 6 sword shadow, I could also infer who the 6 sword brigade were and what the purpose of the swordsmanship they used was. Jioma said to the Sect master, "Speak." Li Jiahe slightly closed his eyes and brandished the dagger. As senior brother said, the Alliance leader was from an ordinary swordsman background, and gradually became the martial Alliance leader without any significant background. Therefore such swordsmen would never have lived in abundance. The swords they used would also have been nothing more than ordinary swords. Therefore, during training or battles with enemies, their swords breaking would have been unavoidable. Li Jiahe put the dagger into its sheath. Therefore, the Alliance leader's 6 sword shadow was created to help all members ensure their swords always had an advantage over the opponent's weapons. When 2 people clashed, the advantageous weapon could put the opponent in a difficult situation and prevent one's own inferior weapon from breaking in a life-and-death battle. He put the dagger into his inner pocket. Illusionary swordsmanship creates an intimidating presence, making it difficult for the opponent to discern and block the real sword. The Alliance leader created this swordsmanship through countless battles and contemplation. Whether it's a wooden sword, a real sword, or any inferior weapon in his hands, the 6 sword shadow can be utilized to its fullest. Li Jiahe stopped speaking. That was what I had grasped. The 6 sword shadow technique represents the class of poor and humble swordsmen who had to struggle to survive in chaotic times. He suddenly glanced at the person opposite him. Li Jiahe asked Jioma, "Senior brother, what do you think?" Jioma stood blankly. The sun gradually turned into a reddish-yellow twilight, and Jioma and his disciple were still pondering Li Jiahe's words. After a moment, Jioma nodded. What the Sect master said seemed to be a fairly accurate evaluation of the Alliance leader's martial arts. Perhaps even he had to endure so many difficulties and hardships when he was in the sword brigade to be able to create such a swordsmanship. Li Jiahe nodded slightly. He thought to himself, of course, senior brother Jioma and that foolish womanizer are from wealthy families and lived without worrying about money. So it's natural for them to see things differently from me. Of course, only those who were poor and suffered could truly understand the power of the Alliance leader's swordsmanship. I am one of those people. He focused his gaze for a moment. The life of a tavern errand boy in my previous life and the life where I lost everything gave me the strength to accomplish things that even senior brother Jioma couldn't. He suddenly burst into laughter. Looking back, it was truly a painful life for me. Thanks to the painful life in my previous life, I am where I am today. But Li Jiahe couldn't laugh for too long. He gritted his teeth and lowered his head. But no matter what, a poor life is nothing to boast about. The more I think about it, the more depressed I get. Jioma continued to watch Li Jiahe, seeing his expression constantly change. Li Jiahe spoke first. Senior brother, you were defeated by the Alliance leader here today, and while it's understandable, you must still feel quite depressed. So why don't we all drink and forget all our worries? Hearing that, Jioma lowered his head and smiled slightly. Mongrang reacted before Jioma. He said angrily, "Master, do I need to drink with you to forget my worries? You damned bastard are too presumptuous." Li Jiahe retorted indifferently, "Funny, then let me ask you, how old are you this year to be so insensitive?" Mongrang was silent for a moment at Li Jiahe's sarcastic remark. Li Jiahe raised an eyebrow and stared at the other person. "This fellow hasn't been scolded by me in a long time, so since we've met today, I should give him a good scolding to scare him a bit. He seems a little younger than me, but he sensed the danger." Mongrang hastily changed the subject. "Master, it's rare for us to come this far, so when we return, why don't we and Master talk about what happened here over a drink?" Jioma didn't mince words with Mongrang and said directly, "Mongrang, you're quite strange today. Have you ever asked me to drink with you before? You only ever went out to drink with women. But today you're asking to drink with your master? Truly surprising." Mongrang's face turned red like a tomato as his identity was exposed by his master and his voice trembled. "Yes?" A teapot suddenly appeared in the arena, and Jioma and Li Jiahe bowed their heads, suppressing their laughter. That night in a luxurious tavern, Li Jiahe poured himself a drink and said, "It's been a long time since I've shared a drink with my friends." He asked Jioma curiously, "Senior brother, is it true that you were healing your injuries in Baekingji and waiting for an opportunity to challenge the cult master?" Gioma raised his cup and replied, "That's not certain. As you know, the Black Path scoundrels are unscrupulous. If they want to kill you, it doesn't matter where you are. They'll just send assassins to harass you day and night. You've experienced such things before, haven't you?" Mongrang was still puzzled. "Master, today I saw you and the Alliance leader's swordsmanship, but I've had a question for 20 years. Who is stronger, the Alliance leader or the demonic cult master? You've fought both, so please tell me." Li Jaha nodded in agreement. Gioma raised his hand to his chin, lost in thought. These two people, Li Jaha and Mongrang, both eagerly awaited an answer. Li Jaha focused, praising inwardly. "What a good question. I also want to know who is stronger. In my previous life, I was also a master of the Jianghu, but I never had the opportunity to fight the top masters of the Wulan Orthodox and Black Path." Gioma analyzed in detail for Mongrang and Li Jaha. The demonic cult master practices demonic arts. His demonic arts are powerful enough to shatter mountains and divide rivers. The Alliance leader, as you've seen, has powerful swordsmanship. But if they fought directly, the cult master would have a slight advantage. After all, demonic path fellows use many cunning tricks. Mongrang frowned and asked again, "Yes, then what if the two of them had a life and death duel?" Gioma smiled slightly. "The Alliance leader may lack some skill, but at that level he wouldn't be without lethal moves. If they both fought to the death, both could perish." Gioma placed his cup on the table. "As you've seen, when one reaches the highest realm of martial arts, a single movement can change the tide of battle. Therefore, such masters would not engage in life and death battles unless their own lives were directly at stake, because everyone knows that if they do, they could all die together. In this Jianghu, one cannot judge everything by looking at only one side." Li Jaha grasped important information. "So you mean, senior brother, you know a little about the cult master's demonic arts?" Gioma glanced at Li Jaha and said, "Needless to say, I'm from the demonic path. What would I say if I didn't know demonic arts? From the moment one enters the sect, all warriors must practice basic demonic arts. Simply put, the beginning of demonic arts is no different from the orthodox methods. It's only later, when one reaches a higher realm, that it changes." Li Jaha asked with great interest, "Then, senior brother, what are the differences?" Gioma pondered and explained, "There's a saying in the Jianghu, to gain fast and powerful martial arts and profound internal energy, one must practice demonic arts. This saying is true. Warriors would not hesitate to take shortcuts to quickly cultivate their martial arts. Ultimately, they wish to reach their final goal. In other words, this cultivation method is quite fast. Once one skillfully enters demonic arts, they will soon enter the internal energy explosion process. Taking a shortcut, one can reach a realm in almost 20 years that would take an ordinary person a very long time. But of course, to quickly reach that realm, they must pay a greater price. Their lifespan will be shortened, and their bodies will suffer many side effects as demonic energy fails to circulate properly through their meridians." Mongrang was surprised. "That's too fast for a warrior." Gioma nodded. "Indeed, but that is only for those who take the shortcut of the demonic path. Of course, the demonic cult always used such powerful individuals to wage wars and invade other factions. Through powerful martial arts and numerous tactics, they quickly gained an early advantage. But later, those warriors suffered many side effects in their bodies, and their martial arts and lives rapidly declined due to illness. Generally, such warriors do not live long." Gioma's eyes reflected the vicissitudes of time. Those in high positions, of course, knew the fatal flaws of cultivating demonic arts in that way. But to expand their power, they ignored all those flaws. They didn't care at all about the lives of their followers. Moreover, they encouraged their followers to cultivate in that manner, providing many supplementary elixirs to help them. Gioma narrowed his eyes. "Whenever a person falls, they simply find other warriors to replace them." Li Jaha refilled his cup, took a sip, and smiled slightly. "Although senior brother Gioma was in the demonic cult, you speak of the demonic path in a similar way to how I feel about it. Of course, the cult master is responsible for all of this." Gioma looked at Li Jaha with strange eyes. "Is there something interesting about the sect master?" Li Jaha put down his cup and said, "No meaning. It's just that senior brother has similar views on the demonic path as I do." "Then what is your evaluation of the Alliance leader, senior brother?" Gioma was silent. "Whether it's the orthodox path or the demonic path, there are no benevolent people among those who have reached the top like them. If I say that, you will understand. Whether it's the demonic path or the Wulan Alliance, everyone must obey their leader. The Alliance leader and the cult master are the same. They also disregard the lives of their subordinates for their own purposes. As you can see from the conflict between the orthodox and heterodox factions, how many martial artists lost their lives because of them?" Li Jaha said directly, "You're still alive after fighting the Alliance leader. Then if you fought the cult master, you probably wouldn't last." Despite being told that, Gioma didn't get angry at all. "Of course, as you've seen, I'm weaker in basic combat, but in a life and death duel I wouldn't be easily defeated. That's why the cult master still leaves me free, unable to do anything to me." Gioma changed the subject. "We've talked a lot about martial arts and seeing the sect master today. You seem different. Has the sect master also cultivated a new martial art?" Li Jaha said, "Can senior brother tell this just by looking at me and sensing my aura?" Gioma replied softly, "I can only vaguely guess, not precisely. This is not something anyone can see. and Jioma genuinely evaluated, but no matter what, the sect master seems to be cultivating the martial art he needs. Your aura has become much more powerful. Mongrang couldn't interject from the side and just stared blankly at his master. Jioma returned to the previous topic. Speaking of the demonic cult again, their power has expanded so much now that it's impossible to stop their attacks. The demonic path, like the orthodox path, is made up of many factions and families. The alliance leader or cult master is merely their spokesperson. Over many years, all those factions have deeply rooted themselves in every corner of the demonic cult. Even if the cult master dies now, they will simply create a new person to replace him. So no matter who becomes the cult master, their methods will never change. Even if Mongrang later becomes outstanding enough to be the cult master, it will be impossible to change that system. But just because I say that, it doesn't mean a life and death battle between me and the cult master isn't necessary. I will decide to defeat him. Mongrang frowned with a worried expression. Master, I understand what you're saying, but how could I ever become the cult master of the demonic path? Jioma looked at his disciple. Mongrang's face was filled with disgust. If I became the cult master, my thoughts would almost be demonic. How could there be a simple life then? I would only think of fighting, killing, and stabbing people in the back all day long. I don't want such a life at all. What about my passion for wine and women if I live like that? I'd rather die, master. Jioma burst into laughter at Mongrang's thoughts. Your words make sense. His face turned serious again. But once you enter the demonic path, you have no choice. In that environment, you cannot act according to your own will. You have to do it even if you don't want to. Don't think that if you just sit still, no one will bother you. They don't speak through persuasion but through pressure and threats. Therefore I also couldn't endure life in the demonic cult. The warriors who entered there were already indoctrinated with mad ideologies from a young age. And later, such warriors only became tools for stronger individuals. The demonic path is simply the demonic path. It's not for nothing that the Jianghu fears them. And Jioma earnestly told Li Jiahe, all these things I'm telling you, sect master, are to caution you. Don't step into the demonic path. In my eyes, the sect master also seems quite mad. But whatever you do, you must know when to stop, Li Jiahe calmly replied. Thank you for reminding me, senior brother. Incidentally, I have a request for you, senior brother. Jioma readily replied. Good, speak, Li Jiahe said sincerely. Today, seeing senior brother and the alliance leader's martial arts firsthand truly broadened my horizons. If senior brother spars with others in the future, please send me a letter so I can come along. Jioma did not hastily agree. It's still too early for that. Now that I've sparred with the alliance leader, I've only just realized a few things. But of course, if something comes up, I'll go with the sect master. Li Jiahe smiled happily, and Jioma also smiled back. Night deepened, and after drinking, Li Jiahe and the two master and disciple went their separate ways. He bid farewell to Jioma and Mongrang and left. Li Jiahe passed alone through the dense forest. While passing by a lake, Li Jiahe suddenly stopped. He gazed at the moonlight reflected in the water, lost in thought for a moment. Li Jiahe held his sword, leisurely admiring this beautiful night scene. Li Jiahe's purple eyes gazed at the center, but not everything was peaceful. Behind Li Jiahe, countless unfamiliar people had already surrounded him. Li Jiahe growled, which damned bastards dare to disturb me while I'm enjoying the moon? Night grew darker and Li Jiahe stood with his arms behind his back. He frowned and said, it's truly annoying. Even though I killed them, they keep chasing me, completely fearless. One of them took out a piece of paper. Li Jiahe sneered, are you still going to check identities with that paper, even after coming all this way? I am Li Jiahe of the Haro Sect. The opponent didn't believe him and lowered his head to recheck the paper in his hand. After checking, the old man calmly put the paper into his clothes. Li Jiahe opened his mouth with a puzzled expression, but one of the people chasing him seemed puzzled. He looked up and observed Li Jiahe. Li Jiahe did not miss this opportunity, and immediately gathered internal energy in his palm, flicking his finger, and a blue light dazzlingly illuminated the night sky. The unfortunate fellow who had just stuck his head out had his head pierced by the condensed beam of light. Seeing their comrade fall, the surrounding fellows were all terrified. Li Jiahe clicked his tongue in contempt. Your assassin commander isn't here yet, is he? What can petty rogues like you do? Go call him quickly. A shadow appeared under the moonlight. It was an old man, but his body was strangely sturdy and his aura was formidable. Li Jiahe raised an eyebrow. Are you that old man? The old man slowly opened his mouth. Are you Li Jiahe, the leader of the Hao Sect? Since you've met me here, don't try to escape. Quickly tell your subordinates to prepare a ransom. If you surrender obediently, you will suffer less. And if you resist, you will of course bear the consequences. Do you understand what I'm saying? Li Jiahe burst into laughter as if he had heard a comedy. You're funny too. If I tell you to prepare money, does that mean I have to pay you? Even if you're an assassin commander, I'm not afraid at all. Do you understand? Seeing Li Jiahe not surrendering, the old man sneered and commanded, Hunter, go capture him. As soon as the words fell, one of the subordinates stepped forward. Yes, without chit-chat, he immediately threw a dagger at Li Jiahe. Li Jiahe lightly tilted his head, easily dodging the incoming daggers. The rogue didn't stop there. When the daggers failed, he drew his sword and charged ferociously. Li Jiahe still stood calmly, allowing the danger to approach. Suddenly, Li Jiahe lowered his center of gravity and drew his sword. A white sword energy flew towards the hunter. Before he could even comprehend, his body was split in two and blood splattered like water. but not a single drop touched Li Jaha's body. The old man watched Li Jaha successfully counterattack, utterly astonished. Li Jaha advanced coldly. His white robes were spotless yet soaked in black blood. "Who's next?" The old man's face turned ashen as he commanded. "Xiao Fu, step forward." Another burly rogue with an axe in his hand replied to the old man. "Yes?" Having witnessed Li Jaha's skill, the old man heightened his guard. "Be careful, he's not to be underestimated." Xiao Fu placed his axe on the ground and glared at Li Jaha with caution. Li Jaha stood silent, waiting for his opponent to attack first. Xiao Fu swung his axe and charged. "Ha!" Li Jaha lightly ducked, dodging Xiao Fu's axe attack. He twisted his wrist, took a few steps forward and swung his sword sideways. Everything stopped for a moment, and only the sound of blood splattering in the air was most distinct. In the dead of night, another fell beneath Li Jaha's sword. The killer still spoke nonchalantly, as if utterly bored. "Good, keep coming. Everyone step up. One by one takes too long," the old man, filled with fear and rage, shouted. "Everyone attack. There's no need to capture him. Kill him. Use everything you have to kill him, understand?" The group obeyed the command. Yes, the old man realized then that he could no longer underestimate Li Jaha. He instructed Leng Jian and Luo Jian to aim for Li Jaha's weak points. The two rogues, having received their orders, replied subserviently. "Yes." Li Jaha clicked his tongue and said, "And you too, Commander. Why do you fear death? Step forward. Don't just let your subordinates die." The old man merely sneered in response. "Wait." Leng Jian and Luo Jian brandished their dual swords, unleashing sharp sword strikes at Li Jaha. But no one could touch Li Jaha. He moved faster than the wind, appearing behind the two rogues. Li Jaha still hadn't drawn his sword, keeping it behind him. Seeing this, the two rogues changed their attack direction. Suddenly flames erupted from the sword. Li Jaha's eyes were cold yet brightened by the flames, and the plum color stood out in the night, filled with killing intent. Li Jaha swung his sword in a circular trajectory. The sword energy perfectly sliced through the bellies of all who charged, and even attacked those who maintained their distance. The two rogues wielding dual swords revealed astonished expressions. Not only that, but the old man standing behind them also frowned at the approaching heat. In particular, one rogue who hadn't stood out much in the group watched in astonishment as the sword energy approached him. He hastily assumed a defensive stance to block Li Jaha's sword energy. The two energies collided, causing a huge explosion. Smoke and dust rose into the air, and the smoke slowly dissipated with the wind. Surprisingly, despite the attack, the inconspicuous rogue suffered no damage. Li Jaha twisted the corner of his mouth and sneered. "Oh, so you're the real commander?" As the secret was revealed, the group was all terrified and speechless, and even the initial old man's face turned pale. Only the real commander still looked at Li Jaha with a cold expression. He suddenly twisted the corner of his mouth and coldly snorted, "HMPH." In the blink of an eye, Li Jaha suddenly charged forward, closing in on his opponent, who widened his eyes in surprise. Despite being a killer, Li Jaha's demeanor was very elegant. His plum-colored pupils coldly observed the commander and said, "You mean to kill me? Don't think it's that simple." As Li Jaha slashed downwards with his sword, the commander was startled and broke into a cold sweat. He instinctively raised his hand and tightly gripped the sword. Li Jaha merely smiled faintly. But the commander, who had been laughing just seconds ago, turned pale and broke into a cold sweat. He hastily shouted, "Charge and kill him!" As the situation grew urgent, all the assassins rushed at Li Jaha, attacking simultaneously. Li Jaha used his yin skill, and white energy surged from his hand. He tightly gripped the assassin's wrist. Cold energy quickly enveloped his hand. Taking advantage of his stiffening body, Li Jaha did not hesitate to let go of his sword and strike the commander's neck at a vital point. Plum blossom petals danced in the cold frost, and Li Jaha said contemptuously, "You lot truly can't do anything, now stand there." Seeing that even the commander could do nothing, the charging group stopped and fell silent. Li Jaha glanced at the rogues. Perhaps now was the time to test the sun-moon ruthless art he had understood earlier. He urged the commander as if speaking to a friend, "Stand there and hold my sword." The rogue's face was pale with fear and he said nothing. Li Jaha executed his light body technique, rushed forward and first used his yin skill. Cold energy surged from both hands. Some rogues could no longer maintain their composure, too terrified to move. As Li Jaha lightly brushed past them, they all froze. Only the old man standing far away managed to escape, fortunately. But he was terrified by the sight he had just witnessed. Without missing anyone, Li Jaha also charged at the old man and unleashed a palm strike. The old man hastily raised his hand to block, but his strength had limits. The old man was struck by Li Jaha and sent flying. Dust rising from all directions obscured the old man's vision. The old man subconsciously closed his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Li Jaha leaped out of the dust and attacked the unguarded old man. He used a feint to deceive the old man, then attacked his chest. The old man was sent flying again in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Li Jaha used his yang skill, and purple energy filled the space. An invisible hand tightly gripped the old man's neck. Li Jaha had already assumed a stance, ready to charge and punch the old man in the stomach. The surrounding people were frozen but not yet completely dead. All trembled in fear, feeling Li Jaha's power. Despite being frozen, sweat poured down their bodies. Li Jaha stood with his arms behind his back and said, "Your skills are quite good. To be fine after clashing with my ice skill. But it won't be like that next time. Anyway, if you've become an assassin, you must be prepared to lose your life at any time." Hearing those words, they were even more terrified. Li Jaha again looked down at the old man and said, "Old man, you talked a lot earlier." His face darkened. "You made your subordinates charge and you're still here. Now there's no one to stop you, understood?" As soon as the words fell, Li Jaha did not hesitate to brandish his dagger and cut across the old man's neck. Blood splattered everywhere, and the old man trembled in pain. Li Jiahe leisurely departed. The commander, who was still holding the sword, watched the scene and was terrified, unable to speak. Li Jiahe came to retrieve his sword. The rogue's face was pale, trembling like a lamp in the wind. Not making him wait long, Li Jiahe did not hesitate to thrust the dagger into his stomach. As Li Jiahe pulled out the dagger, blood trickled to the ground. After dealing with this rogue, Li Jiahe turned to the others. But instead of killing them immediately, he asked first, "You all seem very scared, don't you? But you won't die easily. You clever ones, quickly tell me where your lair is. Then I might change my mind, otherwise you'll just freeze to death here." Hearing Li Jiahe's threatening words, one of them shed tears. Li Jiahe mused, "You're so terrified you're crying. It's surprising for assassins to have such emotions. Seeing you like this, I almost feel sorry for you." He was losing his patience, and both the dagger and sword in his hands were soaked in blood, yet Li Jiahe himself remained clean. "If you still won't confess, it's simple. I have a lot to do tonight. First you'll freeze there. Occasionally I'll impart some more ice skill to you so you can taste the bone-chilling cold. When I get bored, I'll break a few of you and throw you into the lake as fish food. On this occasion I'll go catch a few ducks to eat," Li Jiahe said softly as if complaining. "Think carefully before I return." After a while, blazing fire in the night caught one's eye. Li Jiahe sat by the lake next to the fire enjoying roasted duck. A bottle of wine was also placed beside him. Li Jiahe licked his lips and thought, "It's been a long time since I sat alone like this roasting meat. The seasoning is lacking, but it's quite delicious." He looked up with a cold gaze. In the distance half corpses were scattered, and Xiao Fu the hunter was already dead. Leng Jian and Luo Jian were also gone. The old commander was dead, and even the frozen rogue who had held the sword for him was dead. Only a few rogues remained. Surprisingly, Luo Jian showed a terrified expression. It didn't escape Li Jiahe's attention. He threw a bone aside and said, "Ha, your sword is still alive, surprisingly. So one more survivor." Li Jiahe ate leisurely and said, "You all keep standing there and thinking. When I finish eating the roasted meat, as I said, I'll throw a few of you into the lake. Of course, don't close your eyes in fear. If you close your eyes, you won't open them again. If you open your eyes, you'll already be meeting King Yama in hell. If you have any grievances there, tell them Li Jiahe sent you there. So you can be reborn as useful people, and in your next life don't harm others." Li Jiahe finished chewing his meat and sighed, "But it's boring. I've been talking since earlier. Why isn't anyone talking to me? What's the fun in talking to myself?" Li Jiahe stood up and approached one of them, who flinched in surprise. Li Jiahe's face showed contempt. "Although you're assassins, I don't hate you that much. Seeing your unlucky faces just makes me uninterested, not angry. You're just getting what you deserve for committing too many bad deeds. This is why I hate you. Even as you grow old, you don't realize you're doing wrong. You must have expected this outcome in the Jianghu, right? No one is born evil. You chose this path yourselves, so today I will punish you on behalf of heaven. Living by harming others will not lead to a good end. Why can't you understand this? It's better to die than to live like that." After talking for a long time and no one replied, Li Jiahe fell silent for a moment. He again murmured, "I've lived the life of a chivalrous hero many times, but I haven't experienced the life of an assassin like you. I could live like you, but I cannot do things like threatening, kidnapping, and killing. I hate such rogues the most. I've killed too many who do such things. Assassins can kill people, but only those who deserve to be killed." Li Jiahe's eyes sharpened. "Your lives are yours to decide. Don't let others control you. You don't need to listen to anyone's orders, understood?" The group, helpless and immobile, could only watch Li Jiahe preach. Li Jiahe clicked his tongue and turned back to the fire. He suddenly stopped. Furthermore, Li Jiahe turned his body and said, "You don't know this, but I may seem elegant." Hearing that, they were puzzled, not understanding what trick Li Jiahe was playing. Li Jiahe spoke nonchalantly of his past. "I used to be a tavern errand boy." The silence of the night was more deafening than the recent slaughter, and everyone stared blankly at him. Li Jiahe began to nag again. "No matter how much you investigate, you won't find any information about me. To tell you a little, I am the sect leader of the Hao sect. If you try to come looking for me, you could suffer a terrible fate like today, so be careful." He narrowed his eyes and said, "You and I are not different in our humble origins. Only our ways of dealing with the world are different." Li Jiahe's words made them tremble more than the ice skill. Li Jiahe suddenly picked up the wine bottle and shook it. "Good, is there anyone who wants to drink with me?" The group wanted to escape at that very moment. They stared fixedly at Li Jiahe with trembling eyes. Li Jiahe reassured them, "Don't worry, I won't ask where your organization's lair is or who your two commanders are. I won't ask any questions that are difficult for you to answer. I'll just sit and drink with you." One rogue, frozen and trembling, said with resignation, "All right, give me a sip." Li Jiahe, without any suspicion, replied cheerfully, "Good." He approached, put his arm around the opponent's neck and adjusted his posture. Then Li Jiahe poured the wine into the opponent's mouth. Li Jiahe sighed, "You can't even open your mouth or drink with just that much. Yet you asked for a sip." He turned to the other rogues. "Are the rest of you going to drink or freeze to death there?" Seeing that they wouldn't die, the remaining rogues grew bolder. "Give me a sip too." But Li Jiahe again naturally put the dagger to the opponent's neck. "Do I have to say this much for you to open your mouth? You truly seem to want to die." The blade touching his vein was colder than the ice skill. The rogue screamed, "Give me a sip of wine." Li Jiahe clicked his tongue and said, "'Tis good." That rogue's lips are pale with fear. "Yes." Li Jiahe took out a wine bottle from his clothes. "Here anyway, as I said, I'll let you drink and won't ask anything." Li Jiahe poured the wine directly into the opponent's mouth. Drink up, warm yourselves up. He again looked at another rogue. Li Jiahe asked nonchalantly. Leng Jian, will you drink? The opponent stood blankly and did not reply. Li Jiahe suddenly grabbed Leng Jian's collar and forcefully threw him forward. His heavy body fell into the water, splashing water everywhere. Li Jiahe still had an indifferent expression and asked again. Now only 5 rogues are left. Be a little careful now. If anyone makes me angry, they will die. He approached the people with a smile. Li Jiahe calmly sat on the ground. Now it's quiet. I'll watch who survives until the end. Everything fell silent again. Dared not anger Li Jiahe. Li Jiahe sat cross-legged and confided in the assassins. While sitting here, I should also circulate my internal energy for a while. To become stronger, I must continuously cultivate. I truly don't know how strong or weak your commanders are, but I still work hard. I might be weak today, but I can win tomorrow. Do you know why? No one answered. Li Jiahe sighed. I'll tell you this later. Under the bright moonlight, Li Jiahe looked more like a murderous assassin than those snowmen-like assassins. Time passed and Li Jiahe meditated calmly amidst his enemies. Leaves softly fell onto the calm lake. The assassins struggled to escape this situation. Brother Fisherman, the hunter is dead. What can we do to get out of this now? The one called Brother Fisherman said helplessly. There's nothing we can do. Sword Devil was even more flustered. If there's no way, then tell him everything you know. What do I know to say? Brother Fisherman, sweating profusely, said, I don't know anything either. That ugly brother knows more than me. Sword Devil turned his gaze back to the ugly brother. Hey ugly brother, if you know anything, tell us quickly. The ugly brother had no choice but to agree. All right, if Sword Devil agrees, I'll speak. The remaining 2 also hastily said, if the ugly brother says so, I agree too. Me too. Having secured their agreement, the ugly brother called out to Li Jiahe. How, Sect leader, are you still awake? I will tell you what I know. I don't know if it will please you, but this is all I know. Li Jiahe still maintained the same posture but opened his eyes. Li Jiahe looked at the ugly brother and said, Good, speak. The ugly brother, sweating, pleaded, If I speak, please spare my life, but first, please give me a sip of wine to warm myself. Li Jiahe slowly stood up, went behind the ugly brother, grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and dragged him to the fire. Not only that, Li Jiahe also dragged a few others closer to the fire. After a while, 5 people, including Li Jiahe, were gathered around the fire. Li Jiahe tilted his head back, drank some wine and said, Here, drink. Under the blazing fire, the ice slowly melted, and the ugly brother cleared his throat and said, I have a question. Why do you call us assassins from the Ilmido gang organization? That is what I'm curious about. Li Jiahe frowned. Are you saying that? The ugly brother nodded. Yes, our commander is indeed nicknamed Ilmido gang. We are his subordinates and we learned assassination techniques from him. We usually operate alone, but we gather when necessary. That is when we face difficult enemies. At that time, we all discuss and find ways to fight. The old man you killed earlier was our commander who planned our combat methods. The ugly brother narrowed his eyes, looked at the pile of fire and continued. We have no fixed abode. We all follow the commander. Where the commander is, that is our home. Li Jiahe quietly stood up. At this, he poured wine for the ugly brother, and not only that, he also carefully poured wine for the others around him. Li Jiahe nodded and said, Now I understand a lot. The people looked at Li Jiahe without saying anything, as if finding it difficult to understand. The ugly brother continued, It will be quite difficult to find the commander. Perhaps even you, Sect leader, will not be able to actively find us, but since we met here today, I have told you what I know, Li Jiahe said calmly. Of course, assassins like you are quite difficult to find. I still don't know how to find your Ilmido gang commander. So far, you're the ones who've come looking for me first. The ugly brother closed his eyes regretfully. That's why we underestimated your skill, Sect leader, and suffered such a great loss. Li Jiahe continued. If rascals like you run away, I won't be able to find you, but since you sought your own deaths by coming after me, I must punish you. You truly have bothered me too much. The ugly brother froze. Li Jiahe suddenly struck the acupoints of everyone near the fire. As their acupoints were struck, the frozen aura slowly melted, and all 4 knelt weakly on the ground. Li Jiahe calmly sat down again. He began to nag again. Now you're all a bit warmer, aren't you? This world only longs for warmth and happiness. But if you look around, there are hardly any such people. The Jianghu is a constant battle. You can't even live peacefully. That's what you made happen. I always wanted to live peacefully and not fight anyone, but you made me resist. You wanted to push me into hell, didn't you? No one dared to say anything. The people sitting around the fire secretly glanced at Li Jiahe. Brother Fisherman deeply gazed at the warm firelight, lost in thought. Being frozen in the cold and then getting this warm truly feels good, Jan Wildman said with a gloomy face. When one is truly on the brink of death, one can't think of anything else. Sword Devil glanced at Jan, puzzled. Old man, you usually have quite a few schemes. Why do you have none today? Jan sighed. When I'm hungry, all I can think about is eating. Hungry and cold, that's all I think about. Li Jiahe interjected. That's not strange. It's human nature to only think about eating when you're hungry. Jan carefully shut his mouth. Li Jiahe rummaged through the pouch beside him and handed a piece of dried meat to Jan. Jan immediately opened his mouth and ate without hesitation. Li Jiahe observed and commented, You eat deliciously. Sword Devil was lost in the past. Thinking back to when we gathered all our forces to attack a certain manor, it must have been Hyangdo-chan. There was an anonymous master there. That person's martial arts were quite strong and we were all very worried we might lose our lives there. That matter was quite important, so Ilmidogang also attacked that manor with us. Besides the assassin group, one master came to help us. We naturally didn't know that person, but Ilmidogang knew that person as Sword Devil paused for a moment, then spoke the name. Senior Brother Muun, Li Jia commented. Good name, isn't it? Like treading on snow leaves no trace. Sword Devil, sitting opposite, replied uncertainly. Perhaps, Li Jia slowly analyzed. Brother, if you say so, then he must be from the same sect. Then he must have a master. This sect has few people, but they must all be first-rate masters. Of course, no one knows where they are, but if I catch Ilmidogang, I can surely find out where his sect is through him. Having said that, his sect must be full of masters, so I need to be careful too. Li Jia looked up at the sky and said, more accurately, an assassin sect. Assassin sects are very mysterious forces in this Jianghu. They can exist in many places and no one knows where they are, but when they appear, their targets are naturally high-ranking figures in the martial arts world. In my previous life, I also traveled the Jianghu widely. Among the masters of assassin sects, the one I know well is the Assassin King. If I want to find Ilmidogang, it would be simpler to find the Assassin King, but the Assassin King might not be in this world either, since he had a grudge with the Mad Monk. If so, he might have been killed by the Mad Monk. If that's the case, it's lucky for me too. Li Jia him feed in annoyance. He suddenly looked up at the people and Sword Devil sensitively asked, is there something you wish to say? The four nervously stared at Li Jia, their faces pale. Li Jia calmly opened his mouth. You've been active in the Jianghu for a long time. Have you ever passed through a valley called Hua Yugok Flower Rain Valley? The ugly brother shook his head and said, no, I haven't. Brother Fisherman also shook his head and replied, first time hearing that name. Li Jia narrowed his eyes. In the past, that place was a valley full of beautiful flowers, but an assassin came there, took over Hua Yugok, and renamed it Death Valley. From then on, the blooming flowers, which were as beautiful as a fairyland and brought comfort to people, eventually became a place filled with corpses. The four stared blankly at the fire, no one daring to interrupt the story. Li Jia continued in an even tone, peonies were most abundant in that valley, and they were the representative flower of Hua Yugok. Peonies are truly worthy of being called the king of flowers. Later, the assassin group of Death Valley was named the Assassin King after that flower. My guess is that damned Ilmidogang is from Death Valley. The people still remained silent. Li Jia calmly observed their attitude. Li Jia naturally felt quite displeased and slightly frowned. I never thought about this before, but now that I do, this is a very dangerous situation. The assassins of Death Valley are all masters, and furthermore, they have their commander, the Assassin King. Li Jia sighed. They are the most unpredictable first-rate force in this Jianghu. You have to do as they say and you can't resist, so you can imagine how great their skill is. Li Jia looked up. Then those two brothers must also be from there. What do you think? The people still remained silent as if they had swallowed their tongues. Li Jia stood up, went behind the ugly brother and approached Brother Fisherman. I just spoke, now it's your turn. You first, Brother Fisherman. Fisherman mechanically nodded. Yes, perhaps what the sect leader says is correct. Li Jia went to Fisherman's side and asked, then you also know that? Fisherman replied like a textbook, yes, since the sect leader says so, I also know that. This answer did not satisfy Li Jia at all. Saying that is no different from saying nothing at all. He impatiently waved his hand and blew ice skill onto the opponent. Fisherman turned into a snowman again. He shivered and called out to the sect leader. Li Jia dusted off his hands and walked past. Good. He turned to Sword Devil and asked, then what do you think? Sword Devil slightly raised his head and decided to flatter. Yes, no matter how strong the Assassin King of Death Valley is, he cannot compare to the sect leader. Li Jia stared directly at Sword Devil. You speak well, don't you? But I don't think so. Sword Devil decided to remain silent, unable to tell if Li Jia was angry or not. As expected, Li Jia brutally struck Sword Devil's neck. The opponent immediately fell to the ground and quieted down. Li Jia waved his hand in disgust, then turned back to the ugly brother. Then what do you think, ugly brother? The ugly brother said honestly, please kill me. Li Jia sighed as if very sad. Why do you say that? Death Valley is difficult to deal with, but what's so difficult about killing you? Is that what you want to say? The ugly brother also did not beat around the bush. Yes, sect leader. Li Jia motioned for the opponent to continue. What do you mean? The ugly brother on the contrary was very calm. As I told you, sect leader, no matter what you say, it will be difficult to change my mind. Li Jia retorted, difficult to change but not impossible. If I spare your life you might rethink. The ugly brother's eyes slightly wavered. You'll spare my life? Li Jia frowned, looking at the ugly brother. He suddenly burst into laughter. But your heart has already wavered. Then you've already changed, but I won't change my decision about you. After speaking, Li Jia again sent purple internal energy flying towards the ugly brother. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Li Jia pulled the ugly brother towards him from midair and gripped his neck. He slowly increased the pressure of his hand and directly broke the ugly brother's neck, creating another corpse on the ground. Li Jia turned to Yain and said, then what will you say, Yain? If you can speak, I'll give you food. Yain's face showed no surprise. He said honestly, when I'm hungry, all I think about is eating. I know nothing about Death Valley. Yain again asked, puzzled. But why are you killing everyone, sect leader? Li Jia asked admiringly. Good, I have something to tell you. Yain looked at Li Jia with curiosity. Please speak. Li Jiahe looked at Yain with a cold face. You truly are a genuine assassin. I've rarely seen someone like you. Yain was also surprised. Why do you say that? After speaking, Li Jiahe asked for his last words. Good, anything else you want to say? But Yain remained silent. His face darkened. Nothing. Anyway, the sect leader seems to have already harbored killing intent. Yain suddenly resolved to die and attacked Li Jiahe. He reached out and aimed for Li Jiahe's neck. Of course, Li Jiahe easily dodged. He circulated his ice skill, and cold energy reappeared from his palm. Li Jiahe struck the opponent's head with a single blow. In the space, besides the sound of blood dripping, only the sound of flowing water was most distinct. Yain fell, his head completely crushed. Seeing the last enemy fall, Li Jiahe showed no regret. He still had the mind to admire the moonlit scenery by the river. Li Jiahe sighed. Finally, I can enjoy the moon quietly tonight. Li Jiahe returned to Baekhanji the next day. The clear blue sky, without a single cloud, indicated good weather. In the middle of the bustling street, a person was hunched over, focused on eating noodles, oblivious to their surroundings. Li Jiahe ate a bowl full of noodles. He looked up at the bustling street. There's no need to rush back to Haro Sect. If I go back, those Ilmado gang rascals will come after me again. So I should wander around for a bit. If I go back, my subordinates will be in danger. Li Jiahe tilted his head back and drank all the broth. He placed the bowl on the table, very satisfied. Li Jiahe wiped his mouth, thinking, where can I go? If I go to Nanqian Ryan, that won't work either. They'll also be bothered because of me then. Li Jiahe was lost in thought when he suddenly noticed something. Mongrang was wandering the streets. Li Jiahe waved his hand and loudly called out, Aha, hey young master Mongrang, come over here. Mongrang was startled, unable to react, and unconsciously turned in the direction of the voice. Li Jiahe was still calling. Hey Mongrang, can't you hear me? Mongrang said with a frown. Why are you still here? Li Jiahe said mechanically with a stern face. Hello? Mongrang rushed to Li Jiahe's table in one stride. He leaned his frowning face close to Li Jiahe, and Mongrang gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. Do you want to die? Seeing the opponent smile, Mongrang irritably sat in the opposite chair. I thought you had gone back to the Hao sect. Why are you here? A low-ranking waiter passed by and cleared the empty bowl. Li Jiahe poured wine for both sides and replied nonchalantly. I'm just wandering around. Mongrang irritably clenched his fists. Why don't you just stay put and be quiet? What are you doing wandering around? Li Jiahe calmly explained. I also tried to go back, but if I do, the assassins will come after me again. Mongrang casually picked up his wine cup and took a sip. Oh really? Li Jiahe looked up at Mongrang. That's right, so I came here to think for a bit. I miss the taste of these noodles, you know. Once you try these noodles, you can never forget them. Just then, a boy passing by asked Li Jiahe in an excited voice, Sir, are you satisfied? Li Jiahe nodded to the boy. Yes. Mongrang placed his empty wine cup on the table, still looking displeased at Li Jiahe. All right, so you're here thinking, then why did you call me? Li Jiahe's eyes suddenly changed. Li Jiahe gloomily glanced at Mongrang. Don't you know anything? Mongrang asked in confusion. Huh? Li Jiahe grew increasingly displeased, his face turning dark. You and I are close friends. What's so special about calling you over that you have to complain so much? At Li Jiahe's blatant threatening attitude, Mongrang froze, then bowed his head and sighed deeply. I understand what you're saying. Mongrang stood up abruptly as if he didn't want to get involved anymore. But right now you're facing assassins, so could you please not bother me? Just pretend I don't exist and that we don't know each other. I'm leaving now. Li Jiahe glared at Mongrang with a frowning warning face. Hey, sit down. At Li Jiahe's forceful command, Mongrang's face contorted in anger, but he eventually sat back down. What now? I've said everything. Li Jiahe glanced at Mongrang, then smiled faintly. Friend, don't do this. Don't make me angry. If I get angry, you won't be safe either. At Li Jiahe's threat, Mongrang froze and cautiously stared at him. Li Jiahe slammed his palm on the table, making a decision. I intend to establish a Hao sect branch here. Mongrang dumbfoundedly asked. Ha, Li Jiahe warned. So I'm here looking around. Of course, while I'm here, don't even dream of womanizing, drinking, or doing anything foolish. That's right. If I'm unhappy, I'll tell senior brother Gioma everything. And if I want to, I'll tell the Martial Alliance leader too. That's even scarier than being targeted by assassins. Mongrang's face instantly turned pale. Li Jiahe squinted and asked, Seeing that situation, what do you think? Li Jiahe glared at Mongrang. So don't mess with me, alright? I can do what I said, alright? You just behave well. Mongrang was inwardly displeased but dared not resist, bowing his head and glaring at Li Jiahe unhappily. He sighed and gave in. Then what do you want from me? Li Jiahe's expression changed to a smile, and he handed the wine bottle to the other person. Now you seem to understand what I'm saying. First have a drink. As he poured the wine, Li Jiahe spoke of his conjectures from last night. The assassins who were chasing me are from Death Valley. Mongrang replied without a change in expression. I see. Then why don't you attack them with your Hao sect brothers? Of course, with so many Hao sect brothers it shouldn't be difficult, right? Hearing Mongrang's foolish words, Li Jiahe stared blankly, then suddenly grew angry and swore, Are you really that smart? You talk a big game, but you can't actually do anything. Tell me, with that personality, how much more will Master have to teach you, Mongrang? Mongrang's face turned ashen, and he said unhappily, Understood. Li Jiahe continued to nag. You know there's an assassin king in Death Valley, right? His skill is no joke. If my subordinates go there, they'll just be throwing their lives away. Mongrang frowned. Really? But what does that have to do with me? Li Jiahe suddenly pointed at Mongrang with an imposing air. Of course it has something to do with you. I only know that you're my friend and that your martial arts are profound. Mongrang, susceptible to flattery, praised himself in an excited voice. Profound martial arts, that's right, of course, in Baekingji, no one is stronger than me except Master. Li Jiahe rested his chin on his hand, observing the other person. He wondered how anyone could live so shamelessly. He began to set a trap for Mongrang. Then do you think those assassins are strong or weak? Mongrang looked at Li Jiahe in confusion. But as you said, they are naturally strong, but if they meet me, they will die too. Li Jiahe slammed the table. Good, alright, it's decided then, Mongrang dumbfoundedly asked. Huh? Li Jiahe's face was calm, as if deciding tonight's dinner menu. You and I are going to Death Valley. Mongrang crossed his arms and sighed helplessly. I'm going with you. What does Death Valley have to do with me? You're the target of those assassins. He knew himself well. Although he claimed to be strong, it was only in Baekingji. Li Jiahe nodded, pretending to listen, but in reality it was like talking to a brick wall. Li Jiahe persistently planned to entice Mongrang. If you come with me, I'll give you a spiritual elixir to boost your internal energy. Mongrang scoffed at the temptation. I don't need that. Ice arts must be cultivated slowly. Li Jiahe brought up another point. Then what about Moonflower Ice? Don't you want that? Hearing that name, Mongrang froze. Li Jiahe, knowing the other person had fallen into his trap, smiled faintly. How about it? Mongrang eagerly asked. Do you know where Moonflower Ice is? Li Jiahe nodded. Of course, you'd be surprised, wouldn't you? But only I know that you need it, because I'm also someone who cultivates ice arts. Mongrang was torn on how to decide. Li Jiahe continued to entice him. To put it simply, someday you'll hit a bottleneck. Your meridians will be blocked then. Of course, at that time you'll have to break through your meridians with your internal energy to advance your level. If you can take Moonflower Ice, everything will be much simpler. It will help you a lot in that process, won't it? Li Jiahe pretended to give Mongrang the choice, but in reality he had him completely in his grasp. What are you going to do now? Are you going to keep playing around here until you die? Or are you going to get Moonflower Ice, raise your level, satisfy senior brother Gioma, and move on to another world? This is your choice. There won't be a second chance. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Finally, Mongrang made his decision. Alright, then I'll get Moonflower Ice first to raise my level. After I've absorbed all the medicinal effects of Moonflower Ice, I'll go to Death Valley with you. Mongrang frowned. That's what I need. You can't deceive me. I won't go to Death Valley without Moonflower Ice. Having achieved his goal, Li Jiahe revealed a slightly triumphant smile. In the Jianghu, 10,000-year snow tea is the supreme spiritual elixir that ice arts practitioners always dream of. Next to it is Moonflower Ice. These two spiritual elixirs can be said to be rare treasures that can only be obtained through fate. In his previous life he knew the whereabouts of Moonflower Ice. That was because Magunja and Nobin had obtained a map of Moonflower Ice from a martial artist. He knew the location of Moonflower Ice, but the reason he hadn't gone to get it was because ice arts wasn't his primary martial art. So he had left Moonflower Ice there. As he spoke more, an overwhelming aura emanated from Li Jiahe's face, and he silently looked at the other person, finally opening his mouth. Alright, I'll tell your master the location of Moonflower Ice so he can be a witness. Mongrang's face showed disappointment, as he hadn't expected him to refuse him so quickly. To prevent him from being silent for too long, Li Jiahe continued. Of course, this is a rare opportunity for an ice arts practitioner like you. No martial artist would easily reveal such a treasure to anyone else. To get it, you'll naturally have to follow my conditions. Before he could finish speaking, a black-haired man with his arms crossed suddenly approached from behind. Is what the sect leader said true? Yes, everything I told you about Moonflower Ice is true. Unlike Li Jiahe's kind and gentle demeanor, the man didn't even glance at him, walking up to Mongrang and saying, Hey disciple, let's go. He was somewhat confused as to why Gioma wanted to talk to him like that. Yes, where to? To where Moonflower Ice is right now? Mongrang hadn't expected his master to need Moonflower Ice as much as he did. Well, you're in such a hurry, master. Do you also need Moonflower Ice? The old man frowned, unable to understand why this fellow was talking so much. He had already said he was going to look for that flower. Don't talk nonsense, master said he's going to get it. The old man helplessly couldn't understand how this could be his disciple. He was truly foolish. After much explanation and conversation, the three finally decided to go look for the flower and stood up. Kwanma's eyes suddenly fell on the sword in Gioma's hand, and he asked with great curiosity, Senior brother, what is that sword? I don't think you had that sword when you fought the Alliance leader earlier, did you? The old man's brilliant black sword was very mysterious, black in color, and simply but beautifully carved. That is the bright sword. This is a treasure sword. The battle with the Alliance leader was just a martial arts sparring match, so I didn't use it. Seeing the old man say that, Li Jiahe didn't hesitate to borrow the sword in the old man's hand to test it out. Could you show me? Hearing his words, Mongyan was slightly flustered. He hadn't expected Li Jiahe to be so bold as to want to borrow the sword in his master's hand. Contrary to his worries, Gioma lightly replied, Sure, it's fine. Having finished speaking, the old man immediately handed the precious sword in his hand to Li Jiahe. Li Jiahe's face did not change at all, holding such a precious sword for the first time. This sword is a bit heavy. That's right. Li Jiahe unfastened the sword in his hand, then quickly drew it and swung it straight forward. This sword is truly sharp. Suddenly Li Jiahe's body changed and his face instantly turned pale. He didn't know why. A very strange black light suddenly shot out from the tip of the sword. Strange, what was that just now? That wasn't an illusion. You truly are amazing. If he hadn't been able to withstand that invisible pressure, he would have fainted immediately. Of course, holding that sword for too long would increase the pressure, making it dangerous. Truly an amazing individual. For someone as skilled as Li Jiahe, handling such a magical sword was not difficult. After observing for a long time, he finally returned the sword to its owner. I've seen it all. This is truly a treasure sword. I'm returning it to you, senior brother. Jioma looked a bit surprised. The old man hadn't expected Li Jiahe to recognize the preciousness of his sword. Oh, then in what way do you think it's a treasure sword? What should I say? Of course, Li Jiahe would simply say what he felt. Was there any need to ask that? He could just say it. I can feel the sharpness of this sword. Simply put, it's almost like a demonic sword. But no matter what, seeing that senior brother didn't use such a powerful sword when fighting the alliance leader, it seems senior brother is very confident in his own strength. If senior brother had fought the alliance leader with this demonic sword, it's hard to say how much more difficult that battle would have been to decide victory or defeat. Truly an amazing individual. What exactly is skill? It seems senior brother wanted to realize something after the battle by fighting the alliance leader fairly and not abusing the treasure sword. Jioma hadn't expected someone as outstanding as Li Jiahe to so delicately recognize what he had always kept hidden in his heart. The old man sighed and bowed his head in reply. Good, I understand your intention. Having finished speaking, the old man turned and looked at his disciple. Disciple, do you understand my intention through this matter? Yes, I understand, master. The old man was very satisfied with his disciple's answer. Good, the scene changed, and after a long time they finally arrived at Kisok Mountain. In the midst of the high and dense forest they were surrounded by nothing but trees. So Moonflower Ice is here? That's right, it's on the opposite side of that mountain peak. The old man heard those words, but his face was filled with doubt. So you mean it's near the summit of Kisok Mountain? Li Jiahe was very confident about what he knew from his previous life. Yes, that's right. Manhwa, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. It was as if he had noticed something strange about this mountain. Master, there's something strange about this mountain peak. But his master merely remained silent and comforted him. There's nothing strange, it's just a place where masters like to duel. There's nothing special about it for me, but it will be for you. In the past, this mountain peak was an unknown place, but many masters dueled there, making its terrain as flat as a sword. There was no more time to hesitate. Finally, the protagonist decided to personally enter the mountain and explore the terrain. Let's go. Li Jiahe swiftly headed deep into the forest like the wind. After that, the two also followed him without delay. The three quickly set off to find Moonflower Ice. Then do we have to go to the mountain peak first? How has that mountain peak changed now? Yes, that's right, we need to check it out, senior brother. Hearing these words, Jioma fell into old memories and became very sentimental. Coming here reminds me of how many seniors lost their lives in these duels back then. To prevent the old man from thinking too much and affecting his mood later, Li Jiahe quickly cut him off. Alright, let's go quickly. After passing here, it will be easier to move. That fellow over there, hurry up and follow. I don't know how he practices martial arts normally. Why is he so slow? He hadn't expected to be called that. Manhwa was slightly displeased but replied, understood, stopped talking. Very quickly, they headed towards a high brown mountain peak. Li Jiahe ascended the mountain step by step without any hesitation. The two also followed him step by step, and he ascended the mountain wall with great ease. The old man Jioma reached the summit second. Unlike the ease of those two, Manhwa, who was behind, crawled up step by step, looking so exhausted that he couldn't go on. Truly a pitiful figure to be so utterly exhausted by just a mountain wall. Li Jiahe looked at him with contempt, somewhat displeased. Truly pathetic, he's almost dead just from climbing a mountain. Finally, after much determination and effort, he climbed the mountain, panting and exhausted. The old man's master was also very displeased with him. Unable to understand what he had been cultivating for the past few days. How do you usually cultivate? From now on I'll pay more attention to you. Don't even dream of drinking or womanizing. Manhwa was almost dead from exhaustion, and hearing such words felt like being struck by lightning. Master, I didn't know this mountain was so high. Li Jiahe also sighed and continued to tease the lazy fellow in front of him. Hey lazybones, look! Ignoring the two still bickering children, Jioma seemed to have already noticed something strange around the mountain. At that moment beneath the mountain green grass sprouted, and upon it bright white flowers bloomed. As these beautiful blue flowers came into full bloom, they hadn't believed they would find such rare blossoms before their eyes. Manhwa was the first to speak. Does Moonflower Ice truly exist? Unlike the deep curiosity in his eyes, Li Jiahe reminded him not to waste too much time on unnecessary things. Cut it with a sword and use the blade to hold the flower and eat it. Do you understand? Touching it with your hands will significantly reduce its efficacy. To prevent him from greedily eating first and suffering the consequences, Li Jiahe turned his head again to remind him. Don't eat it too hastily, you might regret it. You must act simultaneously. Jioma still had a blank look, not yet returned to reality, but he replied, understood. Seeing his master silent since coming here, he quickly turned his head with a worried expression and asked, Master, aren't you eating? Greed is sometimes not good. Jioma knew from the start that he didn't need to use this flower. It had no effect on his internal energy circulation. At this point, greed would only be a foolish act unsuitable for him. Both of you quickly pick the Moonflower Ice and begin cultivating. Hearing their master's command, they immediately drew their swords and stared at the blue flowers blooming on the ground. They glanced at each other, both with expressions of mutual dislike. Manhwa did not hesitate to draw his sword first, followed quickly by Jioma. The sharp blade lightly touched the beautiful petals. The petals then detached from the stem. The flower lightly touched the sharp sword tip. The sword then absorbed the flower's energy, emitting a very strange blue light. Li Jiahe swiftly put the petals into his mouth. The two looked at each other, cheerfully chewing the precious flower and smiling. As the two enjoyed the precious flower, their master approached from afar and instructed, "I will guard you, so quickly cultivate. If you delay, the spiritual energy of the moonflower ice will dissipate." Hearing this, the two immediately sat down, placed their swords by their sides, crossed their legs and closed their eyes, preparing to cultivate their internal arts. Jioma, on the other hand, stood with his arms crossed, concentrating to allow the two to cultivate their internal arts. Li Jiahe suddenly closed his eyes and continuously sighed. At that moment, a red glowing orb suddenly appeared in his mind, surrounded by a very mysterious blue power. As if knowing he already possessed this orb, he thought that eating the blue flower would make further cultivation unnecessary. "I possess the celestial jade, so there's no need for immediate internal energy cultivation." Jioma seemed to have already noticed this, as he wasn't surprised when Li Jiahe opened his eyes. Li Jiahe guessed inwardly, observing his natural expression, "He's not surprised at all that I'm not cultivating." Just as they were about to begin their cultivation, a fierce wind suddenly swept across the sky. Leaves continuously fell from the branches. This caused Jioma and Li Jiahe to quickly turn their heads and look forward to see what was happening. At that moment, a loud explosion suddenly echoed from the dark forest in the distance. This startled trees and birds, causing them to continuously fly up. Jioma was the first to speak. "Someone is approaching very quickly. Disciple, calmly do what you need to do." Manhwa, hearing his master's words, already had sweat continuously pouring down his face, and he panted continuously as he began his internal energy cultivation. To ensure his safety so he could successfully complete his internal energy cultivation, Jioma and Li Jiahe stood up and moved towards the distant forest to see who dared to approach this place. The moment the two stepped onto the cliff, a shadow swiftly flew into the air from the forest. The strange woman wore a flamboyant red outfit and had long hair. She landed majestically on the ground, possessing a very beautiful face and a smile that made everyone feel very oppressed and uncomfortable. Li Jiahe scanned her for a while, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. Who is she? Not one of the three greats, but a master. After landing safely, she saw the moonflower ice continuously wilting. This made her slightly displeased. "Is the moonflower ice wilting? How absurd. Zuosa, do you think you can steal it so brazenly?" Faced with her very intimidating expression, Jioma merely said calmly, "I apologize for your arrival, senior. There should have been a sign here." Li Jiahe, seeing the two conversing as if they had known each other for a long time, suddenly had a thought in his mind. Have these two known each other since before? Returning to their conversation, Jioma continued, "And now that I have left the demonic cult, there is no need to call me Zuosa anymore." Hearing his words, she spoke with a hint of incomprehension. "Did you betray the sect? You can simply assume I left because my views differed from the cult master's." His words not only surprised her but also because in her memory he had always been calm and never had any conflict with the cult master. "You fought with the cult master? That's truly surprising. What was the reason?" Hearing this, he became somewhat emotional and slowly began to speak. "The cult master spoke of wanting to create the celestial jade and I disagreed, leading to a dispute." Hearing these two words, celestial jade, Li Jiahe's face suddenly darkened and he was slightly surprised. Celestial jade? I didn't expect to hear the word celestial jade here. Not only was the woman surprised, but her face also showed a clear look of interest. "Celestial jade? Has eldest senior brother gone mad after all? Well, it's his choice." Their conversation made Li Jiahe outside very curious. He couldn't understand why the woman before him referred to the majestic cult master as eldest senior brother. Calling the cult master eldest senior brother, and surviving a dispute with the cult master, that's truly an incredible achievement. Or perhaps eldest senior brother cherished you and couldn't bring himself to kill you. Hearing the words, couldn't bring himself to kill, he felt it was simply ridiculous. How could the ruthless cult master ever bring himself to kill someone? The cult master has no such emotions. Senior, you should also be careful. Even brothers are meaningless before the celestial jade. After a long conversation, she finally remembered why she had come here. She asked directly, "Since the moonflower ice has all withered, how will you compensate me?" Just as Jioma was at a loss for words, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "What are you expecting?" Li Jiahe stepped forward majestically. "Moonflower ice is a flower that naturally blooms and withers. If you wanted it, you should have come early. Why blame us because you couldn't get it?" These words from his mouth startled Jioma, who hadn't expected Li Jiahe to dare speak like that to the woman before him. She, on the other hand, became very angry, frowned and turned to Jioma, asking, "What an impudent fellow, Jioma. Who is this man? Why are you asking me when he's right in front of you? I don't even know who he is yet." When Jioma replied, she immediately turned to Li Jiahe and demanded, "Who are you?" Li Jiahe stared intently at the beautiful face of the woman before him, considering how to answer this question. Should he state his identity clearly? "If I say I'm the Haro sect leader, this woman will cause trouble for my subordinates, and perhaps, given her personality, she might even attack the Haro sect." The air here suddenly fell into a slight silence as if waiting for him to consider how to answer. "I am merely a person who has recently been boiling noodles and wiping tables at an inn. That is who I am." As he finished speaking, the sunlight shining down from above illuminated his handsome face, and flower petals continuously fell from an unknown source. The woman, hearing his answer, was slightly displeased. Her eyes suddenly darkened as if unsatisfied with this response. But since he answered that way, she couldn't press the matter further and looked at the man quietly cultivating behind Gioma, asking, "Who is that person cultivating?" "My disciple." "Your disciple? Then he is the successor of the bright sword?" "No, he is not." Hearing his answer, she suddenly showed a very interesting smile, and two very beautiful dimples appeared on her face. "That's fortunate. I'll take either that disciple or this arrogant fellow as compensation for this matter." He hadn't expected taking the moonflower ice to anger her so much. Gioma's face suddenly darkened, and he disagreed. "Palace Master, that would be difficult." Perhaps it was the first time someone had so firmly refused her to her face. She frowned and asked for the reason. "My disciple still has much to learn, so I must continue to teach him." "And that fellow cannot be your servant." "Cannot be a servant? Is it because he is a self-made man?" As she spoke, she seemed to understand the issue somewhat, and for a moment her face showed a thoughtful expression. "Anyway, it is true that I took the moonflower ice. I will wander the Jianghu and find something suitable to bring back to the Palace Master as compensation." Before he could finish speaking, she suddenly let out a demonic laugh. "Ha ha ha!" After laughing, she immediately did a 180-degree turn, her face completely darkened. "It's been a long time since someone was so arrogant in front of me. My mood is getting worse. You must have forgotten who I am, having improved so quickly after sparring with eldest senior brother." As she so quickly changed her attitude, he also showed no weakness. His face changed as quickly as hers. He replied with a smile, "Your words are truly vague. That I have forgotten you." At this moment, both had very strong emotions towards each other, possessing very different powers, and neither wanted to show weakness in front of the other. Lijaha, on the other hand, was still observing the interesting conversation between the two with his arms crossed. He had not said a word once. A thought came to his mind. "You Black Path rascals also know how to converse politely, just fight already. Why are you talking for so long?" Gioma also knew that he couldn't reason with her, so before leaving he spoke to the young master first. "Sect Master, I entrust my disciple to you. Let's go." As he finished speaking, he immediately leapt down into the deep forest below without hesitation, closely pursuing the woman. Seeing him leave, Lijaha turned his head to look at Manhwa, who was constantly sweating as he cultivated his sword. The affairs of ordinary people are truly unpredictable. "I have to watch this pooper cultivate." He thought that after the beautiful woman left he would be able to watch him comfortably here. But no, a loud explosion suddenly echoed from behind the deep forest. The surrounding sky also turned completely white because of the explosion, and nothing could be seen. He realized at this moment that someone was trying to disturb his good work, but he couldn't let his guard down, and immediately looked at the young fellow cultivating beside him. Manhwa's face for some reason had darkened at this moment, and cold sweat continuously poured down. Seeing his unpleasant expression, Lijaha was slightly worried. This pooper, if he continues like this, he'll fall into chi deviation and die. To ensure he could cultivate and finish safely, he finally reassured him once. "Hey pooper, your master won't lose this fight. Concentrate and cultivate. Even the cult master couldn't defeat your master, so how can that woman win? So if you don't want to poop in your pants midway, calmly finish your cultivation." Manhwa, hearing his words, was very displeased and couldn't concentrate. He was continuously cultivating, and him constantly calling him a pooper was really irritating. After a while he finally calmed down and let out a big sigh. Lijaha, hearing him from the side, also felt much more at ease. Suddenly a loud sound came from afar, and Lijaha felt that something was wrong. He quickly turned his head as if sensing something amiss here. "Who is it again?" From afar, a woman suddenly landed on the ground as if flying. Her figure, posture, and clothing were no different from the woman who had just left. However, her face could be younger. Lijaha also sensed that someone had appeared here. He said nothing, merely leisurely watching her approach. But for some reason at this moment, her eyes showed a slight, inexpressible surprise. As expected, her surprise was nothing other than the fact that all the moonflower ice here had been eaten. Did the two of them eat all the moonflower ice? At her words, Lijaha not only said nothing but showed a very disrespectful and annoying attitude. He dug his ear with his hand as if trying to hear better, then blew the earwax into the wind. Huh? She had probably never met anyone who showed such a contemptuous attitude in front of her, so she couldn't maintain her composure. "Answer me, do you know, I never lay a hand on women who don't practice martial arts." His words made her feel very contemptuous. How could such an arrogant fellow say such things to her? "What? Do you not understand my words? If you were a woman who practiced martial arts, I would have already beaten you to death. You are the palace master's disciple, aren't you? If you don't want dirt to come out of your mouth, shut up and be careful with your words and actions." Hearing all these words, she was so ashamed that she wanted to run away to Monkey Mountain, and she merely sighed and remained silent. She thought he wouldn't dare approach her out of fear. But no, to test whether the fellow before her was bluffing, she immediately rushed forward and with a lightning-fast magical hand she had prepared, struck Lijaha. but he had already noticed and quickly raised his hand. As he lightly waved his hand, everything around them exploded, and the rude woman was quickly pushed far away. She also hadn't expected the person before her to be telling the truth. Indeed, his internal energy was very strong, and he even showed her mercy. "You are young, but your internal energy is very deep." To his words, he merely replied calmly, "Don't flatter me, you crazy old hag." As soon as he finished speaking, she immediately lunged forward, immediately using her internal arts to continuously attack Li Jaha. The area where the two fought was suddenly filled with thick smoke, and the blue sky was completely obscured. At some point she was continuously cultivating with flames in her hands. She quickly straightened her waist, preparing to attack again. Manhwa, on the other hand, had not been able to complete his internal energy cultivation for a long time. He thought that if this continued it would not be good. If this continues, that pooper will fall into chi deviation and die. While he was still lost in thought, the old witch quickly aimed her flaming palm at him. Li Jaha had been going easy on her until now, but if she continued to be stubborn he couldn't hold back anymore. He clenched his fist and delivered a painful blow to her abdomen. The woman fully received his punch and grimaced, her face reddening like a monkey's bottom. Li Jaha casually brushed past her, firmly gripping her hand and giving her no chance to retaliate. As she gasped in surprise and unconsciously curled up in pain, she could do nothing, for her neck was already firmly gripped by the protagonist. He still showed no mercy for her beauty, staring at Choa with ice-cold eyes. That should be enough punishment. Choa, still unaware that an unexpected surprise awaited her, responded with a displeased expression. What? Perhaps Li Jaha doesn't know what it's like to have woman problems. He didn't hesitate to flick her forehead forcefully with his finger. That single flick might have made her reincarnate. After dealing with this senseless woman, he quickly turned around and scolded the pooper who had been cultivating his internal energy all this time. "Hey pooper, are you going to cultivate all day? Take it easy." At that moment the woman who had thought she was reincarnated into the next life after taking the punch was not. She quickly stabilized herself on the ground and spun around. Her body, flexible as a bird, turned 2 or 3 times in the air before landing and retreating dozens of meters. At this point she said nothing, slowly touching her swollen forehead. It didn't look painful, but it seemed quite sore. Her face didn't look comfortable at all. The protagonist, seeing the bump on her head, frowned and asked, "Why are you glancing around?" "Know your place." Choa mumbled with a displeased expression. "Did you flick my forehead?" Li Jaha heard her words but made no reply. Perhaps he no longer wanted to waste another word on the woman before him. The two were glaring at each other like lightning when suddenly Manhwa seemed to have finished his cultivation. In this situation, anyone else would have quickly rushed to Li Jaha's aid against that obnoxious woman. But this man was still slowly taking deep breaths, gently and calmly regulating the air in his body. Li Jaha watched him from his side with a very bewildered expression. What the hell is that damned guy doing? Why is he acting so strangely? If his master hadn't told him to watch over him earlier, he would probably have died here already. What kind of behavior is that? Just stand up. Then, in return for his protection, Manhwa suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at the woman beside him. He adjusted his clothes, but his eyes were still filled with lingering desire for women. If it weren't for the bump on her forehead, Choa would probably have been a very beautiful woman, but she had quite a stubborn personality. After gazing at the beautiful woman before him to his heart's content, that madman suddenly turned his head to the protagonist and shouted loudly, "You country bumpkin, don't just hit women recklessly." The protagonist, hearing his words, was dumbfounded as if struck by an axe and couldn't say anything. His next action left him speechless. He suddenly approached the woman in red clothes, cupped his hands and said, "I apologize, young lady." "I apologize on his behalf. Is this guy still trying to flirt with women? I am Mongrang of the Pungan manga, and you, young lady." At his introduction, Choa looked at him with a very displeased face. "What the hell is this madman saying? You get lost, what?" After that, she immediately loosened the joints in her neck and wrists as if preparing to fight again. She continued to grip her belt tightly and swung it at her wrist. The belt instantly transformed into a whip dozens of meters long. "Are you ready to be whipped?" That lecher still showed no fear, blinking continuously and relentlessly teasing her. "Young lady, this guy isn't an ordinary madman. Just leave him alone. It's all because of you, young lady." Li Jaha watched him from behind, feeling very helpless. He was probably deeply regretting having unconditionally protected him earlier. This guy was truly a lecher. Although Li Jaha disliked that lecher very much, he couldn't disobey his master's words. He couldn't disobey his master's words and let him face the beautiful woman before him alone. Li Jaha saw her face completely change and her eyebrows furrow, then crossed his arms and said in a very impatient voice, "You're of noble birth, so you've probably never been properly beaten, have you? Today I'll teach you a lesson about the world." The woman before him had probably never seen anyone challenge her so boldly before. She could no longer restrain herself and immediately gripped the rope in her hand in anger, swinging it directly at him. "Shut up," she cursed. Her hand swung the whip in a curve and brought it straight down on Li Jaha's head. However, holding the rope firmly was not difficult for him, who possessed supernatural powers. Choa had thought her technique was inescapable, but seeing the person before her block it with one hand, she gaped in disbelief. Li Jaha, seeing the opponent's frown, immediately used his internal energy to pull the whip towards him. Caught off guard, Choa was immediately dragged to the ground. To end this, Li Jiahe continued to focus all his power into the whip, rapidly pulling her towards him. Since outer strength was the deciding factor for victory, and she was restrained by him, she decided to attack using another technique. From this moment his ears were continuously emitting all the internal energy in his body. Facing her resentful gaze, Li Jiahe immediately unleashed his internal energy. With his left hand holding the whip and his right hand continuously performing the purple moon ice-cold art, one person floating in the air, the other still on the ground, created a truly magnificent scene. At this moment, Choa's face was extremely displeased, as if struck by an axe, but her eyes were still filled with a desire for revenge over Li Jiahe's flick to her forehead earlier. Now her face had blood-red eyes like a vampire. It wasn't difficult for Li Jiahe to notice the change in her eyes with his sharp gaze. Her pupils have turned red. Is she cultivating demonic arts? The talkative Manhwa continuously shouted from the side. Blood Knight Palace, don't kill her, even hurting her is enough to start a war. The color representing Buddhism is golden and the color representing Taoism is blue. Conversely, red represents demonic arts, and Choa was also wearing red clothes. Seeing him continuously shouting in his ear, Li Jiahe knew what he had to do and quickly covered his mouth. Shut up, this is my business. Having finished speaking, the protagonist immediately used his magic, continuously injecting the moon ice art into the whip Choa was wielding. At that time, Choa's magic seemed a bit weaker as blood continuously poured from her mouth. Her nosebleed kept flowing down Choa's pale face, but for some reason the most worried person at this moment was none other than that lecher Manhwa. Continuous shouts erupted from his mouth. Li Jiahe paid no attention, continuously teasing the woman before him. Look at the snot, so disgusting. Are you picking your nose or blowing your nose before a fight? Perhaps he wanted to use his magic while simultaneously irritating her to enrage Choa, and as he wished she could no longer maintain her composure. She was so embarrassed she wanted to run away and hide in Monkey Mountain. Shut up. She couldn't even understand that the woman before her belonged to the demonic path. Kid, I'm not some trivial servant in front of you. Li Jiahe immediately stepped forward. Since he had stronger internal energy than the woman before him, gaining the upper hand wasn't difficult. Because of him, Choa forgot her earlier provocation. Her entire body was continuously suppressed by his internal energy, and her nose bled continuously. But at the same time, because she combined several powers, her body couldn't endure it and she fell to the ground. At this moment, Li Jiahe stood high above, looking at the woman who had failed and was kneeling, and said, "Surrender and submit." If she had immediately agreed, the story wouldn't have continued. But with unyielding stubbornness, Choa gritted her teeth and replied, "Never." Since it had come to this, he could no longer hold back. Let's end this here. The protagonist immediately embraced the woman roughly and without the slightest pity, threw her body down the deep cliff below. The senior's lecherous disciple watched this and couldn't close his mouth, continuously shouting, "You damned bastard." At this moment, Choa's shadow was no longer visible below the deep cliff, only her screams echoed. In fact, the protagonist had planned and intended this beforehand, because he knew that another battle awaited him. Li Jiahe immediately took a deep breath and looked up at the sky, saying, "Hey Palace Master, can you hear? Your disciple or whatever is falling down the cliff." At the same time, Manhwa, who was obsessed with women, suddenly rushed towards the cliff like a hungry tiger, fast as lightning, continuously shouting like a prince saving a beauty. "Young lady!" Li Jiahe, seeing him whiz past like the wind, couldn't hide his surprise. He had thought that the guy before him was just temporarily insane, but he didn't realize he was not only crazy about women but also mentally unstable. He was so helpless that he regretted not saving him earlier. Given her abilities, even falling off a cliff would only injure her, not kill her. Li Jiahe was so helpless that he could only sigh, watching the lecher continue to rush down the mountain. What a madman. After a long time accompanying the old woman in red, Jioma finally returned. He landed lightly on the ground like a bird. The protagonist saw him, turned his head and greeted him, asking, "You've returned." At this moment, the old woman, hearing that her disciple was seriously injured, quickly returned, supported her and continuously asked with concern. The two master and disciple supported each other and ascended to the mountain peak. At this moment, Choa's face could not hide her surprise. Just then, Manhwa also landed on the ground. Li Jiahe finally spoke as the three gathered. "Everyone is here. Unless it's a life and death struggle, it's best to stop here." No one said anything. Suddenly, that lecherous Manhwa spoke, seeming very displeased with everything Li Jiahe had done so far. "Is that all you have to say, you country bumpkin?" As he uttered a few curses, the woman in red clothes spoke first, looking at Jioma. "Jioma, thanks to you stopping the fight, I was able to save my disciple, so I owe you one. Let's consider the Moonflower Ice matter settled, and we'll call it a draw." Hearing her words, the old man immediately replied as if nothing had happened. "Good." After that, she continued to look at the protagonist standing behind Jioma and asked, "But who is that fellow?" "He is the Hao Sect leader." Hearing those words, she couldn't help but be surprised and immediately asked, "May I kill him?" Jioma merely scoffed at those words, and sadness flickered in his eyes as he replied, "There's no need, Li Jiahe. Since he is the cult master's enemy, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, so spare him. Given the sect leader's personality, he will not attack the young palace master first." The woman in red clothes was slightly surprised to hear that, and turned her head to the disciple beside her to confirm if Jioma's words were true. Did you attack first? Choa slightly frowned because of the dent on her forehead and did not deny it, immediately replying, yes. The palace master now clearly saw her face and asked, what's wrong with your forehead? Did someone flick your forehead, and then you attacked again after being flicked? Yes, she hadn't expected the child before her to be so naive. She was clearly hurt badly by someone yet. Why didn't she retreat and keep wanting to fight? She truly doesn't know her own strength. How naive. Then she immediately turned her head to look at him, and apologized for her naive and foolish disciple. This child has never set foot in the Jianghu, so she doesn't know the ways of the world. Please forgive her. For the sword demon, all of this was a trivial matter. He also didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so he immediately said, it's nothing. After confirming everything, she looked at Li Jiahe and called him to approach. I won't kill you, so come here. The matter of you flicking the young palace master's forehead must be resolved clearly between us. Jioma, seeing all this, quickly approached Li Jiahe before he could get close to the woman, and whispered in his ear, Senior, let's stop here today. He will be useful to us in dealing with the cult master, and there's no need to push him so hard. Besides, I also went easy on your disciple. Mentioning that useless disciple who couldn't even do his job properly, Jioma's face now turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and he continuously mumbled, my disciple pooped his pants when he fought him. As he said this, the lecherous Mongyan's face turned pale, and cold sweat continuously streamed down his cheeks. He was probably too embarrassed by his master's words. Now he probably has no choice but to run away and hide in the mountains. Master, from a story about apologizing, you suddenly switched to this, and both of their faces stiffened. Do you think we're crazy? What are you rambling about? What is it? Senior brother Jioma looked at his disciple with an expression as if what he had just said had nothing to do with him. Or is it not? Li Jiahe from the side finally spoke clearly at this moment. That's right, I'm a fearsome fellow who made Jioma's disciple poop his pants. As soon as he finished speaking, the air here suddenly froze and no one said anything, merely looking at each other. After hearing the damned Li Jiahe's revelations and even his master's words, Mongyan could no longer let his pride be continuously trampled. He quickly approached Choe with a perverted smile and explained to her, Young lady, it's a misunderstanding. I pooped my pants not when I was hit but after I ate poison and then fought. What difference did his words make? Who could poop their pants at such an old age like him? Because of this, Choe's nose bled continuously from helplessness, and she looked at him with great contempt. Even his master Jioma immediately felt ashamed of his disciple. Indeed, a child who surpasses their father brings misfortune to the family. If he continued to act so shamelessly, someday the old man would have to pack his bags and run away to the mountains with him. Let's not talk nonsense anymore. The old man turned his head to look at Li Jiahe and asked, Sect leader, greet her. Hearing those words, the protagonist immediately made a move as if to kick the opponent's brain. I am Li Jiahe, the Hao sect leader. Hearing those words, the woman immediately narrowed her eyes. She hadn't expected there to be someone in the world with such a common and dirty name. A common and dirty name. Following the severe exposure and embarrassment, Mongrang still cupped his hands and approached the two women to greet them. I am Mongrang of the Pungin manga. There's still some chivalry left in the righteous path, isn't there? Thank you for your help. Let's consider today's events as nothing. That lecherous disciple knew no shame. And although he was weak, he still pretended to be strong. No need to mind me. I just did what I had to do. Then let's say nothing happened. Li Jiahe, hearing him from the side, couldn't help but burst into laughter at that. Mongrang's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He angrily turned to Li Jiahe and continuously scolded him. Why are you laughing at me? However, after hearing Li Jiahe's reply, Mongrang merely thought it would have been better not to ask. The more he spoke, the more embarrassed he became. Is this guy only able to speak properly after taking a dump? Let's stop talking about pooping and waste no more time with nonsense. Jioma immediately pointed to the woman he had just fought and introduced her to his two disciples. This is Oso Ryang, the Blood Knight Palace mistress. Her husband was killed by the cult master in her youth. She hadn't expected Jioma to mention her deceased husband's name. Displeased, she loudly interrupted him. Don't talk nonsense. I was quite close to your husband, senior. After speaking, she turned to Choe, who was standing beside her, and asked loudly, Is this your first time here? Uncle, I'm Choe. Ah, I see. You've grown so much it's no wonder I didn't recognize you. Li Jiahe had been looking at the damned guy in front of him with a judging gaze for a while, but he didn't notice it at all. Choe, a name as beautiful as she is. Let's end the introductions here and waste no more time. Oso Ryang turned to Jioma and asked, What do you plan to do about the cult master? I anticipate the alliance leader and the cult master will have a confrontation. If it's a personal fight, I won't intervene. But if it's a conflict between factions and the alliance leader is at a disadvantage, I will help. Palace mistress. At these two words, Palace mistress, Jioma paused for a moment. He remained silent. Oso Ryang, seeing this, spoke, The cult master and I are sworn enemies, but I will not help the alliance leader. Jioma seemed entirely unsurprised by her opinion, but being of kind heart, he decided to advise her for a moment. Palace mistress, do not think that way. Whatever happens if the alliance leader is defeated, both the Blood Knight Palace and the reclusive Taoists will all be eliminated by the cult master. These words resonated in Oso Ryang's dark heart. She thought slowly, saying nothing. At this moment she sighed and replied, I'll consider it. Since we've met, let's have a meal together and then part ways. Good. After speaking, the four quickly followed a deep forest path to a restaurant. After walking for a long time, Li Jaha suddenly rushed up from below and approached her, asking, "Palace mistress, I was attacked in Jarugok, so I need your help." Everyone present hadn't expected Li Jaha to dare to step forward and ask the woman before him for help. Instead of replying to Li Jaha, Oso Ryong turned to Jioma and asked, "Is this fellow sane?" "Honestly, I'm not sure myself." After speaking, she immediately looked straight at the protagonist and simply uttered two words, "Crazy bastard." Mongrang, seeing this, decided to take this opportunity to get revenge on the protagonist for making him climb the mountain several times earlier. "That's right. Look how he threw your disciple down the mountain. He's truly a madman. Then why are you accompanying him?" These words from Oso Ryong made Mongrang prepare to pack his bags again, descend to the plains, and then ascend back into the mountains to live in hiding. "Oh really?" Seeing the two continuously bad-mouthing him, the protagonist finally spoke. His face was filled with contempt for the two. "It seems I'm the most normal person here. I don't know what you two are talking about." He thought it was just a joke. "Who knew?" Oso Ryong suddenly shouted. "Shut up!" These words startled all three men present. They could only glance at each other and say nothing. "What benefit do I gain if I help you?" "Benefit, as expected. Noble individuals don't help each other without benefit." Li Jaha seemed to have already been prepared. "Although our reasons differ, we both share a common enemy in the cult master, do we not? Yet you speak of benefit." Oso Ryong hadn't expected Li Jaha to retort like that. It was true that the two of them had a common enemy in the cult master, but these two matters were entirely unrelated. What does that have to do with this? What on earth are you talking about? In fact, all of us, including myself, are weaker than the cult master. To seek revenge solely through martial arts is truly arrogant. Then what should we fight with? We can only fight with our way of life. The cult master treats the weak like insects. That's why I created a sect to stand on the side of the weak. I will kill assassins and cleanse the black path step by step. I will do what the cult master doesn't do. To determine victory or defeat, how can you? By using dirty tricks to tempt Jianghu people, confront the cult master. If you want revenge, do it properly. And if you want to hate, hate properly. Blood Knight Palace Mistress, do you understand what I'm saying? Contrary to his expectations, she narrowed her eyes with a displeased expression and replied, "I have no idea what nonsense you're spouting. It's truly meaningless." After spouting so much, she still replied that she didn't understand. "I'm overwhelming you with nonsense. My argument went a bit far, but anyway." After speaking, he no longer explained and turned to the people behind him, saying, "Let's go." The five quickly arrived at Suwal Gok. It was a very beautiful restaurant in the middle of a small village lake. After ordering, the waiter quickly brought their meals. Oso Ryong was the first to speak, introducing this famous restaurant. "This place was built under the authority of the Blood Knight Palace. Please eat comfortably." Since she said that, Li Jaha no longer hesitated and quickly picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks. The five sat around the table ready to eat. But as the beautiful woman from the high-rise building approached, that lecherous Mongrang couldn't hide his perverse expression. Jioma at this moment sighed, embarrassed by his disciple's appearance, and called him disciple. Mongrang at this moment seemed not to hear his master's call. Unable to take his eyes off the woman's chest, after a long time he finally heard, but still without taking his eyes off, he replied, "Yes, master, too lecherous. Why are you staring at people like that? It embarrasses me to have to say such things here." These words seemed to stimulate his pierced ears. He suddenly moved his body, opened his eyes wide, and immediately straightened up, pretending to be proper. "Master, am I sick? I can't control myself." Seeing him act crazy again, Li Jaha no longer sat still. He gritted his teeth, looked at him with a very displeased face, and continuously sneered, "If it's a sickness, it's probably the pooping sickness. Don't look too much or you'll poop your pants. We're eating now." And Li Jaha showed no manners at all. He kept talking about pooping. These words greatly displeased Oso Ryong. She immediately shouted loudly, "We're eating." Mongrang beside her could no longer bear it, and also shouted, "Shut up." Jioma, so worried about his young disciple, turned to Oso Ryong and asked, "I heard, senior, that you were good at reading people's faces and fortunes from a young age. What about that child's face?" Since Jioma asked her for help, Oso Ryong didn't hesitate, and her gaze was fixed on Mongrang in front of her. Her next words did not surprise anyone present. "Lecherous, why haven't you overcome this habit yet?" "I took him as a disciple because I didn't know he was like that, otherwise I would never have accepted him." Mongrang was so embarrassed by those words that he wanted to crawl underground. It seemed there was no place for him even in the mountains now. After speaking, Oso Ryong asked again, "Did I mishear when you introduced yourself earlier?" "What's your name, Mongrang?" Hearing this name, Oso Ryong's face suddenly turned serious. She slowly looked forward and said, "If you continue like this, you'll be called a lecher and despised and driven away by everyone. But even if you're driven away, this sickness won't be cured. It's a sickness of both body and mind. Only death will end it." Li Jaha, hearing Oso Ryong's nonsense from the side, thought inwardly, "Oh, she's good at reading faces too. That guy is the kind you shouldn't get involved with." After speaking, she turned to Cho-A, who was beside her, and continuously advised her to stay far away from that lecherous fellow. "Do you understand? I will keep that in mind." Thus, Mongrang abandoned all the thoughts he had previously harbored. In fact, he had previously dreamed of a happy life with beautiful women. Today, falling in love at first sight. Tomorrow playing with courtesans, and in the evening carousing in taverns. The next morning a fellow laughing and chatting with other women on the street was incurable, because he himself didn't want to change. That's right, you're good at reading faces too. For some reason Choe suddenly turned to her master and asked, then what kind of person should I meet? Naturally a kind person, or at least someone better than these two guys in front of me. After speaking, she glanced at Li Jaha and said to Choe in a sneering tone, this guy is also the kind you shouldn't meet. If Mongrang is first, the Hao sect leader is second. The protagonist was scolded despite not saying anything, so he was a little displeased. Why, look at the Hao sect leader's eyes and expression. He shows no intention of settling down. Such reckless individuals are often like this. She thought he would severely criticize her, but unexpectedly she spoke so benevolently. Li Jaha was very surprised. He lightly snorted, HMPH. I can read faces a little too. After speaking, Mongrang, who was sitting beside him, sighed and looked at the damned fellow with a disbelieving expression, continuously putting himself down. You, reading the palace mistress's face, you won't live long. He thought Li Jaha really knew how to read faces, but he was just making things up to make himself look good. Mongrang, hearing those words, spat out all the water in his mouth. Choe's eyes also suddenly turned pale. She hadn't expected him to dare to speak to her master like that. Oh, so Ryong was equally shocked. This is the first time I've heard such sharp words. He's not the type to talk nonsense, so let's see. Since Gioma said that, she no longer picked a fight and nodded, replying, I'll listen for Gioma's sake. I sparred with Gioma, so I admit Senior's martial arts are very outstanding. Senior seems to live very reclusively and rarely receives guests. Do you think if you hide like that, the cult master won't find you? If the cult master just gives an order, his subordinates will search everywhere. After 1, 2, 3 years, they will eventually find you. And all of you will be killed here and reduced to ashes. Oh, so Ryong hadn't expected him to know the situation here so well, but he seemed to be underestimating her abilities. We are not as weak as you think. Then are you saying you are stronger than the cult master? That's truly absurd. Oh, so Ryong still had no idea what Li Jaha meant at this point. It was truly difficult to understand. What on earth do you want to say? The protagonist thought that he had put his all into speaking, yet she didn't even understand such a trivial matter. She was truly foolish. I'm overwhelming you with nonsense. My argument went a bit far, but anyway. After speaking, he no longer explained and turned to the people behind him, saying, let's go. The five quickly arrived at Suwal Gok. It was a very beautiful restaurant in the middle of a small village lake. After ordering, the waiter quickly brought their meals. Oh, so Ryong was the first to speak, introducing this famous restaurant. This place was built under the authority of the Blood Knight Palace. Please eat comfortably. Since she said that, Li Jaha no longer hesitated and quickly picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks. The five sat around the table ready to eat. Next to him, Oh So Ryong's face also darkened. Anyway, naming the organization after a grandfather's nickname was truly ridiculous. Abandon the name Blood Knight Palace. The demonic cult is much stronger than you. Then how do you plan to get revenge? That's too unrealistic. In my opinion, Senior Brother Gioma is also an individualist. Since Senior Brother said he wanted to visit the Blood Knight Palace, you should treat him as an honored guest. If rumors spread that Gioma visits the Blood Knight Palace, the cult master will definitely be displeased that his hated enemies are associating with each other. Moreover, among them are the second son of the righteous Pungin Manga, and the leader of the Hao sect, a small faction the cult master has never even heard of. At this point, Li Jaha suddenly became dangerous. He thought for a moment, then slowly continued, then doesn't the cult master have more enemies? The words that came out of his mouth unexpectedly made all four people present overlook these issues. Unexpectedly, Mongrang was the first to speak. It was unclear if he had any complaints about the issues the protagonist had mentioned. He suddenly slammed his chopsticks heavily on the table and shouted loudly, Hey, Blood Knight Palace Mistress, it's not easy to survive. If you don't want to die, you must use all means. If it were me, I would first stick to Senior Brother Gioma. Oh So Ryong's face suddenly fell into thought at this point. Perhaps his words had a considerable impact on her heart. Knowing that he had successfully planted his thoughts in the mind of the woman before him, Li Jaha went a step further and said, therefore, when you attack Jarugok, actively help me. He had gone around in circles, only to eventually want the four of them to help him seek revenge. These words made Gioma a little displeased. He said, why is this matter transitioning so quickly? I understand your intention, but you are truly rude. Oh So Ryong also immediately followed suit. She hadn't expected to be spun around like a top. Li Jaha did not reply to the two. He felt a gaze that had been fixed on his body for a while. He turned to Choe and without any courtesy merely glanced at her and uttered 3 words, what are you looking at? At this moment, a waiter suddenly came through the door, quickly bringing in the next dishes. These words helped to diffuse the very tense atmosphere in the room. Seeing the woman enter, the protagonist quickly turned his head and looked at her. Not only that, but Gioma also did the same. They weren't looking at the woman, but their gaze was fixed on the lecherous Mongrang. Perhaps they were worried that he might pounce on the woman at any moment if they didn't glare at him like that. Mongrang also seemed to receive their intense gazes, quickly closing his eyes and continuously cultivating to avoid revealing his perverse nature. Palace Mistress, this is truly annoying. Choe, who had been silent all this time, finally couldn't restrain herself and spoke. This fellow is truly a lecher, don't say such unpleasant things to me. Oso Ryong too seemed very displeased with the useless lecher sitting in front of her. She frowned and turned to her disciple, saying, "Don't look at that fellow, you'll catch a disease. Yes, everyone stand up, I will entertain you at the palace. I have discovered the secret of regression. I know the future of others, but not my own. From a lecher, what will I become? That is the task I must solve after regression." At this moment night deepened and the moon was high in the sky. It was in the Blood Knight Palace. In the living room an old man with white hair came out. He seemed to be in his later years. He approached with a benevolent face and greeted everyone. "Really, Zuosa, you've come?" Seeing the elder approach, Jioma quickly went to support him. "Elder General, it's been a long time." The elder's voice trembled slightly, unable to conceal his excitement as if meeting the person before him after a very long time. "Please sit." As soon as he finished speaking, the elder and the other 5 quickly sat around a round table and slowly conversed. Oh Soryeon, the hostess, held a teapot and poured each of them a cup of tea. "Elder, please have some tea." "Thank you, palace mistress." The elder finished speaking, smiled kindly at Jioma and without stopping his hand placed it on his shoulder. "I'm truly happy to see Zuosa again before I die. Elder, I had a dispute with the cult master and left the sect. I am no longer Zuosa." "Ah, is that so? I didn't know. Fewer and fewer people speak honestly to the cult master. I am truly worried." After talking with his long-lost colleague, the elder finally looked around and asked, "Who are these young people?" Choe, the hostess, introduced them one by one to the elder. "This is young Master Mongrang of the Pungan Manga, and this is Haro sect leader Lee Jaha." "Are they Gioma's friends?" So it was them, all friends. Heo Guillaume greeted everyone. "Young Master Mong, sect leader Lee, I am Heo Guillaume. Elder, I am Mongrang, please speak comfortably." "Elder, I am Lee Jaha." To save time and allow everyone more rest later, Heo Guillaume turned to the palace mistress and asked, "Palace mistress, what is everyone discussing?" Without further concealment, she immediately told the elder everything she intended to do. "Sect leader Lee of Hao sect wants to eliminate Jarugok and asked for my help. Elder, do you know Jarugok?" Upon hearing this name, Heo Guillaume seemed somewhat reflective and slowly stroked his silver beard. Then he took out something very mysterious from his hand. "Jarugok, I remember it." As he spoke, he took out a very old book. He flipped through the old pages one by one and continued to ask, "How did sect leader Lee of Haro sect come to know them?" Lee Jaha also answered without hiding his thoughts, "I don't know much either. They kept trying to assassinate me, so I pursued them and found that place." Heo Guillaume had not expected a young man like Lee Jaha to be targeted by assassins. He doesn't seem like an ordinary person, to be targeted by assassins at such a young age. He seems to be quite active. "I got into fights here and there which led to this." Although he said so, his thoughts were different. Since coming here he had been probing the elder's mind. He is clearly an elder who has lost his martial arts, but he doesn't look weak at all and still exudes a very respectable aura. That's not an aura that can be gained just from age. Perhaps in his youth he was a master who struck fear into the entire world. The elder no longer remained silent. "Young Master Mong, may I see your hand? I'd like to examine your internal energy." Mongrang had not expected to be singled out by the elder first. Fear was evident on his face and he quickly looked at his master. After getting his master's consent, he quickly extended his hand for Heo Guillaume to examine. After checking his pulse, it wasn't difficult for the elder to trace his origins. "Ah, you are a survivor of the Jade Blossom Palace?" "Yes, that's right. From the non-commissioned officer side." Before he finished speaking, the elder lightly placed his hand on the back of Mongrang's hand. "You've grown well. I heard that the bloodline of the Jade Blossom Palace was not broken, but seeing it in person now truly makes me happy. Such an excellent martial arts bloodline still exists. Yes, it must have been difficult. It's fine, thanks to Master's teachings." Upon hearing this, Jioma very confidently introduced himself to Heo Guillaume. "Hearing what my disciple said, does Zuosa mean he has a disciple? Truly surprising. The archery of the Jade Blossom Palace is still a top martial art, so do not pass on the bright sword to him." Not only the elder but Jioma himself had already anticipated this. "I thought so too." After confirming Mongrang's physique and talent, the next person Heo Guillaume targeted was none other than Lee Jaha, who was sitting with tea in his mouth. The elder looked at him very gently. "Sect leader, you probably won't be pleased, but I am very curious and cannot bear it. May I examine your internal energy like young Master Mong?" If the elder wished to see it, he had no reason to refuse. "Yes, all right, I seek your guidance." Having obtained the protagonist's consent, the elder unhesitatingly took a firm grip of his hand and slowly checked his pulse. But the moment his hand touched Lee Jaha's wrist, Heo Guillaume's face suddenly changed. His face darkened, and his 2 eyes, which had been gentle moments ago, widened in disbelief. He stared intently at his young face without saying a word. Seeing the elder's stern face, he too felt a little worried, and sweat continued to stream down. "Ah, why is the elder looking at me like that?" The air in the room became very cold and serious due to this silence. Seeing the elder in front of her just staring at his face without saying anything, Oh Soryong immediately called out to the elder. "Elder!" At this moment, Heo Guillaume suddenly snapped out of his trance and continued to sigh in confusion. "Sect leader, you are truly outstanding. Are you Zuosa's disciple?" Jioma immediately retorted, thinking that Heo Guillaume had misunderstood their relationship. "No," the elder's face suddenly contorted. What was he thinking in his head at this moment? Gioma continued. But sect leader Li of Hao sect is not a bad person, so don't be wary and speak honestly. I will listen. Upon hearing this, the elder no longer stood on ceremony and directly asked, Sect leader, are you a disciple of the three sages? Li Jia answered without hiding anything. No, I am not. It's truly surprising that you possess both extreme yin and extreme yang internal energy at such a young age. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyebrows suddenly furrowed. In fact, that is the martial art the cult master cultivates. As the elder's words burst forth, the room suddenly fell silent. Oh Soryong's complexion did not look good at this moment. The one who truly harbors inner demons is not another but the person before me who possesses such outstanding martial arts. I thought the cult master had sent his disciple here, but if he cultivated that martial art himself, I can only truly respect him. After hearing the elder's words, he finally understood why he had been so pursued and wanted, and the truth became clear. I see, I understand. Since the cult master wants to possess the celestial jade, he must have cultivated both extreme yin and extreme yang martial arts. Hao Guillaume continued to inquire about Li Jia's whereabouts and background. I have never heard of a Hao sect. Did you create it? Yes. Oh, then what is its purpose? He answered without hesitation. Honestly, to help the common people live in peace. His answer was so naive that people were surprised. Hao Guillaume could no longer hold back and burst into hearty laughter. Ha 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 ha. Perhaps he had not expected such a kind person to exist in the world. That is the most absurd reason for founding a sect I have ever heard. Not only the people present, but even Choe was surprised by the elder's words, and her eyes were full of naivety. To solve her own doubts, she quickly asked directly, Elder, what do you mean by absurd? It is common for the common people to be oppressed, so isn't his purpose to fight for life? I have witnessed the rise and fall of many sects, but this is the first time I've heard of such a case. Li Jia merely sighed upon hearing those words. He too knew that the reason he founded a sect which was to help the common people would indeed sound ridiculous to others. That's true. After a moment of thought, Hao Guillaume realized that the young man before him was someone who could help the palace mistress take revenge. So he turned to Oh Soryong and said, Palace mistress, I apologize, but please help sect leader Li of Hao sect eliminate Jarugok. Young Master Li truly has no other intentions. Since the elder himself said so, there was no reason for Oh Soryong to refuse. I will do so. Having finished speaking, the elder turned back to Li Jia. As the sect leader was suddenly grabbed by the wrist like that, he continued to break into a cold sweat and was startled. Yes, I am old now. Anyone can see it. Whenever I die, please help the Blood Knight Palace. Upon hearing that, Li Jia also broke into a cold sweat down his spine. Not only does he have to protect Hao sect, but now he has to protect this damned Blood Knight Palace too. Hearing this, not only him but all four others were surprised. Why suddenly this? Oh Soryong's face suddenly darkened upon hearing the elder's words, and she stammered, unable to believe what she had heard. Elder, what on earth are you saying? Why are you asking that scoundrel? The elder did not answer, but merely slowly replied, his sharp gaze fixed on his palace mistress. Palace mistress, if I die, the cult master will come looking for the Blood Knight Palace. No matter what, the cult master always clearly distinguishes between grudges, especially when it concerns his life, and knowing that, I have remained in the Blood Knight Palace until now. Upon hearing this, Gioma, who had been silent, also spoke. He too seemed to understand everything. Elder, you have a grudge with the cult master? Having come to this point, Hao Guillaume, who was about to die soon, no longer wanted to hide anything. Yes, that's right, I saved the cult master before. At that time he was not yet the cult master as he is now. The sect leader must believe that someone needs to extend a hand to be able to escape the demonic path. Moreover, since leaving the demonic cult, the Blood Knight Palace has not harmed people who do not practice martial arts. Li Jia found it slightly difficult to understand and did not know what the elder before him expected of him. I don't know what the elder expects, but if the Blood Knight Palace is still a demonic force, I cannot help. Then what if the Blood Knight Palace does not oppress, kill, or exploit the weak? If the Blood Knight Palace changes like that, will the sect leader help? That was not a lie at all, and the elder himself had already humbled himself as much as possible. The palace mistress is also quite obedient to my words, so I will dedicate the rest of my life to persuading her. Li Jia, hearing the elder's sincere words, felt a moment of hesitation, to be honest. I talk a lot of nonsense, but once I make a promise, I'm very serious about it. At this moment he merely sighed and closed his eyes, answering Hao Guillaume's words. Elder, decide as you wish. I don't care whether the Blood Knight Palace fights with people in Jianghu or not, but if you do not oppress the weak, Hao sect will help. Hao Guillaume had not expected him to agree so quickly. Because of this he could not hide his joy. Thank you. Having finished speaking, the elder quickly turned towards the back wall and called out to Long Ming. A handsome man in black clothes appeared. Yes, bring the book on the third shelf, third row, 13th compartment. Yes, having received orders from his master, the handsome man named Long Ming quickly turned and headed to the study. Hao Guillaume continued to speak, looking at Li Jia with very deep eyes. Martial arts combining extreme yang and extreme yin are rare in the world. Few people research them. However, I have a book that records my research on the combination of yin and yang. The protagonist, hearing that, was curious about what kind of prank the elder would pull next and couldn't hide his curiosity. The observations on yin and yang recorded in this book are my experiences and battle records gained in Jianghu. But everything is recorded chaotically. Unexpectedly, the man brought the book Hao Guillaume was looking for very quickly. The elder treated the book with great care and handed it to Li Jiahe with sincerity. "You take a look at it and I will read it carefully." Having finished speaking, the elder looked at the young man whom the elder had just called. His eyes were full of pride in this disciple. "When you attack Jarugok, take Long Ming with you. He will be very useful. At least he won't cause trouble." Heo elder's disciple, from the looks of it, his internal energy is very powerful. After talking with the people here for a long time, Heo Guillaume felt very tired. He turned to Long Ming and ordered him to support him to rest, not forgetting to bid them farewell. "I'll go first. Elder, rest well." Jioma, who was standing beside him, also spoke. "Rest well, Elder." "Elder General, farewell, rest well." But before he could take a few steps, Li Jiahe suddenly jumped up and called him again. A dangerous look was evident on his face at this moment, and it was unclear what calculations and thoughts were running through his mind. "Wait, Elder, I'll support you." Having finished speaking, he quickly supported the elder and entered the room. Joy and pride were evident in the elder's eyes. Good. At this moment, on the narrow path of the Blood Knight Palace, the two held hands, supporting each other, and continued to converse. "My grandfather lived a hard life in an inn his whole life, but you chose to survive in the demonic cult, which is truly amazing. You must have met many madmen and foolish people." "What are you saying? There were many fights within the sect. I went through countless battles. Why did the elder lose his martial arts?" Upon hearing this, Heo Guillaume's voice was filled with sadness. "I used to be very arrogant, and I prided myself on being the strongest. I blocked the path of a very strong person, and that's how this happened." Upon hearing this, Li Jiahe couldn't hide his curiosity and quickly asked who that person was. He later became one of the three sages. The three sages? Elder Ha was truly a man of valor. "Yes, that's right, I was once a man of valor. But that was more than 50 years ago." Those recollections made the protagonist very sentimental. At this moment he missed his grandfather, who was peacefully in heaven. "Rest in peace in heaven. My grandfather would surely be very surprised to see me now. A guy who could barely boil a bowl of noodles and just wipe tables is now going around beating people up. But even if I had inherited the inn and worked every day, my grandfather would have worried about me, and if he saw me wandering in Jianghu, he would worry even more." Heo Guillaume glanced at the protagonist and slowly asked, "Do you not regret entering Jianghu?" To the elder's words, he answered very nonchalantly, "Perhaps the wisest choice in his life was to be able to wander freely in Jianghu. I am very happy with my current life." Heo Guillaume, who had wandered in Jianghu for hundreds of years, was also very satisfied with his current life. Perhaps now he could close his eyes and feel at peace. "Me too. If Jianghu exists in the next life, I will not hesitate to enter again. Me too. It took me over 50 years to finally understand this world. I realized the foolishness of life and my own foolishness." "When did that happen to you, sect leader?" Li Jiahe continuously searched for the origins of his kind within his memories. "I'm looking for when I first became interested in this Murim martial arts world. It must have been a very long time ago. Probably since I was a child when I heard too much nonsense from drunkards." He stopped there, unable to continue, then turned to Heo Guillaume and asked again, "What about you?" "I spent my entire life cultivating and fighting with no time to reflect on myself. Then, one day, after losing all my martial arts, my world completely changed." The old man walked up the stairs step by step where spring petals continuously fell, creating a magnificent scene. "I thought martial arts were everything, but only after losing everything did I realize they were nothing. Then one day I decided to assassinate the cult master, but by then, I had already lost all my martial arts and was so old that I had even forgotten the fact that I had no martial arts." Li Jiahe's voice was laced with a hint of laughter when he heard that miserable story, and a touch of regret for lost youth. How wonderful it would have been to spar with the cult master when he was in his prime. It wasn't easy to deny the place one was born and raised and to think of something else. After a brief conversation, the two quickly entered Heo Guillaume's small house. It was a very small house, but a strangely warm energy permeated it. "Today must have been a very long day for Elder Heo. He looks utterly exhausted. I want to rest in bed for a bit." Seeing the old man look so tired, he quickly helped him to the bed in the middle of the house. "My disciple is Long Ming. I taught him this point, and you should hear it too. I will keep it in mind. If you meet someone more talented than yourself, obey them. If you meet someone inferior, leave them. But if you meet someone you cannot possibly defeat, pledge your full loyalty and become their friend. Then one day a single fatal sword strike will be unstoppable even for a master." That is the theory of a cruel assassin. That's right, Long Ming is the last assassin I taught. That's why I taught Long Ming to assassinate the cult master. My fight with the previous cult master is not over yet, and the sect leader of Jarugok is where the 7 schools and his disciples operate. At that time, as the one school, I eliminated them here. But the 7 schools' bodies could not be found. It seems everyone wants to thank me." As he spoke, Li Jiahe immediately stood up. It seemed he wanted to leave, but Heo Guillaume decided to say his final words. "Sect leader, please visit me again before I die." As he spoke, the two continuously held hands, exchanging deep gazes. Before leaving, Li Jiahe smiled at the old man and continued to console him. "Senior, live a long life. I will visit you again." Having received this promise and agreement for their final meeting, the old man now seemed able to close his eyes in peace, even in death. "I will wait." At that moment, inside the carriage provided by the Blood Knight Palace heading towards Jarugok, he was continuously reading the carefully recorded words in the book Heo Guillaume had given him. On the way to Jarugok I kept reading the book Elder Heo gave me. After reading it about 10 times he understood the general meaning of what the old man wanted to say. After reading it about 30 times he felt Elder Heo's emotions day by day. By the 40th reading, Elder Heo's thoughts and his own diverged. He agreed with this part but not that part. And after reading and rereading it about 70 times, they finally arrived at their destination. Thanks to this long journey, Li Jiahe was able to get some more sleep. It was probably a very long time since he had slept so peacefully. Although he had only fallen asleep in an old carriage, he quickly went ahead, following Jioma and that lecherous Mongrang. As soon as he got out of the carriage, Jioma immediately said, "You certainly read that book diligently. I just had a lot to think about, so I kept meditating, reading and rereading it." After reading and contemplating everything in this book, he quickly returned the book to Longming. "I finished reading it, please return it to the elder." "Yes." As the road ahead was quite arduous, Li Jiahe quickly turned to the driver and told him it would be best to return. "You've worked hard. From here it's best for you to return. Don't forget to buy some medicinal herbs on your way back. The return journey is also dangerous, so take a road with many people. Do you understand?" As he spoke he took out a gold ingot from his pocket and gave it to the driver as payment for his hard work. The driver, receiving the gold ingot, could not hide his embarrassment and refused it with his hand but secretly seemed very happy. "Sect leader, it's all right." Li Jiahe said nothing more and quickly handed the gold ingot in his hand to the old man. The old man, receiving the gold ingot, was happier than on Lunar New Year, and his eyes sparkled like stars. Thank you," having finished giving instructions to the driver, the four finally departed. At this time, Jarugok was a dark place with dense high mountains, a very dangerous place where one could die at any moment if not careful. The dense fog makes the path invisible. Longming, who had been silent until now, could no longer hold back and continued to speak upon hearing this. The dense fog makes it difficult to enter Jarugok, and that's probably why this place has become the most dangerous. As the four followed the path deep into Jarugok, Li Jiahe was suddenly startled by a sound from the forest. He paused for a moment. Perhaps his agility allowed him to sense that something was wrong here. His eyes were very cold and he drew the sword hidden behind his back, shouting loudly, "You damned assassins." Everyone accompanying him thought, "Huh?" with bewildered expressions. Perhaps because he activated his internal energy while shouting, the two words "damned bastards" continuously echoed through Jarugok. Manhwa frowned with a very displeased expression and said, "What are you doing? You should be quiet. Why are you shouting like that? I don't know where Jarugok is, so I have to greet them first. Anyway, there's no point in fighting these guys." At the protagonist's words, that guy also shut his mouth, his face turning ashen, unable to say anything. "Anyway, we came here to kill them." Jioma also nodded. He quickly ordered the others, "Continue to move forward quickly and don't waste any more time." "Good, let's go." After walking a few steps, Li Jiahe suddenly turned back and called out to Manhwa, who was following him step by step, "Hey you pooper, sing a song." Upon hearing his words, Manhwa frowned. He couldn't understand what this madman was up to again. "I'm almost dead from walking on this rough path and you want me to sing, you madman. What nonsense are you talking about? If you don't want to, then don't." Longming, who had been silent, suddenly spoke upon hearing Li Jiahe's words. "I don't want to listen to a song, but I have something to say to Jarugok." "Oh, you've been talking the most since earlier, so I should listen to you, thank you." Having secured everyone's agreement, he cleared his throat, preparing to say something, then immediately spoke loudly. It was as if he wanted everyone else here to hear him too. "I am Longming of the assassination team, disciple of the former one-school elder Heo Guillaume. Longming, a disciple of the former demonic cult disciple Heo Guillaume, as a disciple of the assassination team, eliminated those who betrayed the sect. So who among the assassins is the strongest? My master was once the strongest. Today Longming, a disciple of Heo Guillaume, has come to Jarugok to see who the successor of the assassination team is." After he finished saying everything he wanted to say, Li Jiahe, who was standing beside him, continuously clapped and praised him. Excellent declaration of war. A perfect self-introduction, a splendid impromptu poem. Longming, receiving this praise, was very embarrassed, but secretly seemed very happy, continuously expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, sect leader. How old are you?" Looking at Longming's face, he seemed to be in his early 20s. 20. "Ah, he's the same age as that pooper over there." Manhwa, hearing this, smiled triumphantly. "Longming, I'm older than you, so call me older brother." But he coldly said only 3 words. "I don't want to." Perhaps even if he were given a mountain full of money, he wouldn't want to call the useless guy in front of him older brother. Manhwa, hearing Longming's refusal, did not feel sad or disappointed, but still smiled triumphantly. Really? Li Jiahe, watching from the side, was annoyed he hadn't been praised, so why was he still laughing? What a madman. "You idiot. Mongrang, you introduce yourself like Longming." Upon hearing this, he no longer felt embarrassed and cleared his throat, preparing to shout loudly. "I am Mongrang of Baekungji, Mongrang of Pungan Manga. I will." He suddenly stopped speaking. It was as if he didn't know whether to say what he was about to say or not. It seemed that if he said it, it would truly become a reality. The other 3 still waited blankly for him to finish, but he said nothing. But his mouth seemed slightly agape. His next words would probably make the other 3 so embarrassed they couldn't even climb a mountain. "I am the man who will reach the highest realm of ice arts. Haha, I can make any woman mine. Today I can love this woman, and tomorrow I can love that woman. Ha, Li Jia hadn't expected him to say such embarrassing words. He wished he hadn't told him to shout earlier. Madman. Jioma merely sighed. He hadn't realized his disciple was not only foolish but also crazy. Stop with the nonsense. The four entered deeper into the forest through the dense fog. The thick fog continuously obstructed their vision, so they had to be very careful. A slight carelessness could cost them their lives here. After a short while entering deeper into the forest, Jioma finally spoke to Li Jia. Sect leader, you introduce yourself too, I want to hear it. Since the old man invited him like that, he had no reason to refuse. Good. To make a self-introduction that would shake the heavens, Li Jia quickly climbed onto a rock and stood majestically. He took a deep breath to gather internal energy. HMPH, then his mouth opened and he shouted as if the sky would collapse. I am Hao Sect leader Li Jia, that's me. Everyone here hadn't expected the person before them to shout so loudly. His voice seemed to pierce the eardrums of everyone here. Long Ming and Mongrang could no longer endure it and quickly covered their ears to prevent their eardrums from tearing. The shout continuously echoed throughout Jarugok as if trying to engrave himself here. After Li Jia's introduction, the four paused for a moment. He suddenly turned to Jioma and said, I'm also curious about your identity. Jioma did not hastily reply, but merely smiled cunningly, and immediately drew the precious sword in his hand. A sharp sword, a mix of black and blue, was truly beautiful. But strangely, as soon as the old man drew that long sword, thousands of zombies appeared, revealing skulls and gruesome corpses. Furthermore, this sword seemed like a chilling musical score, from the continuous clash of swords to the sound of skulls whimpering and unclear angry screams. It was truly maddening. Even Mongrang, a disciple who had followed the old man for many years, couldn't help but frown, so eerie it was. Long Ming's attitude was not so surprised. Perhaps he had never seen anyone with such immense power. Jioma looked around with deep eyes, then spoke in a low voice, cutting through the wailing of ghosts and the echoing sounds of mountains and forests. I am the sword demon here. It was truly surprising. In an instant, the wailing sounds, as if suppressed in the air, suddenly became very chillingly quiet, and they disappeared without a trace. But what was even more surprising was that even the dense fog disappeared. Suddenly, Li Jia heard a voice echoing from somewhere. Zuosa, why are you directly entering the Purple Palace? Jioma was slightly puzzled. He didn't know what that guy behind the tree was saying, so he asked again, Is this the Purple Palace? What returned to him was a clear and distinct voice. If he challenged so clearly, the old man also challenged without hesitation. You assassin, let's see who is closer to death. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man quickly gripped the sword in his hand firmly and quickly moved forward. The old man quickly found an empty spot in the space and sat down. Li Jia also did not hesitate and quickly sat down back to back with Jioma. The two seemed to be preparing for quite a tense battle. Following them, Mongrang and Long Ming also looked at the two in front and sat down. For some reason, the dense fog that had disappeared earlier now reappeared, and it was much thicker. It was as if another dark force was suddenly preparing to attack. Jioma seemed to have sensed the danger and quickly reminded the others. Be careful of the opponent's attacks. Yes, master. Long Ming also replied clearly upon hearing this. Understood. Finally, Li Jia sat quietly with his arms crossed, his cold sword always by his side. Following this, the sound of bells, ken ken ken, continuously rang in their ears. It seemed to be the signal for the start of the Jarugok assassins' battle. The bell sounds repeated a few more times, and hidden weapons, as if concealed by the bell sounds, suddenly rained down from all directions like sharp knives. Jioma held his sword and fiercely charged forward. Li Jia still had his eyes closed, but he probably felt that this ability was something only Jioma could do. Jioma deflected the hidden weapons with his sword. This protagonist hadn't expected the slow pooper behind him to dare to step forward today and block those knives. The lecher blew away the hidden weapons with his palm strike. Long Ming made no sound, but the hidden weapons flying towards him fell silently to the ground as if they had never existed. And he probably realized that he was the next target of these knives. He quickly opened his eyes wide and waited. While the others were busy dealing with the hidden weapons, a huge rock suddenly appeared from the dense fog and flew towards Li Jia. You damn bastards, you're only targeting me. Li Jia seemed very aggrieved at the moment. The others only had to clear small knives, but he had to block all these huge rocks. But that didn't mean he could back down. He quickly stood up and drew his sword. The flying rock was cut a few times by his sword and shattered into pieces. Although it wasn't a top-tier sword like the bright sword, it was made for him by the best blacksmith, so it was very effective. The bell sounds continuously rang, and Li Jia suddenly found knives continuously flying towards him from somewhere, and he shouted in great surprise. He swung his hand, carrying the moon-cold ice, and quickly blew away those knives. Under his command, the ice shards quickly reduced the number of hidden weapons here. I'm the only one encountering difficult challenges. Suddenly, the voice that had been talking to Jioma earlier echoed again. Hao Sect leader, welcome. All you had to do was die, so why make everything more complicated? To that guy's disrespectful attitude, he merely replied calmly, welcome. I am the one who complicates everything. After that, he immediately swung his sword like a madman, fiercely attacking that voice. It was as if he wanted to kill everyone who disrespected him. That's me. The protagonist, seeing the hidden weapons flying towards him, raised his sword and powerfully swung it through the air. As expected, those damn bastards were cut in two and the branches were torn with eerie sounds. While continuously swinging his sword through the air, he suddenly heard a faint scream. This was probably the sound of a body struck by the sword. The sect leader opened his eyes wide and said, "Oh, someone seems to have been hit by the sword. Were their limbs severed?" But what he received in return was only the calm fog-shrouded air. He continued to speak with a mocking expression. "Answer me, who am I talking to?" But instead of a proper answer, the fog grew even thicker. Whatever the situation, moving further in such dense fog could lead to serious trouble. He quickly sat on the ground and continuously muttered, "The sound of the bell is really clear and pleasant to listen to. Who knew there was such a master at ringing bells? How much effort must they have put in to produce such a beautiful bell sound?" He was probably bored to the point where he couldn't wait any longer. "I'm bored to death, and I'm even getting sleepy. Did they use hypnosis with the bell sound? Hey Pooper, are you listening to me?" But what he received in return was still only quiet space and no answer. Mongrang probably hadn't heard him. Darkness now surrounded him on all sides. Suddenly 2 small knives flew from somewhere and headed towards Li Jaha. The protagonist tilted his head and twisted his body to dodge the 2 knives. It turned out that the darkness was not created by the enemy, but was in his own mind. What kind of martial art is this? Is it a combination of sound arts and demonic arts? It seems he can only hear the bell sounds by controlling a specific frequency. The assassins of Jarugo continued to send countless hidden weapons as if mocking him, but not a single one hit its target. With no other option, he finally drew his sword. Numerous sounds continuously brushed past his ears, but he couldn't distinguish whether they belonged to Jioma, Longming, Mongrang, or the enemy. Therefore, he couldn't move recklessly. In this situation, I might accidentally cut down my allies. He was now feeling a bit frustrated by the fact that they couldn't deal with these guys and might even kill their own comrades by mistake. If they didn't act quickly, he could be trapped here forever. Finally, he stomped hard on the ground with all his might as expected. Dozens of people suddenly appeared, surrounding the sect leader. They all held swords in their hands, and upon being discovered, their faces all turned dark with surprise. Even though his vision was blurred by the dense fog, he noticed that their eyes were slightly strange. "Oh, their eyes are also Byakugan." After speaking, the sect leader quickly leapt up. He firmly gripped the sword in his hand and swung it, splitting the air. As soon as the sword cut through the air, the assassins let out painful screams and their blood poured onto the ground. Li Jaha then continuously employed the extreme pulling technique to drag the fleeing assassins. Despite the overflowing internal energy, the assassins seemed unfazed by the technique's pulling power, perhaps because they were systematically trained. However, if that internal energy had seized anyone, they would surely have met a painful death. Li Jaha gripped the enemy's head and then used the Crimson Devil to strike a vital point with force. He plunged the Crimson Devil directly into the assassin's ear. After the deed, he pulled out his sword, which was heavily stained with blood. Blood dripped from Li Jaha's arm onto the ground, making tapping sounds. After finishing the job, he gave a sinister smile, and with it, the bell sounds also disappeared. Kakeke. After dealing with the assassins hidden in the dense fog, Jioma finally appeared, holding his sword. He walked out of the mysterious fog. His eyes held an unspeakable danger. As soon as he smiled, he was immediately enveloped in fog. But with one swing of his sword, he was able to clear the fog. Immediately after, with one swing of the bright sword, blood splattered everywhere. Wherever he went, screams echoed. Truly, a master knows where to cut even without seeing. As soon as his vision cleared, Jioma quickly slaughtered the thousands of assassins there. By then, he seemed to have seen Mongrang moving slowly. "Master, can you hear me?" Jioma replied. "I can hear you, you bastard." At this moment, Mongrang also no longer seemed to hear the bell sounds that had been ringing in his ears since arriving here. He probably realized that the fellow ringing the bell was already dead. The cessation of the bell sounds meant the death of the bell ringer. But Jioma did not let down his guard, for in this world no one could be trusted. "We still haven't confirmed, so we must be careful." "Yes?" Turning back to this side, Li Jaha's eyes were still bloodshot after killing those bastards, and he gazed straight ahead. Li Jaha looked around and acknowledged that Longming's martial arts were truly amazing. He had been appearing and disappearing continuously for a while now. Li Jaha noticed something strange when he saw a black light glowing like a night light from the Gambler King's ring. He placed his hand on his sword and said, "There's poison mixed in the fog. In that case, I will blow away the fog." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly plunged the Crimson Devil into the poisonous mist and went forward, continuously clapping his hands. Clapping sounds echoed but didn't seem very important. However, every action had another meaning. With this simple and easy method, he could quickly find a way to disperse the fog faster. By this time, Jioma and his disciple had also appeared. Seeing this, he said to everyone, "Those bastards are retreating into the poisonous mist." Jioma heard those words and wiped the blood from his sword. The lecher beside him also didn't remain still, continuously swinging his arms and looking around with a frown. The fog cleared just like that, and even their corpses had vanished without a trace. This meant that Jioma and Li Jaha alone, the two master and disciple, were sufficient to completely deal with those bastards. After a moment, feeling something was strange, the lecher turned back and asked the two, "Where is Long Ming?" A voice came from behind. "I'm here." He had thought he had escaped and hidden, but he was merely disguised, truly a master of concealment. Looking back, Long Ming had disguised himself in assassin's clothes, and it was unclear when he had changed. "When did you change clothes?" "I changed earlier. I tried to approach their stronghold, but I failed." At this point, after confirming everyone was safe, he finally looked at the ground. Severed limbs lay spattered on the ground, and there were hundreds of assassins. He didn't know how he had eliminated them, but he was sure Jioma had eliminated more than he had. As the next step, Jioma felt he needed time to recover. He looked at them and said, "Just a moment, I need time to recover my hearing and survey the surrounding terrain. Be careful not to touch the corpses, they could explode at any time." Long Ming was surveying the ground at this time. He suddenly pointed behind him and said, "They're retreating this way. But it might be a trap to lure us in." Li Jiahe had been silent for a while, but suddenly looked up at the sky and saw it gradually darkening. They were probably preparing for the next massacre. The day is getting dark. They're probably changing into black clothes. Jioma was a little confused at this moment and turned back to ask, "Sect leader, what are you planning to do? It's foolish to continue fighting in this disadvantageous terrain. Burn everything." Long Ming had just taken off his white clothes and was surprised by his decision, his eyes widening. "Burn everything? Yes, those bastards have occupied this entire mountain. This is not a place where ordinary people can live. Burn everything, no need for mercy." The lecher seemed to agree with Li Jiahe's words and turned back to his master saying, "Master, that's a good idea. The sect leader and I have cultivated ice arts, so we can burn this place down and still open a path of retreat for ourselves." If the two of them had researched and decided so, the old man had no choice but to follow. In that case, burn everything. As the four were preparing to burn this place down, a mysterious voice suddenly echoed again, "Don't be too harsh." For some reason, the sect leader suddenly heard that voice and shouted as if madly losing control. "Shut up, you damn bastards, you kept me from sleeping." The voice seemed to echo again, originally intending to find a path of retreat, but Li Jiahe didn't let him babble again, and immediately covered his mouth. "Shut up today, you will pay the price for disturbing the Hao sect leader's sleep, understand? These cowardly bastards couldn't fight head-on and seemed to be hiding somewhere applying poison. I thought they were great because they were from the assassination squad, but it turns out they're just cowards who fear death." Even the pooper beside him felt he was amazing. "Hey you country bumpkin, you're really fierce." While they were continuously fighting on that side, Long Ming seemed to be in another world on this side. He sat on the ground, took out a small candle from his clothes and lit it. "This guy is lighting a fire. Am I the only normal one here?" After speaking to the damned bastards with all his might, Li Jiahe had nothing more to say and merely sighed, telling Long Ming, "Those bastards are just hiding in the sewers holding their breath. Assassins are all like that. Long Ming, aren't they?" At his words, Long Ming continued to diligently light the fire, silently responding, "Patience is an assassin's virtue." "Really? Is Jarugok like that too?" "Yes." "Oh, so they rank by how long they can hold their breath in the sewers? What on earth is this?" In fact, Long Ming merely remained silent at his words at this moment, for he knew that no matter how much he explained, the Hao sect leader would not understand. The better one endures the stench, the closer one gets to the throne of kings. As soon as he said that, Li Jiahe's body paused for a beat. His eyes seemed to have just found the answer to his question. My goodness, I thought he had discovered something, but he suddenly uttered a single sentence. This remark implied that the person mentioned in this story would have no place to hide even if he dug 10 pits. No one will be worse than young Master Mong from Baekingji when it comes to stench. As he said that, he recalled the time the pooper had soiled his pants after being teased by him. He even wore lipstick. So was young Master Mong the king of death. Mongrang was so embarrassed by those words that he wanted to faint on the spot. "Hey you bastard, if you want to tease someone, tease yourself. Why drag me into this? Don't you know that sometimes in life words and actions don't match?" Li Jiahe's words touched the lecher's last bit of pride and he couldn't retort. Long Ming, who had been innocently silent until now, held a burning log and asked, "Did young Master Mong have poop on his body?" "Shut up." In fact, Long Ming had only asked out of curiosity, but his reaction made him a little depressed. "I just asked out of curiosity." To waste no more time on nonsense, Jioma moved first. He quickly used his internal energy to continuously fan the fire, making the flames even larger. The others also didn't remain still. They also followed Jioma and continuously lit fires, intending to burn down this entire forest. "The fire is burning so fiercely, truly. I need to pee." His words touched Mongrang's nerve. He said nothing more, merely sighed, for he knew that if he accidentally angered him, he would have to climb the mountain again. Seeing Jarugok engulfed in flames, Li Jiahe said firmly, "You will regret provoking the Hao sect leader. Do you only realize it when death is imminent? It must have been much more enjoyable to hold your breath in the sewers." Just then, Jioma approached him from afar and said, "Sect leader, you did very well. I wouldn't have been able to hold back and would have charged in. I have never heard so much about poop in my entire martial arts life. This is also my first time participating in such a battle. Your words are truly excellent. All right, tonight will be a grand festival of poop and pee. Let's see who the victor is." It was truly incomprehensible. Li Jiahe had been talking about this sensitive topic for a while and the lecher was very embarrassed. His mouth was probably too agape. "Why does this bastard keep talking about poop?" He continued to speak whether he was happy or not. "But I expect I will be the victor." Even though he said that, Long Ming continued to insist that he was the only one who was right, and the lecher could say nothing, merely watching in silence. But their faces were all dark and they didn't seem to want it. After a long time of talking and playing around, this forest was finally almost completely burned down. Seeing this result, Li Jiahe couldn't hide his smile. "Good, now that the flames are soaring, my heart is also burning hotter. If I strongly overcome my weaknesses every day, I will gradually become more perfect and achieve what I desire." Long Ming, after burning down this entire forest, seemed to feel a bit guilty. for he might have severely offended the mountain god. The fire burned too fiercely. It was a bit too much for us to burn down the entire mountain. We should apologize to the mountain god. It's fine. After we subdue these bastards, we can build a shrine for the mountain god. Hearing that, Long Ming turned back and spoke to Li Jiahe with a slightly mocking attitude. In that case, sect leader, you must have a lot of money? I took quite a lot from those ruffians, so that's how it was. No matter what, it's impossible for someone who only eats and fights to have so much money. While they were talking, a net suddenly fell from the sky, pierced through the flames, and embedded itself in the ground. This made Jiama feel that the danger around them had intensified. The assassins probably couldn't wait any longer and activated their trap to counterattack. Indeed, just as Jiama finished speaking, dozens of sharp knives suddenly flew towards them from afar, as if having lost their direction. Feeling that this situation was beyond his control, Jiama quickly looked at Long Ming. He was the one who had spoken earlier when he detected traces of the assassins. Hey Long Ming, can you figure out where they set their trap? I can figure out a little, but not entirely. A little was too vague. This made the old man unable to be certain, and he could only continue to have them burn this place and surround them while he looked for other methods. All right, then you continue to set fire here and surround them. Mongrang and the Hao sect leader split into two groups and prevent them from escaping through other paths. We will be safe if we just figure out where they set their trap and avoid it. Then the situation will be in our hands and we will control their life and death. As he said that, they left without hesitation to do their respective tasks. Understood, senior. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Ming remained in this forest, continuing to set fires to control the assassins, while Mongrang, Li Jiahe, and Jioma darted forward. Unexpectedly, at some point, a colossal pit appeared in the middle of this vast forest. It was likely a trap set by the assassins to control the four of them. Passing by and looking down, it was of course filled with intricately prepared weapons and continuously slithering snakes. Li Jiahe subsequently discovered a few more pits which contained either venomous snakes or sharp blades. Falling into those pits meant an inevitable death sooner or later. The four masters could easily navigate past the perilous pits. After they had traveled for some time, another trap seemed to activate, preparing to attack them. Arrows and projectiles flew from left and right, and on the ground massive spiked logs and venomous snakes lay with open mouths, ready to swallow their delicious prey. A moment later they all had to stop. This was because Long Ming was carefully scouting the terrain ahead. He cautiously touched a slight obstruction. After checking all directions, he turned around and spoke to everyone. Is the path ahead a dead end? They looked at a tall wall covered in vines. Although the surroundings were vast, being blocked by this wall was no different from having a tall mountain in front of them. Hearing Long Ming's words, Jioma praised him and gave an instruction. Well done. This is probably the assassin's hideout. Since they've set many traps, we must be careful, however. This is a large wall, so they won't be able to set traps here. As Jioma finished speaking, Mongrang, a little puzzled, voiced his thoughts. So we just need to search this vicinity and be careful? Meanwhile, Li Jiahe, who at some point had gathered all his internal energy, once again shouted loudly with a wide mouth. All right, you assassins, hiding like turtles, come out and greet your guests. Jioma and his disciples sighed at Li Jiahe's childish behavior, shouting so loudly, truly foolish. At this he showed no embarrassment. Instead, he continuously nodded, as if this were praise for himself. This is just how I am. Suddenly they heard the continuous sound of rocks reverberating throughout the entire mountain. To their astonishment, the vine-covered wall at the entrance opened on its own. Everyone seemed surprised. Mongrang's eyes widened and he spoke with an incredulous expression. The door opened. Suddenly a voice echoed from within the wall. Enter. Suddenly Jioma tilted his head and spoke in a slightly puzzled voice. The voice sounds quite familiar. Li Jiahe, without any wariness, boldly stepped into the rocky wall. Upon entering, the entrance was not actually very wide. It was just wide enough for 4 people to pass comfortably, and there were no signs of mechanisms or traps. Passing through this dark and damp basement, he felt as if he had entered a rabbit hole. It feels like I've entered a rabbit hole? Hearing that, Long Ming quickly retorted, No, this place is more like a tiger's den than a rabbit hole. That's right, a rabbit hole feels quite different. Have you been in one? No, then don't ask, just know it as such. Long Ming, knowing that even if he had 10 mouths he couldn't win against this damned man, merely remained silent and replied, Yes. Not only Long Ming but even that foolish lecher opened his mouth to ask, A rabbit hole, is that wide? This is more like an elephant's den. Have you been in a rabbit hole? No, if you haven't, what do you know to say? Hearing such words from him, Mongrang merely remained silent and offered no further excuses. The 4 continued deeper into the cave, and strangely, dozens of small black holes appeared like honeycombs on the cave walls. Mongrang quickly looked at those black holes with a displeased expression and said, You called us all the way here, so what are you waiting for, sitting there? It turned out those black holes were the assassins' hideouts. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 men suddenly appeared, clad in clothes that completely covered their faces, revealing only fearsomely gleaming white eyes. While everyone was still bewildered, a white-haired, long-haired leader approached Jioma's group with his subordinates and spoke, I did not expect Zuosa to come all the way here. The man who spoke was an old man with ears resembling a giant rat and a long black beard. His eyes were staring ahead menacingly. So he's an old acquaintance of Jioma. He quickly opened his mouth. Then are you fellows who betrayed the sect, another long black-haired man added. Zuosa also betrayed the sect like us, so what's the difference? Lijaha, seeing Jioma continuously converse with the others, realized they had a prior connection. To confirm if he was correct, he asked his senior brother, "Senior brother, do you know them?" Some survived the succession battle and left the sect. It seemed the old man up there had an unknown identity, but since Jioma had explained it so clearly, Lijaha no longer afforded him any courtesy and spoke directly. "You fellows are quite old, aren't you? But you haven't passed 100 yet, have you? Don't just stand there watching, quickly reveal your identities." Perhaps that old man, having fought his whole life, had never expected anyone to speak to him so rudely. Seeing the old man remain silent, he continued in an even more provocative voice, "Why are you still not saying anything?" At this, the old man no longer remained silent and sighed, saying, "Jioma, if you are a deserter from the sect, you are no different from us, so there is no need for us to be enemies. What do you intend to achieve by coming here and provoking a fight with us? However, this matter is slightly different from what you say. Let's do this then. Let's consider today's events a mutual understanding. If you kill the Haro sect leader, we will let you leave, and we won't bring up old stories. How about that?" Jioma merely remained silent and pondered upon hearing this crazy old man's proposal, that he dared to say such a thing in front of this crazy Lijaha. Not only the old man but even Mongrang and Long Ming merely remained silent upon hearing those words, their faces all darkening. The old man, completely unaware that misfortune was about to befall him, continued to speak, "And we will provide financial support to Zuosa for him to rebuild his faction. How about it? It seems you and that sect leader are not that close, so you wouldn't refuse this offer, would you?" However, as soon as his words came out, he was immediately cut off by Jioma. "I refuse, I cannot agree. I understand your intention. Then what do these two, young Master Mong and Elder Heo's disciple, think?" Upon receiving the old man's question, Long Ming frowned and said nothing. Mongrang, on the other hand, naturally wouldn't agree. He didn't like money, he liked women. "I don't covet money, but beautiful women are good. First, bring a few beautiful women. Then I'll consider it." Lijaha, hearing them continuously jabbering in his ear, grew slightly displeased, laughed, and said directly, "That's enough chatter. Come down, my neck aches from looking up too much. If you don't come down quickly, I'll get angry." The three of them merely remained silent upon hearing those words. Perhaps they didn't realize they would have to fight this madman. The Jarugok assassin leaders remained silent. Many of them were from the demonic cult, so they knew it wouldn't be easy to deal with Jioma. Their only target was Lijaha. Would they ignore their old ties with Jioma and attack? A moment later, a white-haired old man descended from behind with his arms crossed. Truly a madman. If they didn't fear him that much, Lijaha didn't need to maintain appearances either. He stepped forward and instructed them. "Be careful. Now is the time for me to test what I've learned from Elder Heo's Yin-Yang observation book." Mongrang frowned. He seemed to have little interest in this kind of battle. "What are you planning to do?" Lijaha, on the other hand, did not answer. The man leisurely stepped forward and spread his arms wide to his sides, looking no different from an old man doing morning exercises. He rotated his arms once from left to right, then continuously condensed the moon ice art from one hand to the other. Immediately thereafter, his right hand, not to be outdone, instantly ignited with a blazing flame, swiftly fusing the energies of the white Taiji and red Taiji. These two internal energies, opposing each other, symbolized scorching fire on one side and chilling ice on the other, dividing Lijaha's space into two antagonistic camps. One side was warm, the other heartbreakingly cold. Jioma tilted his head with an extremely puzzled expression and quickly instructed Long Ming to tell everyone to be careful. "Be careful, this is no ordinary technique." The old man above still looked down fearlessly and asked, "Hao sect leader, what are you doing?" "I am performing a technique. Since you've already come all the way down here and knelt, I might even consider letting you go." One of them continuously sneered. "Haha, truly a madman." The protagonist continued to condense yin and yang energies in both hands, and even he himself felt his heart pounding. One of them continued. "Truly unbelievable. Why can't we kill him? Whether he can be killed or not depends on who is more skilled, who among them would have the guts to kill him." Finally, the two techniques harmoniously fused, creating a highly mysterious formation with no apparent immediate outcome. Its structure was exactly as described in Elder Heo's book. A mighty power erupted, quickly signaling the imminent extreme danger. The old leaders felt a chill down their spines upon seeing it, but they couldn't possibly predict when Lijaha would strike. Suddenly, Jioma gestured for his two companions to stand behind him to avoid the danger. Everyone stepped back. While everyone was still bewildered, only Jioma's actions foreshadowed an ominous sign. "What?" Meanwhile, Lijaha was continuously fusing the two yin and yang energies, creating a very mysterious black orb. "Is this right? Even I don't know." Finally, the protagonist smiled mysteriously with the technique he had just created. A technique created by fusing the teachings of Elder Heo and Zuosa. Lijaha suddenly laughed loudly and pushed the sun-moon heavenly crowned snow orb skyward. The moment red and white fused, the sky itself became chaotic, forming an unstable energy, accompanied by a terrifying hissing sound. Even someone as accomplished in both martial arts and scholarship as Jioma, seeing this technique for the first time, had to continuously retreat. Thereafter, the technique's highest rotation instantly reached the highest point of the cave, and for a moment his own ears and everyone else's were completely deafened. A burst of light exploded, shaking the entire cave, and even the rocks shattered as if someone had just pressed a self-destruct button. The rock wall too could not remain intact at this moment and was pierced through to Li Jia's incomprehension. What's happening? A moment later the light and smoke disappeared, revealing shattered wall fragments. Those who had been performing techniques in the formation were also thrown far away. At this he opened his eyes, his body feeling scattered and wounded. Feeling that he had survived the recent battle, he cautiously placed a hand on his chest and let out a deep sigh. Phew, I'm alive. Jioma ahead was hidden behind a black shield made of swords, and behind him his two companions clung firmly to the ground. Seeing that all three of his companions were safe, he felt relieved, as if 1,000 burdens had been lifted. Good, my companions are safe. Certainly, it was inside a dark cave, yet looking up at the sky at this moment he felt a strangely peaceful calm in his heart. The moon is beautiful tonight too. Li Jia suddenly fell silent, lost in thought. At this moment all the scenery was illuminated by the light, clearer than ever. But there was no trace of the assassin's survival. Jioma, seeing that everything was over, finally spoke. I too was probably affected by that technique just now. I need to refine this technique more. Li Jia, seeing Jioma's perplexed face, nodded, vowing that he too would have to refine it more if he didn't want to harm his companions. That's right, the danger has passed. That lecherous fellow suddenly stood up and began openly cursing the protagonist. This guy is truly a madman. Even Long Ming, who was usually taciturn and didn't complain, opened his mouth. We too were in danger because of that technique just now. Really? At this he seemed to momentarily forget the remnants of Jarugok, looking up at the sky and admiring the night. Now this is good. I've practiced a new technique, admired the moon and killed assassins. His three companions stared blankly at Li Jia, who was admiring the night sky, lost in thought like a madman. Now that moon gazing is over, let's act. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly drew his sword from his body and headed to the battlefield, determined to kill all those bastards. He slowly turned his head, looking around to find where the assassins were hiding. Seeing the old man who had survived the previous technique, he couldn't help but admire him. Unfortunately, the old man's hair was torn as if burned. It seems the old man is quite capable too. Jioma spoke again. He too seemed to understand why the previous elder had said nothing and continuously supported the man in front of him. Now I understand. You seem to be the one Elder Deng supported for young Master Li in the 4 sects in the past. At this, the old man no longer hid anything and immediately nodded. Only just realizing it now. Then what is your relationship with Ilgyugwan? He is my master. Did you gather those who betrayed the sect and create an assassin organization? There was no answer to this. And Jioma's words seemed to be true. As Li Jia approached with his sword, the old man with the severed arm, perhaps feeling fear, continuously pleaded. Sect leader, what do you say? Whether you plead or run, I will not let you live. The old man did not deny it and answered honestly. That's not what I intended to say. Since everything has come to this, I wish to challenge Jioma. He was a master who became Zuosa at a very young age. A person greatly respected by old men like us. However, his status gradually rose and we never had a chance to duel. Since he is already a traitor under young Master Li's protection, I wish to duel the former Zuosa. If this was the old man's last wish, Jioma would grant it before he died. He quickly drew his sword, immediately agreeing to this duel. Good Guardian Deng. Seeing his opponent's actions, the old man grinned, almost revealing his sinister intentions. It was expected that a world-shaking duel would unfold, but Li Jia took care of everything. The protagonist now felt no need to grant the madman's request and immediately retorted. No need, even that foolish lecher seemed to sense it. Perhaps realizing everything was about to become more bothersome, having received Jioma's consent, the old man, barely supporting his continuously trembling body, spoke. Thank you very much. By any chance is young Master Li also on your side? Of course. Then who did you kill back then? Jioma began recounting his memories. It was merely the Black Wolf unit blocking the path. The old man seemed quite surprised by Jioma's answer. He had always thought that he was with those who blocked his path. Weren't you and the Black Wolf unit leader acquainted? Why bother with useless talk? That's all ancient history now. So even Jioma, who once commanded the world, knows regret? Regret is a word that doesn't exist in this world. Once something happens, there's no regret. Everything happens for a reason, in truth. The old man also didn't feel regret. If there was one thing he regretted in his life, it was, I only regret that I was too weak at that time. Instructors always taught them to face death as if it were imminent. To not waste time, Jioma first challenged him to a duel. You attack first. With only his remaining arm, the old man leaped into the air like a bat embedded in the ground. The three watched the fight between Jioma and the one-armed old man. They didn't expect him to move so quickly. The old man swiftly drew his sword. He drew his sword into the air, then following the inertia, charged at an extremely fast speed, aiming straight for Jioma's head. But at this moment Jioma still stood unmoving, as if he had predicted every move of the one-armed man before him. The clang of metal echoed. It seemed Jioma had deliberately stepped back to block the old man. As the old man charged in, the bright sword was still in its scabbard. Jioma's sword seemed to have frozen space at that moment. The two masters maintained their stance without either yielding. They exchanged gazes of enchantment, as if they understood each other so well that they only needed to attack without needing to block. Immediately, Jioma, taking advantage of his momentary bewilderment, stabbed him with his bright sword and then lifted the old man with the sword. Jioma slowly moved the sword embedded in the old man's body. Then the old man's entire body was scattered into the air. Even if he were a demon, Li Jiahe surely wouldn't have expected to witness such an unbalanced fight firsthand. As blood poured from the old man's body, demonic energy continuously emanated. The old man was in extreme pain at this moment, and could barely utter a few words. This is, what was usually considered to be mimicking the yin energy of a sword was now no different from a night ghost with a face and limbs. With its mouth open it looked exactly like a human. As this ghost continuously enveloped the old man, blood splattered everywhere. But even the blood was swallowed by the fern-like hands extending from the sword. The screams seemed to become increasingly distinct. It seemed to echo throughout Jarugok, but there was not a single assassin. Gradually the screams were suppressed by the demonic energy. Then the old man's body disappeared into the air impaled by the bright sword, and black shadows still clung to the sword at this moment. After witnessing their fight, Li Jiahe merely folded his arms and uttered a single remark. "Oh, the sword in Jioma's hand is truly remarkable. No wonder he earned the name Sword Demon. He too must have felt the weight of that powerful weapon. Is this demonic art truly terrifying power? If it continues to be this powerful, someday Jioma will also be swallowed by the bright sword." He too seemed to have sensed that this thought was already in Li Jiahe's mind. Although he was young, his cultivation and abilities were not inferior to experienced individuals like the old man. Li Jiahe suddenly asked him, "Is the martial art you use stable, senior? It seems too dangerous." Hearing this question, the old man had known for a long time that if he couldn't control this treasure, his life could be in great danger. "That's why I tried not to use it. But whenever I want to win, it becomes like this. I need to practice with a wooden sword as soon as possible. But aren't the side effects truly terrifying? Indeed, what are they specifically?" He really wanted to know what the side effects were for someone like Jioma who could display both weakness and strength simultaneously. "The side effect of the bright sword is being consumed by endless greed. I always taught my disciple that. So is that why that pooper has a tattoo on his body? No, it's just a similar martial art. The name of that martial art is body protection art." Having said that, the old man immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and gently placed his sword down. After handling it, Jioma turned his head to his companion and asked, "Are you all right, master?" He lightly nodded. "I'm fine." Long Ming paused for a moment, then seeing that everyone looked very tired, said, "Everyone rest a bit, I'll take care of the remaining ruffians around." As soon as he finished speaking, before anyone else could react, he dashed forward like the wind, taking care of the ruffians one by one. Jioma suddenly fell silent for some reason. He seemed to be lost in an empty space, constantly recalling his past. "I am not strong, it's only my weapon that is strong. That's why I lived in shame for so long. I tried not to use it. But it was really difficult to forget this power," Li Jiahe had already noticed. Jioma did not seem psychologically stable at all right now. Unlike himself, who had experienced inner demons, he seemed to have fallen into chi deviation. The desire for victory and an empty heart. For Jioma, failure was harder to accept than death. So it was truly difficult to know when Jioma would die. Did Jioma in my previous life not die by someone else's hand but took his own life? His retreating figure, along with the bright sword, looked lonely. Jioma was looking at him with eyes more hollow than ever at this moment. Even if he had previously cut down hundreds of people with his sword, he wouldn't have felt any remorse. "Senior Jioma, I can see your inner demons." Jioma was really curious what his inner demons looked like. "How is it? Will you lose your life fighting with a wooden sword, or will you continue to suffer from chi deviation?" For Jioma, the problem now was choice. "It looks complicated, but does it only look that way? I'd like to introduce you to someone. Are you interested? Will that person cure my inner demons?" Li Jiahe crossed his arms. He seemed unsure. "That's not certain either. Still, does the sect leader want me to meet that person?" "Yes." Hearing Li Jiahe's firm answer, Jioma was slightly surprised. "Why are you going to just stand there with your arms crossed and wait to become a demon? Isn't it better to actively seek out someone who can turn you back into a human? Senior, you truly need to want to find a solution to change your current situation. Senior, what kind of person is he?" Li Jiahe didn't want to force him to follow what he, an old man, said. He kept repeating the same question. "I don't want to force you, Senior." It wasn't that Jioma didn't want to be cured, he just didn't want old men to force him to do things he didn't want to do. "I don't want to hear old men lecture me about everything in the world. That's what they all think." Li Jiahe could solve this problem. "You're right, Senior. But the person I want to introduce is young." Young, hearing those two words, the old man was extremely curious. What kind of person was he that Li Jiahe would introduce him? Young. To ease everyone's curiosity, he quickly took everyone to Mo Yang. As soon as they arrived, the protagonist could no longer wait and pushed Mo Yang's door open forcefully. Teacher Mo Yang, I'm here." A young man with round glasses, looking no different from a fortune teller, rushed out of the study in a hurry. "You're here, sect leader. Are you busy?" "No." The young man named Mo Yang was extremely surprised to see the three people who came with Li Jiahe. He probably hadn't met them before. He asked blankly, "You are?" Behind Li Jiahe were none other than Jioma and his young disciple. "I brought a patient for Teacher Mo Yang." Mo Yang was extremely surprised at this moment, not because he was meeting them for the first time, but because of the satisfied smile on Li Jiahe's face behind them. What on earth makes him so happy? Is he so happy to bring a patient? Hearing Mo Yang's words, he seemed to realize that he had acted too exaggeratedly and immediately closed his mouth. He calmed down a bit and covered his mouth. Why was I so happy? Jioma, seeing him from behind, merely sighed. Am I the one who's sick, or is that damned Li Jaha sick? At this moment the moon was high in the sky and all the rooms were lit. After the two entered the doctor's room, two unfamiliar women approached from afar and said, "Have you been well lately?" Seeing the two enter, he was extremely unfamiliar and asked, "Who are you?" The two answered with extremely embarrassed faces, "We are black and white twin killers, Black Killer Ling and White Killer Ah." Only then did Li Jaha realize that the two women before him had changed a lot. Of course, they looked much better than before. "Ah, it was you two." Suddenly his expression changed 180 degrees. "You two, quickly go in and tell the other female doctors not to come near here today, and especially to wear masks when working." The two beautiful women seemed to be extremely confused by Li Jaha's words. They probably didn't understand what he meant. Had they done something wrong? "Yes, no time, hurry in, the most terrifying pervert in Jianghu is here." The two were terrified. Perverts were scary enough, but the most terrifying pervert in Jianghu was truly frightening. The most terrifying pervert in Jianghu? He quickly ordered the two to go into the room, not caring that the man behind him was growing increasingly pale. "There's a pervert so scary he'll make you poop your pants." Here, Mo Yongbek's study fell silent. Honestly, Jioma's situation seemed extremely awkward. First, Beck asked, "What should I call you?" "Me? Let's see, that's a bit difficult to say." With the problem of what to call him being extremely awkward, Mo Yongbek was the first to speak to resolve it. "Since you are older than me, I will call you brother." Jioma seemed quite surprised to hear such a title. Perhaps no one had ever dared to call him brother before. "No one has ever called me that. I thought you were a doctor, but you also know martial arts." As the old man seemed not to like the name brother, Mo Yang closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then said, "Then should I call you senior like sect leader, ha-oh?" Jioma immediately shook his head upon hearing this title. He didn't seem to like it much. With a doctor's reliable eyes, it wasn't difficult to notice that the old man seemed to prefer being called brother. "I will call you brother." For some reason the old man before him remained silent, saying nothing. This made Mo Yongbek's treatment more difficult than ever. He seemed to know that he had met an extremely difficult patient. If brother didn't work and sect leader didn't work, he had to find another way. "Then should I call you patient?" The two words patient extremely surprised Jioma. It seemed to be an even more unpleasant name than the two names he had just mentioned. Mo Yongbek, seeing the displeased expression of the old man before him, tried to lighten the gloomy atmosphere with a joking smile. "Just kidding. I'll call you senior." This title seemed to make even a gloomy and difficult person like Jioma feel a little more at ease. The old man continuously praised. "Indeed, worthy of Hao sect leader's sworn brother. Indeed, you know how to fit a square peg in a round hole." At his words, Abek couldn't help but laugh happily. "I'll take that as a compliment." Thanks to their jokes, the atmosphere became a little lighter. Jioma also seemed to have shed some of his mental burden at this moment. He sighed deeply. He probably hadn't had time to look around since entering this room, as he had been a bit nervous. Abek's enormous stack of books caught his eye, truly astonishing. "You read a lot of books." "Of course. I'm a doctor. If I don't read books, how can I gain the knowledge to treat patients?" "Yes, there are martial arts manuals, medical books, ancient texts, and even rare novels here." "Do you also like to read books, senior?" When the topic of reading books came up, Jioma became extremely nostalgic, because in his youth when he had time he would meticulously study various types of books whenever he was idle. "I like what kind of books you usually read." "Martial arts manuals. Sometimes I read Laozi, but that's also for applying it to martial arts." Abek seemed to have found an opening to treat the old man before him, so he took advantage of that opportunity to continuously extract information. "Does that help you, senior?" "No, I found it useless, so I forgot all about it." After a few exchanges with Jioma, he seemed to have no problem with him just moments ago. Why did Li Jaha keep emphasizing that the old man was very sick every time he came here? Why did the sect leader call senior a patient? "I think you have no problems." It was true, Jioma had no illness, but if you didn't interact with him, no one would know that he was suffering from an uncontrollable inner demon. Having said that, the old man quickly placed his bright sword on the table. "Teacher, would you like to try it?" Mo Yongbek, accepting the old man's invitation, slowly picked up the bright sword without hesitation, but it was quite heavy, so he frowned as soon as he picked it up. To check what kind of illness it was, Mo Yongbek quickly and unhesitatingly opened the scabbard and examined it. He drew the sword with both hands but was immediately deafened by a piercing scream, so he quickly put it back. He thought it was an ordinary sword, but it clearly contained extremely astonishing problems, he said with a trembling voice. "This sword is moaning. It seems there's something wrong with it." Jioma replied with a rare naive smile. "You really think everyone is a patient?" Mo Yongbek scratched his head awkwardly and asked, "It's an occupational hazard. Some swords are very rare and make sounds on their own. That's no ordinary sword." Having said that, the old man slowly recounted his memories to the person before him. "When I was young, I was forced to accept it by my family." He was slightly confused, but with a hint of fear he quickly asked again, "Is there a way to break that bondage?" "Perhaps, but I don't know." "Then if senior knows the method, will you break that bondage?" Although the old man truly wanted to, he couldn't now. "I can't now. Doing so would be like telling me to commit suicide." "Do you mean you'll die if you break the bondage? Or that if you lose the demonic sword, your skill will weaken and you might be eliminated by your enemies, Gyoma replied without surprise. Probably the latter, but his expression was extremely cautious when talking about his weakness. Mo Young-baek nodded. Perhaps there must be a reason why the sect leader brought you here. Can you explain your situation to me? It was a difficult thing to explain. Gyoma slowly caressed his sword, then elaborated. Once I reach a certain level, my growth rate will gradually slow down, but this sword is like a living creature. It grows stronger every time it devours an enemy, seemingly without limits. Thanks to this sword, I survived among demons, but now I feel utterly ashamed to be so dependent on it. Sometimes I wonder if I am weaker than this demonic sword, yet I cannot abandon it, nor can I allow myself to be defeated. As Gyoma confessed the shameful things he had hidden deep in his heart, silence once again filled the room. Mo Young-baek continued to ask, I see, let me examine the sword once more. As soon as he received Gyoma's consent, he picked up the sword again. Unlike the first time, the ghostly wails were a little softer, and he seemed to have grown accustomed to their rhythm. Mo Young-baek swallowed hard and said, the ghostly wails now are different from before, and as he said, the terrifying nature of the bright sword is unpredictable. Because it's unpredictable, I'm always afraid that someday I myself will be consumed by it. After putting the sword down, he crossed his arms and described the sensation of touching this demonic sword. The master of the bright sword will grow stronger with every kill, and will madly slaughter without regret. Of course, if they encounter a master whom the demonic sword cannot handle, they will die. Jianghu is originally such a place where justice is trampled and power is believed to be the ultimate truth. After speaking, he greeted Gyoma again. Senior, are you from the demonic path? Yes, you must have once embraced the sect's teachings, but later you must have realized that your thoughts differed from the sect's. Thoughts like there's no need to grow stronger through indiscriminate slaughter and you don't wish to exploit all the weak, these thoughts were. As if his words had pinpointed precisely what Gyoma had experienced, things he had kept hidden deep in his heart, telling no one. Mo Young-baek seemed to have realized a few things at this moment. He continued, moreover, since you exerted yourself cultivating martial arts alone, it's understandable that you feel ashamed. After saying this much, he suddenly paused, then slapped his thigh hard with his hand. It was as if he had found clues and solutions to Gyoma's problem. I don't believe you've fallen into chi deviation, Senior. These words utterly confused the old man. What on earth was he talking about? Not chi deviation? Then what on earth is it? This shame and extreme emptiness, this complex and inexpressible emotion, what on earth is it? Mo Young-baek remained silent for a moment before finally opening his mouth. It is responsibility, as long as one is born human, even if influenced by the demonic path, to desire to uphold one's last human principle. That is responsibility. Responsibility? These two words were utterly foreign to Gyoma. Was that all it was? Why had it made him live in shame and self-reproach for the past several years? The atmosphere in the room again fell silent as he fully bared his heart. Gyoma stared intently at Mo Young-baek. Perhaps the old man himself had not expected his inner thoughts to be read so accurately. How did you know? It's simple. Didn't you just say so yourself, Senior? You fought and defeated the strongest enemies, even demons. Gyoma merely nodded after hearing this, saying nothing more. Perhaps all he had to do at this moment was to wait for the person before him to cure the ailment he had suffered from for years. Mo Young-baek continued. The higher the opponent's level, the heavier the mental burden you must bear. If you had been weak or even slightly arrogant, you surely wouldn't have felt such a sense of responsibility. Simply drawing your sword and confronting your destiny would have been enough. Have you ever considered passing this sword to someone else, Senior? These were truly delicate words, yet they contained numerous difficult questions. Perhaps only a doctor like himself could fully understand the patient. That is never an easy task. Senior Gyoma shook his head and replied, who else would dare inherit this sword? The person who inherits this sword would have to bear that burden for their entire life. It's truly not an easy task. It would be better for you to continue using it, and if you encounter difficulties later, you should pass it to the Hao sect leader. The old man was startled as soon as he heard these words and immediately asked, what do you mean? Do you think the sect leader would be able to use that sword? Perhaps the old man had misunderstood his words. That's not it. Given the sect leader's personality, he would break the sword as soon as he received it. The old man was slightly flustered upon hearing this and immediately asked, break it? Why? Perhaps to the old man himself the bright sword was extremely precious. Not only was it a powerful weapon, but it was also an artifact left by his ancestors. As Mo Young-baek knew, Li Jiahe was an extremely emotional person, so to him, the senior was far more precious than that sword. Gyoma himself seemed to have already realized this. But only today, after hearing what the person before him said, did the old man finally get an appropriate answer. The sect leader would probably be unable to suppress his true nature, break the sword and then take it to a blacksmith's forge to melt it down until nothing but slag remained. He might even curse it as an unlucky object. Mo Young-baek smiled contentedly, recalling Li Jiahe's childish actions. What did Gyoma's expression mean at this moment? Perhaps it was surprise, or perhaps a determination never to hand over his bright sword to that madman. I see that could indeed be the case, but I have one question. Why do you believe I bear responsibility merely because I wield this sword? I mean, I too have sometimes wielded my sword recklessly. That's true, but wielding your sword recklessly alone cannot fully explain the old man's true nature. If you were truly so cold-blooded, the sect leader would not have brought you here with such an expression. Moreover, the more we conversed, the more clearly I realized one thing. It is that only the sword has a fearsome appearance. You, senior, are not a demon. Upon hearing this, the old man couldn't help but give a dangerous smile. To think there was someone in the world who would say he wasn't a demon. If it had been anyone else, they would probably have been hundreds, even thousands of meters away from the old man by now. I'm not a demon, my nickname is Sword Demon. Gioma's expression changed fiercely at this moment. I've heard that name too. Mo Yongbek stared directly into the other person's eyes, completely unafraid. He seemed to think that the old man before him was a patient, not a demon. Because sometimes, due to the responsibility of treating a disease, a doctor is only happy about the fact that they can treat them, regardless of the patient's identity. He still harbored a slight doubt, then asked with a smile, "Please forgive me if these words displease you, senior. But there is no other option but to use this sword to complete the necessary missions. Only then will the name Brightness remain as the sword's name, and the person will still remain a person." After stating his opinion, he quickly drew the sword and respectfully returned it to its owner with both hands. Through that short conversation, Mo Yongbek himself seemed to have realized something. Whether it's a demonic sword or a renowned sword, everything depends on the person wielding it. Depends on the person wielding it. The doctor stared into the wide, surprised pupils of the other person and nodded firmly. That's right. After speaking, he quickly returned the sword to its original owner. For Gioma, the conversation they had today had somewhat relieved the burden he had carried in his heart for the past several years. I will keep that in mind. Keeping it in mind was good, but before leaving he had to add one more thing to the old man. Don't take it too deeply to heart. Why? Because that could hurt you, senior. The sect leader often loses his bearings outside, so please look after him well, senior. If you have time, please visit us here. And if you happen to hear any trivial words from those around you, laugh heartily. I actually do that sometimes. But laughing heartily is a good thing. The ancients also said that one good laugh is better than 10 doses of medicine. So live out the rest of your life laughing and joyfully. The old man smiled kindly upon hearing these words. Good, I understand. I was truly glad to meet Mr. Mo Yang today. After continuously conversing and resolving the patient's inner worries, the two finally stepped outside. As soon as he stepped out the door, Gioma immediately met his disciple. Mongrang, seeing his master come out, immediately rushed over with a worried expression and asked, "Master, you're out. Is everything resolved?" Li Jaha seemed extremely hungry at this moment. He looked at them, urging them on. "All right, let's go eat. Mr. Mo Yang, I'll see you again next time." As he spoke, Li Jaha rummaged through his pocket and pulled something out, as if realizing he was about to pay him. Mo Yongbek immediately refused. "Sect leader, I won't accept payment for the treatment this time." Li Jaha was slightly surprised upon hearing this. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. "Why, I haven't even prepared the medicine for Senior Gioma yet. Buy me a meal sometime later. Is that all right?" As he spoke, he quickly put his wallet back into his pocket. It was as if he was worried the other person might ask for money at any moment if he delayed even a little. "Yes." Before leaving, he stared directly at Mongrang, who was still standing far away, and said, "Beware of this fellow in the future. If he comes here, ignore him. Did you hear me?" Mo Yongbek seemed not to understand why he was saying that, but nodded in agreement to reassure him. Understood. After speaking, Li Jaha immediately turned around to check the fellow's expression at this moment. Mongrang was so furious at this moment that he wanted to kill the madman before him immediately. Never giving him another chance to speak, he immediately cut him off. "Shut up, let's go quickly." After spending a few hours treating Gioma, the three immediately set off moving forward. Only now did Gioma have time to ask about Mongrang's well-being. He turned to his master and asked, "Master, how do you feel?" The young physician seemed quite calm. Indeed, he had always been calm since the old man entered. Though young, he had a very calm and profound way of thinking. If he took martial arts cultivation seriously, he could soon become a strong person. Don't treat him lightly when you meet him again. Understood. Although it was a short conversation, I gained many valuable lessons from that young teacher. Upon hearing this, Li Jia felt extremely relieved. Perhaps the purpose of bringing the old man here also seemed to have been quite well achieved. This wasn't a bad encounter either. But I would never recommend him to treat this lecherous fellow. Mo Yongbek won't be able to cure this guy's crazy illness. As he spoke, he looked at the lecherous fellow's face. What on earth had that guy done to make him hate him so much ever since they met? After a while, the three finally arrived at a restaurant in the village that still had its lights on. This place seemed quite familiar to Li Jia. He went in without hesitation and greeted them. "I'm here." The waiter there could not hide his surprise upon seeing him. He looked at him like a valued guest and said with a bright smile, "Are you all right, sir? Why do you look so uncomfortable?" But as soon as Gioma stepped in, the smile suddenly turned awkward. Perhaps seeing Gioma's fearsome face for the first time, he seemed afraid that the old man would come to ruin his restaurant. But he still had to greet the guests. Alternately looking at their fearsome faces, he kept trembling and stammering, Welcome." Today must have been a very long day for Li Jia. Since he hadn't eaten anything since morning, he couldn't help but order as soon as he sat down. "Duke Su Hung, do you have pork bone soup today?" At this, the manager, still unable to hide his fear, his face pale, bowed and said, "Even if there isn't any, I must certainly make soup for the sect leader. I will prepare it immediately. Please wait a moment." Excellent. Please wait a moment. Jioma, sensing the awkwardness in the manager's eyes at this moment, merely glanced at him without saying anything. After Li Jaha ordered his desired menu, the fellow no longer lingered and flew into the kitchen as if he had an engine attached. He seemed afraid he might be devoured at any moment if he stayed there longer. Mongrang, seeing him leave, looked around the restaurant, then couldn't help but turn to Jioma and say, "Master, this is my first time in such a shabby restaurant." Seeing the fellow being so picky, the old man, without losing his composure, rebuked him. "Shut up." The fellow, not knowing how to retort to his master's words, merely nodded and kept his mouth shut. Yes, both his words and actions caught Li Ja's eye. At this he frowned displeased and looked at that madman. Annoying fellow. The fellow, receiving his gaze, merely remained silent and endured. He probably knew that even if he had 10 mouths he couldn't win against the single mouth of the guy before him. Li Jaha, returning to his table, picked up the teapot and 3 cups, preparing to distribute them to everyone. Mongrang, since it was his first time being treated that way by him, couldn't help but say teasingly, "It suits you well." He too, as if he didn't want to hide his background and previous occupation, spoke honestly. "I worked as a waiter for a while before." This time he thought that young master could shut Li Jaha's mouth, but he probably wouldn't be able to defeat that brother even with 10 mouths. As if extremely wronged, he uttered only a single word. "Huh?" Not only that, but Jioma too was surprised, as if he couldn't believe it. "Really? Yes. Did you see a construction site on your way here?" Upon hearing this, the old man racked his memory. On his way here, the old man also seemed to have seen a construction site with a 4-story building, but it appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time. "That place is my inn. Its name is Jaha Inn." These words made Jioma even more curious. Why on earth would he, having entered Zhonghu, open such a small inn? What was the meaning? "You've entered Zhonghu, so why open an inn? I intended to make it the Hao Sect headquarters before. I also needed a place to return to. If I die along the way, I have nothing to say." As he spoke, he pointed to the manager diligently preparing food in the kitchen. "Duke Su Hung, the owner of this restaurant, is also a Hao Sect member. How many people are there in your Hao Sect on Earth?" Even he himself, as the sect leader, couldn't accurately know the number of people participating here. "I don't know. No one knows. I don't know now, I won't know in the future, and I intend never to know." Mongrang, listening from outside, found it utterly unacceptable for a supposedly dignified sect leader to utter the words, "no one knows." Truly perplexing. When this issue was mentioned, Li Jaha crossed his arms, sighed, and merely nodded without retorting, "Almost. But the important thing is not that I don't know, but that I completely agree." "What on earth do you mean by that?" "Most of the Hao Sect members are common folk like Duke Su Hung. That's how you get their full agreement." Mongrang couldn't believe what he heard. As far as he knew, a sect was a gathering of people with martial arts or at least martial skills, even if not highly proficient. But why was Li Jaha's sect made up entirely of common people? Was this not a sect then? He frowned and asked, "What is your definition of a sect?" Realizing his knowledge was quite lacking, he sought help from Jioma. "Master, are there such sects? Even a beggar gang like the Gaebang is a powerful force, so why isn't the Hao Sect a sect? If the sect leader says it's a sect, then it's a sect." When Jioma said that, Mongrang no longer questioned it and nodded, appearing to understand everything. "Ah, I see. If the sect leader's intention was to protect pure laborers, he would make more enemies than the Gaebang and frequently clash with the Black Path." Li Jaha was not afraid of facing any enemy. His greatest desire was the peace of the residence where he was born and raised. "That is my desire." Hearing this, Jioma revealed an unhidden look of pride on his face. He smiled contentedly, as if he thought it was a wise decision to follow this person. Very quickly, delicious food was served from the kitchen to the table. The pork bone stew had just come out and was hot, requiring them to blow on it before eating. Jioma and Mongrang seemed to be encountering this dish for the first time. Both dared not pick up their chopsticks and only stared at the food. Li Jaha, on the other hand, was extremely hungry at this moment, to the point where he wanted to shove everything into his stomach immediately. "Let's eat." He quickly picked up a piece of bone and continuously devoured it greedily like someone who had been starving for 10 years. The restaurant was extremely quiet at this moment, with only the 3 of them and one customer sitting opposite them silently enjoying their meal. Mongrang, seeing him eat so deliciously, couldn't resist picking up his chopsticks and continuously poking at a piece of meat. But this action extremely annoyed Li Jaha. What is that guy doing with his chopsticks? Probably keeping his hands clean to flirt with women. What a pervert. Jioma, on this side, suddenly widened his eyes after tasting a piece. It seemed quite to his liking. Li Jaha felt Jioma's gaze constantly fixed on him and asked, "How is it?" "Excellent." Hearing that answer, he smiled and continued to enjoy other pieces of meat. But in his mind he thought, "He says it's excellent, but his expression doesn't show it. He's really bad at expressing emotions." During his martial arts training, for some reason, Li Jaha suddenly felt extremely sleepy. His eyes kept closing at this moment. From Jioma's reliable gaze, he seemed to have noticed a slight change in Li Jaha's face and immediately asked, "Sect leader, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Every time the celestial jade absorbs something, I become very sleepy. Whether I take an elixir or combine the soul-absorbing technique with the celestial jade to absorb others' internal energy, I become extremely sleepy. Recently those assassins have been bothering me, making this condition even worse." Jioma continued to ask, "What's the next plan?" "There isn't one. The goal of becoming stronger always changes with the times. I'm so tired at the moment that I can barely keep my eyes open, so I plan to drink and eat. Once my sleepiness passes, I'll go back to bothering the Black Path. There are many masters there, and some people bother me." While the two were talking, the lecherous fellow suddenly extended an empty wine cup to Li Jiahe as if asking for more. This action displeased him, and he frowned. "Are you going to drink with me?" Jioma on this side acted more gently. He brought his wine cup to his lips and said, "Teacher Mo Yang once said that if I ever feel tired I should give you the bright sword. I don't need the bright sword." These two words without explanation made him understand what the old man was thinking. "I understand your intention, teacher. You want me to give it to you if I'm tired, so what are you going to do? Last time I saw you fight, it wasn't an ordinary demonic sword. If I intentionally tried to destroy it, I might be possessed by a ghost. So I'm thinking of finding a wasteland and burying it deep." Hearing this, the old man's face softened considerably. Perhaps he hadn't expected him to bury it that way instead of destroying it. "That's also good. Senior, don't be so gloomy. It's not like you. If your skill varies so greatly with or without that sword, then you wouldn't have been a master in the first place." Mongrang, sitting beside him, heard him speak to his master in such a way and mistook it as if he were talking about himself, and abruptly stood up. "What are you talking about? You have the skill to contend with the alliance leader, isn't that very strong? This damn bastard to speak so presumptuously." "Shut up. A man who sets foot in Jianghu should naturally aspire to be the best under heaven. If Senior were to become the best under heaven by using the bright sword, I would not acknowledge it, and I would even be ashamed of the name Sword Demon." Li Jiahe's words once again pierced the old man's heart like a ray of light, making him feel that he was not as useless as he had thought. "Are you serious?" "Of course I'm serious. I thought so too. Perhaps that's why it always bothers me. Anyway, becoming the best under heaven is extremely difficult. If it's equally difficult with or without the bright sword, I hope Senior chooses a more meaningful path. After all, we are all living difficult lives. I'll think about what you said, but why aren't you introducing that disciple to Teacher Mo Yang?" As he spoke, he looked at his foolish disciple. "That disciple is a very wise person." Mentioning the lecherous fellow before him, Li Jiahe was extremely displeased. He thought that even if he gave him 100 kinds of medicine, he wouldn't be able to cure that fellow's lecherous tendencies. "That guy." Mongrang waited for his next words at this moment, but when no words came after waiting, he became extremely displeased. Why aren't you saying anything? Anyway, things in the world don't always go as planned. If Senior can't teach that guy, then others won't be able to either." A customer sitting nearby suddenly overheard their conversation and asked with interest, "That guy seems to have some kind of illness." Before anyone else could speak, Li Jiahe immediately shouted, "Pervert!" Just these two words made the restaurant owner's face turn pale, and cold sweat continuously streamed down his cheeks. He had probably heard this nickname a long time ago. "I understand." After speaking, Li Jiahe again fell into thought. "Things in the world are truly unpredictable. I never thought I would one day give that guy the name Bright Left Protector. Mountains are still mountains, water is still water, and a pervert is still a pervert. But this pervert is not the pervert of my previous life. If that pooper was the infamous pervert of the world in my previous life, I'll make him just an infamous pervert around the village in this life. I'm going to insult him, make him feel insignificant, and then let him wander around flirting with women." Indeed, after Jioma disappeared in my previous life, he gradually became a pervert criticized by everyone in the world. This time I absolutely cannot let that happen again. I will not let Jioma die in loneliness, and that pervert too. In short, we must survive. I will keep a close eye on that demon. Jioma saw Li Jiahe had been closing his eyes and saying nothing for a while, so he spoke to wake him up. "Sect leader, what are you thinking so deeply about?" "I was thinking about what kind of person I am. Am I someone who acts according to emotions? Am I someone who values personal feelings, or someone who values loyalty? So what's the final result?" He slowly brought his teacup to his lips and replied, "I am a person who lives by my own will. I truly do not want to follow anyone's words. I want to live as myself, as a unique individual who is not manipulated by anyone. Truly honest. If you finished your meal, would you mind showing me around Jiahe Inn?" Of course, why not? This matter was too easy for him. Li Jiahe put down his teacup and answered with a smile. After finishing their meal, the three continued towards Jiahe Inn. It was a very large building, situated on a spacious plot of land but with very few people. Is this really Jiahe Inn? Li Jiahe himself thought so. For some reason, every time he came here, he always felt a sense of peace. It was as if he could shed all his previous burdens here. Every time I visit Jiahe Inn, it changes little by little. These changes are gradual and steady, but like my martial arts, they are becoming more and more perfect. Mongrang, seeing Li Jiahe's massive buildings, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration and asked, "You were rich? The construction quality is excellent. It's truly difficult to build such a magnificent building in this countryside." I took it. Hearing his words, he immediately asked with a slight incomprehension, "Took what?" "Silver." "Took it from whom?" "From bad guys." It turned out he thought he was a very wealthy man, but he was just someone who stole money from bad guys, but doing so was not a bad thing either. Jioma had been standing silently all this time, but knowing what Mongrang was thinking, he immediately turned and asked, "What are you talking about?" This place is truly valuable. Although it was built with money taken from bad guys, it must have required the help of many people to build this place. Valuable? You can say such things too. I don't always think about women, master. Gyoma thought to himself. I could have given birth to you at my age and nothing can deceive my keen eyes. That is your true nature. Mongrang hadn't expected his master to be so direct with him. How strange. Even Gyoma has been influenced by my way of speaking. Indeed, just as he thought, the madman before him was an extremely evil person with no redeeming qualities. That guy is a pooper. These two words once again made the lecherous fellow extremely embarrassed. Shut up, sect leader. When the inn is finished, give me a room. Simple, but why later? Hearing this, the old man looked up at the sky. Perhaps he thought that as a Jianghu person he couldn't know if he would live to see tomorrow. If we survive until then. Until then? No. Li Jiahe was confident that both Gyoma and he would survive until the end of this life. All right. As he spoke, he smiled very gently. Li Jiahe continued to take the two around his inn. This is where I make weapons. As soon as they entered the door, a red-haired man with half his face covered, shirtless, saw them enter and was startled. He immediately ran inside to report to the person inside. The sect leader has arrived. Mongrang, who was behind, couldn't understand why that guy ran away so quickly as soon as he saw them enter. What did they do? Who touched them? Why did he run away? As soon as he finished speaking, the burly, brown-haired man with his hands on his hips came out of the room. The sect leader has arrived? Li Jiahe widened his eyes as if seeing him for the first time and couldn't hide his surprise. The old man's body was sturdy, with clear six-pack abs and excellent chest muscles. His forearms were as thick as another person's thigh. You have a very solid body. Uncle Kim, how have you been lately? Same as always. To prevent others from wasting more time standing outside, the old man quickly invited them inside. Come in. I am Kim Chul Ryong of the Spring Chamber, and I am Vice Chamberlain Kwak Yong Gai. Gyoma, seeing the two, was slightly surprised as if he had never met anyone twice his size, but he smiled and greeted them. Nice to meet you. Kim Chul Ryong was slightly flustered by Li Jiahe's sudden unannounced arrival. Sect leader, have you come to check on the madman? No, I just stopped by. Then please come inside. As the old man spoke, he pointed to the small room at the very end. Passing by the table behind the man named Aryong, Gyoma's gaze was immediately drawn to the sharp swords placed on the table. Those swords were very special. They were not the common metal swords we usually see. They were wooden swords, but they looked quite good. They're just for testing purposes, don't worry too much about them. As a person who loved and admired swords, Gyoma quickly approached, carefully picked up one of the wooden swords and examined it for a long time. Chamberlain, was this made recently? Yes, that's right. Gyoma, slowly holding the sword in his hand and admiring it, did not hesitate to praise it. Not bad. Thank you. Kwak Yong Gai stood in the hallway and seeing they were not moving yet, spoke again. Everyone, come this way. Li Jiahe had a slight question about the sword and immediately asked, is it not finished yet? Not yet. When it's finished, I'll report to the sect leader first. Very quickly, the three were led into a small room. In the middle of the room was a table and on the table lay an iron sword. It didn't seem to be finished yet. There was no handle or pattern. It looked like a long, sharp iron bar. May I see it in advance? Hearing this, Li Jiahe nodded without hesitation, allowing Gyoma to see it. The old man picked up the sword, lightly touched the tip of the blade with both hands and asked, is this combined with legend? Yes, that's right. I followed the sect leader's instructions. Hearing the plump man's answer, Gyoma picked up the sword and flicked it once with his hand. As he flicked the sword, a clanging sound echoed throughout the room. Surprisingly, the sword immediately turned yellow instead of silver. Because of this, the two Aryongs and the burly man widened their eyes in extreme surprise. Perhaps the sword was absorbing a tremendous amount of energy from Gyoma's body at this moment. The old man slowly injected his skill into the sword. Not long after, it became more perfect and transformed into a very sharp golden sword. After examining and feeling this sword for a long time, Gyoma seemed to have found something slightly strange about it. Chamberlain, the tip of the sword seems a bit dull. Was this also at the sect leader's request? Yes, that's right. Sharpness is not important, it just needs to be sturdy. That was the sect leader's request. Just sturdy? Then it's not a sword anymore. On this issue, Li Jiahe stepped forward to explain directly. It's fine if it's not a sword, it's just a weapon that embodies an unbreakable conviction. An unbreakable conviction? Quite interesting. After speaking, he turned and said to the burly man, Chamberlain, this looks like a sword, but it feels like a heavy club. The old man himself, being a person who loved swords extremely, seemed unable to tolerate such a thing happening and immediately turned and asked the man, is there still some profound iron left? There is still some. If the sect leader wants it to be unbreakable, sharpening such a blade is very difficult. Melt all the remaining profound iron and forge a sturdy snake whip. In the process of creation, rely on your senses to remove any impurities mixed in the profound iron. If you focus solely on making it unbreakable with the chamber master's skill, you will be able to create an even more robust weapon than this. The burly old man was surprised that the person before him knew more about sword crafting methods than he did. As soon as he finished speaking, Gyoma immediately asked Li Jiahe for his opinion. Sect leader, what do you think? It's an excellent suggestion. Kim Chul Ryong smiled upon hearing this, and immediately wanted to test if what the old man said was true. I'll give it a try. May I ask your esteemed name? Chamber Master Kim. I haven't used my given name in a long time. Please call me Gyoma. The two words Gyoma coming from the old man's mouth greatly astonished the two people present. They probably hadn't expected to meet such a famous figure from the Jianghu here. Li Jiahe thought inwardly, observing their expressions. Kim Chul Ryung is also from the Jianghu, so he must have heard of Jiama's reputation. It's natural for his emotions to change. Kim Chul Ryung, who once bought and sold portable weapons like a swindler, had now become a blacksmith. Jiama's words became increasingly benevolent. Jiama felt that his presence here today was a matter of fate, so without hesitation he decided to work with them to create a satisfactory sword. Since I've come all this way, I'd like to make a sword too, but not now, I'll come back later. No one could refuse this valuable offer, and the old man immediately bowed his head. Yes, come whenever you wish. To avoid disturbing Li Jiahe and his companions, Jiama immediately spoke to his disciple and left the area so they could converse for a long time. Everyone, please continue your conversation. Then he turned around and called Mongrang. Let's go. Seeing Jiama walk away, Kim Chul Ryung immediately approached Li Jiahe and whispered, Isn't Jiama from the demonic cult? Why are you, Hao's sect leader, so friendly with someone from the demonic cult? He has already left the demonic cult. Oh my goodness, what a world. No one seemed to have expected someone like Jiama to leave the demonic cult so quickly. Uncle Kim, have you had lunch? In response to his inquiry about his well-being, the old man merely placed his hands on his hips. I'm too busy making ends meet right now. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately pulled out a money pouch from his sleeve. He quickly tossed it into Aryong's hand. The old man slowly opened the pouch, and the dazzling golden light emanating from the gold coins shone directly on his firm chest muscles. He couldn't believe his eyes. He hadn't expected to hold so many gold coins in his hands. Are you giving all this to me? Of course, I still have so much that I don't even know how much I have. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately turned around, and the old man still stood dumbfounded behind him. After inspecting his weapon production base, the three headed to their next destination, Maywaru. Maywaru was a lavish building brightly lit with red lanterns. As soon as he entered the building, Li Jiahe saw a passing woman and immediately asked, Where is Sasante? The young woman, seeing the sect leader had arrived, hesitated slightly but replied, The chief administrator went to the Black Cat Alliance. Then who is managing this place now? The strategist is Sima Yi. Oh, strategist Sima Yi. He thought the woman before him would know Li Jiahe's identity, but she seemed to be new and completely unaware. But who are you? He replied without hesitation and with dignity. His voice was very loud and authoritative. I am of a higher rank than Sima Yi and Sasante. With just this one statement, it wasn't difficult for the woman before him, with her intelligent mind, to figure out his identity. The person of a higher rank than the two was none other than the sect leader. The young woman could no longer contain herself and shouted loudly. The sect leader has returned. As her shout erupted, all the doors of Maywaru immediately swung wide open. Everyone who heard the news rushed out in a hurry. A beautiful woman in red clothes slowly walked out, her face beaming with excitement. After many days she finally met the sect leader, and she couldn't hide her joy. Sect leader has returned. To waste no more time, he immediately ordered her to lead the way. Oh hurry, Taehyung, lead the way. Escort the sect leader to the Plum Blossom Chamber. As soon as he finished speaking, the three quickly followed Taehyung up the stairs and headed to the room she indicated. Jiama felt at this moment that he needed to cultivate his internal energy to prepare for the next battle, and immediately stated his intention. I need to cultivate my internal energy, so please give me a private room. Then please stay in my room, it's on the highest floor. At this point, only Li Jiahe and that lecherous fellow remained in the Plum Blossom Chamber. The two were getting ready to enjoy their dinner. He was extremely surprised to see that the fellow's face had not reacted at all to the women since coming here. I thought this guy would act like a beast in a brothel. He didn't even glance at a single woman. Suddenly, a voice from outside the door interrupted his thoughts. Sect leader, your subordinate Sima Yi is here. Please come in. As soon as the neatly dressed man received his permission, he immediately bowed and greeted him. It's been a long time. Is everything going well these days, strategist Sima? Yes. As he spoke, he pulled a chair next to him. Sit here. Have you learned all the duties of the pavilion master? Yes. Your subordinate has been in charge of managing the pavilion for a long time and only occasionally consults Chief Administrator Sa when there are more complex issues. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Jiahe looked at that lecherous fellow and introduced him to Sima Yi. Perhaps his intention was for Sima Yi to keep an eye on him so he wouldn't bother others. His family name is Mongrang of the Baikung Palace of the Pungin manga. And this person is Sima Yi of Hao Sect. Nice to meet you. Your subordinate is Sima Yi, strategist of Hao Sect. When young Master Mong returns to Baikung Palace, strategist Sima Yi will follow him there. You have a few tasks to do there. Sect leader, rest assured. I want to invest in Baikung Palace with the money I earn from brothels. Investigate if we can open an inn or a restaurant there. See if there are any buildings, large or small, that we can buy in the bustling areas. Upon hearing this directive, Sima Yi immediately agreed without hesitation. Your subordinate understands. Does Senior intend to establish a base there to gather more information? This plan is good, but it could be quite dangerous, sect leader. Good, you should know this too. We will expand our territory not only there but to several other places later. That place is just the beginning of Baikung Palace. Currently more calculations are needed, but for now, explore that area and open a branch in Baikung Palace to carefully examine the situation there. As he spoke, Li Jiahe continuously drew various shapes on the table with his hand. After that, he opened another branch in the Blood Knight Palace, and another near the unfortunate area. The Hozhengpiang-Namyang Alliance also needs a base, and we must advance to the Namqian Alliance. We need one in the Black Sky Fortress too, so if you calculate it, it's almost done. One branch per place, but you must ensure that those places can generate stable income and be operated. The staff there will be carefully selected from those with Black Cat Alliance martial arts, but they can be difficult to handle, so choose wisely. The places Senior mentioned are places your subordinate has already passed through. But there is one place your subordinate doesn't know yet, and that is the Blood Knight Palace. I will tell you about that later, so for now go and visit the other places. Yes, having said this much, the two, as if meeting him after a long time, picked up the wine bottle in his hand and poured it into their cups. Strategist, I've burdened you with difficult tasks after meeting you for a long time. Honestly, I feel a little sorry. I apologize for that as well. That task is something your subordinate ought to do, but Sect leader, do you know what people are saying about Senior in Hunalrung these days? Li Jiahe was extremely surprised. Who the hell was speaking ill of him here? What's going on? They say he ate each piece and then joined the Namyang Alliance. Your subordinate also heard that Senior even killed Teacher Su and annihilated the Bejium Alliance. Every time your subordinate hears news about Senior, he feels a chill down his spine. Such life and death battles are too dangerous for Senior. I thought they were spreading bad rumors or nonsense about me. Turns out all of this was just idle chatter to me. As soon as Sima Yi finished speaking, he drained the wine cup in his hand in one go. Now your subordinate wishes to share those difficulties with Senior. Senior, just entrust the tasks to me, then your subordinate will handle everything well. He was slightly surprised, having not expected him to change so much after just one drink. I understand. After briefly giving instructions and conversing with Sima Yi, now only Li Jiahe and Mongrang remained in the room. Hey you country bumpkin, you seem quite busy these days. I thought you were already managing a large martial arts hall, but now you're planning to open another branch in Suwal Gok near the Blood Knight Palace? Li Jiahe himself was not yet clear on this matter. This was just a future plan. I'm still thinking about that issue. Didn't Elder Heo ask you to support the Blood Knight Palace, which is why you made that decision? That's right, I need sufficient information to help them better. I can understand the Blood Knight Palace, but what about Beikung Palace? I don't know what's going on in this guy's head. He's asking this question even though his master is there. Because your master is there, and that place is also the center of the Righteous Path forces. So your intention is to monitor your master, whether it's your master or the Blood Knight Palace. They will eventually become targets of the demonic cult soon, in fact. So I must be one step ahead of them, otherwise I will never arrive on time. Mongrang was extremely displeased. He frowned and burst into anger. My master is not someone who will easily yield. Stop asking. Hao Sect exists in both the righteous and demonic paths. I am even considering expanding to places where there is no Zhanghu. I will just do as I please. That's an excellent thing. Li Jiahe felt like hitting that guy's face at this moment. He couldn't understand what he was trying to say. Do you want to get hit? Did drinking make you feel bad? Honestly, it's a bit charming, but I wonder how you came up with such detailed plans. What nonsense are you talking about? I really want to know if you created this sect to protect the common people or to contend with the Black Path. What made you do this? When it came to this issue, it was a very long story, and he himself didn't understand why he wanted to do such a thing, and hadn't yet found the answer to this question. Then why did you choose such a life? Are you talking about women? What else? Nothing in this world can compare to the beauty of women, but nothing is as dangerous as them either. He poured wine into his cup and slowly recounted his memories to him. 2 years ago, I was supposed to marry into the Bekri family, but perhaps because I was an illegitimate child, everything fell through. Anyway, when it came to this issue, his face immediately changed, and he was extremely resentful towards the people who had hurt him until now. I didn't care about such a political marriage. It was a truly bitter experience. So I hid my identity and secretly went there to see what kind of woman she really was, but it turns out she was nothing special. It was truly bitter. I was even rejected by such a person. I was so angry that I spat at the Bekri family's gate. It was truly ridiculous. Even Li Jiahe was extremely disgusted by the story he told him. Truly disgusting, he continued to speak. After that, I returned home and suddenly in everyone's eyes I became a good-for-nothing. The family head only saw me as a tool to expand the family's influence. That day, I had a huge fight with the family head, and I also fought with the successor. In the end, I beat both of them. Having said this much, Li Jiahe couldn't help but burst into laughter, spilling all his rice. He probably hadn't expected the guy before him to have the guts to hit people like that. Peeved, Mongrang frowned, seeing him making fun of him. Hey, you're filthy. Isn't the family head your father? That's right, there's no doubt. Then is the young master your senior brother? That's right. Then why did you hit both of them? Is there something strange about that? Are you crazy? Do you know what you're saying right now? If that's so strange, my childhood was even stranger. Back then, they hit me. Now that I have power, I've turned the tables. In Zhanghu, isn't it the strong ones who fight and hit each other? Anyway, I'm now treated fairly in our family. That old man must have wanted to kick me out, but he couldn't. Because I was valuable, he had to keep me. Now that I've become worthless, he wants to abandon me. What an unfortunate family. After speaking, he could no longer maintain his composure and slammed the wine cup in his hand heavily on the table. It was as if he was pouring out all the grievances he had suppressed for a long time. That's my unfortunate family. The Pungan manga is truly an amazing family. Li Jia silently listened to his story, thinking inwardly. He never talked about his father and master before. This must be the first time. After speaking, he inexplicably hit him hard on the head with his hand. This made him even angrier. He couldn't understand what he had done to make him so angry and hit him like that. You dog bastard, are you crazy? Why are you hitting me? I just hit you because I felt like it, you madman. Like you just said, there's no reason. Isn't it your belief that the strong oppress the weak? If you think like that, go to the demonic cult. There you can bully the weak to your heart's content. And if you win, go and kneel before the cult master and flatter him. Mongrang found it a little difficult to understand. He couldn't grasp the meaning of Li Jia's words. What nonsense are you talking about? Why should I go to the demonic cult? Didn't I tell you the reason? Didn't I tell you they hit me when I was young? Even though people kept saying that, he didn't listen and blamed others instead. But Li Jia, with his strong pride, didn't admit it and just looked up at the sky, replying, "Is that so?" As soon as he finished speaking, he once again slapped his left cheek to balance it out. Then he slowly poured wine into his cup. Then is the past the same as now? Mongrang, continuously rubbing his hit head, replied, "What's different? Didn't I tell you? You're no different from your father. Once you're over 20, you should become independent, start a family and live responsibly. Don't live as a useless man who just drinks and chases women anymore." Ah, that lecherous fellow's eyes changed with displeasure as soon as he said he was like his father. Feeling Li Jia's gaze still fixed on him, he merely asked calmly, "Why do you want to fight? A Jianghu man isn't afraid of rain, right?" Since Li Jia provoked him like that, Mongrang himself had no reason to be afraid. "Come on, you bastard. Good, if you want it. I don't mind teaching you a lesson either." As soon as he finished speaking, the two immediately stood up ready to fight. They exited the room together, one leading and the other following, and headed to the training grounds outside. Suddenly, the sword demon's voice echoed from upstairs. "Sect leader and my disciple." "Yes, master." "Senior, please speak." "I won't stop you two, but don't use internal energy, only use external force." Hearing the sword demon's words, they immediately exchanged fierce glances as if sparks would fly at any moment. "Yes, master." "Understood." With that, they wasted no more time and quickly went outside together. Meanwhile, Jioma was leaning against the window of Li Jia's room, making himself comfortable. The old man tilted his head slightly, looking down, seemingly ready to eavesdrop on the duel between his beloved disciple and the sect leader. He wanted to see what kind of skills his supported disciple possessed. At that moment, both individuals were gathered on the training grounds below, their faces filled with a determination to defeat the opponent, no matter the cost. To Jioma, however, they were merely big-headed children. Truly naive children. In the spacious courtyard, a faint light fell upon the cold blue stones. Two figures stood facing each other, their robes gently fluttering in the night breeze, surrounded by onlookers. A continuous murmur rose from the crowd. Li Jia moved with powerful strides, his body launching forward like an arrow released from a bow, his fists clenched, every movement imbued with weight and decisiveness. Mangyan met him without the slightest delay. His eyes watched every movement of his opponent, and his body moved agilely, ready to receive any attack. Li Jia and Mangyan charged at each other, throwing punches without hesitation. The sound of their collision echoed loudly in the air. Both relied solely on strength and technique without using any internal energy. Sharp gazes met, and Li Jia's eyes were cold, but he did not hide a challenging spirit. Mangyan responded with burning eyes, and tension filled the air. It was as if each was waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. The protagonist then threw a punch without hesitation, his body agile, veins bulging in his arms, his hair fluttering with his movements. His fist struck powerfully, and a strong gust of wind blew from their combined force. Mangyan gritted his teeth and endured, pushed back but not losing his stance. The fight grew increasingly intense, and without hesitation Li Jia rushed forward, cutting through the wind with murderous eyes. Mangyan raised both hands high to block the attack, exerting all his strength to endure. As he planted his feet firmly and held his ground, his white robes billowed from the recoil, but he still maintained his defensive posture. Mangyan was pushed back, his entire body swaying as he lost his balance. He clutched his chest and retreated step by step. Without giving him a chance to react, Li Jia continued to charge, kicking up dust from beneath his feet. But Mangyan did not evade. He immediately kicked back, forcing Li Jia to raise his hand to block. Upstairs, Jioma observed quietly, his face serene, but his eyes did not hide a judgmental gaze. On the training grounds below, the lecher swayed, lost his balance, and cried out in pain. He gritted his teeth and endured. And realizing he was being pushed back, anger surged within him. Curses echoed in the middle of the training ground. This damned bastard. The duel, which was expected to be full of martial arts bravado, quickly devolved into a street brawl. In the midst of the commotion, unexpectedly, the Hao sect leader suddenly reached out and grabbed the lecher's long hair, refusing to let go. With a strong pull, his eyes widened and his head shook like a doll's. Mangyan frowned, grabbed Li Jia's wrist and shouted, "Hey, let go quickly." But no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't escape the Hao sect leader's control. Unable to bear the humiliation, the lecher gritted his teeth and suddenly swung his hand, attempting to counterattack, his eyes burning with resolve. But the protagonist had already anticipated this and tightened his grip, completely neutralizing the opponent's counterattack. Giving the lecher no more chances, Li Jiahe quickly seized his hand and swept his supporting leg with his left foot. With just one attack, the opponent lost his balance. Manhwa was hurt and embarrassed, gritting his teeth and grimacing. Though he tried to act tough, the humiliation made him growl in anger. "This damned bastard!" Upstairs, Jioma shook his head, his face unreadable, his eyes narrowing, unable to hide his disappointment. He had fought for almost his entire life, but it was the first time he had seen two masters fighting like women, pulling each other's hair. Below, the lecher suddenly twisted his body slightly and instantly grabbed Li Jiahe's ankle. A glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes, as if an opportunity had arisen to regain his lost pride. A powerful counterattack was expected, but everything went against the lecher's expectations. In an instant, the Hao Sect leader lightly lifted his foot, suspending his entire body in the air. Then, with a decisive movement, Li Jiahe slammed the lecher onto the ground like a boxer delivering a decisive blow. Li Jiahe lifted his foot without hesitation, as if intending to stomp directly on his face. Fortunately, the lecher reacted quickly, tilting his body slightly to evade, sweating profusely but narrowly avoiding a dangerous strike and maintaining his composure. The protagonist did not stop, continuing to unleash powerful attacks, every kick swift and decisive. Manhwa kept rolling across the training ground, evading and shouting helplessly. Upstairs, Jioma stood with his arms crossed, sharply observing the movements of the two below, muttering softly, "They're all rolling on the ground. This is the most disgraceful act in a warrior's fight." They were like street thugs. Jioma sighed, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Truly embarrassing. Below, the two madmen were still passionately exchanging blows and kicks. The sound of their collision echoed through the training ground. Suddenly, the lecher barely managed to get up, his face contorted with rage, his eyes radiating a fierce aura. He shouted loudly as if about to deliver a decisive blow, "Are you ready to take a hit?" Hearing that, Li Jiahe immediately became wary, but the shout was just a bluff. The actual attack had no dignity whatsoever. His hand swiftly scooped up sand from the ground, and without hesitation he threw it directly into Li Jiahe's face. Jioma observed from above, his face darkening, and he let out a long sigh. A man from the righteous path who called himself a righteous gentleman now resorting to such vile tactics. Where should he hide his face? Having received the despicable attack, Li Jiahe squeezed his eyes shut as sand got into them, grimacing with displeasure. The lecher, noticing his opponent was slightly flustered, seized the opportunity and raised one foot, intending to stomp directly on the Hao Sect leader's body to end the fight humiliatingly. But Li Jiahe reacted quickly despite his eyes being covered. He immediately raised his hand to block the attack, but his supporting leg wavered slightly, causing his body to fall backward. Lying on the ground, the sect leader could not hide his anger and cursed in an agitated voice. "This damned bastard dares to throw sand." Manhwa showed no shame at all. Instead, he boasted, "What's wrong with throwing sand? You probably did it a lot when you were little, didn't you? Don't you miss your hometown?" Upstairs, Jioma observed carefully. With his sharp eyes, he immediately understood his disciple's intention. Psychological warfare. Jioma, being from a noble family himself, thought he must know that the sect leader was just a young servant and was saying such provocative words. The wise senior still calmly analyzed every movement and expression of the two, calculating all possibilities in his mind. Truly cunning. Below, the two unfortunate souls were still continuously exchanging punches and kicks, their attacks showing no mercy. Fists and feet flew like two thugs fighting in a marketplace. Amidst the chaotic situation, suddenly a drunken old man stumbled past, pointed at Li Jiahe and loudly advised, "Jiahe, don't hold back. Kill him. Why are you fighting like this?" Li Jiahe paid no attention to the drunken old man's words. He simply turned his head and shouted one word, "Shut up," and immediately gathered his strength to throw a punch, continuing the fight without hesitation. A man standing outside frowned and softly said, "Pyong-suk, be quiet. If you're drunk, go home and sleep." But it had little effect. The drunken old man merely feigned deafness, even appearing to complain. "HMPH, it's fun watching a fight here. Why should I go?" Upstairs, Jioma still maintained a calm expression, not rushing to make any judgment, paying close attention to the development of the fight. Below, the crowd grew larger and larger, with continuous murmurs. After watching the two endlessly exchange punches and kicks for a long time, there were no small number of sarcastic comments. "Is that a fight? They look like they're just playing. Everyone shut up," Li Jiahe shouted with angry eyes, his face completely flushed with rage. Seizing the opportunity, Manhwa swiftly punched Li Jiahe in the face. Li Jiahe took a hard hit. His body swayed, his head tilted to one side, and he fell to the ground. The surrounding crowd burst into hearty laughter at the sight. Mocking laughter echoed everywhere, and the cheerful expressions of the onlookers were not hidden in the slightest. Upstairs, Jioma frowned slightly, and a hint of disappointment and boredom flickered in the old man's eyes. Watching the two fight was truly boring, so much so that he didn't even want to speak. Below, the laughter continued unabated, and the crowd did not hesitate to utter mocking words. Li Jiahe got up and wiped the blood from his mouth with his hand. He was not as wild as before, only coldness remained in his eyes now. Suddenly, the Hao Sect leader took a deep breath and raised his hands, adopting a stance. It was an odd and unique stance, every movement decisive. Seeing that, Manhwa frowned and a feeling of displeasure surged within him. He couldn't understand what his opponent was about to do. Manhwa shouted loudly, "What's that weird stance?" "Come at me," the protagonist replied with a single word to the provocative shout. Mangyan could no longer contain himself and growled. Charging straight ahead, he threw a powerful punch intending to break the opponent's defensive stance. Immediately after, the protagonist countered with a similar punch directly at Mangyan's front. The punch just thrown was quite effective. Mangyan gritted his teeth and clicked his tongue but showed no sign of stopping. He frowned, his eyes growing fiercer, and swung his hand, attacking again. But Li Jiahe was known for his tenacity, and despite taking a hit just now, he continued to counterattack. This time Mangyan took a loss. A clear red handprint appeared on his cheek and he shouted with angry eyes, "This damned bastard!" The two continuously threw punches like boxing machines. Thud-thud sounds echoed rhythmically, like drums at a village festival. Upstairs, Gyoma observed with his arms crossed. The thought it all started with a slap on the cheek and now the two are fighting. Organ crossing his mind. Suddenly, Gyoma paused as if realizing something, and a slight sense of guilt flashed through him as he realized he had been swept up in the absurd fight below. Why am I suddenly analyzing a fight? Below, the moon hung high, illuminating the two. A long time passed, but the two fought fiercely without tiring, showing no signs of resting. As the fight continued endlessly, Li Jiahe swiftly reached out and grabbed Mangyan's robe. Mangyan, with no time to evade, crumpled his body. Mangyan was thrown to the ground by Li Jiahe, a thud echoing and dust rising. His body swayed, his face turned ashen, and his limbs twitched in pain. Upstairs, Gyoma looked down with indifferent eyes, his face cold, but the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, making it impossible to tell if he was happy or sad. To upset his opponent's balance and throw him down with such little force, this technique is truly amazing. On the training grounds below, Mangyan still did not surrender. He barely managed to get up and lifted his foot high, kicking directly at the Hao sect leader as if to turn the tide. Just as the kick was about to land, the sect leader swiftly raised his hand to block. Then, with a familiar movement, the sect leader twisted his body, and the lecher's entire body was lifted into the air. He spun a few times like an uncontrolled doll before being thrown directly onto the ground. The Hao sect leader had no intention of stopping. He firmly gripped the lecher's collar, and the one whose collar was gripped grimaced in pain but could do nothing. His entire body seemed to have lost the ability to resist. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Jiahe lifted the lecher high, then threw him straight down. As the lecher's body fell, the sect leader knelt to absorb the impact. A cracking sound of bones echoed loudly, and the entire training ground vibrated with the impact. The surrounding crowd all darkened their faces at the sight, and a continuous murmur rose. Some shook their heads and sighed. The lecher must have broken a bone from that attack. Fear and surprise were evident on everyone's faces. Mangyan groaned, rolling on the ground, a miserable and comical sight. Seeing that he was still in pain, the protagonist bent down, grabbed his collar and asked, "Have you surrendered, you pooper?" It was quite simple but easy to understand. And that pooper wasn't very smart. He merely shouted "Hey" unconsciously. The sect leader didn't wait for the opponent's reply and lifted Mangyan slightly with both hands. Thud, his back hit the cold stone floor. Was he too badly injured? Mangyan crumpled his entire body, curling up like an insect. He looked truly pained, continuously muttering. Upstairs, on the highest floor of Meiworu, Senior Gyoma's eyes widened. He was surprised by the combination of techniques just used. Perhaps the Hao sect leader had created a new technique? Truly astonishing. The hour was late, and Li Jiahe was also very eager to drink, so he lightly spoke to the crowd. "The fight is over, everyone disperse and go home." A few people seemed to disagree. Just a moment ago they were like fire and water, yet he said they could separate. The murmuring continued, so Li Jiahe shouted, "Aren't you leaving quickly?" Perhaps his words had an effect, as some people dispersed and went home. A few people still lingered, murmuring and watching. Only after everyone was gone did the protagonist check his clothes and wipe the dust from his mouth. "Ah, my mouth is all dirty." Mangyan, lying on the ground, felt less pain but had no intention of getting up yet. He said, "If it was poison you would have died." But the sect leader didn't care at all. "If you had used poison when fighting me I would have killed you first." Mangyan frowned and said threateningly, "Stop talking nonsense. I didn't use internal energy when fighting either." Hearing his childish excuse, Li Jiahe felt he wasn't worth replying to anymore. After that, the pooper barely managed to get up. He dusted off his torn white robes. At this moment Li Jiahe, with his arms crossed behind his back, walked back into Meiworu like an old man. Now the street was empty and darkness swallowed everything. Only Mangyan remained alone in the darkness, lost in thought. Perhaps he was silently admitting to himself that he had been too weak today in front of the madman who had regressed. Upstairs, Gyoma had expected the two to have some conversation, but there was nothing. When fighting they were unrestrained and even threw curses, but when the fight was over there was hardly any talk. The disciple, who had been sitting on the ground, sighed and then silently stood up. Mangyan, thinking there was no place to stay in this village tonight except Meiworu, where Li Jiahe was the owner, finally stepped inside. On the highest floor, Gyoma gazed at the distant night sky with a cold gaze, devoid of both sorrow and joy, as if accustomed to it. A cold wind pushed Gyoma away from the window. It had been so long since he had witnessed such a fight, or rather he had certainly never seen one before. It was a truly strange fight. As soon as he returned to Meiworu, Li Jiahe rinsed his mouth with alcohol. Then he spat the alcohol into a bowl. He cursed resentfully. It had been a long time since he had eaten dirt, he said. Then he sat down and recalled the events he had experienced, particularly those with the lecher. That pooper really had skill. It was no joke. At that time he had no choice but to use the techniques he had secretly learned while challenging the Fist King. Just then the door suddenly opened, and the lecher entered. He sat opposite Li Jiahe, his face full of apology, unable to speak. He was probably ashamed of losing the fight. Li Jiahe paid him no mind and continued what he was doing. Wang Yan also frowned, carefully observing his opponent, then poured Li Jiahe a cup of wine. The two silently raised their cups together. Just then the door suddenly opened and Jioma entered. It was as if Jioma had perfectly timed his appearance. He turned to Wang Yan and said, "Disciple, your fight earlier was quite good. Seeing you roll around like a donkey, that technique seems to suit you well." Wang Yan hurriedly stood up and called his master. Jioma then turned his gaze back to Li Jiahe and said, "Sect leader, you fight remarkably well. It was impressive." Li Jiahe nodded and said, "I apologize for providing senior with some amusement." At the same time, Wang Yan respectfully offered Jioma the wine bottle and said, "Master, would you like a drink too?" Jioma immediately nodded and said, "Let's all drink together." At this, Wang Yan couldn't help but click his tongue. "I only lost because I didn't use internal energy. I hope Master isn't displeased." Jioma, completely unsurprised, replied, "I know." Jioma turned to Li Jiahe and said, "But the sect leader's posture during the fight was truly unique, especially the hair-pulling technique." Li Jiahe openly teased Wang Yan. "Unlike the Shaolin high monks who shave their heads for convenience in combat, you adorn your appearance to charm women, do you not? Today I pulled your hair and gave you a lesson you'll never forget. This is practical experience." Upon hearing these words, Wang Yan bit his lip in anger. Jioma nodded slightly in understanding, saying, "Indeed, a sect leader has given my disciple a profound lesson." After a moment he reprimanded Wang Yan. "And disciple, you even attacked someone by throwing dirt, which is no different from a street thug's fight. Such despicable martial arts are nowhere to be found in our demonic cult." Wang Yan hardened his face, ready to explain. "Yes, master." Wang Yan immediately raised his voice to explain. "If I had attacked him with poison, then would he be sitting here drinking now? The outcome is already decided, so this matter is over. Let's consider it a draw." Upon hearing this, Jioma could only think helplessly. That guy's mouth was truly amazing. He could conjure up any excuse. Just then, Li Jiahe inadvertently glanced at Jioma and seemed to discover something. The corners of Jioma's mouth curved into an unknown smile. Li Jiahe immediately cut off the conversation. "Senior, you seem to be amused. Just laugh if you want to. Forcing it isn't good for your health." Jioma chuckled softly. "Indeed, I never expected to see two masters fight in such a way. Truly extraordinary." At the same time, blood suddenly flew from Wang Yan's nose. He was surprised and couldn't hide his astonishment at the two streams of blood flowing from his nose. Wang Yan hastily took a deep breath and tilted his head back. He quickly stuffed tissue into his nose. Jioma watched all of Wang Yan's actions, and Wang Yan also turned to him with a serious expression. Jioma bit his lip and furrowed his brows. Wang Yan said to him helplessly, "Master, if you're going to laugh, just laugh." As soon as he finished speaking, Jioma let out a hearty laugh. Night quickly deepened, and a few stars twinkled in the night sky, adorning the night. A few hours later, the sunlight illuminated the entire world. At this time, Jioma and Wang Yan's group came out one by one. At the same time, Li Jiahe silently observed their footsteps from above. He didn't know if this brief relationship would benefit Jioma and the lecher. Nevertheless, Li Jiahe did his best for both of them. He hoped their lives would change. Just then, Jioma and Wang Yan suddenly looked up at Li Jiahe. Li Jiahe looked down at them with an expressionless gaze. Wang Yan also glared at Li Jiahe with a face full of displeasure. At this moment, Li Jiahe softly muttered to them, "See you again next time." Jioma immediately nodded. It was as if both sides had already made a promise. As Jioma turned his body, Wang Yan couldn't help but give a sneering smile. Now it was time for the lecher to resume his ice arts training, for Jioma to resume his wooden sword training, and Li Jiahe would also find something to train. After a moment he leisurely walked down the corridor. Li Jiahe talked to himself. "Thinking about it, even someone with a unique personality like Jioma gave me quite a bit of advice. Like the warning not to train when enemies are pursuing." His companions looked at him bewildered, thinking, is that person talking to himself? Li Jiahe nodded, agreeing, quite reasonable. At this he inadvertently turned his head to look in another direction. Sima Yi also began taking over the duties in Ilyang Haion. After listening to Li Jiahe's threats to his heart's content, his gaze gradually softened. Li Jiahe walked briskly. It's good to patrol Ilyang Haion after a long time. After confirming with his own eyes that the people here were starting their daily lives without any particular problems, Li Jiahe quietly left Ilyang Haion. He walked amidst the surprised gazes of the people, talking to himself. Many questions came to his mind. Where is the Hao sect leader? What is he doing? Li Jiahe muttered inadvertently. The Hao sect leader doesn't need to know too many trivial matters. After a moment he arrived in front of the Black Cat Alliance. Li Jiahe kicked the main gate with one foot. As soon as he entered, he was captivated by the sight before his eyes. Inside, countless subordinates had their heads bowed to the ground, hands behind their backs. As soon as they saw Li Jiahe, Sogun Bang hurriedly bent at the waist. "Young master, you've returned." His companions all stood up and bowed to the leader, and he signaled them to stop. Li Jiahe turned his gaze to Sogun Bang and asked, "What's the matter? Why are all of you bowing your heads?" So Gun Bang immediately reported, "Leader, everyone is training their foreheads these days to make them even harder." Upon hearing this, he nodded in agreement. "Very good, training the forehead is necessary even for masters of Jianghu." So Gun Bang also politely replied, "Yes." After a moment, Li Jiahe loudly ordered, "All of you keep bowing your heads until your foreheads are as hard as steel." Upon hearing this, his companions all bowed their heads to the ground. "Yes." He finished speaking, turned and left, not forgetting to praise So Gun Bang. "You've worked hard." So Gun Bang smiled humbly and replied, "It's nothing." At the same time, Li Jiahe walked through the archway. Inside, Changte and Baekin were training together. At this moment, Changte immediately aimed his sword at Baekin. Seeing this, Baekin strongly struck Changte's forehead and Changte fell backward. Baekin glanced at Changte with a triumphant gaze. At this, his gaze inadvertently shifted in another direction. Baekin looked up at Li Jiahe. "Great senior brother, you've returned." His companions hurriedly clasped their hands and bowed their heads, politely calling him great senior brother. He merely smiled and inadvertently looked in another direction. Li Jiahe glanced at Changte and said, "Changte, you're quite fortunate to have survived until now." Changte, seemingly embarrassed, didn't look him in the eye and replied, "I greet the sect leader." After a moment, Li Jiahe asked about his companion's well-being. "Is everyone doing well? It seems like a long time since we last met." Changte couldn't help but retort, "It is a long time." At the same time, the bloodstain on his forehead caught Li Jiahe's eye. Li Jiahe gently reminded him, "Wipe the blood." "Did your forehead burst open?" Changte immediately denied, "It's not that bad." Upon hearing this, he turned and left. "Then that's good, continue to strive." His companions all bowed their heads to Li Jiahe. After a moment, he moved to a room. Li Jiahe quietly entered. At this moment, a person was sitting inside, surrounded by countless documents. Bai Changguan was extremely surprised to see his return. "Sect leader, you've returned?" He was so excited at this moment that he abruptly stood up from his seat. Suddenly, the creaking sounds of life echoed extremely clearly. Changguan hurriedly rubbed his waist. "Oh, my aching back." He didn't forget to greet Li Jiahe. "I greet the sect leader." Seeing this, Li Jiahe reminded him, "Bai Changguan, there's no need to rush, take your time." Li Jiahe approached him, simultaneously expressing concern. "Please remain seated." Bai Changguan didn't forget to express his gratitude. "Yes, thank you, sect leader." Li Jiahe casually picked up a piece of paper. Li Jiahe asked him quizzically, "What is Bai Changguan rummaging through all this for?" He hesitated for a moment, then replied, "Oh well, your subordinate was recalculating the money. These days the sect leader has too many factions." Bai Changguan continued to lament, "It's really difficult to manage everyone at once. So your subordinate is researching again to find the most efficient method." Upon hearing this, Li Jiahe couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Bai Changguan turned to him and said, "Once your subordinate completes these 3 forms, I plan to hand them over to the sub-managers of each branch." Upon hearing this, Li Jiahe asked quizzically, "Who is the sub-manager?" He immediately replied, "The sect leader must choose that." He was puzzled by those words. "Is that so?" Li Jiahe advised Bai Changguan not to do everything himself anymore and to train a disciple to handle simple tasks. Looking at the account books, he seemed bored. "Order them to be thrown away." Upon hearing this, Bai Changguan immediately bowed his head to receive the order. After a moment, Li Jiahe suddenly called out loudly to Madame Sun. Immediately, So hurriedly poked her head out. Madame Sun bent down, approached him, and politely bowed her head to greet the sect leader. At this, Li Jiahe called her by her full name. "My son So, Madame Sun." She hurriedly bent down and replied. After a moment, he firmly declared, "From today you will be Bai Changguan's disciple." So looked at him bewildered as if she couldn't believe what she had just heard and asked again. But Li Jiahe glared at her and said, "Shut up. Learn how to organize income and expenditure ledgers. In 100 days I will appoint you as a sub-manager, so learn properly." Upon hearing this, So merely nodded, giving a tired but obedient reply. Bai Changguan, who was beside her, was so delighted that his eyes sparkled. Bai Changguan reorganized the pile of documents in his hand and said, "It seems to me that the Murim Alliance is recruiting quite a few new members this time. Judging by the results of the martial arts tournament, they seem to have recruited many martial arts masters from outside Jianghu. Sect leader, what do you think of the Murim Alliance's actions?" Li Jiahe thought for a moment, then concisely and firmly replied, "No." Upon hearing this, Bai Changguan smiled and replied, "Sect leader, do you not intend to send disciples there to scout?" Li Jiahe looked at him with an incomprehensible expression. Seeing this, he replied, "If it's based on skill, the 12 generals can easily secure a position there. Through this martial arts tournament, they can gain a foothold in the Murim Alliance." He listened and replied, "You mean to plant internal spies in the Murim Alliance? Is there a need for that?" As Li Jiahe said that, Bai Changguan offered a plan. "Instead of saying internal spies, we can say they are going to learn. That way we can better understand the Murim Alliance. Anyway, we are not a Black Path faction, so if there is anything to learn from them, it's good to learn it." But his face showed no sign of agreement whatsoever. "Is the Black Cat Alliance not a Black Path faction either?" Bai Changguan pretended not to hear and said, "We are the Hao sect." These words of his made Li Jiahe silent for a moment. He thought silently, then said, "You're right, then I'll think about this matter further." After a moment, Bai Changguan left and he was left alone in the spacious room. Li Jiahe crossed his arms and placed both feet on the table. He sighed, then closed his eyes again and fell into thought. Li Jiahe leaned back completely motionless, seemingly contemplating something. He opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling, continuing to think. Then he suddenly pulled out a sword, swung it a few times and plunged it into the table. After a moment he crossed his arms again and fell into deep thought. Li Jiahe, alone in the room, began talking to himself. When I was in seclusion as expected, the moon spirit uncaring art upgraded from remnant moon to crescent moon. However, at the current crescent moon stage I cannot focus solely on the ice illusory art as before. I felt my body becoming unbalanced if I concentrated too much. So for now I plan to focus on cultivating the Kim Jiu Wanderer art, and once I master it, I'll return to the moon spirit uncaring art. Everything is just speculation for now. All martial artists have their own limitations. Currently I feel my body is at its limit just by circulating my internal energy. My waist and knee joints seem to have already stiffened. My mind also tires much faster than before. Therefore, if I focused solely on the method of circulating internal energy, my body would not be so depleted. But simultaneously, cultivating the yin-yang divine art causes my body to experience imbalance and endure more pressure. Without a solution, it will be extremely tense, leading to an inevitable state of exhaustion. So I cultivate the Kim Jiu Wanderer art, the moon spirit uncaring art, the Kim Jiu Wanderer art, and a bit of external martial arts every day. This can be called the 3 arts 1 practice method. Whenever I cultivate the Kim Jiu Wanderer art, my body becomes hot, and when I cultivate the moon spirit uncaring art, my body turns as cold as ice. My conjecture is that the current physical decline and mental exhaustion cannot be recovered in a day or two, so I will have to cultivate external martial arts to maintain some balance. Early the next morning, everyone was practicing martial arts together in the courtyard. They all diligently practiced exercises like push-ups. Li Jiahe also worked very hard. His legs trembled with fatigue from the exercise and his hands were no different. Despite being very tired, he still hung from the horizontal bar. No, to be precise, he was currently hanging from a tree. He looked down from above, noticing that someone was watching him, and the person looking up from below couldn't understand what was happening. But the next moment, Li Jiahe turned around. At this moment there was someone hanging from each tree, just like Li Jiahe. He could no longer hold back and loudly exclaimed, "You damn monkey!" It turned out that below him another guy was making crazy moves to tease him. He kept teasing him and then burst into laughter. Li Jiahe, being human, couldn't suppress his laughter and laughed out loud. As a result, he laughed so hard that he fell from the tree. Everyone who saw him burst into laughter simultaneously. Li Jiahe's face hardened as he said, "From now on, anyone who laughs during training will die by my hand." Everyone still laughed, but at the same time they agreed with his words and raised no objections. The morning passed peacefully under the shining golden sunlight. However, it was not peaceful at all for Li Jiahe, as he had to desperately cling to his training. The others were no different. They were forced to hang from the horizontal bar almost to their death. Sa Seang Tae and Bai Changguan could only watch Li Jiahe train from below. After getting down from the horizontal bar, he did push-ups with one finger. His gaze was extremely determined about what he was doing. Everything passed strangely quietly throughout the day. Not long after, a door suddenly opened. Li Jiahe saw it and secretly observed everyone cautiously. So Gunbang was also slightly flustered and asked loudly, "What's wrong?" Li Jiahe began to get serious at this moment. Getting down from the tree and observing the surrounding movements, Li Jiahe advanced very quietly, step by step. Before he could even look, many people appeared from the door with Kim Hei tied up at the front. But his face didn't look good. His entire face was swollen like a pig's trotters. Kim Hei bared his teeth and called out to his great senior brother, but Li Jiahe, his great senior brother, didn't recognize him at all. "Who are you?" Kim Hei replied a little helplessly. "I'm your junior brother." At this, Li Jiahe was startled. "Ah, it was you, Kim Hei. What's wrong with you?" Before he could answer, a hand behind him struck him. Kim Hei lost his strength and couldn't stand properly, so he slumped to the ground. Not stopping there, the guy behind him stepped forward and shook Kim Hei's head like a spinning top. Then he laughed loudly and asked, "Who is the Hao Sect leader?" Li Jiahe, seeing the situation, thought, "It seems they want to show off their authority. Should I pretend to be scared too?" After that, he played the role of a cowardly sect leader and replied, "That would be me." Seeing that Li Jiahe posed no threat to him at all, he spoke loudly, "You don't need to be so scared. We are envoys from the Namak Yuklim Alliance." Li Jiahe was slightly surprised to hear the 5 characters Namak Yuklim Alliance, and thought, "Are they bandits? They seem to have quite a force. They occupy almost a third of Hunan province, so has the Murim Alliance still not subjugated this Namak Yuklim Alliance? Why have these guys come to me? But this makes me very happy." After thinking, he looked at Kim Hei and asked with a slightly pitiful gaze, "Junior brother, are you all right? You look so thin. Have you not been eating or drinking well?" Kim Hei replied with resentment, "Yes, that's right." Li Jiahe continued to ask, "Did those guys give you little food?" Kim Hei then answered, "This junior brother was caught while transporting the Bejiomho's silver. I probably entered the Namak Yuklim Alliance's jurisdiction by mistake. They charge a toll there, but no one stopped me on the way, and they appeared later when I was halfway through." After hearing this, Li Jiahe roughly understood the situation. He thought to himself, "It seems those guys lured the junior brother and then tried to extort money. These damn guys always do that. That's why the alliance leader always wanted to eliminate them, but it seems they are still standing strong. It seems the Murim Alliance still can't do anything about them." After that, Li Jiahe looked at them without hesitation and asked, "How much do you want?" he said with a sinister gaze. We only demanded 1/10 at the time, but this Mr. Kim didn't want to cooperate. If he had said earlier that the money belonged to the Haro sect, everything would have been resolved simply. As he spoke, he glanced at Kim Hae and continued, why was he so stubborn not to say anything? So he had to receive a bit of a beating. Why is he always like that? This guy clearly seems to enjoy beatings very much. Kim Hae's face hardened and his voice became small. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. Lee Jaha sighed and said, after hearing it, I understand, but why did you hit my junior brother like this? As soon as he heard this, So Gun Bang sensed an ominous sign. Indeed, Lee Jaha was about to step forward, but he barely managed to stop him. Sect leader, please hold on for a moment, we need to talk first. Lee Jaha was slightly surprised to see So Gun Bang acting like that and asked, why aren't you angry enough yet? When asked that, So Gun Bang was slightly flustered. He quickly explained, we need to talk slowly first. Great senior brother, anyway, Kim Hae is safe. If we kill everyone in the Namak Yuklom alliance. Hearing that, they felt a chilling fear down their spines. Lee Jaha's group was still discussing there, and the Namak Yuklom alliance members began to lose patience. What the hell are these guys doing? Suddenly, Saseong Tae appeared and reported, Patriarch, I am Saseong Tae. Sect leader, shouldn't we negotiate first? Lee Jaha heard and asked back, how do we negotiate? I've never done it before. Saseong Tae's face hardened as he replied, I haven't done it either. The other three immediately looked at him with contempt upon hearing that answer. So Lee Jaha stepped forward himself and asked, how many of you are there? One of them replied, over 1,000 people. Lee Jaha said with a cold face, more than our Hao sect. The Yuklom alliance members proudly replied, of course. But immediately after, the envoy of the Namak Yuklom alliance was struck hard on the back of his head. The subordinate standing on the left was struck before he could even react, and the guy on the right also just stared with wide eyes, sweating profusely. The guy standing behind was no exception. All four of them were struck by Lee Jaha's acupoints, rendering them motionless and instantly frozen like statues. Lee Jaha still seemed unsatisfied, taking out a knife from his pocket. Saseong Tae, Baek-in and So Gun Bang were extremely flustered to see the knife. So Gun Bang frantically ran and hugged Lee Jaha saying, Sect leader, stop. Saseong Tae also tried to stop him saying, we can talk first and kill them later. Baek-in also added, great senior brother, those guys are already frozen. Do you still want to kill them? Saseong Tae tightly gripped Lee Jaha's two hands and forced a smile being held like that. He asked angrily, what are you doing? Really? Let go of me and I'll talk. People seemed to hear him talking, but Saseong Tae also lost his composure and shouted, what are you still standing there for? Deal with those bastards first. Everyone at the door replied loudly in unison. And immediately after, Saseong Tae's order was carried out. Everyone rushed forward, mercilessly beating the bandit guys. Lee Jaha, seeing them being beaten, also felt a little speechless. It seemed he was angry that his share had been taken. After acting recklessly, he switched to a mode of begging for freedom. All right, but let go of me first. After Lee Jaha was released, Baek-in handed him the knife, returning it. This time, Lee Jaha had no intention of dealing with them with a knife. He first ordered them to mess up their faces like Kim Hae. Everyone followed the order in unison. Continuing to torment the Namak Yuklom alliance members, Saseong Tae was very excited, kicking them. These damn guys dare to come here and cause trouble. Are they asking for death? Meanwhile, Lee Jaha tidied his clothes. He brushed off the dust from his clothes, then his face brightened as he said, I'm calm now. After thoroughly beating the guys whose faces were swollen like pig heads just like Kim Hae, they were released. Though angry, they could only utter a few words. To have the guts to beat us this much? Do you think you have the power to contend with the Namak alliance leader? Lee Jaha proved it with action without needing to reply. With just a flick of his forehead, he knocked the opponent unconscious and made him fall to the ground. The rest of the guys watched in fear, cowering. Lee Jaha looked at them and asked, are you threatening me? You paved the way, but you kidnapped, beat, and abandoned my junior brother, he continued. My junior brother, you've poked the wrong hornet's nest. I can fight the entire Namak Yuklom alone. Do you think you can ignore us just because we're the Hao sect? Don't you know what that name means? I should have changed the character Ha to Sang long ago. You are thinking too naively. If we eliminated the Bejiomho, do you think our skills are only that much? If you covet the Bejiomho's assets so much, come and take them yourselves. After speaking, Lee Jaha looked at them with a devilish face and asked, do you dare to demand money in front of me? How about it, you damned Yuklom alliance bastards? They heard the question and just kept their mouths shut like mutes, not daring to reply. Lee Jaha continued to express his anger, crossing his arms and sighing, preparing to flick the forehead of the next person. One of them shouted in fear, please forgive us. Lee Jaha paused for a beat and asked, forgive? The guy firmly replied, yes. He closed his eyes and sighed, saying, all right. But before he could finish speaking, Lee Jaha's hand moved like lightning, and a sky-shaking blow landed, knocking another person unconscious to the ground. Lee Jaha glanced at the third guy and asked, are you the one who hit my junior brother's head? Where is your imposing demeanor from earlier? The guy, terrified, replied vaguely, thank you. Lee Jaha shouted angrily, I thought you were a reclusive master. Have you given up? Are you dead? After speaking, Lee Jaha stepped forward. This time, instead of flicking his forehead, he pressed the guy's head to the ground with his palm. Blood spurted from his nose like two showers, and he eventually fainted like the two before him. Seeing him fall to the ground, he cursed angrily, what a damn guy. Saseong Tae quickly approached and knelt to check. He looked up and reported, he's still breathing. Lee Jaha was slightly surprised and said, his life is tough. His forehead is quite hard too. Sa Seong-tae looked at Li Jaha and said, "It's about to burst." Li Jaha replied casually, "Leave him." Sa Seong-tae also had no choice but to follow the order. At this moment, only the envoy of the Namak Yuklim alliance was conscious. But with Li Jaha looking at him, it seemed his life wouldn't last much longer either. His face turned pale with fear and he secretly glanced at him. Li Jaha did not act immediately. This time he slowly asked, "How long did it take you to get here from Namak?" He replied, "Yes sir, it took 4 days." Hearing that answer, he continued, "I see, then I'll tell you to return in 4 days. For those 4 days, think about why these guys can't go back with you. Then I'll give you 4 more days to send another envoy. It's a total of 12 days. Can you do it?" The guy heard and sweated profusely. Li Jaha continued, "During those 12 days we will show you what the Hao sect is. We don't easily believe attacks or tolls from bandits like you. Now do you know what you need to do?" Li Jaha's face hardened as he glanced at the guy, and the guy replied, "Now I understand." Li Jaha moved closer to him and said, "Daring to touch merchants, boatmen and ordinary laborers is daring to touch the Hao sect. I will personally deal with the entire Namak Yuklim, so you will have no chance to harm the weak in the future. Get ready." He thought that if he said that, he could safely return and report, but unexpectedly the iron-like hand once again took a stance. Seeing that, he already knew what was about to happen, so he screamed loudly. "Ah!" He screamed so loudly that before Li Jaha could even step forward he had already foamed at the mouth and fallen asleep. This made him extremely flustered. Clearly he hadn't done anything. Sa Seong-tae appeared from somewhere, struck him hard and shouted, "You, what are you thinking? Damned, how dare you faint in front of me?" Li Jaha saw that and felt disgusted. It was as if he had no idea what he was supposed to do. All the Namak Yuklim alliance members were tied to trees under Li Jaha and all their clothes were stripped off. Everyone's faces were confused and dispirited, pale, and their lips were dry from iron deficiency. All 4 were tied in front of a lavishly set table. Li Jaha slowly approached them from afar. He clasped his hands behind his back and asked, "It's been a really long time, bandits, how have you been?" Seeing that no one answered, Li Jaha persistently asked, "Who am I talking to right now?" One of them was merely skin and bones and seemed to have no energy to reply, but he still forced himself to answer. "Yes, we have not been well," he said with quite a satisfied expression. "Is that so? Of course, after all you haven't eaten for 3 days. Over here Kim Hae was still diligently eating and drinking. Li Jaha resumed his morning training. He climbed up his familiar tree and prepared to hang from the horizontal bar. His hands firmly gripped the branch. He repeated going up and down like that. But his face showed no change in expression. The disciples who were talking immediately stopped when they saw him on the tree. Everyone had to hang from trees following him. While everyone was training, Kim Hae ate all the food on the table. He munched and asked his great senior brother, "Great senior brother, my body has almost recovered, and I think I can soon resume training with everyone. I think I need to eat more to train again." Li Jaha glanced at him and said, "All right, eat a lot and recover quickly." Hearing that, Kim Hae continued to eat, not forgetting to thank his great senior brother. After talking with Kim Hae, Li Jaha returned to his horizontal bar training. Everyone was hanging from trees like that, and the bandits were still tied, watching Kim Hae eat. Kim Hae ate very joyfully and enthusiastically. Having starved for days, he picked up a shiny chicken leg. He asked them who wanted to eat, saying that only the fastest person could have it. Anyone among them who saw the chicken leg would have their eyes widen. Their faces were just blue from hunger. Before throwing the chicken leg, Kim Hae asked, "Great senior brother, can I feed them?" Li Jaha firmly forbade it, so he simply had to comply. "Yes, this junior brother understands," Li Jaha continued. "They have taken the love of others and eaten their fill. How can I feed them so easily?" While munching on the chicken leg, Kim Hae seriously asked, "Great senior brother, are you planning to attack the Yuklim with all your forces this time? Please let this junior brother go with you." He looked at him and asked back, "Then what about the merchant guild? You still seem angry at them." Hearing this, Kim Hae replied with an angry face, "Yes, that's right. If great senior brother permits, this junior brother will kill them all and feed them to the beasts." Li Jaha immediately said, "You shouldn't do that. How can you say such a thing so easily? The Yukrim is also a powerful force." Kim Hae was dissatisfied with the answer, but still replied obediently. "Understood," Li Jaha continued. "They are trapped here, so if you are still angry, you can beat them. I give you permission. These guys are worse than trash anyway, so it doesn't matter if you hit them. It's better to kill the useless ones." A disciple rushed in from outside and reported, "Patriarch, an envoy from the Murim Alliance has arrived and wishes to see you." Li Jaha immediately leaped down from the tree, landing perfectly. He turned to the one who had just reported and said, "Let him in." The man quickly bowed. "Yes." The disciple then hurried off to carry out his instructions. Kim Hae also quickly wiped his mouth and got up from the table upon hearing that. A person was quickly escorted and invited inside. The person, as an envoy, behaved very courteously. He politely asked, "I have come to see the Haro sect leader." The person who led him replied, pointing at Li Jaha, "That is the sect leader." The envoy approached Li Jaha, bowed deeply and introduced himself. "Sect leader, I am Sim Jian. I'm an envoy from the Murim Alliance. The alliance leader has asked me to deliver this letter to you, sect leader." Li Jaha calmly replied, "Nice to meet you." Sim Jian then rummaged through his pocket for the letter and respectfully handed it to Li Jaha with both hands. Li Jaha also politely extended his hand to receive the letter, his face showing no change in expression. Before Li Jaha could even read the letter, the envoy spoke again. "May I explain the alliance leader's letter?" He quickly agreed. Sim Jian then explained in detail Makryong Chai of the Guo had joined forces with the Namak Yukrim alliance and disregarded the alliance leader's warning. They are colluding with each other. The alliance leader has sent letters to the righteous factions to inform them of this alliance and request their participation in this Yukrim subjugation. If you read the letter, you will understand the expansion of these two forces. Therefore I have come on the Murim alliance leader's orders to speak with you, Sect leader. The alliance leader said that this is not meant to be coercion for the righteous factions. After listening to Sim Jian's explanation, Li Jiahe asked, "Then where will everyone gather?" He immediately replied, "The Hengshan sect belongs to the Murim alliance. The north is occupied by Makryongche's forces, and the south is surrounded by the Namak Yukrim alliance. So the alliance leader will gather and depart from Hengshan." Li Jiahe did not think deeply and immediately replied, "Good, then let's meet at Hengshan." "I will go there." Sim Jian bowed and said, "Thank you, I will see you again." After the envoy left, he seemed to be deep in thought. Then Li Jiahe called out, "Kim He, junior brother Kim." Kim He was startled by the call and replied, "Yes." Kim He understood his intention and quickly poured tea, offering it to the envoy. "Envoy Sim, you have worked hard." Sim Jian was slightly surprised to be treated so kindly. He replied, "Thank you." He picked up the teacup and drank it in one go. After drinking the tea, he returned the teacup to Kim He, bowed and departed. Before leaving, Sim Jian bid farewell to Li Jiahe one last time. "I will see you again." Li Jiahe also quickly replied, "Travel safely." Sim Jian suddenly turned his head and looked seriously at something. It turned out he was looking at the people tied up under the tree. Realizing who they were, Sim Jian exclaimed, "Sect leader, those people are?" Li Jiahe cut him off, saying, "It's fine. They are envoys from the Yukrim who came to cause me trouble. So I just apprehended them." Sim Jian said in a cold voice, "It seems they are bandits." "I will see you again," they suddenly cried out, pleading with him. "Please save us, please take us to the Murim alliance." Sim Jian angrily shouted, "You damned bastards, shut up, you're the reason I'm in this difficult situation." Saying that, he left without looking back. Li Jiahe and his companions watched everything from afar until Sim Jian had completely departed. After the envoy left, Li Jiahe suddenly fell strangely silent. He muttered to himself, "It seems the Murim alliance has stepped in. In that case, in the meeting room, everyone was silent." Saseon Tae couldn't hold back and said, "For the Murim alliance to suddenly request support, it's truly strange." Li Jiahe only spoke then. "What's strange about it?" Saseon Tae shook his head and said, "If I hadn't helped, would the Murim alliance forces have been able to deal with Makryong Chai and the Namak Yukrim alliance?" Bai Chongguan sighed, bowing his head upon hearing that. Seeing this, Li Jiahe said, "Bai Chongguan, please explain to Saseon Tae why the Murim alliance is requesting support from a rural sect like ours." Bai Chongguan nodded and replied, "Yes, Patriarch." So Gun Bang, who was beside him, looked at him with eyes full of incomprehension. Not only him, but everyone was waiting for an answer. Bai Chongguan began to explain. What the Murim alliance wants is the unity of various sects. However, there are still many sects that have not joined the Murim alliance. Their request for support this time is an opportunity for various sects to meet and interact. At this moment, Saseon Tae seemed to have discovered a new horizon. Bai Chongguan's eyes narrowed slightly, becoming as sharp as blades, and he said, "But Makryong Chai and the Namak Yukrim alliance have joined forces. If they grow stronger, even the Imperial army will intervene. But of course, from the alliance leader's perspective, it's natural to request support from more forces." At this moment, everyone seemed to have understood the core of the Murim alliance's request for support. After finishing his explanation, Bai Chongguan stroked his beard, looking quite satisfied with his answer. Li Jiahe clapped his hands and said, "Bai Chongguan, you've grown a step further." Bai Chongguan, having received the praise, bowed and said, "Thank you." Li Jiahe continued, "Anyway, I wasn't going to leave the Namak Yukrim alliance alone. It's good that it turned out this way." Saseon Tae completely agreed at this point. That's right, but so Gun Bang was different. His face was slightly frowned and he muttered, "Is it really good?" Suddenly, Li Jiahe changed his tone of voice. "Just because I say this doesn't mean the Haro sect is helping the Murim alliance." At this, Saseon Tae's face darkened and he asked in incomprehension, "What did you say?" Li Jiahe, angered by his foolishness, shouted, "Shut up." Saseon Tae, having been scolded, obediently complied with a sullen face. Li Jiahe began to correct his thoughts. "Everyone listen carefully. I will handle this matter cleanly. The Hao sect will not help the Murim alliance. Rather, the Murim alliance is helping Li Jiahe. I will take personal revenge." The others did not understand his words and had a big question mark in their heads. Saseon Tae asked again, "Isn't it the same thing?" Li Jiahe sat upright and denied his words. "No, the Hao sect will still train here." Saseon Tae's eyes sharpened as he replied, "Understood, that is, the sect leader will go alone." Li Jiahe angrily shouted, "No, I will form a very strong alliance with the Murim alliance." Saseon Tae said with a mix of bewilderment and surprise, "When you put it that way, it sounds grand and magnificent." Li Jiahe no longer paid attention to him, and directly gave orders to So Gun Bang, Saseon Tae and Bekin. So Gun Bang hardened his face and along with Saseon Tae, replied loudly, On the other hand, Baek-in also quietly bowed his head, awaiting orders. Li Jiahe continued, "You must train diligently every day. It should not change whether I am here or not. The next time a similar incident occurs, one of you three can represent the Haro sect to provide support." "Yes, understood." Everyone obeyed the order in unison. He suddenly called Bai Changguan. Hearing that, he bowed and said, "Yes," awaiting orders. Li Jiahe began to give instructions. "Prepare me a guard and perfect attire. It must not be rustic. If the Haro sect leader looks like a beggar, it would truly be unsightly." Bai Changguan's eyes sparkled and he looked very confident in this task. Of course, Li Jiahe stood up, beat his chest and shouted loudly, "I will use the Murim alliance to avenge junior brother Kim Hae. I will break their legs and twist their ankles, making them cripples. I will personally take revenge on the Ukrim alliance who dared to demand money from me." Everyone rose together to wish the patriarch a safe journey and celebrated his return. Li Jiahe said with a cold expression, "It's creepy." Even though he said that, So Gun Bang still very seriously wished, "Patriarch, I wish you a safe journey." The others also quickly wished Li Jiahe a safe journey. Sima Yi did not miss the opportunity to add, "Raise the reputation of the Haro sect." "Oh, that doesn't quite fit. Anyway, Patriarch, I wish you a safe journey." Everyone said, "Don't fight with the leaders of other sects, Patriarch." He replied angrily, "All right, shut up." Sa Seong Tae suddenly spoke. "Sect leader, killing allies is not allowed." Sa Seong Tae's words infuriated Li Jiahe to the extreme. He immediately said, "You all know your place." He obediently replied, "Yes." Everyone was surprised by Li Jiahe's words and fell silent. Seeing the entire meeting room staring at him, he spoke, "Don't worry about me. Nothing will happen except defeating the Ukrim alliance." At this, everyone was relieved and replied in unison, "Yes." Finally, the meeting ended, and as they were leaving, Changtae said to everyone, "Perhaps the sect leader will also beat up our allies. I'm really worried." So Gun Bang walked ahead and told him to be quiet. "Be careful, they might hear you." After everyone left, Li Jiahe took a deep breath, expressing his satisfaction. This atmosphere, an atmosphere where opinions can be expressed warmly and freely. At this time, only he and Bai Changguan remained, and he listened to Li Jiahe's story, agreeing, "Yes, it's really good." As the meeting of the sects began, all the leaders gathered. Those who heard that the Haro sect leader had appeared all murmured and craned their necks to see who had come. Li Jiahe calmly strode across the carpet. He looked around and muttered to himself, "There are a few righteous pathmasters here whom I defeated in my previous life." The Murim alliance leader sat on the central platform and spoke down to the people below. "Has the sect leader arrived? You're faster than I expected. There's no special welcome, so please take your seat first." Following the alliance leader's words, Li Jiahe returned to his seat. He sat down heavily and continued to observe his surroundings. Li Jiahe's sharp eyes scanned the entire meeting room. A sturdy old man caught his gaze. Li Jiahe muttered to himself, "Is that the Jing Mountain sect leader? Over here is the young master of the Nangang family. Over there is the young master of the Xiaomun family, and that old man in the corner is the Changshan sect leader." Li Jiahe crossed his arms and continued to observe. He seemed to recognize a familiar figure. This person utterly surprised Li Jiahe. The person before Li Jiahe had tightly pursed lips and a dark red face. Appearing speechless, he exclaimed in extreme surprise, "Pooper!" As the two words pooper were uttered, Mangyan's face contorted with rage and his teeth gnashed. "I am so," Baek asked in confusion. "Sect leader, what did you just say?" At this moment, Mangyan's face was still dark red. His teeth gnashed and he trembled with rage when asked. Li Jiahe replied, "Nothing." His eyes were fixed on a certain spot, and he thought to himself, seeing him here, he must have come to represent the Pungin manga, which is also one of the Murim alliance's allies. Seeing him glaring, Mangyan angrily cursed, "Do you want to die?" Li Jiahe, not wanting to deal with him, merely said 3 words, "Foolish fellow," and paid him no more attention. He looked around and thought, what a coincidence, there are 2 public enemies of Murim among the Murim alliance's allies. Suddenly the door opened, and someone loudly announced the attendance of the Sima family head. Sima Hawk led his group into the grand hall. Everyone there rose in unison and greeted, "Family head, you have arrived." They bowed cautiously and were very respectful. So Baek, seeing the old man enter, greeted, "Family head, please come in." Sima Hawk, seeing his displeased face, sarcastically said, "Alliance leader, your expression is not good even with someone coming to support you." He replied calmly with no change in expression, "My expression is always like this. Please sit." Li Jiahe's eyes narrowed and he stared at Sima Hawk, many thoughts racing through his mind. "This is the first time I'm seeing this person directly, but I already know his identity and his end." He still judged that the old man had caused quite a few problems for the righteous path due to his ambition. Always coveting the alliance leader's position and watching for opportunities. Lost in thought, he blurted out, "In my previous life he acted against righteousness and was discovered by the alliance leader, eventually losing his life in a duel." Everyone in the grand hall glanced at Li Jiahe in confusion, having heard his incomprehensible words. "I am so." Baek broke the awkward silence. "Sect leader, what did you just say?" His face was still calm and expressionless. "Nothing." Sima Hawk approached Li Jiahe arrogantly and said, "Young man, move aside, there's no room here." As soon as he heard the old man's words, his face hardened, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he looked blank as if speechless. He recalled what his subordinates had said, "Sect leader, don't fight with allies." The old man, seeing him not moving, asked again, "Young man, Sima Hawk is calling you." Li Jiahe replied with a cold expression, "If there's no room, then senior can just stand." The old man couldn't believe his ears and asked again, "What did you say?" Everyone in the grand hall looked in that direction, curious. I am Sobek, seeing the tense situation, quickly ordered Sim Jian, who was standing nearby, "Go get another chair." The man immediately nodded and obeyed the order. "Yes, Alliance leader." Sima Hawk did not give up and asked Li Jaha, "I don't think I've met you before. Who are you?" He still tried not to provoke the old man in his mind and spoke, "It's fine, you can hear well even standing." Sima Hawk's face darkened when he didn't answer directly, and he gnashed his teeth asking again, "Who exactly are you?" "I am Zobek." Seeing the old man continue to press him, called out loudly, "Sima Hawk." This startled the old man and he turned around. The old man glared at him with an angry expression but said nothing. He continued to scold the old man, "If you've come to offer support, then act like a true ally and don't cause any more trouble. There's a chair, so please sit. Have you come here to show off or to truly help?" Sim Jian, who had just brought a chair, carefully urged Sima Hawk to sit. The old man put away his angry expression. The alliance leader, calmly opening his mouth, said, "Lord Myungju is right." He sat down calmly and said, "It is my fault. Everyone please continue the discussion." Li Jaha crossed his arms and turned his head, letting out a cold sigh. He muttered to himself, "I can't believe I'm a member of the righteous path." Li Jaha looked around and thought, "I know how everything is going to unfold, but do I have to face such hypocrisy?" Feeling someone looking at him, Li Jaha quickly turned his head and met Sima Hawk's dark glaring face. Li Jaha's face hardened and an expletive instinctively escaped his mind. "Good heavens, you startled me." He quickly turned his head, no longer paying attention to the old man. As soon as he averted his gaze from Sima Hawk, he met Mangyan's eyes again. Seeing his murderous face, he thought to himself, "What on earth is going on?" Li Jaha couldn't say anything. Everything was chaotic. "I am Sobek," started the meeting saying, "Strategist Gongsun, please explain." Hearing the alliance leader call her name, Gongsun Wall stood up. Her beautiful face inadvertently captured everyone's attention. They all flushed as they looked at Gongsun Wall. Li Jaha glanced at her and recognized her as Gongsun Wall, the female strategist. He immediately knew her because she was Gongsun Shim's only disciple and adopted daughter, and very famous. Later she became known by the title of Iron-Blooded Strategist. Gongsun Wall began, "First, if I send troops south to attack the Namak Yuklam alliance, Makryanchai will immediately counterattack towards Hangshan branch." She continued the plan in a firm tone. "Conversely, if I advance north to attack Makryanchai, the Namak Yuklam alliance will also quickly lead their forces to raid this place. They have no common objective at all. They want to make Namak the battlefield because it gives them a greater advantage. Conversely, if the war spreads to the waterfront, the Murim alliance's forces may have to quickly disperse or retreat." Li Jaha looked at her and remembered having met her a few times in his previous life. At that time, her face was filled with sorrow and many scars. He recalled her past face. At this moment, she continued to talk about the tactics she had come up with. "Forced dispersion is inevitable. We must win on all three fronts, Namak the waterfront, and the Hangshan branch." Gongsun Wall continued, "We must attack the bandits simultaneously on all fronts. Each army will be led by the respective grandmasters of the Murim alliance, and supporting forces must not act recklessly but follow the grandmaster's command." Her gaze was resolute, and the supporting unit's role was merely to cooperate and execute orders, with all strategic decisions being solely the responsibility of the grandmaster. Suddenly her gaze landed on Li Jaha and she paused, exclaiming, "How, Sect leader, are you sleeping?" His name being called, he was startled awake. He raised his eyes to look at the source of the sound. Without even wiping the drool from his face, he quickly denied, "No." Gongsun Wall's face hardened at his denial and she said, "Then tell me again what I just said." Li Jaha seriously repeated her words, "We must win on all three fronts and no one should disobey the grandmaster's orders." Seeing him answer accurately without even having heard her, she was speechless and dropped her angry expression. Gongsun Wall continued, "I will divide the forces into three branches. Those with combat experience in rugged mountainous terrain will advance south. Those skilled in water combat will be dispatched north. The remaining troops will be stationed at Hangshan for defense." I am Sobek listened to her tactics and replied, "I will personally lead the army and advance south. Those who wish to accompany me, please stand up." Everyone in the great hall was silent as a mouse. No one moved. Sima Hawk couldn't help but sneer at the sight. Gongsun Wall looked at everyone in a panic. "If the alliance leader goes south alone, the forces will be too small. Is no one volunteering? If no one volunteers, then I—" Before she could finish speaking, a sturdy arm was raised high. Li Jaha raised his hand, volunteering. Seeing him volunteer, everyone turned their heads to look at him. Seeing them look at him, he quickly pulled Mangyan into it. "Young Master Mong of the Pungin manga also wants to join the southern front," suddenly called out. Mangyan's face hardened and he was about to shout a denial. Before he could finish speaking, Li Jaha shouted, "Shut up." Mangyan looked at his face, hesitating, unsure how to react. Gongsun Wall looked at I am Sobek, who was sitting in the center of the great hall. He rose from his seat and walked down. Gongsun Wall announced on his behalf, "Hao Sect leader and young Master Mong will go together to the southern region. The two of you may depart. The south will be led by the alliance leader himself, so rest assured." She continued, "The rest of you." Suddenly her gaze stopped on Mangyan, whose face was flushed, looking at her with affectionate eyes. Li Jaha, seeing the two before him getting along intimately, couldn't say anything. His face hardened and he sneered, "That piece of trash dares to—" Before he could finish speaking, Mangyan's face hardened and he rushed towards him. He spread his arms and covered Li Jaha's mouth, preventing him from speaking further. Mangyan's face hardened in anger and he gnashed his teeth. "You damn bastard, shut up. Please especially don't bring up any more dirty stories. Li Jiahe shook off Mangyan's hand which was tightly gripping his mouth. He glared at him in displeasure. Show some decorum, Mangyan retorted in displeasure. All right. Li Jiahe calmly stood up looking tired. He looked around and said in a slightly sarcastic tone, I hope everyone returns safely with smooth sailing. In fact, with such powerful forces, places like Makryangchai will be shattered. Sima Hawk, furious, gnashed his teeth and said to him, What the hell are you talking about? Before the old man could finish speaking, Li Jiahe cut him off. He opened his eyes wide and shouted loudly, Shut up. Sima Hawk's face hardened and he gnashed his teeth, asking again, What did you say? He continued to stomp his foot and cursed him as a bastard. Gongsun Wall, who was beside him, quickly stopped Sima Hawk's reckless behavior. Li Jiahe ignored him, turned his body and left. What the hell is that guy talking about, that idiot? Sima Hawk, seeing him leave, his face flushed with anger, called out loudly from behind, Can't you understand even after hearing all that? He walked away, saying to Mangyan beside him, I've endured many times today. Seeing him not reply, he glanced at him. Li Jiahe saw Mangyan's face still flushed and looking back regretfully and thought to himself, as expected, he's consistent. I Am Sobek was standing calmly outside alone at this time. As Li Jiahe and Mangyan walked out, he turned and asked, Are only the two of you going to the southern region? Mangyan heard his question and replied with a serious face, Yes, Alliance Leader. I Am Sobek heard his reply. He looked at the two and said in a gentle voice, I am grateful for your support. Anyway, the Namak Alliance still has the strongest army. Are the two of you all right? Li Jiahe firmly said to him, Don't worry, I'm here. I Am Sobek heard his confident words, smiled and calmly asked again, Did the Hao sect bring many people? He replied to him calmly without changing his expression, I came alone. Hearing Li Jiahe's words, I Am Sobek's face hardened and he was speechless. The atmosphere where the three of them stood was extremely awkward and stifling at this moment. He broke the stifling atmosphere. Good. Let's go. How many people did young Master Mong bring? Mangyan replied when his name was called. I also came alone. I Am Sobek heard those words and calmly sighed coldly. He was impressed. This time I am working with young masters, each of whom can handle 100 men. I Am Sobek stood majestically and ordered the people behind him to depart. The people under him bravely advanced. They were majestic, firm and powerful. A white-haired old man approached I Am Sobek, who was leading the army at the front. When I Am Sobek called out Grandmaster Chill, he was surprised and turned his head. I Am Sobek only said a few words. Our side will support with 2 people. Grandmaster Chill didn't ask further, replying as if he already understood. Is that so? He turned around and thanked Li Jiahe and Mangyan. The two politely replied, You're welcome, Grandmaster Chill. It's an honor to meet you. Mangyan added, By the way, Alliance Leader I Am, do you really intend to attack the Namak Alliance with this much force? I Am Sobek turned his body and looked at the troops under his command. I intentionally didn't mobilize too many. The Chiljamde, the escort team, a few elders, they are all people I have trusted and followed for years. He looked at them again and continued, Though different, they are all elites. Rest assured there is nothing to worry about. Since I am here, I can send more troops elsewhere. I Am Sobek continued to explain, I heard the Namak bandits number over 1,000, but we can each handle 100 men without a problem. He looked at Mangyan and smiled slightly. Young master, you are the strongest young master of Bekingji. Are you already scared and trembling? Mangyan confidently said, Absolutely not. The Alliance Leader and I alone are enough to completely sweep away the Namak Alliance. I Am Sobek heard that and laughed heartily in delight. Li Jiahe was pushed aside, thinking to himself, This guy must have been a martial arts master in his previous life too. And so was I. Suddenly, he noticed the two standing next to each other and asked, You two, you went together last time. Are you going to walk side by side again this time? At his words implying their good relationship, they were speechless. Mangyan's face hardened and he angrily uttered a few words. No, as soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at Li Jiahe. At this moment, Li Jiahe's face was merely serious and he said nothing, showing no reaction. I Am Sobek heard that and looking back at Li Jiahe asked in confusion, Is it not good? He said nothing, merely nodding calmly in agreement. Li Jiahe spoke again. This guy is truly useless and needs a lot of teaching. I Am Sobek heard his words and nodded, replying, Is that so? Li Jiahe thought inwardly in confusion. Did this sly fellow volunteer instead of being sent by the Pungan manga? I Am Sobek looked at everyone again and ordered them all to go together. Li Jiahe's gaze turned to Mangyan. He was still looking back regretfully, his face flushed. He understood everything and thought to himself, He didn't come to catch bandits, he came to see the beauties renowned in Jianghu. It's like he's on a sightseeing trip. At this moment the space around Mangyan sparkled. He blushed in embarrassment, turned his head and moved forward. Night came, silent and desolate. Grandmaster Chill was the first to speak, commanding, Our target is the Namak Yuklam, so maintain the sword formation until we reach their territory. Finally he lowered his voice and said, All actions, fast and slow, advance and retreat, will be decided by the Alliance Leader. The Murim Alliance Leader lightly nodded as if he already knew everything. At this moment Grandmaster Chill gave instructions. The rest of you maintain the previous formation and do not pursue the enemy beyond 30 paces. In an emergency you may report, but after taking action you must immediately return to formation. The vanguard is the Alliance Leader, and the center is assisted by the Sword God. The Sword Soldiers are composed of the Elders, the Hao Sect Leader and young Master Mong. So everyone should act according to the situation. Finally, he confirmed once more. Does everyone understand? The group confirmed loudly. They all clearly understood the plan he had presented. Li Jiahe merely watched from the side and offered no opinion. Grandmaster Chill continued, "Even if 100 or 1,000 enemies appear, we must act as we have already discussed. Everyone prepare to attack the Namak Yuklam." As soon as he finished speaking, the Murim Alliance leader was the first to fly forward. Behind him, a long line of people moved in an orderly fashion. They quickly flew through the forest. Li Jiahe was also one of them. Seeing this formation, he couldn't help but admire it inwardly. As expected, it's a unique sword formation. It changes a lot depending on its purpose. It's much more flexible than the sword formations of other sects. Indeed, it's based on the Alliance leader's years of combat experience. Bright moonlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating the ground below. The people led by the Alliance leader moved in perfect unison under the moonlight. They continued to fly swiftly through the darkness of the night. Ahead, murderous people were waiting. The Murim Alliance leader's face hardened and he said, "The enemy has discovered us. This is an ideal area for bandits to ambush. Both front and back are ambushed. Everyone prepare for battle." Those following immediately obeyed the order and prepared for combat. People rushed like arrows directly into the forest ahead. Inside the forest, two figures appeared before them. The Murim Alliance leader signaled to the people behind him to stop. The bandits immediately turned their heads, their eyes sharp. At this moment, each army gathered from all directions. Their leader stepped forward and asked, "Alliance leader I am, what brings you here? Do you intend to attack us with that small force? Is Alliance leader Yarul there?" Alliance leader I am asked. The leader replied, "Of course he is sleeping. If there's anything, tell me." He heard that and immediately said, "Tell him. Surrender and live, otherwise he's on his own." Hearing his words, the bandits immediately sneered. The leader laughed so hard that tears came to his eyes. "Are you bringing less than 100 people and talking so big?" The Murim Alliance leader decided that no more words were needed and ordered an attack. He immediately acted and a white shadow moved nimbly forward. Behind him, a long line of people flew swiftly. They moved in perfect unison in their predetermined formation. The bandits were slightly surprised and retreated, and the leader immediately ordered his subordinates to attack. Here, countless arrows flew and quickly shot through the air. Over there, the Murim Alliance's people charged, maintaining their formation. The arrows pierced directly into the ground, but the Murim Alliance's people had already disappeared. The bandit leader immediately ordered a halt. Taking this opportunity, the Murim Alliance leader leaped down from above, directly targeting the bandits. He placed his hand on his scabbard, preparing to draw his sword. The sword was drawn from its scabbard and descended, emitting a powerful sword energy towards the bandits. The bandit leader's face turned as red as a pig's liver, and sweat poured down his face like rain. At the Murim Alliance leader's single strike, the bandits were shattered and blood splattered everywhere. A tremendous force struck them head-on and the bandits were like fish on a cutting board. Li Jiahe sneered coldly at this sight. As the Murim Alliance members swung their swords and passed by, the bandits fell like stalks in a field, their blood staining the surroundings red. Li Jiahe moved with ease, thinking to himself, "This is my first time in a bodyguard's position, and I can move so comfortably." He stood in the middle of the escort formation, seemingly relatively idle, but the people next to him were quite busy blocking incoming arrows. The person on the right flank blocked an arrow. Manhwa, following closely behind, sharpened his eyes as if he had spotted something. On a hill, the bandits were attempting to roll down a massive boulder. He quickly propelled himself and flew towards it. Manhwa and the person following him targeted the round boulder before them. A strong gust of wind swept through the bandit group, and the man beside him extended a hand to attack. Without hesitation, he unleashed a palm wind towards the bandit group. The bandits were struck, violently slammed against the cliff, and fell. The two then soared over the boulder and joined Jawun. Jawun sneered, thinking to himself, "As expected, they are the elite forces of the Murim Alliance." They continued to fly like arrows. They confronted the bandits head-on, then suddenly vanished before them. The bandits quickly fled, but it seemed something was already waiting for them in the forest. The Murim Alliance leader suddenly made the people behind him stop. Grandmaster Chill still didn't understand what had happened, but he stopped nonetheless. As he cast his gaze afar, small buildings appeared before them. Inside the fence, bandits were already waiting, uniformly staring at them. Seeing this, Grandmaster Chill softly uttered two words, "They're here." Li Jiahe stepped forward and said, "I will take them on." Manhwa, the Murim Alliance leader, and Grandmaster Chill stood still in their places. This moment, he gathered energy in his hand. It gradually transformed into a flame. Its name was the Blazing Flower. Manhwa immediately hardened his face and shouted, "Are you intending to use that?" From Li Jiahe's other palm, shining energy appeared. Its name was the Dark Moon Palm Force. Manhwa frowned and shouted to stop him, "Hey, don't do that." But Li Jiahe merely sneered calmly as if he had no intention of listening. Seeing this, Manhwa frowned, "Damn it, hell." After that, he turned back and loudly shouted for everyone to get out of the way. The people stood blankly, still not understanding what was happening. The two energies like water and fire were about to combine. At this moment, Li Jiahe even had time to think about being hungry. He wondered if he was angry because he was hungry, or hungry because he was angry. And he clasped his two hands together, fusing the two opposing energies. The energies gradually combined in his palms. It gradually completed in his palms, forming an energy orb. Even the Murim Alliance leader turned back in surprise. At this moment, Li Jiahe was ready to launch the orb. The energy orb left his hands, advancing as if representing the justice of Murim. The orb grew larger and larger, then plunged towards the bandits' formation. The Murim Alliance members still didn't understand what was happening, but one bandit noticed the movement occurring on the opposite side. He frowned and asked unpleasantly, "Who is that foolish fellow?" A bandit placed his hand on his sword, gazed at the approaching energy orb, then drew his sword from its sheath. The Murim Alliance leader immediately shouted, "Everyone gather your internal energy and defend." Those who heard the command immediately drew their swords. He waited for that person to leap up and swing his sword toward the energy orb. A streak of light swept across the entire enemy formation. Li Jiahe extended both hands and circulated his energy, then unleashed the Flame Realm Grand Hand Seal. Manhwa reached out to block, unable to endure, and cursed Li Jiahe. "You damn bastard!" Thick smoke filled the space, and the rumbling sound of earth and stones mixed with the smoke looking down from above. The impact of the technique created a thick haze across a corner of the sky. The smoke finally dispersed and the scene below gradually cleared. The scene shifts to a patch of ground. Li Jiahe lay on the ground with his arms spread, muttering a curse again. "Damn it!" He looked up at the sky, appearing bored. "I attack myself and I defend myself. This chaotic situation is nothing short of an endless comedy." His gaze continued to fix on the sky and he let out an exclamation. "The sky is clear and cloudless today, very good." Then he suddenly sat up. Li Jiahe gently tapped both ears with his hands, then fell back into thought. The scene shifts to where the Murim Alliance leader is dealing with the bandits. He stood up, leaning on his sword, and muttered to himself, "I've flown all the way here," and then he continued forward. On the other side, the battlefield was still fierce, with the Murim Alliance leader holding the advantage. The scene ahead could be described in 2 sentences. Thick smoke covered the sky and people were as numerous as ants. Li Jiahe puffed out his cheeks as if preparing to do something, then he suddenly dashed forward like an arrow, shouting loudly, "Kneel, you damn bastards, kneel right now before I kill you all." As both sides were preparing to charge at each other, his shout rang out, "Kneel, you beasts!" At this moment, axes and swords simultaneously fell to the ground. The bandits abandoned their weapons and prepared to kneel. A bandit heard that and cursed his comrade for being foolish. The Murim Alliance leader immediately seized the opportunity and swung his sword across his head. Immediately, his head separated from his body. The Alliance leader repeated his earlier words, "Namak Alliance, abandon all your weapons, kneel and surrender. This is your last chance." Numerous people lay fallen around him, their blood staining the ground red. Seeing this, the bandits' faces turned pale and they knelt. Li Jiahe approached slowly and leisurely. He hit one bandit on the head with his hand and quickly left. While the others were subduing the surrendered bandits, he approached a nearby pit, and he muttered indifferently, "Truly an indescribable chaos." Then he suddenly noticed the person sitting next to him. The Murim Alliance leader suddenly said, "More people survived than expected." He quickly turned his head to look at him, and their gazes met. Li Jiahe suddenly opened his mouth. "If that's the case, then let's go all the way like demons," he asked in confusion. "Is there a way?" he replied. "Take the Namak Yuklam Alliance army intact and advance north to attack the Makrianchai stronghold, then as pirates conquer the waterfront and absorb all the survivors. There are no other options." The Murim Alliance leader fell into thought. "This plan is good, but I won't be able to take all the troops." He understood the problem. "Right, let's leave the wounded and battle incapacitated here. I will remain here. I will simultaneously threaten and govern, suppressing and controlling the entire force with coercive power. The rest will advance north with the Alliance leader, leading all of Yuklim's army." Hearing these words, he was startled and his eyes widened. Li Jiahe continued to speak. "To maintain this place, at least 20 or 30 people must be left behind. It's enough for me to stay alone." The Murim Alliance leader confirmed once again. He acknowledged without hesitation, "Yes, do that." And he raised his head again to look at the sky. He thought to himself, "In my previous life the Murim Alliance suffered damage, but all the bandits were exterminated. This was because the Alliance leader pursued and eliminated them. But this time I killed more bandits. It was only to save a small number of them." As the wind blew, he unconsciously sneered. On the opposite side, the Alliance leader's people were gathered in one place. Not far from there, Manhwa was slowly approaching Li Jiahe. As soon as he approached, he opened his mouth. "You were surely about to shout that you were doing all this for the Haro Sect. So why did you change your words to say you're doing it for the Murim Alliance?" Li Jiahe retorted coldly. "So what, you pooper, do you have a complaint?" Manhwa sighed weakly, then continued, "It seems you've become quicker-witted in the current situation. Have you started thinking?" Li Jiahe acted as if he didn't care at all. "Just say that everything changes with the times. One who understands change is a true hero." Hearing him speak like that, Manhwa seemed to understand everything. The people prepared to set off again according to the instructions. The Murim Alliance leader looked towards Li Jiahe. He also glanced back but only saw the Alliance leader frowning and slightly bowing his head. Li Jiahe suddenly instructed Manhwa to follow the Murim Alliance leader, which Manhwa found very difficult to understand. He said again, "I will remain here to guard the prisoners, to ensure they don't cause trouble." Manhwa turned his head back, then accepted this proposal. Suddenly Li Jiahe said, "When fighting, the ice arts will show their power by the water. So help the Alliance leader there. He is truly a pitiable man." He seemed not to understand his intention. Li Jiahe calmly explained, "Look, his hair is already grizzled, and he has to go fight to suppress the rebellion. Don't you understand?" Hearing these words, Manhwa frowned and said, "Stop talking nonsense." After that, he decisively turned his body and left. Li Jiahe stood in a high place watching the people leave. Suddenly a tiger skin chair appeared before Li Jaha. Li Jaha sat down leisurely, and opposite him sat the bandits. The first thing he said after sitting in the chair was that these bandit fellows' tastes still hadn't changed. They seemed quite fond of tiger skins, and after sitting in a relatively comfortable posture he conversed with them. Now I am the leader of Euclum. Hearing those words, the bandits' faces turned pale and sweat poured down like rain. Li Jaha continued to speak. Now you know, right? Don't make me angry. Now each of you do your part, otherwise you'd better watch your lives. The bandits merely sat kneeling, not daring to say anything. He asked again, if there's anyone here who hit Kim Hae of the Hao Sect, come out. I am Kim Hae's big brother. Since Kim Hae belongs to the Hao Sect, your hitting him and demanding silver was provoking me. The one who demanded the toll, come out right now. The bandits below looked at each other, but no one stepped forward to admit it. He showed no sign of anger. You guys are quite stubborn. Aren't you listening even when I speak? All right, if I find out, know that you won't survive. Now that I've said this, you handle it yourselves. The bandits looked at each other again. At this moment he seemed to have lost a bit of patience. His eyes were filled with a chilling aura. You damn bastards. As if no more words were needed, he unleashed a palm strike and one bandit was caught by the blow. He lightly swung his hand and the bandit was sent flying, crashing into the fence, his flesh and blood mixing, leaving him unrecognizable. They looked in surprise towards the one who had just been hit. The rest buried their heads to the ground in fear and sweat poured like rain onto the cold earth. Li Jaha asked again. Who demanded the toll? One of them spoke honestly. It was military advisor Hong Youngwei, but he was killed by the alliance leader. He continued to ask. Dead. Then who should take responsibility next? Another one replied. It was Jinriang Chaiju, but he was also killed by the alliance leader with a single strike at that time. He kept asking. Dead again. Who else? A bandit replied. The tax collection was not anyone's order. It was customary. Please forgive us. Euclum has always operated that way. He glanced at them indifferently. You steal money and still think you're right. Can you really say that? The bandits' faces turned pale and they could no longer say anything. Li Jaha commanded, how can you say such a thing? You stand up. Having finished speaking, he stood up and looked directly at the bandits. He formed a flame in his palm. The bandits' faces grew even paler upon seeing his movement. He said indifferently, look at me, all those bastards are dead, so what should I do? Another power gathered in his other palm. You guys are truly amazing, now what should I do to you damn bastards? The people immediately pointed their hands towards Dungyang in fear. It's Dungyang Chaiju. He is the one who should take responsibility. He's sitting here. The surrounding bandits immediately stood up. Now they wanted to get as far away from that guy as possible. Dungyang seemed frozen in place. He shouted in an agitated voice, you madman, the Murim alliance has already retreated and that bastard is alone. So what are you afraid of? Just kill him and flee. Why should you fear him? Everyone attack. Hearing those words, Li Jaha slowly approached. He glanced at Dungyang and said, you rat-like bastard. Dungyang also looked at him. He said again, it seems you don't know who I am. I am the Hao Sect leader. He sneered. Do you understand? Hearing those words, his face turned pale and sweat poured like rain. Li Jaha continued to speak. All right, those who want to die with him, come out and fight me. And those who don't want to die with him, stand up and kill him together. I'll give you a choice. The bandits stood grinding their teeth. Everyone's faces were grim. He didn't let them think for too long and began to count. Each time a number rang out, the bandits' faces grew even paler. Finally, he counted to 3. The bandits immediately rushed at Dungyang. He had not expected to be betrayed, so he was extremely enraged. The bandits surrounded him and rained down punches. Li Jaha praised generously. Good, this is a wise choice. Dungyang was covered in blood, bleeding from his nose and spitting blood from his mouth. He sat and enjoyed this sight, praising it. Truly a beautiful sight. At this moment the scene before his eyes was Dungyang beaten almost to death, lying in a pool of blood, creating a gruesome sight. Thus Dungyang's corpse lay sprawled on the bare ground. A short meeting was taking place nearby. Li Jaha was extremely angry about the clash with the Murim alliance. On what grounds were they ridiculing him? What if it were 10,000 versus 100? As he remained silent for too long, he demanded them to speak bravely. Anyway, since the leader was dead, they had to speak clearly. Even so, fear was evident on everyone's faces. Finally, it was reported to Li Jaha that alliance leader Yarul and the Guo sect leader had allied. They believed that by cooperating they could defeat the Murim alliance leader. Li Jaha coldly asked about the Guo sect leader's intentions. Moreover, he asked about that person's appearance. In his presence, he merely replied with a quiet yes. Understanding the situation, Li Jaha empathized, thinking that since Guo was also part of the demonic path, it was natural for them to dislike the Murim alliance. But after that, he suddenly shifted his gaze elsewhere, then quickly glanced back to his original spot. Finally, Li Jaha cursed in a low voice. But why are you so foolish? Only fools lock themselves in mountains. Doing that is ignorant. It's not a matter of being educated or not. If your alliance leader Yarul is so strong, why isn't he active in the Black Path or the Murim alliance? Then someone in the crowd answered his question. Ignorance made them bandits, Li Jaha asked without batting an eyelid. Who said that? Stand up. But that fellow actually dared to stand up. He grew angrier and scolded the fellow for being foolish and told him to sit down, for ignorance and banditry had nothing to do with each other, and saying so was an insult to ignorance. Banditry was at a lower level than ignorance, as not all ignorant people became bandits. The bandits below, hearing this scolding, turned pale and dared not utter a word. They merely threatened passing merchants with swords and blades to extort money, kidnapped children and women, and then demanded ransom. Li Jiahe continued to scold them with extreme contempt. You use your brains to devise strategies so you cannot be called ignorant. Rather, it's more like stupid fellows doing foolish things strategically. Do you understand what I'm saying? Then he pointed to a random fellow and asked, What did I just say? The fellow stammered in reply, It's more like stupid fellows doing foolish things strategically, he shouted loudly. That's exactly what you are. Next, another fellow asked again, Then what does it mean to be stupid? Li Jiahe explained with great patience. Stupidity is a word used to describe something you've never seen before. It's not a sin to have never heard of or learned about a certain field, and there's no need to be ashamed. It's only foolish because one doesn't know. I don't know how strong the Murim Alliance leader is, but he is merely a foolish person, which is slightly different from being a bandit. The fellow looked at him like a philosopher and fell into deep thought. Li Jiahe spoke again after a moment. But if you had a conscience, no matter how foolish you were, you wouldn't rob merchants of their wealth or kill them and bury them haphazardly in the mountains. That's completely different from foolishness. In short, that's shamelessness. But what's more infuriating is that these bandits don't even know what shamelessness is. He was slightly angry and scolded them for being shameless. But the fellow, confused, asked what shame was. Anyway, we just prey on the weak. Don't you Murim Alliance members do the same, killing people? Hearing this, he curled the corner of his mouth slightly and replied, Are you playing games with me? I'm arguing with you. Thanks to his firm attitude, the fellow shut up. Before he could question further, he continued, I am refuting with reason, and you are merely refuting with unreasonable actions. You are shameless, foolish, and if you have no shame, you cannot acknowledge the good deeds of others. I look like a scholar who walks around reading books? You damned bastard, I misjudged you. The fellow felt an unknown fear in his heart and raised his hand to counterattack, but his arm was quickly seized. The fellow instinctively shouted loudly twice, Let go! Of course he was still weakly thrown. His skinny body quickly flew far away. Li Jiahe, taking advantage of the moment, also split the flying person in half with his sword, and the body fell helplessly, eventually dividing into two pieces. This gruesome scene had an overwhelming effect on the crowd. As soon as the matter was settled, Li Jiahe leisurely returned to his chair. Then, as if nothing had happened, he mentioned the merchant caravan. However, he quickly stated that the Murim Alliance leader had no connection to that caravan. In fact, the Murim Alliance leader, enraged, had gathered forces at Mount Huang and personally came here. Indeed, he could enjoy honor and wealth by comfortably sitting in his position as Alliance leader, so why would he come all the way here to kill them? At this moment, all the bandits bowed their heads and could not utter a word. He emphasized to them, It's not that he wants to kill you, but merely to protect the merchants. As the truth was revealed through his low voice, they were flustered. He said that because they had massacred and plundered innocent merchants, the Alliance leader wanted to kill them and protect the weak. Having said this much, he grew even angrier. Then you damned bastards who oppress the weak, dare you compare yourselves to the Alliance leader? It was a very slanderous remark, and a murderous aura suddenly emanated, making the atmosphere tense. Suddenly, Li Jiahe asked us, Do you know why I'm being rude? Then a hand was raised from the crowd. The fellow thought he was trying to distinguish who would be forgiven and who would be killed. Hearing that, he was surprised that the fellow was so clever. The fellow, following his question, reported that he was 19 years old this year. This greatly shocked Li Jiahe. The fellow looked too old, appearing to be over 30. The reason the fellow gave was that he was naturally born with a more arduous appearance than others. He again asked the fellow for his name. Curious, it turned out the fellow's name was Jiang San. Then he again demanded the fellow explain shame, but Jiang San thought there was no example to talk about here. Then he recalled something. You are now a 19-year-old strongman, and it's inevitable that you've spent many years here. That's your fate, but assuming you've observed all of them for the past decade, you've experienced harassing the weak and plundering merchants here under the name of a bandit, yet you still don't know how to distinguish right from wrong, what to do and what not to do. Are you not ashamed? Do you understand? Jiang San's face turned red, and he replied with his head bowed yes, but he knew that was even better, so he saved Jiang San. This time it was the Murim Alliance leader's turn to be revealed. In his previous life, Li Jiahe had seen I Am So Beck from afar, and he seemed quite calm, occasionally clashing with righteous pathmasters. This was because he was merciless to anyone who committed a crime. I Am So Beck was always wise, did everything for the world, and always stood at the forefront of battles. He led the charge, and moreover, he always checked if his subordinates were injured and meticulously cared for those around him. He always tore off small pieces of dried meat and looked at his comrades. Without any formalities, he always lay near the campfire and patrolled all night. Li Jiahe saw that his life was so difficult, and that he lived not for himself but for others. Such a person deserved to be called a hero. Returning to the present, he said calmly, You all seem to want to kill me, and I want to kill you too. A cherry blossom petal brushed past his hair. The handsome Li Jiahe immersed himself in his ideals. I perfectly know what I want, but to the bandit's eyes this sight was too terrifying. Jiang San Yuk spoke again. Earlier you killed many members of Ukrim. He also admitted that he had killed the most people, and all his brothers had also died by his hand. Li Jiahe swept everyone away, leaving no trace, but he didn't want to threaten them by killing too many. Suppose more than 100 Murim members fought against them. Even if they won or some Murim Alliance members died, in reality, they would all be pursued by the Murim Alliance until they died. Hearing that, everyone knew they were trapped in hell. Li Jiahe continued to speak leisurely. As you can see, if I tortured you, how many of you do you think would survive? Jiang San, having seemingly realized, chose to surrender on behalf of everyone. He also nodded, saying that was his intention. The fellow was surprised why a cruel person would want the bandits to surrender instead of annihilating them. His comrades also looked at him, confused. Li Jiahe said that Namek was not their home, so there was no need to sacrifice their lives for it. He declared to the alliance leader that he would take over this place. But in reality, these bandits were not worthy of being his subordinates. It was just that since the Murim Alliance leader had left, Li Jiahe would not eliminate these bandits either. So he gave them a choice, telling those who wanted to leave to stand up. These rough men were very surprised to receive such generous treatment for the first time in their lives. Seeing them confused, Li Jiahe immediately reminded them, "I will spare your lives, so live a different life. My patience is limited. Go quickly before I change my mind." Some bandits glanced at each other without looking at him. He thought they didn't believe him and repeated that he would spare them. But in fact those faces disgusted Li Jiahe. One of them began to blush. Li Jiahe's words were not about good or bad looks, but because the fellow's eyes revealed his true feelings. He felt disgusted every time he looked. He hastily drove them away. "I don't want to see you anymore, so get out, otherwise there will be no second chance." Some people began to stand up and leave the ranks. He did not forget to remind them not to become bandits again, for if the alliance leader got angry, they would all be killed. More and more bandits went down the mountain, and after a long time there were still some people remaining in front of him. Li Jiahe said indifferently, "All right, I'm comfortable." Those who were about to stand up and leave slumped back down at his words. He no longer spoke much and directly asked them to state their names. The person sitting in the front row pointed to himself, slightly confused, and the others also remained silent, daring not to say a word. Li Jiahe coldly ordered him to start first. After that, names like Jin Zhan, Dongzhu, Munich, and Houng came out one after another. There were also Yomrik, Moonsan, and Susokir. When he read the names Jiyu Jun and Jiyu Bang, he immediately guessed they must be brothers. The two identical faces and similar names confirmed it. Li Jiahe then pointed out Song Chan and Chun Wang, and again recited three other names: Park Ryan, Chana, and Miangyan. Other names also lined up according to his mumbling that greatly surprised one of them. It was due to his tremendous memory, but he told them not to be surprised. He said he would forget it all soon anyway, but at any rate they should be grateful that they were not killed by him. Then he introduced himself again. Li Jiahe, Hao's sect leader. They still could not say anything, as was customary. He asked if they had any questions. The first question he received was, "What kind of organization is the Hao sect?" Li Jiahe nodded at that question. He coldly said that his organization specialized in killing rascals like them. One fellow asked confusedly, "Why us?" Li Jiahe explained, "Because of the extremely immoral acts of merchants struggling to support their families, serving their elderly mothers, being tormented by bandits, being kidnapped and killed." He glared and scolded. That question just now was also a nasty question. "Who asked it? Stand up now." Chun Wu bravely stood up and showed his face. Li Jiahe scolded him with disgust and told the fellow to sit down. He ordered Jiang San to bring wine, specifically the kind their leader often drank. Next it was Jiyu Zun and Jiyu Bang's turn. Since they had the keys to the warehouse, they were tasked with finding snacks, so both of them nodded and replied to him. Li Jiahe thought the bandits must have a place to store treasures and immediately asked about the keys. Both, knowing he wanted to see them, all stood up. Just then, Li Jiahe was asked about his martial arts skill. It was because they wanted someone who could be their leader. He looked arrogantly at the person who said that. Seeing a few bandits again blushing and looking at him with sparkling eyes, Li Jiahe sighed and replied, "Aren't you afraid after seeing the alliance leader's martial arts? Didn't your leader die in just a few moves?" They merely replied, "Yes," and again looked at him with sparkling expectant eyes. He firmly said, "If I wanted to fight your former leader, he would have died quickly too." A crucial question arose. Then what if the sect leader fights the alliance leader? Li Jiahe's face instantly filled with murderous intent. Li Jiahe tapped his head with his hand and asked, "If a tiger and a bear fight, who do you think will win?" Then he lowered his hand and asked again, "Neither of you can answer, can you?" The bandits below looked with sparkling eyes awaiting an answer. He continued to ask, "How old do you think the alliance leader is?" The bandits replied, "Around 40. He asked again, "Then what about me?" They replied, "Both of you seem young." Li Jiahe bowed his head and said, "My internal energy develops over time. I need more time to fight the alliance leader. Anyway, he has cultivated internal energy for 20 years longer than I have." He was silent. "That's fair, don't you think so too?" Suddenly, one fellow raised his hand wanting to voice his opinion. "The alliance leader will win." He pointed his finger at the fellow and replied, "That's right, that's the correct answer." At his words, the fellow's face brightened with joy. Another fellow then said, "Then alliance leader Yarul, we are also over 40. Li Jiahe explained in a low voice, "He doesn't deserve to be called alliance leader. And how can he be compared to the Murim alliance leader? Do you think a toad can be compared to a bear?" The fellow hearing that seemed to understand in confusion. At this moment the bandits brought wine barrels. Everyone held large wine barrels and prepared to drink. Li Jiahe held out a wine cup and said, "Drink." Following his command, everyone raised their wine cups and emptied them, but one fellow hesitated, not drinking, seemingly deep in thought. The fellow looked up and asked, Then is the Murim Alliance leader the most fearsome person in Jianghu? Li Jiahe wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth and replied, besides him there are many fearsome people. This world is vast more than you can imagine. Both Black Path and Righteous Path forces are the same. Seeing the bandits listening carefully, Li Jiahe continued, there are many masters in Jianghu. Moreover, there are many people called number 1 masters in sects and families. Of course, there are also many reclusive and extremely strong individuals, and those who travel alone without joining any sect. Then he narrowed his eyes and said, but if I had to choose the most fearsome man in this Jianghu, that person would be the demonic cult leader. One fellow spoke up. I've heard that name before, but I don't know if he's the person. Alliance leader Jarl spoke up. Li Jiahe bowed his head and said, in fact, rascals like you wouldn't even dare look the demonic cult leader in the face. Then he raised his head and asked, do you know why? The bandits turned pale and asked back, why? Li Jiahe was silent for a moment, then replied, because even Jianghu masters shudder when they see him. Another bandit asked curiously, then my lord, have you seen him directly? Li Jiahe replied, I've seen his portrait. He described the person's height. He's a head taller than Zhang San and his shoulders are as broad as Zhang San's. You might think he's too massive, but he looks quite fearsome when you see him. The bandits listening broke out in a cold sweat and opened their mouths. No longer thinking of drinking, Li Jiahe continued to describe, his hair is black and lustrous and his waist is large. His voice is hard to listen to, sounding like 2 blades clashing, and his aura makes people shudder. Then he turned his face and added, he's a truly damned bastard, he's not human. A bandit raised his hand and offered his opinion. My lord, how do you know his voice just by his appearance? Li Jiahe told him to shut up. The bandit, hearing that, no longer questioned and became dispirited. Li Jiahe held out his wine cup and continued, that fellow's face has bulging eyes and his cheekbones are as high as 2 mountains. The bandits immediately pictured a grotesque face in their minds. Li Jiahe then described a chiseled jaw and a catfish-like mouth. He said he felt no emotion when killing and smiled every time he did. Some people were on the verge of death just by looking at his face. He had an ugly appearance that would appear once in 1,000 years, unimaginable. The bandits broke out in a cold sweat listening. Tisk, Li Jiahe hit him. His gaze turned to 2 bandits whispering. He thought to himself, it probably isn't. If there were any demonic cult subordinates among them, they would have revealed themselves in anger. At this moment, the bandits also began to share food. Li Jiahe observed them and thought, the Murim Alliance people are coming here. I can't leave these people behind. If I get drunk and leave the Murim Alliance people to fight alone, I'll feel uncomfortable. Then he found an excuse and complained, this wine doesn't taste good. One bandit was surprised and asked again. He stood up and replied, I don't know, maybe it's because you're supposed to drink it. The bandits immediately grimaced. Looking at his face reflected in the wine cup, he said, anyway, you guys are lucky to have met me. One bandit again opened his eyes wide and asked. Li Jiahe replied, think about it. If it weren't for me, you would have died, but now you have the opportunity to join the Murim Alliance. Isn't this a chance to atone for your sins by achieving merit? Now if you go to Mokryongchai and kill a few pirates, you might even get promoted. What do you think? Li Jiahe raised his head and said, think about it. If you live as a bandit, you're bound to die. What future is there? The bandit seemed to ponder silently for a while. He also muttered to himself, I guess I'm overthinking it. Suddenly something occurred to him. Then Li Jiahe asked Zhang San, you're only 19 and you already have a chance to join the Murim Alliance. You'll be active for another 30 years. The Murim Alliance also has high salaries and good healthcare. If you tell anyone that you're a Murim Alliance member, no one will disrespect you. Most Righteous Path people respect the Murim Alliance. All sects are different, but Righteous Path people respect each other. He thought of Sima Hawk to himself and said, of course there are rude guys like family head Sima Hawk, but there's no need to tell these bandits. He picked up his wine cup and asked, Zhang San, what do you think? Zhang San also willingly replied, it's fine. Li Jiahe said, fine. Zhang San nodded and replied, yes. Li Jiahe looked at him and continued, good, you damn bandit. Suddenly his face turned red like a tomato and he bowed his head in shame. Li Jiahe trembled all over as if trying to suppress his laughter. Then the surrounding bandits also burst into hearty laughter at Zhang San's maiden-like shy expression. Zhang San was subjected to all sorts of ridicule from his friends. Then Li Jiahe raised his head and broke the awkward atmosphere. All right, let's assume Zhang San has joined the Murim Alliance. The bandits below continued to listen intently to his every word. Li Jiahe continued, after years of arduous training, you'll join an even more elite organization. You'll join the Sword Team or the Immortal Team, fight against the Black Path, track down enemies of Murim, mediate conflicts between sects, and then get promoted and live a happy life after marriage. Then Li Jiahe's face darkened. But one day you'll be attacked by bandits and decapitated. All the bandits' faces darkened upon hearing this. Li Jiahe continued, originally it was a battle too much for you, but Zhang San will still rush in recklessly and die from a hidden weapon. The image of Zhang San lying in a pool of blood came to mind, followed by the image of his wife waiting for him at home, but he never returned. The bandits' faces turned pale again. Li Jiahe continued, the Murim Alliance leader's hair will have grayed over time, and he'll receive a report while sitting at work. A report that elite warrior Zhang San died during a mission. Then the Alliance leader will ask who Zhang San is. He probably already knows the answer, but he'll still ask. The subordinate will say he was once a bandit but followed the words of the Hao Sect leader, and the Hao Sect joined the Murim Alliance. Li Jiahe spoke, playing the role of the Alliance leader. Ah, that guy, I remember him. The Alliance leader then asked coldly, Who killed him? The subordinate will report bandits. Then the alliance leader will say, I understand, dismiss the subordinate and sit blankly alone for a while. The alliance leader received such shocking news that he needed time to calm his mind so he wouldn't go mad. Li Jiahe looked at the bandits and said, I don't know if you saw it, but when the Murim alliance leader killed your leader, he didn't look at the enemies with tearful eyes, but at his own subordinates. The alliance leader's murderous gaze came to mind in the bandits' hearts. Everyone held their breath silently. Li Jiahe continued, no one was attacked by the bandits. The alliance leader always wanted to ensure that. The alliance leader was quite out of his mind at the time. If you had acted more recklessly then, you would have already lost your lives. That's why I'm telling you that you are lucky. Li Jiahe admonished them. Heaven has given you a chance to live, so put an end to your cruel deeds and live good lives, understand? The bandits replied in unison, yes. Then he looked at Jiang San and called him, and he immediately answered as soon as he was called. Li Jiahe said to him, until yesterday you lived as a bandit, but you don't have to anymore starting today. Look out at this wide world before you harass the weak. Jiang San opened his eyes wide upon hearing his words. It was as if he had gained enlightenment. There are many ways to survive and work. Ignorance is not a sin, and one can develop by simply learning. Li Jiahe felt he was talking too much, but it was for their sake anyway. Believe that a better life awaits you, understand? The bandits replied in unison. Yes, he grandly waved his wine cup and said, since you're born a man, shouldn't you live righteously? All the bandits were moved upon hearing this. They also toasted and drank together. After a while, Li Jiahe led the bandits down the mountain. Li Jiahe said from horseback, all the gold, silver and treasures of the Namak alliance are loaded in this carriage. Taking all of this to the Hao sect seems a bit too greedy. The bandits' faces turned pale upon hearing his words. Li Jiahe continued, but now I also have a lot of money, so I won't do that. Instead, I'll take it to strategist Gongsun Wall at Mount Huang. Then it can be distributed fairly to everyone. The scene shifts to the Murim alliance's Mount Huang base. Li Jiahe returned at this moment. He opened his mouth. Strategist, it's me. Why did you come out so busy to greet me? Gongsun Wall was uninterested in his question and asked with a curious expression, what are those bandits behind you? Li Jiahe feigned surprise and asked back, didn't Alliance Leader IM say anything? These words surprised Gongsun Wall. Li Jiahe continued, a few days ago the Namak alliance was dealt with. There were many prisoners, but some bandits surrendered and followed the alliance leader to participate in the Makryangchai battle, and the remaining ones I commanded after that. The Namak alliance's stronghold fell, and I just transported their spoils of war here. Li Jiahe looked at her and said, time is short, so I won't elaborate. I don't know if strategist has understood what I'm trying to say. Gongsun Wall replied coldly. Sect leader, you've worked hard. Li Jiahe said, not at all. As soon as these spoils were moved here, someone's voice suddenly interrupted his words. Just leave them there. Li Jiahe looked up and it was Sima Hawk. He commanded in a cold voice, tie them up and put them in prison. Li Jiahe objected. I'm managing them. There's no need to tie them. He glared at him and said, family head Sima, don't do things I don't want. As soon as he heard those words, his eyebrows immediately met. Li Jiahe then asked with a curious expression, by the way, why are you here? Your subordinates also seem quite elite. So why aren't they participating in the Makryangchai battle with the alliance leader? The disciples behind Sima Hawk all turned red with anger upon hearing this. Sima Hawk laughed and replied, those matters have already been discussed, there's no need to debate them. Li Jiahe said nothing more after hearing that. Both sides stared at each other like that. Then he glanced behind him and all the bandits' faces were pale. He recalled the scene of eating on the mountain before, and Li Jiahe seemed to be planning something. Suddenly he turned his head and ordered, Jiang San, unload the cargo and the carriage too. Jiang San also complied with the order, saying yes. Sima Hawk still interfered and shouted, catch all you bandits, tie them up. The disciples behind him immediately rushed forward. Li Jiahe growled softly, stop. The Murim alliance people heard this and felt a murderous aura turning pale. Both sides stared at each other again. Li Jiahe glared and threatened, they surrendered to me and the alliance leader. Since the alliance leader entrusted them to me, you can't do anything to them. Both sides still stared at each other without saying anything. At this moment one guy poked his head out and said, Hao sect leader, an unheard of sect, why are you acting so rude? He glared and said, since the Righteous Path forces have allied with the Murim alliance to eradicate all the Ukram and pirates, tying them up is naturally necessary. And then how to deal with them should be decided by the Murim alliance, shouldn't it? Li Jiahe immediately replied, that's right. The guy was angered by his quick agreement and asked back, right, what do you mean? Li Jiahe calmly replied, of course the Murim alliance should decide, and you guys are from the Sima family, so shut up. The guy heard this and his face grew darker with anger, but he couldn't say anything. Suddenly Li Jiahe looked at Gongsun Wall and called out, strategist Gongsun. Gongsun Wall politely replied, sect leader, please speak. Li Jiahe opened his mouth. You are strategist Gongsun, in charge of this place, so why do you keep fueling the debate between me and the Sima family? Can't you resolve this amicably? Upon hearing his words she blushed with self-reproach. He continued, my staying in the Namak alliance and handling everything was a strategic necessity. I brought these spoils here hoping that the soldiers who fought hard alongside the Murim alliance leader would receive them. The people listened, somewhat surprised and wide-eyed. He calmly continued, otherwise I would have ordered the bandits to take everything to the Hao sect. What do you think? Gongsun Wall stepped forward and said, "Sect leader, please clarify this matter. Are the people you brought here prisoners? If not, I will handle them as per your words. Anyway, I respect the sect leader's decision. If they are prisoners, tying them up is not wrong." Li Jiahe nodded, appearing to understand, and replied, "Oh, I see. In that case, I will take them to the Hao sect." Upon hearing this, Sima Hawk could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. Ha ha ha! His laughter echoed everywhere. Ha ha ha! Then he laughed and asked, "Hey Hao sect leader, are you short on talent that you're trying to recruit them as disciples? What sect in the world accepts bandits as disciples? If word gets out that you've accepted bandits into the Hao sect, what will the seniors and juniors of the righteous path think of you?" He stroked his beard gracefully and admonished him. "You are young, but I have tried to treat you like a sect leader, so you should know your place. Don't you think so too?" Li Jiahe frowned and asked back, "Why can't I accept bandits as disciples?" Sima Hawk laughed and replied, "Hao sect leader, do you think what you just said makes sense?" Li Jiahe replied with a cold face, "I still think so," he thought to himself. "Anyway, everything I've done since stepping into Zhonghu has been considered rude, but I'll just do as I please. Most of the Hao sect members are originally from the Black Path. Me, Black Path members and bandits are just people. All righteous path people are good and all Black Path people deserve punishment. My thoughts are not aligned with this Murim world. If it were my past self, I would have attacked him directly on horseback, but now I am more patient and broad-minded. I have decided to endure as much as possible, debate more with words and face everything no matter what difficulties arise." Li Jiahe seriously asked, "It's natural for you to be displeased that I've accepted bandits as disciples. When Alliance leader I Am returns, he'll know who killed the most bandits in the Namak Alliance." "I probably killed over 100 people," he asked the bandit next to him for confirmation. "Am I right?" He immediately affirmed, "Yes, that's right. I killed more than anyone in the Murim Alliance, so I bear the greatest responsibility. I sincerely mean this. I urged them to surrender and gave them a chance to live, therefore to keep my promise I will accept them into the Hao sect to live new lives." The bandits behind him all fell silent upon hearing these words as if struck by a piercing light. Gongsun Wall and the Murim Alliance disciples also couldn't say anything. On the other hand, Sima Hawk's group all had veins bulging on their faces. Li Jiahe continued, "That means I will not treat them as slaves or prisoners. I will teach them how to work, let them know labor and give them a chance to live so they don't steal again. But if I find any among them who are inhumane and cannot change, I will personally punish them in the Hao sect," he firmly said. "Yesterday they were bandits, but from today they are Hao sect members, therefore do not use words like prisoner or detained. In front of me, everything I do is only for Murim. Do the seniors and juniors understand what I'm saying?" Sima Hawk stepped forward and said, "What if I don't forgive them? Prisoners must be punished to instill fear and immediately executed, but you bring them here and introduce them as Hao sect members." He glared at him. Then he turned his head towards Gongsun Wall as if seeking an alliance. "Strategist Gongsun, do you think this is right? It's truly absurd for the righteous path to ally with a sect like the Hao sect." Gongsun Wall's face clearly showed thought and hesitation. Just then a snapping sound startled everyone, and they looked warily at the source of the sound. Li Jiahe was slapping himself to calm his mind. The Sima family members were temporarily startled and didn't know why Li Jiahe was hitting himself. His inner self was filled with all sorts of chaotic sounds at this moment. "Don't kill that damn guy, yes kill him." He trembled and endured, thinking no, so Beck will be shocked if he hears this. After thinking, he raised his head and called Sima Hawk. "Hey Sima family," he heard him and replied with his chin raised. "Speak your mind," he said firmly. "Since the Sima family and I do not see eye to eye, how about settling it with a martial arts duel?" His eyes suddenly sharpened. He asked back, "A martial arts duel?" Li Jiahe said seriously. "How about we fight a round to resolve this issue? Let strategist Gongsun of the Murim Alliance be the witness." The Sima family members couldn't help but laugh when they heard that. Sima Hawk stepped forward and asked, "You're from Zhonghu?" Li Jiahe asked, bewildered. "So what?" he sneered and replied, "I am the head of the Sima family. Do you dare challenge me to a duel?" Li Jiahe answered seriously. "Why not?" he said with murderous eyes. "Settling it with a martial arts duel is no different than assigning me a task that I will ultimately handle anyway, isn't it? Because I will win." After speaking, he burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha." The Sima family disciples immediately burst into hearty laughter as well. On the other hand, the bandits behind Li Jiahe were terrified, their faces ashen, almost pissing themselves. Li Jiahe observed him in silence and thought, "He rushed at me like a warrior, so I don't know the extent of his skill, but winning or losing doesn't matter." Flower petals scattered in the wind. He placed his hand on his chest, lost in thought. "The important thing is to defeat my hated enemy, no matter the cost. I heard that martial arts duels are a noble tradition of the righteous path." At this moment, everyone gathered in a circle to form an arena. Gongsun Wall loudly read the rules. Lethal attacks are not permitted. Furthermore, after the duel, the remaining members of the Hao sect and the Sima family are no longer required to stay and fight here. "After the duel, will both of you accept the results?" she asked with a serious expression. Sima Hawk nodded and replied, "Of course." Li Jiahe also nodded. Of course he would accept. Sima Hawk calmly crossed his arms and asked again, "Sect leader, in what manner do you wish to duel?" Li Jiahe said with a slight self-deprecating tone, "I am merely the leader of a bandit gang, so what choice do I have? Do as the family head wishes." Sima Hawk sneered. "Sect leader, aren't you being too timid? your manner of speaking sounds provocative. Am I narrow-minded for finding that funny? Is that all? Is that the Sima family's unique way of conversing? A murderous glint flashed in Sima Hawk's eyes. And then he continued to laugh loudly. Ha ha ha. On this side, Li Jaha also laughed like a madman, and the two were ready to face each other. Sima Hawk growled, even if you don't die, it will be hard to avoid serious injury, so Sect leader, you had better be careful. Li Jaha replied concisely. Let's fight a good round until you feel good. If a junior from Jianghu defeats you, especially a foolish fellow who gathered a bandit gang, you, the family head, will probably lose a lot of face, won't you? Sima Hawk hardened his face and said, no more idle chatter. Let's start with fist and palm techniques. If it doesn't get interesting, we can draw our weapons anytime. Anyway, in this fight, you'll have to use everything you've learned. I'd also like to know what martial arts the Hao sect uses now. Li Jaha nodded in agreement without deep thought. Let's do that. He thought inwardly, strange, I've come all this way and haven't even been offered a glass of water. What should I drink? At least a cup of tea. This is driving me crazy. I'm so sleepy. When will I ever get a proper night's sleep? Sima Hawk said. You attack first. At these words he was startled. Li Jaha asked in surprise. Really? I've never once been granted permission to attack first. Sima Hawk said proudly. I have given my opponents 3 chances to attack first before. I don't know the extent of your internal energy, so you may attack first. Li Jaha nodded and replied, is that so? Thank you for your consideration. Sima Hawk smiled and said, you're welcome. Before he could finish speaking, he immediately circulated internal energy in his palm. He thought inwardly, I can't use the blazing flame art. I need to control my internal energy to reduce the lethality of the Flame Realm Grand Hand Seal. As a flame flickered in his palm, the bandits' faces immediately turned pale at the familiar technique. Sima Hawk said impatiently, Sect leader, what are you hesitating for? Attack. Li Jaha replied weakly, I apologize, I'm not feeling it at all today. Sima Hawk observed the flame in his hand with curious eyes. The flame had condensed into a small sphere. Li Jaha thought inwardly, I should use Remnant Moon Palm Force instead of Crescent Moon Palm Force. Gongsun Wall watched him intently, and Li Jaha immediately circulated fire and water internal energy with both hands. He moved his hands to circulate his energy, and Li Jaha brought his 2 palms together preparing to combine the 2 energies. Then he crossed his 2 hands again. He curled the corners of his mouth and said, prepare yourselves. Gongsun Wall was still focused on observing him circulate his energy, and a slight hint of impatience showed on her face. Sima Hawk said angrily, I gave him the chance to attack first, what more is he dancing around for? Li Jaha said, are you ready? Now it's my turn to attack. Watch carefully. He took a stance and unleashed his palm technique. At this moment, Sima Hawk felt a chill run down his spine. Li Jaha thought proudly, too late, you damned bastard. He immediately shot out his palm internal energy. Sima Hawk immediately leaped upwards to evade the attack. He stretched out his hand and shouted loudly, Sun and Moon Heavenly Light. 2 streaks of power immediately clashed in the center and a dazzling light burst forth. Gongsun Wall immediately covered her face with her hands, and the Sima family disciples were no exception. The Murim Alliance disciples were of course the same. After that, a huge explosion occurred, scattering earth and stones, and when the smoke cleared, the faces of the onlookers were filled with awe. Where the 2 techniques had clashed, the ground was split into several pieces. The disciples observed with pale faces. Even Gongsun Wall couldn't believe her eyes. On the arena, Sima Hawk was tumbling around. He staggered to his feet, his face too dark to be clearly seen. Sima Hawk spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood, completely disbelieving. Li Jaha didn't let him off and immediately leaped into the air, descending to where Sima Hawk was standing and kicked him hard. Sima Hawk's eyes widened in surprise, and Li Jaha's expression was murderous. He sweated in fear and immediately reached out to attack. Li Jaha did not hesitate to throw a punch. He landed a direct punch on the shield he had erected. Li Jaha squinted at him, thinking, I controlled my strength. Then he powerfully struck his abdomen. Sima Hawk spat out another mouthful of blood. He thought calmly, I will slowly torment Sima Hawk but not kill him.